Chapter 1. Died 5 times before waking up. Kaibin slammed his sweat-soaked back against the bus seat, the sticky texture of the leather reminding him of a honey jar toppled by a child. The afternoon sun at 3 o'clock on a Saturday streamed through the window, casting orange spots upon his puffy eyelids. This marked the third consecutive week he had voluntarily opted to work overtime on the weekend rather than endure his wife's tirades about the mortgage or watch his mother feed. The fifth piece of candy to his grandson that he would rather steal a few moments of sleep on the last bus home. Suddenly, the screen of his phone illuminated, revealing a screenshot of a supermarket bill sent by his wife in the family group chat. His thumb hovered hesitantly over the emoji interface before ultimately choosing to extinguish the screen. The rhythmic vibrations from a child kicking the back of his seat were oddly comforting. Kaibin allowed saliva to gather at the corner of his crooked mouth, and in a daze, he seemed to see the class beauty he had secretly adored in college gliding past in a white dress until a droplet of saliva fell onto his faded work pants, jolting him back to the harsh reality where dreams of romance had been shredded by mortgage calculators and diaper prices. A chilling sensation gnawed at his insides. When Kaibin's eyes flew open in agony, the first thing he saw was a bronze short sword piercing through his abdomen. The handle, entwined with dark red fabric, greedily siphoned his body heat, while 3 grotesque barbs had protruded from the blade, dragging his duodenum out of his body. As he staggered back, his foot slipped on something slimy, and looking down, he found his own entrails entwined with the fallen pine needles on the ground. Run! The command detonated in his mind, yet his body betrayed him, sending the last of his lifeblood to his teared ducts. His vision blurred into a crimson curtain, and he saw a masked figure nonchalantly turn away, as if he were merely a withered leaf blocking the way, utterly inconsequential. Ha! Kaibin sprang upright from his bed, resembling a fish caught on land, a gasping, wheezing sound escaping his throat. The bedside digital clock read 15:17, his damp tank top clinging tightly around his neck. The soft flesh of his middle-aged belly quivered, and a cold breeze from the open window invaded his body, bringing waves of cramping pain. Trembling, he lowered his gaze. His abdominal skin, soaked in cold sweat, bore a sickly pallor, yet remained intact. "Kaibin, you smoked again." His mother's shrill voice pierced through the door. Instinctively, he grabbed a pillowcase to wipe the corner of his mouth, where an iron-like taste lingered. When his fingertips brushed against his dry lips, he realized it might be the blood that had splattered onto the masked figure's mask in a previous life, if that could even be considered a previous life. That it seemed he was experiencing true death for the first time, or perhaps it was merely the result of a tight collar and an oral ulcer. Stumbling to the bedroom mirror, he was met with the sight of his swollen eye bags, and a wave of dizziness accompanied the emergence of his second sword. This time, it was an upward thrust. The tip of the blade penetrated his lower abdomen, traveling along the rectum and piercing through to his chest cavity, pinning him in midair. No, he had fallen onto the sword's tip. He vaguely recalled being kicked away by someone. The wielder of the sword twisted his wrist, and a sensation of the blade stirring within him felt akin to an ice pick swirling through boiling brains. Who? Exactly. Kaibin's inquiry mingled with blood as it spewed forth. The opponent, clearly a seasoned expert, understood well how such wounds would cause blood to gush. His angle in battle was exceptionally astute, with the crimson mist before him intertwining with the figure wielding a sword. The brow of the masked assailant arched slightly, a look Kaibin had previously encountered on the face of a salesman at the 4S dealership while he was peering through the entrance. In his state of utter confusion, Kaibin seemed oblivious to the pain. He strained to turn his head towards the direction of his departing adversary, and in his blurred vision, he discerned a boy clad in black gesturing animatedly, though the sounds were utterly inaudible. Second death. Upon awakening once more, Kaibin slumped before the mirror. It was only after exerting every ounce of strength to lower his gaze and confirming that his abdomen remained intact, witnessing his complete fingers and feeling the cold sweat still trickling from his body, that he regained the ability to move. He swallowed hard, moistening his parched throat, and stood up in a daze, muttering with frustration, "I haven't watched horror films or read novels, so what kind of wretched dream is this?" Gazing at his pallid reflection in the mirror, his mind faltered, unsure of how to process the situation. The wave of dizziness washed over him, and stars flickered before his eyes. Before he could articulate, "I'm so tired," the very individual who had just stabbed him appeared once again to his right. The specter of a third death loomed. Kaibin finally grasped the entirety of the script. In the dimly lit forest, the masked figure was locked in combat with the boy in black. The youth's form was as slender as an underdeveloped willow branch, yet the short blade in his hand spun a web of silvery light. Kaibin's sudden appearance caused a brief pause in the skirmish, and the masked man's gaze upon him resembled that of a weary teacher witnessing a student err once more. A puppet? Or perhaps a clone? This time, the adversary refrained from immediate action, instead scrutinizing Kai Ben with a keen interest. The moonlight cast a cold halo around his sharply defined features. However, devoid of any combat prowess, where did you gather this scrap material? His raspy voice held a tinge of mockery as his right hand slowly extended towards Kai Ben, fingers long yet imbued with an unsettling sharpness. Kai Ben could no longer contain his terror, releasing a heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the desolate woods. In a frenzy, he retreated awkwardly, akin to a startled rabbit, and tumbled onto the soft earth, feeling a sharp sting against his back. Thankfully, it was merely a dry twig. In a panic, he cast a furtive glance at the glimmering short sword in the raspy man's grasp, where dark crimson stains lingered, unmistakably remnants of his earlier wound. Fear coursed through him like electricity, and disregarding his dignity, Kai Ben scrambled backward until his back pressed against a massive tree, thick enough for 3 to embrace. The rough texture of the bark momentarily steadied his nerves. Basking in the moonlight, he spotted a figure kneeling not far away, panting heavily indeed. It was the frail boy in black. At that moment, he knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his slight shoulders heaving dramatically, a picture of utter disarray, with a trickle of dark red blood at the corner of his mouth. The ninjutsu you wield is utterly useless and exceedingly irritating, sneered the hoarse-voiced man, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and with a deep, commanding tone that brooked no dissent, he declared, "Surrender at once." No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure vanished like a wraith, leaving behind only a faint echo of his raspy voice in the air. A dull thud resounded from behind, and Kai Ben felt a chill sweep down his back. Before he could turn around, he lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. As he fell, a long needle protruding from his back pierced the tree trunk, dark crimson blood oozing slowly down its length. The third time he had met death. With a jolt, Kai Ben's eyes flew open, cold sweat streaming down his face, saturating his back. He sat slumped before the mirror, his hands gripping his hair tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. "I cannot fall ill, nor can I die," he muttered to himself, his voice laced with profound dread. Trembling, he concealed a weight plate within his clothing, attempting to obscure the wound that should have marred his abdomen. The reflection staring back at him was ashen and terrified, resembling a spirit in a state of extreme shock. "Who is it? What is happening to me? I cannot die in vain." His teeth began to chatter, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Memories flickered in his mind like fragmented shards, the silhouette of the horseman, the suffocating forest, the terror of death, all intertwining, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. What on earth are you doing? Not tidying up the house, making noise, and you can't even sleep properly. Look at the mess in your room. His mother's booming voice echoed from the living room. Further tightening the knots in Kai Ben's nerves, he battled against the dizziness, fixating on his reflection in the mirror, as if another version of himself might emerge from its depths at any moment. "Damn it, killing one suffices, kill two, and you profit." A disembodied voice resonated within his mind, chilling and bone deep, as if whispered from the depths of hell, yet it stemmed from the lineage coursing through his veins. Kai Ben sprang to his feet, the chair he had bumped into screeching against the floor as he glared at the doorway, anticipating the arrival of death's shadow. "Who are you?" After another bout of dizziness, Kai Ben found himself back at the scene of his demise. He summoned every ounce of strength to scream into the air, his voice trembling with despair. As his cry faded, a searing pain erupted in his abdomen. As if struck by an unseen force, he staggered backward, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, and the world around him began to blur. The horseman appeared before him at some point, the moonlight casting an ominous shadow over him, his short sword glinting coldly in the luminescence. With a few swift motions, he brandished the sword, and Kai Ben felt the world spin chaotically as his body flew backward uncontrollably. He watched himself hurtle like a lifeless kite toward a great tree. Then, bang! Another dull thud resonated as a large foot landed squarely upon his head. The fourth time. Rage consumed Kai Ben within a mere 10 minutes. He had been slain 4 times. Fear, confusion, cowardice, concern, and anger. This ordeal was excruciating. "Just finish me off already. Why toy with me? I detest being played with." In a moment of clarity, Kai Ben dashed into the kitchen, grasping a chef's knife in his right hand and a boning knife in his left, before turning back towards the bedroom. "What on earth are you up to?" His mother, busy tending to the flowers at the door, exclaimed in exasperation. "Cutting meat," he instinctively replied, then began to mimic actions in front of the mirror. Pain and anger propelled Kai-bin into action. He refused to sit idly by. He began to analyze the preceding situation. The opponent moved with extraordinary speed beyond the perception of the naked eye. The blade swung at him in slow motion, and when approaching, the assailant did not create distance. Rapidly organizing the events in his mind, he positioned the blade of the chef's knife against his chest for protection, while gripping the boning knife with the tip pointed downward behind him. "Come on, if you don't kill me with the first strike, I will surely stab you with the second," Kai-bin muttered through clenched teeth, consumed by the singular thought. Come on, bring it on." Dizziness engulfed him. "He's right behind me, very close. Time for a surprise attack." Kai-bin sensed an opportunity and prepared to strike. The ensuing 37 seconds transformed into the longest mathematical conundrum of his life. The shadowy figure in black moved at approximately 12 milliseconds, wielding the sword at angles between 45 and 60 degrees, while his heart rate soared beyond 180 beats per minute. Before Kai-bin could advance, the raspy-voiced man's right fist swung back towards him. Bracing himself with a hastily raised chef's knife, Kai-bin was still knocked to the left, his body lifted off the ground by the force. This bastard hits hard, unafraid of the knife. The back of the knife reverberated against Kai-bin's skull and ribcage, and the pain seemed to dissipate. His left hand instinctively sliced downward in the direction of his spinning body. The raspy-voiced man, unaware that his opponent had suddenly armed himself with a knife after being struck 4 times, instinctively lessened his force against Kai-bin, yet still sent him flying. Suddenly, a chill enveloped his neck. The knife had carved a deep wound, causing him to tilt his head unconsciously, a lapse in judgment. In a fit of fury, the raspy man roared and swung his arm to sever Kai-bin. However, he quickly redirected his strike towards the 2 shuriken that were hurtling towards him. Crack! The high-speed shuriken were struck but did not deflect astonishingly. A resilient wire connected the 2 shuriken, ensnaring the short sword, which seemed to have something attached. Explode! Came a low command, and a massive shockwave and intense heat engulfed the small area. So this is what it feels like to be blown up, Kai-bin pondered silently. In truth, had the robust body of the raspy man not shielded him, he would have been obliterated in an instant. Now, with his battered body, he still clung to a sliver of life. The black-clad youth approached, scrutinizing him intently. Thank you. Why are you still stuttering? You clumsy fool. The 5th time. Chapter 2. The chosen one? Or merely a useless pawn? Lying in bed, cutting meat, are you intending to service the fat from your belly? Kai-bin's mother, wielding a rolling pin, stood at the door, snatching the knife from his hands before turning to head downstairs. Even if I asked you to mix the meat, you would ruin it. He. Kai-bin chuckled foolishly, watching his mother's departing figure. Sleep tight. Listening to his mother's scolding, Kai-bin felt a great sense of relief within. His body was weak and limp, and his mind completely relaxed. Perhaps I've truly perished this time, he mused to himself. After reaching adulthood, he seldom spoke to himself, burying everything deep within. Who claims that ordinary people, drifting through life, do not bear the weight of pressure. It is equally exhausting. If not for his mother brandishing a knife, Kai-bin might have genuinely believed it was merely a dream, one born from sheer fatigue. The experience felt all too real. The sensation of the blade piercing flesh, the disorienting impact, the searing explosion, and the splattering blood. Ah, wait, mother. That knife wasn't washed. After receiving a few more reprimands, Kai-bin sprawled across his bed, now able to gather his thoughts on the events that had just transpired. His body, it turned out, was not truly weary. The aches seemed to be a figment of his psyche. Mentally, he felt utterly drained, yet it did not hinder his ability to think. It was as if he were reassuring himself that while he had endured exhaustion, he was not currently fatigued. The 2 ninjas, their nationalities unknown, left him puzzled as to whom he had offended. He had no opportunity to scrutinize their visages. One of them had an utterly terrifying face. The final attack must have been an explosive talisman. He wondered how it compared to a hand grenade. Alas, after years of neglecting his brain, he could not piece together any clues. Was it possible to traverse back in time? How exactly did I arrive here? It certainly wasn't due to the bed, for I had also transitioned while on the ground. How did I escape death? Is it my lucky charm? Why is it me? My mind is failing me again. I feel dizzy. What the hell? Not again. Kai-bin gasped as he spotted a frail boy standing a few meters in front of him, prompting him to quickly scan his surroundings. Thankfully, there was no one else present. Who exactly are you? How did I come here? Kai-bin was not initially filled with dread. The recent shock had lessened his fear of death. Experiencing death repeatedly was far more terrifying, so he was more eager to comprehend the situation. Uzumaki Shotai, the boy replied, his voice soft yet composed. Spirits summoning, Stuttering is too difficult for me, Kaibin silently complained. Why me? Why am I not dead? He too spoke in brief phrases. Shotai shook his head. First time using it. Well, he couldn't articulate it. It was merely my misfortune. Me lucky charm is bad luck, the kind that leads to death, but doesn't allow it. What do you want from me now? Kaibin suddenly recalled that Shotai was clearly not there to express gratitude. He hadn't said a word of thanks. A contract. Shotai produced a scroll and presented it before Kaibin. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Kaibin thought. Utterly exasperated, it was evident that his counterpart was a novice, a reckless soul akin to Jiraiya. However, this fellow seemed even more unfortunate, having summoned Kaibin from his world. But how could that be? Kaibin stared at the boy before him, his thoughts spiraling once more. A character from an anime, in a real-world person, how could they be summoned? Am I merely a creation as well? Am I truly the chosen one? He glanced at his short, stout fingers and round belly, feeling his sparse hair, and reflected on his uncomplicated life. It seems not. Why is it me? How could it possibly be me? What use does this thing have for me? I am utterly inept. Do you want me to be cut down 17 or 18 times every day? Kaibin shouted in frustration. Shang Tai's face was filled with confusion. He opened his mouth slightly and then shook his head. With a sharp sound, the scroll vanished into thin air. Upon witnessing the boy's innocent expression and youthful visage, a surge of paternal affection welled up within Kaibin. All right, I will no longer pressure you. However, I truly cannot sign this contract. I am a person of no significance, lacking in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Just because I have survived thus far does not guarantee my safety in the future. Do you not have some sealing techniques? My entire family relies on me. Kaibin explained patiently. This child appeared so pitiful, yet he himself was no chosen one in comparison to them. He felt utterly worthless. Shang Tai gazed intently at Kaibin, lost in thought. I am but a solitary individual, he suddenly declared, implying to Kaibin that he could not comprehend the essence of familial affection. Kaibin faltered, realizing that tenderness was a weakness that required remedy. Alas, is it not possible for you to utter more than 4 words? He pondered. Suddenly, it struck him that stuttering did not equate to an inability to articulate lengthy sentences. Had his mind become muddled? Observing Shang Tai's gaze drift elsewhere, he could sense the unspoken judgment. This person is indeed foolish. Let us give it a try. Shang Tai earnestly suggested. Try what? Before Kaibin could respond, a blade swiftly grazed his neck. Damn it! In the bedroom, amidst the bed and chaos, he lamented. I always knew these individuals were delusional. I even felt pity for him, a bunch of lunatics. I feel faint again. You shall not perish. Shang Tai asserted with utmost seriousness. Kaibin's lips trembled as he pondered. What should I say? What can I do? I cannot fight back. They are madmen. Focus on your physical techniques, Shang Tai advised, grasping Kaibin's hand and placing it on his lower abdomen. Instantly, Kaibin felt a surge of warmth emanating from his core, radiating throughout his entire being within moments. As if he were perspiring a mysterious energy. Could it be that I am the chosen one? He mused, exhilarated by the ease with which he seemed to acquire chakra. Truly, I am not an ordinary person, as my great-grandmother had proclaimed. That will not suffice. Shang Tai interjected with a furrowed brow. It cannot be retained. Kaibin's lips involuntarily twitched as he returned to reality. Feel it. Shang Tai seemed to have triggered something deep within Kaibin's abdomen, an indescribable force striving to emerge, akin to a fish gasping for air after leaving the water, yet unable to breathe at all. Indeed, he felt utterly inept. 5 minutes later, Shang Tai released his grip, observing Kaibin in silence. Is this not quite normal? Most individuals lack chakra, do they not? Kaibin smiled awkwardly. The notion of being a summoning beast versus being utterly ineffectual was a matter worthy of contemplation for him. Shang Tai settled cross-legged, appearing to delve into thought. Kaibin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, sat down as well, though his girth necessitated that his legs remain outstretched. You could attempt to summon something else, he suggested. Have confidence in yourself. Moreover, not all endeavors need to involve violence. There are myriad ways to realize one's worth. A wise man once stated that a person's value lies in their contributions to humanity. Such contributions can take many forms. For instance, do you require high-yield seeds? Indeed, I can bring a knife to procure those. What is the yield per acre of your rice? When addressing class and societal conflicts, one can alleviate these issues through the enhancement of productivity and the restructuring of social relations. I truly am a genius. Enough to eat. Shang Tai interjected. Oh, there is a distinction between sufficiency and abundance and vast enrichment. Well, that is to say, very well. Kaibin found himself at a loss. as Shang Tai had once again begun to fixate on the ground. Observing the disappointed youth, Kai Bin was uncertain how to console him. After all, psychological counseling requires dialogue, and he was hardly a professional psychologist. The forest around them was alive with the melodies of birds and the chirping of insects, accompanied by the gentle rustle of the breeze. In a moment of boredom, Kai Bin attempted to replicate the earlier movements that Shang Tai had performed on his abdomen, striving to recapture that sensation. Contracting his abdominal muscles? No, that wasn't it. A twist? No, that wasn't it either. Kegel exercises? Ah, how sore. That seemed incorrect as well. Then, suddenly, a sound escaped him. He had inadvertently passed gas. How amusingly awkward. In that moment, Kai Bin felt unexpectedly relaxed in front of the young boy, even feeling the warmth of his own embarrassment. As someone naturally sensitive to cold, he was acutely aware of the warmth being released, and thus began to release gas continuously. It felt liberating, akin to the sensation of a sauna. 10 minutes later, Kai Bin noticed Shang Tai staring at him in shock, and he suddenly realized how he had embarrassed himself. The world of ninjas truly was extraordinary. With his face flushed crimson, Kai Bin could scarcely meet Shang Tai's gaze. Abruptly, Shang Tai seized Kai Bin's hand and began to gesture fervently. What was this? A hand seal? Kai Bin watched in curiosity, only to be startled when Shang Tai stepped on his foot. A torrent of water erupted from Kai Bin's mouth, crashing against a nearby tree, while the trunk remained unscathed. Many branches were shattered. Kai Bin's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly swept his tongue around his mouth, feeling nothing particularly special. What was that water? It was as thick as a child's arm. Am I truly a genius? A genius of flatulence? Chapter 3. Shang Tai's silence. It is evident when someone is deep in thought, even if they are a stutterer. Without a frown, Shang Tai's face seemed to exclaim, "What is happening? Can you not sense my chakra?" Kai Bin cautiously inquired, wary of bruising Shang Tai's youthful pride. Is my chakra too weak? He raised his gaze to the tree, recalling Naruto's initial strength, which didn't seem so feeble after all. Shang Tai remained silent. I don't quite understand you. Isn't it true that even those who are not sensory ninjas can perceive chakra? Kai Bin continued in an attempt to comfort him, aware that children of this age are particularly sensitive. By the way, how old are you? Shang Tai remained silent. Perhaps you could explain the principle behind chakra generation, and I can help you analyze it? Kai Bin found himself at a loss for words, as the silence grew increasingly awkward. Yet, Shang Tai remained silent. In truth, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Shall we try again with that hand gesture you made earlier? Please do something. At least let go of my hand. Suddenly, a melodious sound filled the air. Concentrate your chakra. At last, Shang Tai spoke and released his grip. No problem. Seizing the opportunity, Kai Bin placed his hand on his lower abdomen, squatting slightly in a stance reminiscent of an elderly gentleman practicing qigong in the park, his eyes widening in anticipation. Why, you may ask? Simply because it felt right. How long will this take? In a mere half-minute, Kai Bin found himself overwhelmed, unable to persist any longer. In truth, he felt nothing at all. Was that truly my chakra? Kai Bin was filled with trepidation, utterly bewildered by the events that had just transpired. Akin to having someone write the answers to an exam on his behalf, only for the teacher to demand an explanation. How could he possibly articulate anything? Especially when he felt utterly devoid of any coherent thoughts. Was he still concerned about embarrassment? If he remained silent now, he would surely be subjected to greater humiliation later. 10 minutes. Are you truly 14 years old? What of your disconcerted expression? Where is that little crow that flitted by? Yet, I genuinely feel nothing. Kai Bin lamented. For the most distressing part was that he had been too excited earlier, and now he felt a profound discomfort. What kind of absurd technique is this? It is utterly humiliating. Silence enveloped the room. Just as Kai Bin's face turned pale, Shang Tai finally called for a halt. The master performed a hand seal, and with a resounding bang, a clone materialized only to be dismissed immediately. He then proceeded to demonstrate each movement with deliberate slowness. Kai Bin's mind was racing. He had just witnessed the true art of clone creation. Shouldn't he have been astonished for at least a minute? Why was he being thrust into a lesson so abruptly? If he possessed such intellect, wouldn't he be pursuing a doctorate instead? Moreover, look at my hands. They are barely able to extend, nearly cramping. How am I to practice? Could you slow down a bit? How many seals are you using? I can't comprehend. Kai Bin interjected, attempting to halt Shang Tai's frenetic gestures. 3. Shang Tai replied, when the Almighty closes a door, he opens a window. Do you realize how evident your expression is? You need not speak. I can discern your thoughts. You believe I am a fool, do you not? Kai Bin gritted his teeth, muttering to himself. But is merely gesturing sufficient? Mustn't it involve guiding the chakra? Kai Bin awkwardly gestured, as if it could materialize with a bang. Bang. Silence fell upon Shang Tai. Kai Bin, and the clone. Hello? Kai Bin was at a loss. What is this? This cannot continue. The awkwardness must not persist. He waved at the clone. Does it heed my commands? Kai Bin queried Shang Tai. You can be resurrected upon death, while I vanish with but a slight blow. Thus, it should obey your commands. The clone replied. Shang Tai remained silent. Kai Bin was taken aback. Had he created a clone with a rebellious spirit? Strike it, Shang Tai uttered softly. Bang. A punch landed squarely on the clone's face, yet it did not dissipate. Naturally, it wouldn't disappear. The one taking the hit was Kai Bin, whose reactions were evidently slower than those of his clone. Staggering backwards from the impact, Kai Bin glared at his clone. What are you doing? It said to hit you. How was I to know? The clone of Kai Bin smirked. Your intellect is not as sharp as it once was. Bang. Shang Tai delivered a swift kick that scattered the clone, then fixated his gaze on Kai Bin, remaining silent. I know nothing. Can you write? Kai Bin's mind was in disarray. What on earth was happening? Shang Tai inscribed a few characters on the ground with the hilt of his knife, then turned his gaze toward Kai Bin. Kai Bin remained silent. In the realm of the Japanese language, one might ponder why one cannot inscribe in Chinese characters despite conversing in Mandarin. Dear friends, who can comprehend this? The words seem to have been erased with one's foot. And now the situation has reverted to gestures. Understanding dawns upon Kai Bin, who begins to form seals with his hands. Mere moments later, he finds himself thoroughly entertained. His shadow clone appears, engaging him in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Upon losing, the clone dissipates. Then, they challenge each other to tongue twisters, and again, the loser vanishes. Astonishingly, they even sing, until the elder draws a knife, leading to the dissolution of the clone. 9 times. I can clone myself 9 times, gathering chakra in just 10 minutes. Kai Bin boasts with pride, contemplating how, with a bit more refinement of chakra, he could summon a whole troop, daring anyone to provoke him. While he revels in his triumph, the elder seems perplexed, gripping the knife tightly, unable to fathom the entirety of the situation. What is your name? Comes the elder's cold voice. Kai Bin, do you not know my name? Did I not tell you? Kai Bin scratches his head, realizing he is not. I am 43. You may call me uncle, huh? I shall take my leave. As the elder turns to depart, Kai Bin calls out. All right, I shall practice a bit more. Must I perform this action? It is quite taxing. When shall we meet again? However, when he looks toward the elder, the figure has vanished. Kai Bin is taken aback. Could it be the body flicker technique? Can I learn that? What does it feel like, and how can one ascertain if their chakra is sufficient? What if it suddenly disappears? Wasn't there supposed to be a sensation? Half an hour later, he finds himself in a state of bewilderment. How do I return? Kai Bin realizes, in his earlier excitement, he has forgotten that this is not a city park, but the ninja world. How will he find his way back? The surroundings are eerily quiet, yet the chirping of insects and the singing of birds suggest no immediate danger. But how does one return home? Why not release the summoning? As the sun sets, he thinks, perhaps when the summoning time elapses, he might return. Panic begins to envelop him, fear gradually overtaking his senses. In a flurry, he gathers some twigs, but only a few are dry. How does one create fire by friction? This is exceedingly difficult. After an hour of futile efforts, he has summoned his clones 3 times, yet the problem remains unresolved. The first, a bothersome clone, merely mocked him without contributing, while the second helped gather firewood and wild fruits, only to fall from a tree and dissipate. The third has ventured into the forest to seek out the elder who has been watching him for 15 minutes, yet has not returned. Perhaps something has befallen him? Yet, Kai Bin feels nothing. Once more, he employs the shadow clone technique, and another clone materializes. The clone gazes at him and remarks, I can emerge. Did the previous one perish? Kai Bin's hands tremble, his legs quiver, and he dares not utter a curse aloud. You cannot die. Have you forgotten? The clone reassures him. Then why do you tremble? Kai Bin retorts. Suit yourself, born timid. Why not end it now? If you do not return home at this hour, your mother will scold you to no end. The clone's suggestion is indeed rather constructive. I could make you vanish this very moment. Kai Bin glares at his clone. Teeth gritted. The clone promptly counters. You do not dare to face it alone. Am I, too, a naturally rebellious soul? Kai Bin is on the verge of collapse. The sense of security brought by modern society has never been a concern for him. Now, he even longs to encounter a rogue. Ah, the world of Naruto is rife with wolves, and they could be formidable indeed. Chapter 4. Dancing with Wolves from a Young Age. Kai-bin harbored a profound fear of dogs, primarily due to the dread of injections. After all, who could escape the necessity of rabies shots if bitten? However, tonight seemed to have cured that fear. Simultaneously, he confirmed that individuals can indeed unleash their potential in perilous situations. When a wolf of considerable size, akin to a fully grown bull, lunged at him, his shadow clone instinctively reacted first. Striking it with a firewood stick, Kai-bin had fortuitously carried a lighter and half a pack of cigarettes. Although it was entirely reasonable that he had not discovered them for hours, thus averting the grim fate of having his skull crushed by a single bite. Yet, the shadow clone did not endure for long. As two similarly trained entities darted around the tree, they collided, causing the clone to dissipate. Fortunately, the sudden disappearance of one individual momentarily stunned the wolf, whose slightly elevated intelligence prompted it to worry that the vanished figure might lurk to launch a sneak attack, thereby affording Kai-bin a brief respite. He immediately sprang into action, scaling the tree with remarkable agility. Indeed, when faced with danger, humans can tap into hidden reservoirs of strength. Kai-bin had never been adept at climbing trees before this moment. As he steadied his racing heart to a contemplative pace, Kai-bin conjured another shadow clone, only to witness this newly manifested clone being swiftly overpowered by the wolf, dissipating into a swirl of resentment. With a tightening feeling in his chest, Kai-bin crawled a few meters higher. Another clone. The two clones fixated on the wolf below, rendered speechless. Does excessive perspiration lead to their disappearance? The clone inquired, expressing concern that he may not last much longer. Help me devise a plan. Are you not all more intelligent than I? Kai-bin pleaded, for even in his calmest state, his mind struggled to navigate these circumstances. What exactly transpired? I am utterly bewildered. Why do you believe that clones can accumulate memories? We are not shadow clones. Yet from where does my memory originate? Is it yours? The clone inquired. I believe we should set aside theoretical discussions and first address the immediate predicament. Kai-bin's breathing gradually steadied. The elevated perspective seemed to instill him with a modicum of courage. Do you think a thick tree branch could pierce it? Hard to say. But I believe with your current abilities, you cannot procure a branch from the tree. Your teeth are insufficiently sharp. By the way, are you not planning to return home after being bitten to death? Your mother might have already alerted the authorities. What time is it? The clone appeared less fearful now, engaging in banter. It's already late. Shall we take a gamble? Kai-bin fixed his gaze upon the wolf, which returned the stare, nonchalantly crouching there, seemingly unhurried. I perceive a mocking glint in its eyes. Before I depart this world, I wish to vex it a little, for I can always return home. In truth, Kai-bin had no desire to be bitten to death. Such an experience would be no less dreadful than being killed by a person. Quite intriguing. Though I may not witness it, I am uncertain which of my clones might assist you. The clone remarked, seemingly less afraid of death. What do you intend to do? Your memory and reflexes surpass mine. Do you recall the hand seals for the water release? I seem to have forgotten. As Kai-bin inquired, he gestured, demonstrating the last two seals this way, and the first three in that manner. Indeed, the memory of the shadow clone was superior to the original. However, isn't there a need to consider chakra flow? True, it is worth the attempt, and no lives will be lost. The two clones commenced their practice. 5 minutes later. Let me give it a try. You should step aside. I fear the next one may not be as clever as you. Kai-bin initiated his first attempt. He formed the seals, opened his mouth, and produced nothing. He formed the seals again, yet still, nothing emerged. The wolf beneath the tree regarded the fool above with narrowed eyes. After another 5 minutes, do you still possess chakra? All this gesturing seems futile. Would you like to extract some? Inquired one clone. Kai-bin paused. It was plausible. He felt no chakra, and after all the exertion with the clones, he might indeed be devoid of it. Dismissing his embarrassment, Kai-bin promptly began to concentrate. In this moment, he felt an unusual calm. He realized that the contraction of energy no longer required physical strain. The essence was coalescing in his lower abdomen, a subtle sense of power gradually becoming more defined. The wolf, with a keen instinct for danger, sensed an impending threat and began to leap onto the tree, repeatedly attempting to gain height. Though it remained a distance from Kai-bin, the clones remained silently supportive, as if silently assisting Kai-bin in his efforts. Dodge! Shouted the clone Kai-bin, as the wolf surprisingly used its jaws to grasp a branch and fling it upwards. Now, Kaibin understood that the issue indeed lay with the hand seals. Encouraging himself, he began to form the seals once more. With a whoosh, a powerful jet of water erupted from his mouth, drenching the wolf's head. "Tony-sensei, should we wash its hair before wielding the blade?" remarked the clone Kaibin, visibly exasperated. Kaibin remained unperturbed, contemplating his next move. He formed the seals for a second time, and again, a torrent of water burst forth. Kaibin frowned, proceeding to the third set of seals. The wolf, now infuriated, realized that these two nuisances were intent on dousing it rather than retreating. Did they not comprehend the chill of the late-night air? True. Wolves are not averse to cold, but they can certainly become enraged. Having dispatched all rivals, this creature relished its dominion over the forest, and these two interlopers were intolerable. It began to leap, collide, and howl in fury. Concerned that the vibrations might dislodge him from his perch, clone Kaibin exclaimed loudly. "It seems your water release's impact dissipates about a meter in front of you. Why can't you concentrate it? A smaller area of force will yield greater pressure." Depleted of chakra, Kaibin turned slightly, opened his mouth, and blood began to seep forth, a sight both horrifying and mesmerizing. The clone Kaibin also furrowed his brow. "Are you preparing for close combat? Shall we leap down and engage? If you form the seals while descending, there will surely be some instability. And what if its head is the most fortified part? Look how many times it has crashed into that thick tree. I have an idea." The clone of Kaibin revealed a fierce smile as I leaped down. "How about you aim for its rear? This is the ninja world, where the 1,000 years of pain technique has enhanced effects. It wouldn't be so foolish as to ignore me just because I jumped down, would it? Even so, its speed is remarkable. Reacting in time is impossible." Kaibin dismissed this plan. "You were so focused on preparing your ninjutsu that you didn't notice. I've been observing. If I evade its line of sight and hide behind a tree, it will immediately run over to check if I've left." The clone of Kaibin exclaimed loudly. "I will circle around the trunk and conceal myself in a spot it cannot see. Then, I will suddenly appear. You just need to seize those fleeting seconds. Focus on gathering chakra now. Intentionally spray water into its eyes to make it think we are obstructing its vision and preparing to flee. Then, deliver a fierce blow." Kaibin looked at his clone and remarked, "You truly are a genius. Once I unleash this water release, we shall both hide behind the tree, in its blind spot." "Wait." The clone of Kaibin called out, "Take a breath and calm down." The two steadied their nerves amidst the roaring waves, exchanging glances. "Water release, water jet technique." The clone of Kaibin shouted in perfect coordination, and a stream of water erupted forth. The moment the wolf shook its head, the two swiftly concealed themselves behind the tree. "I'll go first, don't mind me." Indeed, the wolf, having shaken its head, immediately circled the trunk in search of its quarry, soon spotting a figure and pouncing. The descending figure shouted, "Now's the time." Another silhouette promptly leaped from the opposite side, landing securely on the ground and beginning to form hand seals. Before the fourth seal was completed, a massive wolf had suddenly loomed before him, its dagger-like teeth snapping ferociously. This is the ninja world, where one faces a wolf as large as a bull, an isolated creature that has driven away its pack. Naturally, its adversaries include humans or ninjas. It seems reasonable for it to comprehend human speech, and yet, it pretends not to understand. With a swift turn, it lunged towards the truly threatening Kaibin. Bang! Kaibin vanished, leaving the wolf momentarily stunned. A wave of agony surged from behind. That was the autumn bloom. Clearly, Kaibin's water release lacked sufficient power and concentration. Yet it was enough to fracture the wolf's lumbar vertebrae. Watching the wolf silently endure its pain and crawl away, Kaibin refrained from pursuing it. To think it could comprehend human speech. Why is my clone more intelligent than I? How can it accomplish so much? Is this a concept from a comic? Kaibin found himself torn between admiration for his own capabilities and those of others. He had long believed his mind had ceased to think critically. Yet today, as events left him utterly bewildered. Crack! The sound of a vertebra fracturing echoed as a massive snake's tail struck him on the head. That enormous serpent slowly pursued the retreating wolf. This truly is not a good place. I never wish to return. As he approached the end of his life, Kaibin remarked, "Indeed, this is the ninja world, where vigilant individuals and creatures abound." Chapter 5. Where is my triumphant return? At times, one truly requires experience. Upon returning to his bedroom, Kaibin did not react with alarm or rage. Instead, he was remarkably at ease, reclining on his bed in a relaxed pose, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Victory, or rather success, had become a distant memory for him. If he were to reminisce, he might only recall assisting his son with second-grade math problems, mending a bicycle chain, a work-related citation, and a Tinyuan lottery ticket. Kai Bin had long ceased to be concerned with whether others frequently praised him, seeking solace. Such notions did not pertain to middle-aged men, particularly those from China, where pressure and complaint defined existence. Yet today, having achieved a dreamlike victory with a close friend, he felt immense satisfaction. Now, as the sole possessor of chakra in this world, Kai Bin was poised for his glorious return, to be venerated by countless admirers. His cravings for twice-cooked pork, spicy chicken, and grilled fish surged, much like his ambitions. Goodness, what time is it? Startled, Kai Bin glanced out the window. Darkness had yet to descend. He quickly fumbled for his phone. 2:13 p.m. Was the passage of time slower there? He made a mental note to keep track next time. Wait a moment. Why did I even go there? Am I unwell? All I need is to cultivate chakra and reign supreme here. He yearned to create a shadow clone to sing his praises. With bright eyes, Kai Bin began forming hand seals, yet there was no response. Has my chakra been depleted? He muttered, promptly attempting to gather chakra again, but to no avail. Silence. Was it impossible to condense chakra in this world? Surely not. No, my triumphant return. Kai Bin cried out in despair. What to do? Grandmother, you need to clean the floor. His mother's commanding voice echoed from afar. Grandmother was a legendary figure in Kai Bin's mother's heart, an ordinary peasant woman. She had learned a few days of barefoot doctor training in her 60s and began treating villagers. After passing away in her 70s, she miraculously revived 2 days later, embarking on a path of greatness. According to her own accounts, she had previously saved a celestial being, granting her otherworldly powers. Regardless, her childhood had been enriched by moments of enjoying biscuits, albeit shared among 8 siblings. Well then, even if it were just a dream, it was a delightful one. It had been ages since he had such a pleasant dream. Why demand more? Manifesting divine favor was not meant for someone like him. Kai Bin habitually reassured himself and obediently picked up the mop. Yet, as he worked, he couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, one's mood can bestow strength. Typically fatigued after minimal exertion, Kai Bin was invigorated today. Give him a pickaxe, and he could uproot the floorboards. You can't even manage one task. Look. You splashed water all over the sofa. His mother, adept at interpreting shadows and sounds, recognized that Kai Bin was once again slacking off. And she began scolding him from the kitchen without turning around. Remember how easy life was when you were a child? Indeed, childhood was so carefree. What I can currently persist in is merely the routine of eating and sleeping each day. Kai Bin, instead of feeling anger, habitually reflects on himself. Today, I shall commence a new endeavor. Thus, he silently embarked on the journey of chakra condensation. Although he felt nothing, this secret was uniquely his, a treasure of his own. After dinner, while washing the dishes and listening to his mother recount once more the miraculous tale of Tai Lao's resurrection, Kai Bin took a stroll around the neighborhood. Exiting the community was out of the question. The barbecue stall at the entrance beckoned. Should he indulge or abstain? Moreover, he realized that chakra condensation bore little relation to muscle movement. Rather, it was merely a sensation of intention, although devoid of any chakra sensation. The warm glow emanating from his lower abdomen was undeniably comforting, and his flatulence had increased. Consequently, he was unceremoniously expelled from his home by his mother. An after-dinner stroll of 100 steps extends life to 99. Whether this adage holds truth, I cannot say, but indeed, a post-dinner walk is beneficial for digestion, especially after experiencing chakra condensation, coupled with varying walking postures and speeds. That warm sensation intensified. Alas, it was not chakra. Half an hour passed without a single clone materializing. Perhaps they had all been whisked away by his flatulence. Kai Bin jested to himself. At this pace, even an elderly lady could outpace you. Amidst the nth round of his mother's teasing laughter, Kai Bin managed to walk for over an hour. A rare feat. How splendid the shinobi world is. Kai Bin mused silently, having spent such an extended time there without feeling fatigued. Surely, adrenaline could not sustain one for so long. Kai Bin's mind brimmed with questions. Why had he been summoned to this two-dimensional world? Would that individual continue to summon him as mere fodder? How many years had it been in Konoha? Had his chakra been exhausted, or did it cease to function upon returning to the real world? It seemed as though time had not altered during his absence. What then was the correlation between the passage of time in the Naruto realm and his own? Would he indeed return as a king? Outside the village of Konoha, in the woods, observing the remnants of battle, Shang Tai was deep in thought. He lingered, for Kai Bin presented too many enigmas. He needed to observe him discreetly. It became evident that he was certainly not a spy, but rather a fool. Should he report this? The situation was far too unique. However, his clandestine practice of summoning techniques could not remain hidden for long. How would that superior address his insubordination? He had always disdained disobedient subordinates. Yet how long could he conceal the truth without reporting it? This individual was extraordinary, despite the apparent coincidence of his summonings. How could he possess such extensive knowledge of the village's ninja intelligence? It was clear he was someone well acquainted with this place. He possesses knowledge of chakra, sealing techniques, and sensory ninjutsu. Indeed, he knows far too much. But what else does he comprehend? Despite his extensive knowledge, he lacks practical skills and has not undergone formal ninjutsu training. Yet he has swiftly mastered the art of chakra condensation. Remarkably, he is unable to perceive the chakra he generates, even though he is a sensory-type ninja. To label him a fool would be an understatement, for he is capable of operating chakra and unleashing D-rank ninjutsu despite this being his inaugural encounter with such techniques. This is utterly inconceivable. Is it possible that there exists a flaw in his sensory ninjutsu? Or could he be capable of utilizing ninjutsu without chakra? Such a notion seems implausible. All these peculiar circumstances can be distilled into one notion. This may represent an opportunity for his resurgence. Those who have contributed to his current state possess formidable strength, and while he was previously unable to contend with them, this indomitable individual might well become his chance. Especially with that enigmatic chakra that eludes his perception, perhaps it could facilitate his rapid advancement. However, what steps should he take to realize this potential? As a young ninja, mere survival is a considerable stroke of fortune. The stability of Konoha in recent years has afforded him the opportunity to transform from an orphan into a ninja. He has exerted tremendous effort, striving with all his might, and even possesses a modicum of talent for chakra perception. Yet in a world teeming with powerful ninjas, he is but a mere novice, currently not even a nin. Outside of Konoha, he would be easily dispatched by anyone. His status as an orphan has instilled in him a reclusive nature. He consistently undertakes missions alone, leveraging his pitiful appearance and frail physique to repeatedly engage in reconnaissance tasks. Each one a dance with death. Even upon returning home and lying on his bed, he feels devoid of security, if one could even call that place home. In reflecting upon this, he found a brief moment of solace in the presence of Kaibin, whose company seemed to offer a fleeting sense of reassurance. During those few minutes of contemplation, while seated on the ground, he indulged in a lapse of judgment akin to a lone ninja's greatest faux pas. Deeply absorbed in thought without regard for detection. Yet at that moment, he was oblivious to such concerns, shaking his head to dispel the strange thoughts that seldom surfaced. He continued to strategize his next course of action. He must not report back. First, he needs to thoroughly understand the nature and principles of Kaibin's chakra, maximizing the potential for him to learn ninjutsu and hone his taijutsu, transforming himself into a long-range ninja akin to a puppet master, all while evading the challenges of his adolescent years. Simultaneously, he intends to exploit Kaibin's undying body to practice the stolen ninjutsu, cultivating a bond. This is where he excels in deception and disguise, will ensure that this fool remains steadfastly devoted to him. Ultimately, he can leverage that technique, the sole secret passed down through his family, mother and father. Will I succeed in my quest for vengeance? Chapter 6. The Unreliable and the Preparations for War. A month passes swiftly. For a middle-aged man, the burdens of mortgage payments, educational expenses, children's entertainment, his mother's health, and his wife's clothing weigh heavily on his mind. Time no longer flows as joyously and leisurely as it did in childhood. Memories soon become indistinct. Had it not been for a month of rigorous chakra condensation training, essentially a rather cold and rather futile exercise, those fleeting moments of memory would have faded into obscurity. Much like the last delightful meal. As Kaibin, while discreetly attending to his bodily functions amidst the community, glanced at his phone, he suddenly noticed the trees around him had grown taller and more numerous. It was then he understood that the enigmatic Tai had summoned him once again. Flustered, he dropped his phone and hurriedly sought refuge beneath the nearest large tree, where he beheld Tai's youthful, yet expressionless visage, emanating an air of disdain that seemed incongruous with the grandiose image of a spirit beast. Kaibin couldn't help but mock himself internally. Yet he was determined not to appear foolish before anyone who could comprehend his plight. He was no ancient divine beast. His every appearance heralded a stark reality. "Hey, Tai, are we not fighting this time? I thought you had forgotten about me," he said as he cautiously emerged from behind the tree. As a humble middle-aged worker, diverting the topic to alleviate awkwardness was second nature to him. Tai gazed intently at Kaibin, seriousness etched upon his features, and Kaibin reciprocated with equal gravity. Intrigued by the nature of the mission a ninja of S.H. Tai's caliber might have for him, did he not possess a squad of partners? The silence lingered between them. Kaibin soon realized that S.H. Tai's mouth could not adequately convey the details of the task at hand, prompting him to inquire, "How can you function as a ninja if your role is solely to kill?" No response came. "What do you need me for? A meat shield?" he ventured, guessing. "An ambush? Death," S.H. Tai stated with utmost seriousness. "Ah, that's my forte. Ha." Kaibin chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging that he may have overestimated his own capabilities. Yet, he pondered, what purpose would it serve to merely be the one to be struck down? The crux of the matter was, why should he partake in this endeavor? No way. Kaibin declared resolutely, his demeanor proud as he met S.H. Tai's gaze, standing at the same height as the boy. S.H. Tai squatted down, casually picked up a twig, and began to draw. "Your drawing is quite splendid," Kaibin remarked, marveling at the artistry. "When one door closes, another opens," he mused, adopting a paternal tone as he beheld the pitiable figure of S.H. Tai. Modern education emphasized the need to engage children meaningfully. S.H. Tai's artwork was indeed impressive, concise yet distinct, akin to a wordless comic. The simple illustration depicted Kaibin, a balding man, transformed into the more dashing S.H. Tai, wielding a knife, only for Kaibin to vanish. Transform, disappear, repeat. It dawned on him that he was merely meant to face the blade, and it seemed he had to relish the experience. "Is this merely to entertain a wealthy lady?" Kaibin queried, only to suddenly realize, "Will I be compensated? Surely, I deserve a share, right? Why should I toil for you, you insolent child?" Shang Tai continued to create several hand seals. Having realized from his previous experience that it was quite challenging for the old man before him to remember the intricate sequence of these seals, let alone execute them correctly. Nonetheless, once memorized, the effects were undeniably remarkable. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Kaibin wondered, his curiosity piqued as he swiftly formed seals. In fact, he had downloaded numerous hand gestures from the internet this month, practicing diligently in an effort to awaken his chakra, though he had yet to succeed. The unexpected fluidity of Kaibin's hand seals, though his speed left much to be desired, made Shang Tai reconsider his initial assessment of him. Extending his hand, Shang Tai attempted to guide the chakra at Kaibin's lower abdomen and was astonished to distinctly sense the flow of chakra within him, prompting Shang Tai to take him more seriously. This individual might possess unusual talent. After 10 minutes, feeling the guided trajectory of the chakra within him, Kaibin finally completed his third ninjutsu. With a sudden pop, he transformed into a peculiar, lanky figure. Realizing his perspective had shifted upward and catching Shang Tai's incredulous gaze, Kaibin revealed a broad grin, showcasing his yellowed teeth. Transformation technique. Shang Tai could hardly bear to look at this individual. "Watch me again." Enlightenment dawned upon Kaibin, joyously realizing the potential of the transformation technique, a tool for charming the ladies that he simply had to master. His speed in forming seals noticeably increased, and with another pop, a rotund Shang Tai appeared. Observing the real Shang Tai seated nearby, Kaibin understood that the remaining task was for him to practice on his own. Thus, he began. Clapping his hands together, Shang Tai felt quite satisfied with his plan. The chakra that Kaibin could not perceive was the greatest asset of this scheme. Opponents would not detect him through chakra perception, and even if they did, they would consider him an ordinary person. Moreover, he discovered that by infusing his chakra into Kaibin's body, he could sense the trajectory of chakra flow within Kaibin, allowing for effective guidance. When he ceased the infusion, his chakra dissipated swiftly. Thus, the flaw of novice ninjas being easily detected while using the transformation technique was perfectly resolved. "Do you want me to die for you?" Kaibin declared boldly. "But isn't once enough? Why multiple times? Wouldn't dying once free me from others' control? Having gained benefits?" He dismissed the notion that exerting himself for Shang Tai was a significant burden. Shang Tai stiffened, an indescribable sensation rising within him. Asking you to say that is quite a challenge, but truly, I cannot die. Dying for you a few times is no trouble at all." Kaibin brimmed with heroism. Shang Tai, seemingly unmoved, remained silent, mentally rehearsing the plan. Could such a strategy succeed against those adversaries? Thankfully, this was merely a small test. It was best not to expose Kaibin. Yet, looking at the unreliable character before him, he concluded that even if exposure occurred, it might not be a grave issue. The transformation technique was not inherently difficult, but regrettably, Shang Tai could not articulate the details. With the tenacity of a child, Kaibin repeatedly attempted to grasp it, drawing upon his spirit of self-learning as if tutoring his son in advanced mathematics. Fortunately, his body did not feel fatigued, and the endeavor remained quite enjoyable. Oh, I must capture this form on camera. Kaibin suddenly remembered that he had his mobile phone with him. The battery was still sufficient. So he found a suitable spot and activated the recording function, embarking on a delightful journey of video creation, experimenting with various poses. If I post this on a certain platform, could I gain fame? Transforming into a content creator with an array of looks. Perhaps I can bring this back to my world. Shang-Tai gazed incredulously at the object before him, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is that a mobile phone? It's not a new model, he remarked casually. Kaibin suddenly realized. Wait, you don't have a mobile phone? Indeed, he recalled that during their time, Boruto had not possessed one either. An opportunity. Kaibin, filled with excitement, began to dance and weave hand signs, as if he had glimpsed the gateway to a new realm. With a clap, Kaibin's transformation became even more absurd. He had morphed into a half-apple CEO. Surprisingly, the resemblance was strikingly accurate. Noticing Shang-Tai's curious gaze, Kaibin halted the recording and showed him the completed video. Shang-Tai was utterly transfixed, his eyes glued to the screen. This mobile device was remarkably efficient, silent during filming and producing crystal-clear images, a veritable tool for intelligence gathering. With it, I could undertake additional low-risk intelligence operations. As long as I navigate through this developmental phase, I can become stronger. Shang-Tai was elated, realizing that there were likely many more valuable secrets within him, compelling him to explore Kaibin's world. After completing this task, I shall venture forth. Upon seeing the final image of the Apple CEO, Kaibin suddenly recognized that his transformation into Shang-Tai might be flawed due to unfamiliarity, prompting him to observe Shang-Tai closely. Lost in thought, Shang-Tai remained oblivious to being scrutinized as a model. It was no wonder Kaibin was taken aback. As an adult, he had long abandoned the habit of scrutinizing individuals closely. Gazing at strangers was deemed impolite, and familiar faces need not be examined daily. The allure of the beautiful individuals online naturally warranted attention. Cough, cough. Shang-Tai's eyes were slightly narrowed, his complexion appeared pallid, his physique reminiscent of someone underdeveloped, with dark, slightly curly hair, his nose and mouth. How could I emulate your appearance when you're always wearing a mask? I can only imagine your facial proportions and contours. Every slight movement seems to affect the entirety of my being. Your mask is movable, which only complicates my task. Shang-Tai was jolted awake by Kaibin's complaints. The practice of concealing one's identity was ingrained in the habits of ninjas. Even with acquaintances nearby, revealing one's visage felt unnatural. Moreover, which foolish ninja requires knowledge of another's precise appearance to transform? Should one strip down to provide a clearer view? Foolishness. Shang-Tai rolled his eyes but ultimately removed the mask, unwilling to engage in a discussion about normal reasoning with a true simpleton. Not bad looking. Neither unattractive nor particularly handsome, there were hints of northern ethnic features, Kaibin muttered as he continued to weave hand signs. Shang-Tai observed him intently, noting every incomprehensible word he uttered. He began to feel that Kaibin should not merely be a tool, but something more. With a clap, success has indeed been achieved. This time it bears a striking resemblance. Previously, it was similar, yet while jesting, Kaibin meticulously organized his overall perception of Shang-Tai. He discovered that the essence of transformation lies in the holistic understanding of a person, utilizing chakra to evoke memories from the mind, without the need for an overly vivid self-description. What comes next? Kaibin inquired with a sense of pride. Wait, Shang-Tai responded. Die. Kaibin. Chapter 7. Plans in Adolescence and Plans in Middle Age. Kaibin is a person who harbors a deep affection for children. He possesses remarkable patience when educating toddlers. When his 2-year-old son pointed at him and exclaimed, "Daddy," he patiently explained that what was in the toilet was poop, while he himself was Papa, encouraging his dear son. However, a 2-year-old lacks complex logical reasoning. Thus, this imaginative yet poorly expressive youth must exert greater effort. Well, I will be summoned by you. Then swiftly gather chakra, transform, and you will direct me to a location where I shall encounter someone. And then I shall stand there awaiting their strike. Kaibin speculated on Shang-Tai's plan. And then, will you summon me again? I will gather chakra once more, transform, and be struck by whom? Is it still this person? Must I say nothing? What if they do not strike me and fail to communicate? Oh, right. If they know you, they wouldn't converse with you. Is this an acquaintance of yours? Is this truly a strategy of evasion? Unable to halt the incessant chatter before him, Shang Tai could only crouch down to continue drawing. Kaibin observed Shang Tai's artwork while incessantly speculating aloud. Oh, after transforming, I will head to a grove. By the way, your greenery is splendid. Then I shall hide behind a tree and suddenly leap out to strike him. You must provide me with a blade, prepared in advance. Do you prefer to strike from top to bottom or from left to right? Ah, I see. Just stabbing him will suffice. But wait, will a blade suffice for stabbing? Very well, you merely need to watch if I successfully stab him. Kaibin noticed the veins on Shang Tai's forehead beginning to protrude. Then he shall strike me, and I shall perish. But that is not right. If I die, I will return, revealing my true self to him. 1ti? Must I endure and feign death until he departs? This poses quite a challenge. Kaibin continued to contemplate his own demise. Again, I will emerge, transform, and be struck. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Kaibin was utterly bewildered. Yet he fell silent, beginning to ponder Shang Tai's drawing earnestly, as he observed Shang Tai using a twig to trace the sequence back and forth several times. It appeared that the individual uttered something, likely a curse, with an expression of anger. Subsequently, that person disregarded Kaibin and departed swiftly. Is this merely a stalling tactic, forcing me to continually emerge and disrupt him? Kaibin began to grasp the implication. You must consistently summon me nearby to attain such an effect. This is remarkably precise. Can it be accomplished? Will you not be discovered? Is the opponent a solitary individual? Are they not a sensory ninja? Continue. Kaibin and Shang Tai simultaneously manifested in a single form, with Kaibin tasked to embrace the adversary, while Shang Tai provided them with a refreshing reprieve. A moment of liberation. Enlightenment dawned upon Kaibin. Shang Tai utilized his subpar performance multiple times to diminish the opponent's attention, positioning himself as a mere pawn to deliver a decisive blow. However, was this flawed plan truly effective? Could he genuinely manipulate his adversary? Was it necessary to orchestrate such complexity for a foe that could be easily controlled? Surely, there must be elements that elude depiction. Are you certain? Kaibin harbored doubts. Shang Tai nodded. There existed a significant disparity between his understanding and that of Kaibin, and Shang Tai had no desire to elucidate. Undoubtedly, diverting the opponent's focus was assured. There was also a need to undermine their mindset and composure. Yet these tactics alone would not suffice to achieve the goal of eliminating the adversary. This opponent had been deliberately placed within the village by the organization to extract certain intelligence, subsequently executing a lethal strike to claim the information for themselves. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. Intelligence related to clan ninjas was rarely obtained through transparent means, even if members of that clan resided within the organization, for they were all from the same village. Some matters needed to be approached with subtlety. Each clan leader meticulously controlled the dissemination of clan secrets, as these were the very foundation of their survival. Conversely, the organization was fervently dedicated to amassing these clandestine family secrets, extending beyond just the clans of their own village. This intelligence had always piqued the interest of ninjas from neighboring villages. Once the vulnerabilities concealing these secrets were exposed, a multitude of covetous individuals would inevitably be drawn forth. Thus, under repeated disturbances, seizing a less conspicuous opportunity to lead these outsiders into theft and then reaping the rewards for the organization was an optimal strategy. After all, there would always be someone willing to shoulder the blame. Yet this particular intelligence held significant importance for Shang Tai. As an orphan, Shang Tai's parents were once part of a prominent family, long ago. However, due to his branch possessing certain unique techniques, they became targets for experimentation. The legendary techniques, however, had only been perfected in myth, with all clan members involved in the experiments tragically perishing. During the tumultuous era of the past, in the pursuit of familial strength, under various noble pretenses, many from this branch lost their lives due to coercion and temptation, ultimately leading to their defection from the clan. Consequently, this branch was labeled as traitors, becoming prime targets for capture and extermination. Even Shang Tai's inept parents were discovered decades later to be used as experimental subjects after their branch's demise. Thus, despite this grand clan having early aligned with the formidable Konoha village, the branch members bearing the bloodline of secret techniques had perished in their flight. By the time Konoha was established, only a handful of these branch members remained, and the experiments were subsequently halted. Shang Tai might be the sole bearer of this family's secret bloodline, and he believed that if he could obtain that intelligence, he could resurrect the clan's secret arts. However, the leader of the organization intended to allocate this information to another individual within the organization, one of the clan's elites who had joined early and possessed remarkable strength. Shangtai only came to learn of this elite after being adopted and trained as an orphan for many years. From a tender age, Shangtai faced untold hardships. Acutely aware of the necessity to conceal his unique identity, he never broached the subject nor exhibited any extraordinary traits. As a diligent and fearless aspiring Chunin, he relied on the organization's protection to survive. A serendipitous opportunity stirred memories of his parents' words from his childhood, prompting him to resolve to acquire crucial intelligence. By engaging in surveillance, relaying information, and orchestrating coincidences, he, alongside numerous others, seized this chance for a decisive strike, gaining insight into the ninja's operational patterns and habitual techniques. Having secured the opportunity, the priority lay in preemptively eliminating the adversary to obtain the intelligence. Shangtai devised a plan to utilize shadow clones in conjunction with the summoning technique to intercept the opponent beforehand. He would then mislead his teammates in another direction, employing traps and exploiting time discrepancies to confront the enemy, extract the intelligence, and create a fade of survival by feigning defeat through the use of explosive tags, thus evading suspicion, as the intel held no value for outsiders. With no one privy to his lineage, he remained beyond reproach. Understanding the general procedure, Kaibin began to follow Shangtai for practice. Shangtai did not need to divulge specific details about the target. Mastering several fundamental stages sufficed. Timing the summoning, the speed of Saibin's transformations, the predetermined routes, and even the ambush techniques were all essential for the flawless execution of their plan. Although the success rate remained low, Shangtai felt assured that their actions would go unnoticed by the organization. As for the final confrontation, he assessed his observations and judgments of the opponent, believing he had an 80% chance of success. However, Shangtai would inadvertently betray Kaibin. Plans are often flawless, yet unforeseen occurrences render them mere aspirations. In this instance, that unforeseen element was Kaibin. For Kaibin perceived Shangtai as an inexperienced ninja, his immature mindset shaped by a harsh environment left him oblivious to the intricacies of strategy. The world around him lacked understanding. Even General MacArthur regarded the 36 stratagems as the pinnacle of cunning. Thus, Kaibin crafted his own scheme. The initial phase of self-sacrifice remained unchanged. He merely needed to emulate Shangtai's swift offering of himself. Yet, during the critical moment of subduing the opponent, an additional clone would enhance the effectiveness, as a momentary lapse could spell doom for a ninja. He planned to employ a crouched start and a leg sweep to bring the adversary down and secure them. These ninjas, he mused, run with their arms trailing behind. Do they not comprehend the significance of posture for speed? Kaibin felt a sense of superiority, though his plan bore little relation to the 36 stratagems, and he was uncertain of what to do with his clone. Yet, did such details truly matter? Could Kaibin truly grasp the depth of these considerations? He believes that his experience guarantees success. Plans are always perfect, yet an unexpected plan is never truly a plan. Chapter 8. The Gradual Unveiling of Interludes. Approximately an hour of training evidently represents the maximum time limit squeezed from the upper realm. It seems that even those who toil in this world find it challenging to embark on their entrepreneurial ventures discreetly, as they must still adhere to the rules set by their employers. This time, Kaibin returned through the dissolution of the summoning technique for the first time. He would never ponder why it could be realized without signing a contract. By promptly grasping the upper realm, he managed to avoid the same fate as before, being abandoned and left to fend for himself. He even felt that being slain outright would be preferable to enduring torment in this place. Clearly, the distinction between returning through the dissolution of summoning, being eliminated upon return, and being devoured by a beast while in a daze lies in the respect and camaraderie one holds for the summoned entity. This is how Kaibin conveyed it to the upper realm. In truth, had he not feared Kaibin being discovered by others, the upper realm would have preferred Kaibin to engage in further training under such harsh conditions to test his potential. Returning was quite simple. Yet the disparity between the two worlds encompasses more than merely the flow of time. It also involves psychological and cognitive discontinuities. When summoned, Kaibin was walking forward. But upon returning, his consciousness stood still while his body continued moving due to inertia. It was as if his body acted independently, stepping forward, while he commanded himself to halt. Consequently, he stumbled, nearly falling, though fortunately, no one was nearby. Upon returning to his own world, Kaibin was devoid of fear. His most pressing concern was whether the video he filmed would be preserved. After being repeatedly summoned, he discovered that his battle-torn, in fact, cut, clothing had reverted to its original state, and no blood remained from the blade. Everything returned to its condition prior to the summoning. entirely unlike the injuries and bloodshed depicted in comic books involving those mythical beasts. Thus, while recording the video, he harbored doubts about whether his phone would also revert to its previous state. In a hurry, he opened his phone, feeling somewhat disheartened. The video was indeed still there, but it lasted a pitiful 1 second. Upon opening it, he encountered static and fleeting, pixelated imagery, devoid of any substance. It was indeed futile. Kaibin sighed, realizing that his aspirations of becoming an internet sensation would have to be postponed. After this brief interlude, Kaibin found a chair, lit a cigarette, and began to contemplate the events of the following day, although his thoughts perpetually eluded focus. Tomorrow, in the world of Naruto, how long will it take here? I should note the time to later test the flow rate. The key is not knowing what time he will summon me next time. I should agree on a specific time with him or ask him to record the time of my summoning so I can calculate the time difference. Since it's not life-threatening, Kaibin still wishes to fully exploit the auxiliary capabilities. Glancing quickly at his phone, he recalled another matter he had forgotten to inquire about: which village he belonged to. Did he have any renowned ninja mentors? Friends' connections are undoubtedly another form of auxiliary support. When might he have the opportunity to converse with those illustrious figures? Jiraiya, Naruto, and Kakashi, yet I find myself too feeble to intervene in the great shinobi war. My repertoire comprises merely 4 ninjutsu techniques. As Kaibin contemplated his future, a sudden realization struck him. He lacked any reserve of chakra. Extinguishing his cigarette, he hurriedly made his way to a secluded spot within the neighborhood, a place seldom frequented by others, to experiment with his ninjutsu. After surveying his surroundings, he confirmed the absence of surveillance cameras and spectators, prompting him to promptly employ the transformation technique. With a resounding snap, success was achieved. A chuckle escaped his lips as he gazed at the transformed image of himself on his phone. Genuine joy welled up within him. Even in the absence of immediate rewards, mastering ninjutsu brought immense personal benefit. Regrettably, he could not condense chakra within his own world and would need to periodically recharge in the shinobi realm. Reverting from the transformation technique, he furrowed his brow in contemplation for several minutes before resolutely clenching his fist. I must forge a contract. I aspire to learn the reverse summoning technique. The vast reservoir of chakra that is the shinobi world must be within my grasp. It is the very impetus behind the turning of fate's gears. Uncertain of the passage of a single day and unwilling to squander chakra, Kaibin ceased experimenting with other ninjutsu. Upon returning to his neighborhood, he silently activated the air conditioning mode. "Dad," he exclaimed, for Kaibin's mission extended beyond mere survival. It was time for the game to commence. The entity inhabiting the body of the mountain, under the guise of the Rock Ninja Liaison officer, had in truth undergone a soul exchange. To be precise, the mountain's physical form was being manipulated by an unknown force. Certainly, it was not Obito or Sasori. Among the vagabond ninjas, there existed a few practitioners of secret techniques, notably the true controller of the mountain, a middle-aged ninja named Feng Ma, who employed chakra to simulate insect parasitism for manipulation. Feng Ma's ancestral secret technique, insect parasitism, enabled him to control specific insects that infiltrated the minds and spines of others, achieving distant control. However, this technique bore a significant flaw. The strength of the host diminished greatly post-parasitism, rendering it impractical for a wandering ninja and somewhat of a liability. Yet one fateful day, while engaging in casual conversation with other ninjas, he inadvertently overheard the principles behind the heart-to-heart technique of the Mountain Clan in Konoha. An epiphany struck him. By amalgamating his ninjutsu with the heart-to-heart methodology, he could potentially develop a new technique for soul parasitism. Might he then seize the bodies of skilled ninjutsu practitioners, gaining immense power, and perhaps, through continual body switching, achieve immortality? Seizing the opportunity, he infiltrated the village. Aware that the secret technique he intended to pilfer was of a relatively low caliber, thus unlikely to attract stringent oversight. After a month of meticulous preparation and a week of stealth, tonight presented the optimal moment to acquire the secret technique. Of course, all of this was part of an elaborate ruse orchestrated by the higher-ups, setting him up to become another's prey. As a seasoned ninja with over 2 decades of wandering experience, patience and planning were indispensable to ensure a high probability of success. He had even forsaken countless seemingly easy opportunities, skillfully evading numerous traps along the way. Thus, concerning the execution of tonight's plan, he possesses his own unique methodology. One of the most frequently employed tactics by peak horse is the random alteration of the operation's timing. For a ninja whose methods are inscrutable, peak horse harbors a deep-seated mistrust of the information residing solely within his mind. who can ascertain whether someone might acquire insight into his thoughts through clandestine channels, such as the mountain clan he is poised to confront today. If such information were to leak, would it not lead to traps laid specifically for him? Hence, in anticipation of potential snares, the solitary ninja enjoys a distinct advantage, the ability to modify the timing of his actions. On the evening of the Operation Peak Horse, by counting the number of crows that soared overhead over the past few days, delayed the action from midnight to 3 in the morning, a rather favorable adjustment. Evaluating various indicators to ascertain the intentions and timings of any surveillance is the hallmark of a ninja's intelligence analyst. For instance, changes in meal times, variations in restroom frequency, discreet warm-ups, and even some fools who clandestinely practice their assassination techniques in what they believe to be desolate locales. Observations from his summoning beast revealed that certain members of the mountain clan were behaving unusually, prompting a timely report back to the organization. Upper Tai also received a warning regarding the potential adjustment in timing. A flicker of concern crossed Upper Tai's mind, pondering whether the unreliable Kai Bin might react peculiarly to this unexpected change. He silently hoped for Kai Bin's composure. Kai Bin, however, was thoroughly prepared. He had secretly stashed away the athletic shoes he purchased for over 200 coins in his bedroom. After lulling his child to sleep, he donned his sports attire, complete with knee and waist guards, and lay in bed, reflecting on the various rehearsal details. At 10 o'clock, Kai Bin felt a surge of excitement. By 11, he exhibited an unusual calmness. At midnight, he had fortified his mental resolve. 10 minutes past midnight, he awaited the call to action. At 12:30, he was filled with confusion. At 1 o'clock in the morning, he excused himself to the restroom. At 1:30, he indulged in an apple. By 2 o'clock, he found himself engrossed in a certain video platform. By 2:30, he had succumbed to sleep. It seems that late-night vigils are becoming increasingly challenging for middle-aged men. Shortly after 3, Kai Bin, drooling, arrived in the realm of ninjas. Chapter 9. A task that should have been simple awakened abruptly with a hand clamped over his mouth. Kai Bin exhibited no violent reaction. The calmness of middle age, which was, in truth, a result of sheer fatigue, allowed him to open his bewildered eyes. Gazing at Upper Tai, who was nearly pressed against his face, Kai Bin's first thought was about the gender of his unexpected companion. This was hardly Kai Bin's fault, as the overall aesthetics of the Naruto world are undeniably striking, often showcasing a juxtaposition of prematurely developed musculature and delayed secondary sexual characteristics. One might ponder whether altering a ninja's dietary regimen could enhance their overall physical capabilities. Could this be a lucrative venture? Kai Bin's mind wandered, questioning whether nutritionists in the ninja realm charge exorbitant fees. Does the Akimichi clan indulge in cumin? Noticing Kai Bin lost in thought, Upper Tai began to worry about the viability of his plan. Applying a firm pinch to both sides of Kai Bin's chin, Upper Tai used the pain to bring him back to the present moment. Half an hour had passed. Under the watchful gaze of the enigmatic Shang Tai, who was seemingly indifferent to the pain, Kai Bin uttered several words, his chakra equipment remaining eerily silent. Grasping the sparse strands of hair on either side of his head, Kai Bin hastily donned his gear, immediately employing a transformation technique, while simultaneously gathering his chakra to follow Shang Tai's lead. Is it truly so far? After 10 minutes of walking, Kai Bin began to sense something amiss. It dawned on him that the location where Shang Tai intended to set up an ambush was quite distant. Why not simply summon himself to the very spot where he was meant to lie in wait? Little did he know that for a skilled ninja, the residual chakra left behind during the use of ninjutsu could serve as a telltale sign. While it could not be completely erased, minimizing the dispersal of chakra was fundamental knowledge for covert missions. Pointing towards the thick underbrush at the base of a grand tree, Shang Tai signaled for Kai Bin to conceal himself. Confused, Kai Bin, who was already directionally challenged, found himself in a pitch-black forest, hiding beneath a tree devoid of any nearby paths, which was utterly terrifying. What is so special about this place? Are you certain he will come? There is not even a road here, Kai Bin whispered, his voice barely above a murmur. Shang Tai, lacking the patience to explain, simply replied that ninjas do not require roads and must distance themselves from them. In truth, he could not disclose to Kai Bin that all other paths had been sealed off, and that the true ambush zone lay not far behind their current position. Without uttering a word, he vanished into the forest. Kai Bin found himself engulfed in an unsettling silence. The cacophony of his anxious thoughts echoed within him, and he dared not make a sound. He could have sworn he heard the sound of insects gnawing at the leaves above him. How long would he have to wait? Crouching there, his legs began to numb, and he lamented whether anyone ever considered the plight of a heavier individual. Tears silently streamed down his cheeks as he realized the difficulty of this task. In reality, he need not have been so cautious as he had approached. The crushed grass beneath his feet had clearly indicated his position, leaving only his trace. As for Shang-Tai, he was a ninja. 20 minutes? Half an hour? Perhaps even an entire night had passed. Kaibin felt as if he had been squatting for an eternity, and naturally, his legs had gone numb. With no other option, he began to gently sway his hips, trying to rouse his limbs without making too much noise. At that moment, he cared little for the notion of an ambush. Instead, he thought, come on, just end it swiftly. A second later, I might be a hero. Never before had Kaibin wished so fervently for a swift demise. He found himself admiring the ninja. Did Shang-Tai remain as motionless as he did? His wish was soon granted as a towering figure loomed before him. Before Kaibin could fully comprehend the situation, a large hand seized his neck, lifting him off the ground. His feet dangled helplessly, struggling futilely, as he was rendered voiceless. His eyes bulging in alarm. The grip on his throat tightened with alarming ferocity. Wasn't death preferable? Why must it be strangulation? This was the last thought that crossed Kaibin's mind before he lost consciousness. When the transformation wore off, Kaibin lay motionless, not dead, but merely fainted. Feng Ma was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the one laying in wait for him would be such an incompetent individual, hardly worthy of the title of ninja. He had never encountered such a pitifully inept ninja who could survive into their 50s, a lamentable fate for a balding middle-aged man. Suddenly, it dawned on him that perhaps he had exercised excessive caution today. For a wandering ninja like himself, being ambushed was an inevitable part of life. What truly mattered was the manner of escape. However, sending such a fool to reveal one's intentions could not possibly be a psychological or deceptive tactic. It could only be the act of a novice commander. Was it possible that some foolish heir from a clan was attempting to seize an opportunity? His years as a wandering ninja had introduced him to a myriad of characters, and certainly, there was no shortage of imbeciles among them. Some offspring of less than bright families would blindly replicate textbook strategies or concoct fanciful tactics, and he had a peculiar fondness for these spoiled heirs. Nevertheless, this indicated one undeniable fact. He had been compromised and needed to vacate the premises. Feng Ma did not linger for long and continued his planned retreat. Given the incompetence of such a pitiful squad, swift departure was the wisest course of action. If there were any guardians lurking behind the foolish commander, matters could become troublesome. Speed was of the essence. Of course, he had contingency plans in place, did he not? This was supposed to be a straightforward mission, albeit within the confines of Konoha. Yet this was not the Konoha of the Yellow Flash. Shang-Tai was taken aback. The script seemed to have gone awry. Feng Ma had not slain Kaibin, but had merely rendered him unconscious. What should he do next? Should he release the summoning and call upon him again? A deceased Kaibin could be resurrected on the spot, but what of the living? Would summoning him again result in the same state of unconsciousness? Should he eliminate Kaibin now, and then summon him to continue with the original plan? Before he could ruminate further, Feng Ma's figure was on the verge of vanishing, prompting Shang-Tai to grit his teeth and follow. 5 minutes later, a silhouette reappeared beside Kaibin. The newcomer pressed a kunai against Kaibin's neck and splashed water from a canteen onto his face. Startled awake, Kaibin nearly cried out. But the prolonged ambush and the constriction of his neck rendered his voice mute. Simultaneously, he realized he could not move his body. You have been poisoned. Do not resist. The figure before him, the very one who had just choked him unconscious, said with a sinister smile. Who are you? Where are the others lying in wait? Kaibin was bewildered. What was happening? Was Shang-Tai cowardly? Why was he not attacking me now that he was face to face with me? Unbeknownst to him, Shang-Tai was in pursuit of the puppet controlled by Feng Ma. What should he do? Wouldn't it be better to kill me? I know nothing, after all. Would stalling be of any use? Right, I must provoke him into killing me. Ha ha ha. Kaibin forced a smirk that he believed to be mocking. With no hesitation, Feng Ma struck Kaibin's head with the kunai. This time, Kaibin was genuinely bewildered. How long had it been since he had been struck? The last time was in middle school when a petty thug had slapped him for 5 yuan. In truth, Shang-Tai was only aware that the mountain controlled by Feng Ma possessed the ability of earth release, while Feng Ma outwardly displayed water release capabilities. Yet he remained entirely oblivious to Feng Ma's secret technique of insect release. The first to pass was a ninja from the Yamashita clan, controlled by Feng Ma. His secret technique allowed for a constant connection between the puppet and its master, akin to a shared intelligence marionette, albeit with chakra drawn from the physical body itself, rendering him incapable of executing advanced ninjutsu. Feng Ma's true self remained concealed in the background, utilizing the puppet for reconnaissance, a clever tactic indeed. However, No one anticipated that this ostensibly simple mission of stealing intelligence and making a discreet escape would devolve into such chaos, a needless complication that ensnared the inexperienced young ninja. Tai. The reason Fengma employed this method was his adeptness with insect ninjutsu, enabling him to seize control instantaneously and allow his true self to swiftly regain strength. At the same time, his unassuming physical form could easily be overlooked. As Fengma raised his hand, preparing to administer another round of interrogation, he suddenly froze, realizing that the ninja he controlled had engaged an opponent, seemingly a novice. How could this be? Was intelligence so readily available that anyone could know of his presence? Tai found himself in a predicament. His initial plan was to lure Fengma with Kai Bin, who was to disguise himself as a shadow clone. Once the adversary noticed Kai Bin's extravagant use of shadow clones, depleting chakra, he would assume either that he was a formidable ninja toying with them or a coward desperately buying time, thus fleeing towards the underwater passage Fengma had previously traversed. He intended to swiftly eliminate him using his traps. Yet, how had this straightforward mission taken such an unforeseen turn? Continuing the battle was not an option. The organization would soon realize something was amiss, leaving Tai unable to provide an explanation. He decided to activate his contingency plan, faking an attack. He exited the combat zone and dispelled the summoning technique. Upon witnessing Kai Bin's disappearance, Fengma was taken aback. A shadow clone? The use of shadow clones in combat could only signify one thing: an ambush. Fengma chose not to evade, for his current state lacked strength, and experience told him that avoiding and counterattacking would cause the enemy to hesitate and engage him in conversation. Cursed be this perplexing world of ninjas. However, the adversary had no intention of adhering to the code of conduct. Fengma remained motionless for 2 minutes, beads of sweat trickling down his back. But no one paid him any heed. A cadre of novices, he silently cursed, before swiftly altering his direction to escape. He would let his puppet delay them for a while as he made his way to the pre-prepared underwater route. Chapter 10. Tools? Coincidence? Friends? Kai Bin, bracing himself for a beating, suddenly found himself back on the bed, stunned for no more than 2 seconds before being summoned again. Instinctively, he activated his transformation technique, only to see the very individual who had just assaulted him charging towards Tai with a fist raised. Could this person wield space-time ninjutsu? Realizing he had been relocated, Kai Bin immediately surmised a troubling reason. He must be dealing with a formidable opponent, though certainly not a Beto. With only the habit of wild fantasies and a body devoid of hesitation, Kai Bin sprinted toward the peak horse, leaping to embrace the waist of the great mountain. The puppet master, Fengma, was momentarily taken aback, realizing from a distance that the young novice had once again employed the shadow clone technique. A waste of chakra that was shameful. He swung his fist, forcing Tai to cease forming hand seals, then kicked Kai Bin away. Just as he intended to continue his assault on Tai, he was suddenly struck by the sight of Tai, taking a punch and wrapping his arms around him. Simultaneously, a rustling sound emerged from Tai's side. Explosive tags. Fengma was horrified. The figure before him was merely a shadow clone, while the true self was behind him. With desperate force, he flung the shadow clone several meters away and retreated towards Kai Bin. The distance was too close. He aimed to use Kai Bin's body as a shield. He reached out, but to his astonishment, the real body did not retreat as he had anticipated, allowing him to seize the opportunity to pursue. Instead, it leaped towards the shadow clone. Was this a death wish? The great mountain watched in disbelief as the true body rushed to its shadow clone, tearing off the explosive tag and shielding it beneath itself. Boom. A cloud of smoke dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Fengma was left dumbfounded. What was the meaning of this? A shadow clone selflessly sacrificing itself for another shadow clone? What was he to make of this? Did they not come to kill him? Tai, who had been delaying the team's progress, suddenly realized that his shadow clone had vanished, flooding his mind with memories and pain. He was stunned. Kai Bin, unaware that he was followed by Tai's shadow clone, was baffled by the latter's decision to save him. What was the motive behind this? Why would he do such a thing? This fool had ruined his plan. Tai's thoughts were a tumultuous mix. Why would this middle-aged man, whom he had known for such a short time, act so selflessly towards him? Was it merely because he believed he would not die? Yet he had always regarded him as a mere tool. Kai Bin, regaining his composure from the bed, trembled all over. Would Tai perish? Yes, his tremors were for Tai. Having experienced the power of an explosive tag once, Kai Bin understood its potency deeply. His own body was no match for the strength of that earlier individual. Would Tai die? Even if gravely injured, the circumstances could lead to his demise. What could he do? How could he save him? Kaibin was on the brink of madness, completely unaware that when he was first summoned, an explosive tag had already been affixed to him. According to Shang Tai's plan, Feng Ma would undoubtedly use him as a shield. And then Shang Tai's shadow clone would activate the explosive tag to eliminate Feng Ma. Subsequently, the shadow clone would retrieve the intelligence. Kaibin was oblivious to these intricacies. He could not fathom them. He merely perceived Shang Tai as a pitiable orphan, struggling to survive in a harsh environment, and wished only to help him live or thrive as much as possible. Perhaps Shang Tai was Kaibin's first friend in this world. The continuous upheaval was driving Feng Ma's mind into chaos. He was at a loss as to what his opponent was scheming. However, he knew that the sound of the explosive tag would soon attract a multitude of ninjas. He immediately summoned his secret technique insects and charged toward the retreating waterway with all his might. Mole, head west. The squad leader instructed the team to encircle in a specific direction and signaled upon discovering the enemy, warning that they could not halt them. With that, he charged towards the direction of the explosion, accompanied by his four-member team. Gritting his teeth, S.H. Tai complied with the leader's directive, recognizing it as the retreat route of the elusive peak horse that he had previously discovered but withheld from the organization. Was this a test? S.H. Tai had no time to ponder over Kaibin. He had witnessed numerous cunning trials within the organization, where those who concealed information met dire fates. The uncanny coincidence of being sent alone to this location raised suspicions. Had he been discovered? Or was it merely due to the nearby river? Given his identity as a water-style ninja? With no alternative, he resolved to feign a chance encounter. As for the information regarding DSHN, that could wait. His primary objective now was to find an opportunity to eliminate him, especially since he had spotted his shadow clone. Upon discovering the corpses of the mountain tribe, the squad leader realized he had been lured away from his post. Instead of erupting in rage, he acknowledged that rectifying his mistake might spare him from a painful demise. At the very least, he would avoid the torment of memory retrieval. He promptly decided to follow the traces left by the mountain tribe with two of his team members, while instructing the other two to return to their previous ambush point, the strategic fulcrum of the region, and to signal the other squad. As S.H. Tai observed the ascending flare, he understood his time was limited. Just as he prepared to disregard the fade of an accidental discovery and rush towards the peak horse's retreat point, a sharp voice called out to him, "This way." Startled, S.H. Tai turned to find a deer before him. "I am the summoning beast of the Nara clan. My master has seen the one you seek heading this way." The deer's tone was steady, yet its words flowed rapidly. "What?" S.H. Tai was taken aback by the unexpected assistance from the Nara clan, hesitating momentarily. "The mountain clan is our ally," the deer replied swiftly, gesturing again in the direction. With this new information, S.H. Tai felt assured and dashed forward with all his might. Drawing out an explosive tag, he was determined to inflict significant injury today. As S.H. Tai raced away, the deer pondered, perplexed by the human's intent to eliminate the opponent. It appeared he no longer required intelligence. Moreover, why did this individual evoke a sense of familiarity? Was it mere coincidence? S.H. Tai, being the one most aware of the direction and proximity to Peak Horse, utilized his sensory abilities to lock onto his target from a distance. Approaching within approximately 100 meters of Peak Horse, he showed no signs of slowing down, his eyes aflame with determination as he silently surged forward. Forming seals with his hands, with a burst of power, S.H. Tai suddenly materialized beside Peak Horse, striking down with his blade and deftly applying the explosive tag. In an instant, Peak Horse's form disintegrated into a swarm of insects surrounding S.H. Tai. A spray of water erupted from the nearby river, effectively dispersing the insects clinging to him, an urgent application of his water-style technique. With eyes wide in fury, S.H. Tai quickly sensed Peak Horse's position. However, he was abruptly struck by an alarming realization. His chakra was becoming sluggish, and his body began to itch and ache. It was poison. In a moment of realization, the weakened S.H. Tai fell to the ground, gazing at the imposing figure of FNGM beside him. Novice. FNGM spat, refraining from approaching the potentially explosive S.H. Tai. As the venom would soon take effect, he began to weave hand seals, invoking his escape formation, a defensive technique that required prior preparation near the water's surface. His ultimate means of evasion, complemented by his own decisiveness. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air, standing precisely at the center of the barrier. Was it mere coincidence? In his bedroom, the frantic CIBN, in a desperate attempt to form seals, had indeed summoned himself into the ninja realm, and to his astonishment, his plan had succeeded. Little did he know, it was not as straightforward as it seemed. Observing the incapacitated Tai, Cibin, unable to contain his emotions, unleashed all the chakra he could muster. Water release. He bellowed, "I'll end you." The water beneath his feet surged forth, coalescing into a razor-sharp water blade vortex that struck FNGM with devastating force. In the aftermath, FNGM's lower half collapsed to the ground, while his upper body vanished without a trace. Cibin's prowess was such that he could not even muster the skill to bite through a molar, let alone execute such an advanced ninjutsu. Yet, fortune can sometimes rival that of an A-rank technique. The coincidence lay in the barrier that FNGM had activated, which was the true source of this attack. The barrier, anchored to the horizontal plane, initiated a rapid spatial rotation, and Cibin's water release fortuitously propelled him along with the barrier toward FNGM. Though the water release was not particularly powerful, the swift spatial rotation generated a torrent that obliterated FNGM's upper body completely. Exhausted, Cibin stared in disbelief at the half-corpse before him. Taking a full half-minute to regain his composure, he staggered over to Tai's side. "Where are you injured?" Tai weakly gestured towards the remnants of FNGM. "The medicine." Understanding, Cibin rushed to FNGM's side, retrieving the untouched ninja tool pouch, and promptly stuffed all the pills into Tai's mouth. Helpless to resist, Tai, with tears welling in his eyes, consumed the poison, antidotes, and an array of sustenance, yet his gaze reflected a sense of regret. "Why?" Tai questioned, perplexed as to why a mere novice, who had just been dispatched with ease by FNGM, would muster the courage to save him. "I don't know," Cibin replied, slightly bewildered. "I just thought, if I formed the seals in reverse, maybe I could reverse summon. Who knew it would actually work? If only my hands weren't so clumsy, I would have arrived sooner." Seeing Tai's complexion seemingly improving, Cibin chuckled. "Aren't I something? Brothers." Tai's body stiffened at the term. The word brother felt somewhat ambiguous, a distant memory. Realizing Tai's discomfort, Cibin scratched his head, laughing, "For a friend, I would go to great lengths." Haha. Friends. Chapter 11. A new beginning for everyone. Each time Kaibin dispelled the spirit summoning, it was an experience fraught with discomfort. This instance was no different. His physical form remained ensconced in its previous slumber, yet his mind was ablaze with exhilarating sensations. It felt akin to a smooth passage suddenly obstructed by an unwelcome blockage. Shaking his head, Kaibin cast aside his unwarranted thoughts, making his way to the bathroom, where he opened a window and lit a cigarette. He recalled the admonition from Tai, urging him not to venture into the world of Hokage without summons. Kaibin understood that the remaining matters were beyond his capacity to resolve. Though a flicker of concern lingered, he had managed to escape with remarkable ease. Years of experience had taught him that maintaining a safe distance from superiors and allowing his team leader to tackle challenges was a fundamental survival principle for any worker. After all, why else would they hold leadership positions? A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Naturally, Tai held a prominent position within their group. Or else why would he not be referred to as Kai-shan? Surely, he would not be in danger. With Tai being so taciturn, Kaibin possessed scant knowledge about him and was utterly at a loss when it came to assessing the potential peril he posed. Surely, it could not be that grim. The fellow he encountered had been adorned with the Leaf Village's forehead protector and appeared to be a rogue ninja or a spy. Otherwise, why would he flee? Did the Leaf Village not imprison ninjas who erred? He had yet to witness any public executions. The stimulation from nicotine and the recollections of battle began to invigorate Kaibin. His recent performance had been nothing short of spectacular, surpassing even the remarkable moment when he excelled in his college entrance examinations, gaining entry into a prestigious university. That water technique had proven extraordinarily powerful. Was he, perhaps, a prodigious ninja? Indeed, fortune often eludes those with talent, as even gold requires the right opportunity to shine. Kaibin silently applauded himself. Regrettably, his chakra had been entirely expended, and he dared not recklessly reverse summon to gather it anew, fearing it might disrupt Tai. When would he be able to return? Kaibin lamented inwardly. His yearning for success was palpable. He had witnessed the myriad benefits of traversing time and space in novels. And now that fate had drawn him into this realm, how could he relinquish such an opportunity? This was a new chapter in his life. Visions of characters amassing great wealth and triumphing with ease flashed through Kaibin's mind like a cinematic reel. Time was of the essence. He had to take action. He retrieved his phone, recording his thoughts aloud. First, he must master the shadow clone technique. The next time he encountered a rogue, he could transform into a clone and confront them while his original self maintained an alibi. Second, he would attempt to persuade the clones to assist him, allowing him to rest at home. Yes, learning the shadow clone technique was imperative, as that troublesome clone seemed to possess a rebellious spirit. Third, he aspired to become an internet celebrity. With this transformation technique, becoming a social media sensation was well within reach. Fourth, how did one publish videos on that platform? How many followers were necessary? He hurriedly opened a search to uncover the secrets of gaining traction. Kaiban opened the app, and a pair of long legs caught his eye. He realized he must seize the moment. Shang Tai's vulnerability to the attack significantly diminished his suspicion. Upon regaining consciousness, he promptly demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the mission, prioritizing it above his own well-being. Ignoring his deteriorating health and refusing treatment, he persevered to draft a concise mission report. Despite being unable to speak due to poisoning and limited to the use of only one hand, the tasks were ostensibly straightforward. Firstly, he was to document Dashin's habits and movements, providing timely feedback to the team leader. Secondly, he suggested a strategy for ambush routes, recommending that personnel be organized to intercept the water-dodging ninja at the riverside. Thirdly, under the guidance of the Nara family's deer, he pursued Kaima but was subsequently ambushed and poisoned by a secret insect technique. In conclusion, he reflected on his failure to detect the enemy's insect technique due to the sudden attack, and he proactively requested a remedy for this oversight. After all, he had nearly perished from the assault, and the route he took was assigned by the team leader, deemed at the time to be the least likely path for an ambush. There were no significant doubts surrounding Shang Tai, primarily because he lacked motive. The family's secret technique intelligence yielded little to no benefit for others, and thorough searches of him and his surroundings revealed no secret scrolls. At that time, given Shang Tai's physical condition, it was virtually impossible for him to conceal anything from a distance. If he had accomplices, it was highly improbable that they would possess such intimate knowledge about him. And a ninja capable of executing such a formidable sealing technique against Dashin could hardly be counted as a friend. The disparity was too vast. Shang Tai's suspicions were largely alleviated, allowing him to focus on his recovery. His concerns were twofold. First, he fervently hoped that Kaiban would not come to him. Second, he wished for Kaiban to safeguard the scrolls. Meanwhile, Kaiban had already succumbed to slumber, his feet nestled against a long, tubular object, providing a soothing friction against his athlete's foot. The team leader, second only to Dashin in misfortune, had meticulously planned the mission, adhering to standard protocols and selecting ambush routes, support points, and personnel arrangements. The containment team was uniformly equipped, leaving no room for critique. However, the circumstances surrounding the attacked member of the Yamamoto clan were perplexing. No one had noticed his departure from the encampment, and the reason for his demise was troubling. It appeared that his brain and spinal cord had been damaged. This led to the inference that Shang Tai's insect technique may have been involved, raising the question, why would he engage in such a conspicuous battle while attempting to escape? If he could execute a stealthy insect technique attack, what was the purpose of the explosive tags? Were they a warning signal from the Yamamoto clan member? If so, why would he follow? How had he managed to evade detection while tracking? The tracking ninjas confirmed that they had seen him before entering the forest, yet once inside, he vanished without a trace, unless he had been lying in wait all along. However, there were no clues. Any signs of struggle had been obliterated by the explosion. The team leader was the first to arrive at the scene, feeling utterly frustrated to the point of contemplating suicide as a means of self-justification. Even if he survived this ordeal, he would undoubtedly face repercussions from the organization. The team leader's prospects seemed bleak. Starting anew would be a fortunate outcome. His deepest resentment was directed towards Shang Tai, lamenting why he hadn't accompanied him to the riverside where he might have had a chance to redeem himself. That wretched individual simply had to die. In the Nara household, Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi sat leisurely, sipping tea and engaging in light-hearted conversation. An amusing incident had occurred. Shikaku jested with his old friend, causing Inoichi to feel somewhat awkward. His family upbringing had been rather lenient, and he had intended to seize this opportunity to impart a lesson, yet the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Inoichi's clan had always struggled with management. There were always individuals eager to step beyond the shadows of their predecessors, seeking greater opportunities, and this particular youth was one of them. Initially, Inoichi had planned to utilize a forged secret technique to chastise this young clansman, intending to demonstrate that even the simplest task of safeguarding the scrolls was beyond his capabilities. He aimed to trace the mastermind behind the scheme through a mark he had left in advance. However, an unforeseen twist had occurred. "I am not concerned with these matters. I trust you can handle it," Shikaka remarked, expressing his disinterest in the management of the Yamanaka clan. His focus was on a young ninja named Yuta, whose behavior struck him as peculiar. Shikaku had received word that Yuta was suspicious, as though he had been preparing for something all along. Yet he had reportedly sustained severe injuries and failed to acquire any intelligence. So, who could evade both the barrier team and the Umbu? What sort of individual with such prowess would seek that secret technique? The ability to erase your mark left behind no clues whatsoever. Just how valuable was that technique? Wasn't it merely the art of heart-to-heart exchange? Not particularly significant, and Noichi replied with a wry smile. It is a technique known as Shinshin Kankei, said to allow the practitioner to attach themselves to another's body and forcibly exchange their chakra and memories through direct contact. Legend has it that only 2 or 3 individuals have mastered it. However, the second and third Hokages have researched it extensively, especially the second. He asserted that even with the clan's bloodline, if the original body lacks sufficient strength, it cannot endure the process. Moreover, to withstand the memories of another, an exceptionally capable brain is required, yet this brain cannot be overly intelligent. If the original's brain has been overdeveloped, it indicates a high usage rate. And introducing new memories could drive one to madness. Thus, it necessitates a clever fool to master this technique. Haha, Shikaka chuckled in disbelief. Therefore, the second Hokage concluded that this technique is, in essence, more suitable for the deceased. Deceased? Shikaka paused, contemplating the implications. Could it be related to the second's forbidden technique? Highly likely. Inoichi nodded. Though it must have been adapted, it surely differs. The second Hokage was indeed a genius. Shikaka could not help but be lost in reminiscence. When the first Hokage had recently passed, the villagers of Konohagakure had been engulfed in anxiety. The loss of a near-divine protector was a cause for concern for all. Yet, the reticent second Hokage, through his actions and unparalleled intellect, had re-established the village's standing. Notably, he had trained the doctor of the ninja world early on, paving the way for Konoha's future. Are they seeking to redevelop something? Could it be Orochimaru? Shikaka mused. Yet, when it came to those most akin to the second Hokage, Orochimaru was indeed a contender. His formidable strength and intellect had instilled a sense of security in the members of the Uzumaki clan for a considerable time, until Orochimaru's departure. However, Uzumaki soon dismissed this conclusion, reasoning that Orochimaru had no need to squander time when he had the opportunity to acquire the forbidden techniques of the second Hokage. Yet, out of nowhere, a scientific madman emerged. We must alert the third Hokage and gather intelligence on this matter. Uzumaki made his decision. Despite his high intellect, he overlooked J-Tai. The rationale was simple. Intelligent individuals often struggle to comprehend the thought processes of those less astute, thus failing to recognize the true intentions of this insignificant figure. J-Tai had gleaned knowledge of the clan's secret techniques solely from fragments of conversation with his parents. He believed that his predecessor's inability to master these techniques stemmed from the oppressive dominance exerted by the primary bloodline of their mountain clan over his own branch. Coupled with a vicious design to consolidate their status, J-Tai was determined to fulfill the aspirations of his family and rectify the lamentable education within the shinobi world. Before we proceed, take a look at this, Hachi said, handing over a scroll containing a secret technique he intended to send out. Uzumaki received it with curiosity and examined it closely for a moment. What an intriguing concept. If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Why attempt it alone? A slender white snake coiled itself around J-Tai's neck, flicking its tongue and emitting a raspy sound. J-Tai lay motionless, drenched in cold sweat. If you are unwilling to remain here, I can bring you back. No, that new friend of yours is rather interesting. Accelerate his training. I need him to become my material. The cold, slit pupils fixated on J-Tai, catching a glimmer of hesitation in his eyes. Or you may leave me. Yes. No, I will not leave. This is your new task. J-Tai felt a profound sense of despair. He was a member of Root, yet also a part of Orochimaru's domain. When his parents were murdered, it was Orochimaru who had retrieved him from a concealed dry well and, before his eyes, had executed the assailants. This should have been the moment for an unwavering pledge of loyalty and gratitude. However, a serendipitous discovery years later unveiled troubling truths. A boy named Kimimaro had endured a similar fate, yet he was evidently favored, a privilege stemming from the incomplete development of his Kekkei Genkai. After mastering chakra, J-Tai had his blood extracted and underwent a series of experiments, only to be subsequently dispatched to Root. He later learned that he and several other children had been exchanged, with a few of Root's ninjas being sent to Orochimaru. Conspiracy and trade were not conducive for a contemplative child, as he had witnessed too many others who had exposed their discoveries only to vanish without a trace. This pressure proved overwhelming for children cultivated within the relatively insular world of the Hokage. Chapter 12. Good morning. Tai felt as though he had once again lost all hope. The joy brought by the scroll and secret techniques had scarcely been savored before he found himself plunged into an abyss of despair. The trajectory of life has long been manipulated by others, leaving him devoid of any capacity for resistance. After lying in a state of emptiness for 3 days, his injuries had nearly healed, allowing him to return home to rest. The squad leader brought forth a new directive from Danzo, a solitary mission to deliver intelligence to the land of rice. During the briefing, the squad leader emphasized the word alone, instilling a sense of gravity to the task. One person, such a distance, a wounded Chunin. It seemed reasonable for him to be eliminated. Shangtai dismissed the squad leader's menacing intent, no longer concerned about this peculiar assignment, even if it appeared to be a ploy for his own demise. With little motivation left to sustain his existence, he pondered the trivial thoughts that plagued him, wondering if they possessed such vitality. Was there truly nothing else in the ninja world to occupy their time? Shangtai felt as though a sharp blade hung perpetually above his head, poised to pierce his skull at any moment. After hastily gathering his belongings, he set off. Leaving the roots of his fears behind, his mood slightly alleviated. At that moment, he recalled Kai Ben. Should he summon him again? Could that scroll still be practiced? Shangtai found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether to bring that person back into this world. As he had stated, immortality in the world of Hokage held no merit. Sealing techniques and soul attacks could still claim a life. He had no desire to implicate Kai Ben. After all, he was the only one who had risked his life for him. A fortunate man blessed with extraordinary abilities, yet still an ordinary person. Kai Ben had always believed that only the extraordinary could achieve remarkable feats, and a common individual, like himself, should not face such extraordinary challenges. Those belonged to heroes. For him, immersing himself in films and novels was the essence of his world. Shaktai's concerns lay with survival, while Kai Ben grappled with the mundane aspects of life. Such as, what time is it? Are you going to work? Is my grandson going to school? A sudden jolt awakened him, and he glanced at his phone. 6:30 already. He hurriedly exited his bedroom, only to find his mother glaring at him with arms crossed, before delivering a sharp slap to his head. Did you sleep in your shoes? You only know how to loaf around, yet can't even manage to work. Look at how messy your room is. When is it not me cleaning up after you? I was up early to go for a run. You? Running? More like running back to bed. Look at that belly of yours. It's a miracle I don't lose my temper with you. As he watched his son strut past, neck stiff and eyes forward, a smirk of schadenfreude on his lips, Kai Ben silently vowed to find an opportunity to give that little rascal a good thrashing to ease his frustration. Shave. His mother continued her tirade. After hastily finishing his grooming, Kai Ben dressed while instructing his hefty son, finish your meal and study your English. Observing his son intentionally elongate his response, Kai Ben resolved he must deliver a beating. He managed to catch the 6:50 bus, securing a window seat, habitually pulling out his phone to scroll through videos. He suddenly froze, pondering about Shangtai. What had become of him? He suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. The brother he had fought to protect just last night seemed to have slipped from his thoughts upon waking, leaving him unaware of the other's well-being. Murmuring his friend's name, Kai Ben began to fan himself as a peculiar means of contemplating his friend's safety. However, something was amiss. The materials he had submitted yesterday had been sent back by his superior. Glancing at the messages on WeChat, Kai Ben suddenly realized that he had been preoccupied with thoughts of his friend and had neglected to read the messages from his boss, failing to respond in a timely manner. This was a disaster, Kai Ben inwardly lamented. As he meticulously read through the document that his superior had revised in the middle of the night, he understood that he had been ensnared by his boss's demands. In their organization, it was the middle management that bore the brunt of the workload. They led the charge, causing those like Kai Ben, who had no aspirations for promotions, to blush with embarrassment daily. Their efficiency paled in comparison, their overtime was less, and the quality of their work fell short. They could only excuse themselves by claiming the need to care for their young children. His superior was a shrewd individual, never one to berate employees openly. Yet the pressure they exerted was intolerable for someone like Kai Ben. It was utterly humiliating. Within minutes, Kai Ben had dozed off against the window, his thoughts a chaotic blend of ninjutsu, plans, and his mother, inevitably missing his stop again, due to the design of the 1A street. Getting off here meant he would have to walk back 2 stops to reach his destination. Realizing he might be late, Kai Ben quickened his pace. clutching his ample belly as he ran toward the office, completely oblivious to the single strand of black silk that had fluttered down with the wind. Life, akin to a relentless chisel, not only records the passage of time, but also gradually erodes the essence of every individual. Running could sometimes be a pleasurable experience. Whether it was the aspiring ninja Shang-Tai or the plump Kai-Ben, the act of running allowed their minds to clear and their focus to sharpen inexplicably. As Shang-Tai distanced himself from the village, he raced down the main road, resolutely deciding to teach Kai-Ben the art of ninjutsu, aiming to help him transcend the ordinary and escape the burdens of his unfortunate fate. As Kai-Ben approached the office, he wobbled along the sidewalk, dodging hurried pedestrians, gradually structuring the revisions in his mind. He was determined to work hard for his family, for his child, and for that little brother who had endured torment in another world. He wanted to bring him new hope for a better life. An invisible thread was slowly weaving a connection between the two men. In the city center's park, an elderly man clad in a dark gray cotton jacket slowly lifted his head, curiously gazing in Kai-Ben's direction. "Master." A middle-aged woman with a beaming smile called out to the old man, momentarily lost in thought. "Is my son-in-law's fortune problematic?" "A 1,000-mile relationship is tied by a single thread," the old man murmured, then turned to the middle-aged woman. "It depends on fate, doesn't it?" "How do we discern this fate?" she asked, appearing exceedingly earnest. 200 yuan. Chapter 13. The busy middle-aged man earlier than anticipated, just a week later in the morning. Kai-Ben once again encountered Shang-Tai. The crucial detail was that he was in a meeting at his workplace, with the leader assigning tasks. However, Kai-Ben was no longer the novice who had just entered the world of ninjas. As soon as he was summoned through the summoning technique, he instinctively crouched down, swiftly seeking refuge behind the nearest large tree, opting for its shadowed side to conceal himself, subtly revealing his gleaming bald forehead. Not far away, Shang-Tai observed Kai-Ben with a smile, finding the older man quite endearing. "Do you ninjas prefer to meet in the woods?" After scanning the surroundings for a considerable time, Kai-Ben finally noticed that Shang-Tai appeared relaxed and did not seem to be in any imminent danger. Without a hint of embarrassment, Kai-Ben strolled over, grumbling, "You could have at least given me a heads up before bringing me here. How was I to know what was happening? Do you have any idea how peaceful it is on my side? In such an environment, I have to remain vigilant at all times. It's quite a challenge for me. By the way, if I were in the restroom, would you have summoned me here as well? Couldn't you grant me a moment to finish?" Shang-Tai seemed oblivious to Kai-Ben's grievances, unaware of how other ninjas and summoned beasts communicated. He had hastily learned the summoning technique and could hardly comprehend how he had managed to save himself last time, let alone these finer details. This was the issue of lacking a mentor. "This place is secure, not easily discovered, and I've set up early warning signals around," Shang-Tai stated with a smile. "Huh, I'll tell you the safest spot, and that is the rooftop," Kai-Ben exclaimed, suddenly widening his eyes. "Wait, aren't you supposed to be stuttering?" "I never claimed to be. I simply find it tedious to speak excessively," Shang-Tai replied nonchalantly. Kai-Ben, with a twitch at the corners of his mouth, pondered how he could deliver a sharp retort to this insolent youth. "We're just getting acquainted, and I prefer not to divulge my information. Moreover, don't you think you talk too much? Don't you usually let others interject?" Shang-Tai asked earnestly, evoking memories of Kai-Ben's previous mocking expressions. "I even sought out numerous books on treating autism and depression for you." "I must be a fool," Kai-Ben replied indignantly. "As you mentioned, the ninja world is a tumultuous place. Beyond the various extraordinary ninjutsu, there are conspiracies lurking at every corner." At that moment, I could hardly ascertain whether you were indeed the one I had summoned. "Are you a significant individual? Do people plot against you with such intent?" "In truth, ninjas regard everyone with this level of scrutiny, since any one of us could be eliminated at any moment, particularly within my organization." "Are you not from the Hidden Leaf Village? Are you part of the Umbu?" "I am from Root." "My goodness, now it makes sense." Kai-Ben fully grasped Shang-Tai's concerns and actions. Root, after all, was a place that extinguished emotions. "Do you know Sai? You two must be of the same ilk." "Ah, no more inquiries. The villain perishes from excessive chatter. On to the next topic. What have you summoned me for today? Who are you preparing me to confront?" I sometimes find this middle-aged man with a receding hairline even more juvenile than myself, yet I genuinely believe that Kai-Ben is a commendable friend. Moreover, I aspire to teach you the art of endurance. I wish for you to grow stronger, at the very least to withstand ordinary sealing techniques. These words from me are spoken with heartfelt sincerity. Kai-Ben had not anticipated that my invitation today was for this purpose. His mind was far from that realization. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy that someone cared for his safety. Don't you think that if you hadn't called me, I would have felt much safer? Kaibin retorted without holding back. You are not wrong, but how are you faring over there? In encounters between masters, a single blow can be fatal. I shall achieve this through my own efforts. I do not require anyone's charity, nor do I wish to be lured by temptation. Only the master of verbal duels can remain unyielding, yet I am genuinely curious as to how you came to know this. However, I do not wish for my friends to endure such hardships. He has fought valiantly for me. Indeed, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. By the way, does that thinning hair not signify something? Middle-aged individuals with such hairstyles in the ninja world often belong to a rather unfortunate demographic. Silence enveloped the conversation, and a chill ran down Kaibin's spine. The chat style typical of manga truly does not translate well into real life. Yet, the earnestness from me rekindled a long-lost sense of care among friends, reminiscent of the tender sentiments of our school days. In light of such words, I beseech you, grant me your divine techniques. Kaibin bowed, unashamedly, as a means to ease the awkwardness of the situation. He has never been one to fear embarrassment. Rather, he dreads sentimentality. He has no qualms about offering others a way out, allowing the world to revert to a state of normalcy. Strangely, my eyes glistened with a hint of moisture. What a peculiar worldview this Naruto universe presents. Let us commence. Engaging in study and work is the only way to prevent futile musings. Kaibin endeavored to dissolve the emotional atmosphere. It was exceedingly awkward. Very well. I exhaled a breath of relief. I had contemplated those previous words for quite some time, and there remained much unsaid, which was equally difficult for me. Hand over the scroll. I extended my hand. The scroll? Kaibin displayed a look of confusion. When we parted, I placed it on you. I also instructed you not to summon it actively, fearing the revelation of this secret. I regarded him with a stern expression, wondering if this man, with whom I shared a bond of life and death, had lost the scroll. Kaibin rubbed his face with his right hand, striving to recall, muttering, Did I? Don't rush. I never misplace things, though sometimes I forget where I put them. I stared at Kaibin, bemused. Such a person would not survive to adulthood in the ninja world. What kind of splendid realm is he inhabiting? Ah, it should be in my room. Kaibin recalled vaguely. I dispelled the summoning technique. Observing the leader before me, who was currently assigning tasks, Kaibin was speechless. I never said I was at home. I'm at work. You didn't even inquire and just summon me back. What purpose does this serve? No wonder you are reticent. Your words are rather unclear. The 6 essential elements of narrative. Kaibin, you are tasked with leading the gentle initiation of work. This turn of events is rather abrupt. Kaibin hastily glanced at his notes, memories from mere moments ago gradually resurfacing, prompting him to jot them down. As he scribbled furiously, he inwardly cursed, this impudent fellow. Does he imagine I, like the toad sage, am idly lounging about all day? I am the breadwinner. 15 minutes later, Shangtai spotted Kaibin, pencil in hand. Shangtai frowned but remained silent. Kaibin was disheartened. While the leader demanded documentation and task arrangements, a spirited young man was dissatisfied and insisted on locating the scroll. My mind is splitting. He poked at his hair with the pen. I am not at home. I will fetch it tonight when I return. I am currently in a meeting. Shangtai sighed in resignation, sensing that Kaibin did not quite belong to this realm. He ought to be taught to leave expeditiously. Let us begin anew. Shangtai placed his hand on Kaibin's abdomen and commenced guiding the chakra. Huh, are we starting already? Kaibin was at a loss for words. I did mention I am in a meeting. This time, Kaibin genuinely opened the door to a new world. Shangtai meticulously elucidated the distribution of meridians, the extraction points of chakra, the sequence of operation, and the significance of hand seals. 15 minutes later, Kaibin interjected. Could we pause for a moment? Might I return to my spirit realm to take notes? Kaibin opened his mouth wide. I cannot remember. It is utterly impossible. A man in his 40s struggling to record simple tasks assigned by his superior, and this faux stutterer speaks at a pace of 3 words per second, each laden with substance. Who can retain that? Beyond 10 minutes, my mind simply cannot cope. However, since entering this world of shinobi, my memory has indeed improved, though it still remains insufficient. Back at the office, these 4 grassroots departments have always been sluggish. Kaibin, you must clarify matters with their leaders. One hand wrote furiously while the other clutched the notepad tightly, pondering for a moment before activating the voice recording function on his phone, grasping it firmly. In the world of ninjas, the strength and distribution of the primary meridians play a decisive role in determining your chakra attributes. This is innate. The effectiveness of your secondary meridians depends on their compatibility and your own strength. The more balanced, the better the comprehensive effect. If some secondary meridians are too weak, they must be reinforced through training. Kaibin held the notepad in one hand while continuing to write fervently with the other. An hour later, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, Kaibin called a halt to Shang Tai's incessant chatter. Are you attempting to recapitulate everything you've left unsaid? My hand is weary. Shang Tai felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, he was eager to convey his thoughts, yearning to complete his ideas before severing ties with Kaibin entirely. Very well, I cannot retain any more. This is not a matter to be resolved in haste. At 10 o'clock tonight, summon me to the spirit realm, and I shall retrieve the scroll for you, along with a delightful surprise. Kaibin feigned an air of mystery. The corners of his mouth twitched, as he felt as though he had been treated like a child, merely a minute prior. He had been a stern teacher. In the office, he recognized the need to address personnel shortcomings and to devise reasonable, actionable measures to ensure timely completion. Meanwhile, his superior continued to speak eloquently. Wait, has time here hardly changed? He pondered. It seemed that the temporal flow in this realm, akin to that of the Naruto universe, was remarkably slight, or perhaps time had momentarily paused since his arrival. This revelation left Kaibin feeling both enlightened and vexed now that he was here. The flow of time had returned to normal. What was the third point his superior had mentioned? Never mind, he thought. I must quickly memorize the fourth point. 5 minutes later, his superior glanced at Kaibin and slowly inquired, what are your thoughts on these 7 measures? Are there any issues with their implementation? Kaibin's heart raced. He felt a surge of anxiety. His superior typically spoke at a leisurely pace, allowing ample time for reflection. But he had been preoccupied with taking notes and had devoted considerable effort to recording the principles of ninjutsu and chakra pathways, leaving his mind overwhelmed. His hands discreetly formed seals beneath the table as he mentally transported himself back to the ninja realm. In a hurried dash, Shang Tai was startled to see him. How did you arrive here on your own? Is something wrong? I have an urgent matter. Just a moment. Please refrain from speaking, Kaibin interrupted. He recalled his superior's speech, and 15 minutes later, he had memorized it. After 20 minutes, he annotated the key points based on his work experience. That's sufficient. I shall return now, Kaibin declared, feeling quite pleased with his accomplishments. Wait, Shang Tai called out, exasperated. You need to sign the summoning contract. Once signed, if you wish to come back, I will sense the scroll's reaction. If all is well, I will summon you. Otherwise, do not arrive unannounced, as it could easily lead to your discovery and demise. I am uncertain if the barrier I hastily set up will be effective. After another session of learning summoning techniques and grasping the principles, which fortunately proved to be relatively simple, he was ready within half an hour. You may return now. We shall meet again tonight. Shang Tai began to usher him out. Indeed. Just a moment, I must review the materials once more. Kaibin feared that he might forget the work-related matters within half an hour, so he quickly perused his notes again. In the office, Kaibin wore a confident smile. I believe that invigorating the enthusiasm of grassroots units is essential. Being busy is the romance of middle age. Chapter 14. Is life not filled with dreams? This could be considered Kaibin's first articulate discussion about work. Even his competitive speech from years ago paled in comparison to this moment. The few individuals in the office gazed at him incredulously, wondering if he was merely playing the fool. Was he about to erupt today? But why? This was merely a group meeting. His colleagues began to exchange glances in silence. Are there any recent job openings? One colleague asked, wide-eyed, looking at the others. I haven't heard anything, another colleague frowned. Is our superior being promoted? Is there a position available? Colleague C gestured towards the leader with his eyes. I have no idea. He replied, the key point is that there have been no rumors about changes in leadership positions recently. Colleague B pouted. He was the office's gossipmonger. The three of them simultaneously turned their gaze towards Kaibin, who had won the lottery. Quite right, the leader nodded in satisfaction. Though a mild reprimand followed, but please refrain from recording the internal work arrangement meetings next time. Kaibin's face flushed with embarrassment. He dared not clarify that it was not meant for the leader's ears. After all, the last video recording yielded no substantial results. Would this audio recording fare any better? Let me add, I interjected. Firstly, regarding the second point you mentioned, there lies a minor issue. What constitutes a leader is the ability to identify problems at any moment. The entire team sat up straight, their eyes sparkling with wisdom. Do not underestimate this small unit. Such sycophantic and contrived behaviors rarely occur, especially at critical moments. Kaibin, This seasoned fellow must surely be privy to some insider information. Otherwise, given his propensity for dozing off during lunch without drooling, any progress would be remarkable. This little interlude did not disrupt the workflow. Kaibin's daily tasks were indeed pressing. If he were to work diligently, it would feel as though the work was never-ending. Of course, merely coasting through the day did not hinder overall progress, provided that not too many individuals in the unit were doing so. Kaibin was an ordinary man with little ambition for advancement, primarily concerned with salary increases, and thus, indulging in idleness was inevitable. There he was, smoking in the restroom. Pondering his memory. After a serious illness in high school and enduring multiple rounds of anesthesia, his memory had plummeted to an ordinary level, rendering him incapable of memorizing ancient poetry in 5 minutes. Yet recently, he had noticed a marked improvement in his memory, today's work arrangement, which he would have struggled to recall before, even though others remembered it well, was now quickly retained. Most crucially, many pieces of information that had once become hazy were now gradually coming back into focus, such as his impending loan repayment. Sighing softly, Kaibin felt his courage for advancement dwindling under the pressures of life, as stability seemed the only viable path. But what about his child's future? Would he deny them supplementary classes? Would he forego swimming lessons? Glancing at his own belly, could he really allow his child to follow in his footsteps? The thought of becoming an internet celebrity through video creation was no joke. He genuinely contemplated engaging in some side job. However, lacking operational skills and a team left him at a loss. What could he possibly achieve with a mere avatar? Just as the thought began to form, Kaibin slapped himself. Isn't the benefit of being a time traveler material wealth? He mused. I should procure some hard currency, perhaps gold. The world of Naruto must have it. I distinctly recall seeing gleaming treasures in the animated series. I have contributed to the missions as well. Surely asking for some gold isn't too much to ask. I shall inquire about it tonight. Determined, Kaibin began to explore how to exchange gold on Baidu and sought to understand the exchange rates. The more he delved into it, the more joy he felt. First, he intended to settle his debts, enroll his child in numerous tutoring classes, hire 4 caretakers for his mother, one of whom must be a foreigner, purchase a vehicle for his wife, and indulge himself with a month's worth of grilled skewers. Laughter echoed from the restroom, a light-hearted sound of merriment. The journey to the land of rice was surprisingly tranquil. However, the path towards this realm was notorious for high-stakes missions assigned by the Hidden Leaf Village. The fragile land of rice had never been able to shoulder any significant protective responsibilities, making it a favored location for novices to hone their skills. After several days of travel without a single ambush, it seemed this mission did not involve the typical treachery, although caution remained paramount. Shangtai was not idle. He meticulously pondered the myriad of astonishing insights Kaibin had inadvertently revealed during their interactions. He felt it essential to extract as much intelligence as possible from Kaibin before bidding him farewell, as this could provide him with additional opportunities. Their previous encounters had been rushed, leaving little room for meaningful dialogue. For a ninja, intelligence is as vital as ninjutsu for survival, albeit it also harbors infinite peril. Yet, Shangtai found himself devoid of fear. His life hung by the thread of another's whim. What was there to truly worry about? What secrets had Kaibin imparted? The silent recording device, a fundamental grasp of ninjutsu, and the basic situation of the ninja village were all indicators that Kaibin likely possessed a channel for information, albeit one he seemed to undervalue. This was crucial intelligence. One cannot always rely on even the closest friends to divulge every secret. Individuals naturally conceal aspects of themselves, and interpretations of the same event can vastly differ. Shangtai needed to exercise his own judgment, a skill honed through years of missions. Moreover, what was the nature of his immortality? Could it be transferred to him? The allure of immortality is profound for anyone. Even Orochimaru had begun to take notice. How much did he truly know? How was he monitoring Shangtai? If Orochimaru were to inquire, what should he reveal? Should he take the risk of concealing this secret? And for how long could he manage to do so? This topic weighed heavily upon him. Lastly, there was the peculiar nature of his chakra. He undoubtedly possessed chakra, yet he could not perceive it. As a perceptive ninja with considerable talent, he could sense a clear channel when he focused. A subtle chakra mingling with unfamiliar energies flowing smoothly within, yet he could not harness that power. What could this phenomenon be? If he mastered this ability, could it generate another form of chakra, significantly enhancing his strength? Power is the eternal guarantee of survival in the ninja world. And how had Kaibin succeeded in reverse summoning? He himself did not know the seals for reverse summoning. How had Kaibin managed it? The thought of executing seals in reverse seemed absurd. Could it be that water release could flow into his own body? Regardless of the challenges this mission may present, he must persevere and unravel these secrets. In the depths of darkness, one must muster their own courage. The unknown may confound, yet it also brims with allure. Lord Orochimaru, why have you brought forth this youth? Is there still an issue with your forbidden technique of reincarnation? Kabuto Yakushi inquired with an air of feigned reverence. Indeed, there are complications. Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at Kabuto, his raspy voice resonating with a low intensity. He had never shied away from revealing his vulnerabilities. His confidence in his own strength was unwavering. Kabuto, possessing profound insight into Orochimaru, dared to pose such an audacious question. Each time, he could only seek a vessel with a weaker soul than his own, and over time, the strength of the soul would inevitably diminish. If this young man's secret technique could be realized, it would render the soul's strength of the vessel inconsequential, allowing for the absorption and fusion of more potent souls. However, whether it would restore the vessel to its most formidable state remained to be tested further. As Orochimaru's indispensable assistant, Kabuto needed to clarify the experimental direction in this regard. In truth, Orochimaru held back on certain matters, particularly concerning the impure reincarnation technique. Before his demise, he had earnestly researched soul manipulation. Initially, his focus was on combining sealing techniques to capture the souls of adversaries, yet his experiments had not borne fruit before his death. Witnessing Orochimaru's rare display of profound despondency, the third Hokage offered words of consolation to his beloved disciple, mentioning that the second Hokage had strictly forbidden any desecration of the soul. And it was through such soul manipulation that Danzo had met his untimely end. The third's remarks ignited a spark of covetousness in Orochimaru, ultimately leading him to acquire the impure reincarnation technique. Now, having nearly mastered this forbidden jutsu, he found himself engulfed in deep contemplation. The chakra required was minimal. The preparations were scant, yet the combat power was extraordinarily formidable, easily enabling the creation of a ninja army. Why then did the second Hokage prefer death over employing this technique? The second Hokage was a man of unyielding principles. If he had ever made a promise, he would rather perish than break it. That individual, without a doubt, was the first Hokage. But what motivated the first Hokage? Did he merely believe that the dead should not be disturbed? The second Hokage would not have obeyed the first command for such a reason. There must have been some inherent flaw in this jutsu. What could it possibly be? In truth, the second Hokage's first subject of reincarnation was his elder brother. The first Hokage, revered as a divine being among mortals, was not idle in the afterlife. He continuously explored the nature of the soul. However, his conclusion at the time was a firm rejection of its use. The rationale was straightforward. The impure reincarnation technique would excessively deplete the soul, adversely affecting future reincarnations. Thus, the kindly and steadfast second Hokage would never allow such occurrences, lest it bring shame upon his younger brother in the afterlife. Naturally, he adhered to his elder brother's words. As for how the first Hokage perceived his brother's demise, that remained shrouded in mystery. Kabuto silently nodded. The technologically inclined Orochimaru had always held a keen interest in various bloodline techniques, and there were numerous similar experimental endeavors. This, it seemed, was not among the most critical projects. Rather, one might ponder whether Lord Orochimaru's soul strength had waned to a concerning degree. If that is indeed the case, then this child ought to dedicate himself to thorough study. I must ensure his safe arrival and, at the very least, he must not perish before he ceases to be of experimental value. Furthermore, Orochimaru continued, the ordinary person he can summon possesses some intrigue, devoid of any significant ability, yet remarkably resilient to death. To which realm does he truly belong? I have not heard of it previously. However, there is no need for haste. Let us observe him gradually, allowing him to grow stronger, to reveal more intelligence, and at the very least, to possess a body capable of enduring interrogation. It is quite unexpected that Sukada would have a role in this matter. His life can be prolonged until the moment when Sukada's secrets are fully unveiled. Yakushi Kabuto greatly admires Lord Orochimaru for his boundless creativity, always translating those ideas into action. He and his fellow followers, even in death, believe that future success is inevitably theirs. Sachikage felt it necessary to explain to his subordinates that the secret technique should not be practiced any further, as its effectiveness remains uncertain. I never intended for you to take such risks. I lament my inability to serve Lord Sachikage. Sukada spoke from the heart. He felt the need to prove himself, whether to Tsuchikage or to the antiquated minds at home. The research findings on the first Hokage's cells hold greater value, and besides, we cannot afford to have any double-minded individuals among us. Tsuchikage originally intended to eliminate Tsukida, but if he can be exchanged for a higher value, that would be far more advantageous, especially since he cannot survive much longer under Orochimaru's influence. This time, Orochimaru surprisingly provided him with the latest findings on would-release cells. Although he was not yet bold enough to utilize them, this remained a rare benefit. Even though he did not fully comprehend Tsukida's purpose, Orochimaru is simply that sort of person, with a plethora of eccentric demands. Simultaneously, he has set numerous traps in secret. Sometimes, not dwelling on such matters can save considerable effort. The new Hokage must certainly be one's own. Chapter 15. An eccentric family. Where could it have gone? That wretched item, where could it be? In a frenzy and sweating profusely, Tsukida rummaged through his home, searching for the scroll, which was not small. Roughly the size of a rolling pin, yet it remained elusive. He vaguely recalled tossing it onto his bed earlier, but the details thereafter escaped him. Regardless, he searched every conceivable nook, on the bed, beneath it, in the seams, the trash can, beneath the sofa. He had scoured every possible location, but to no avail. Could it have been discarded by my mother? Tsukida muttered to himself, knowing his mother often tidied up his disheveled belongings, discarding things in her typical manner. I certainly lack the ability to sift through a waste processing facility. Panic gripped him. This was something Tsukida had risked his life to acquire. Except the seal. You pig demon. Tsukida, rummaging through the cabinets, suddenly heard his boisterous son's voice, bringing him a moment of joy as he turned around. His son, donned in a Sun Wukong mask and muttering incantations, was brandishing the scroll. You've taken my belongings again. He snatched it back, hastily inspecting the scroll for any damage. Grandma, your son has stolen my things. He has even smoking in the bathroom. The chubby son immediately sought reinforcements, for reporting would undoubtedly expedite their arrival at the scene. Damn it, Kaiban muttered, clenching his jaw. He noticed that the center of the scroll was adorned with a drawing of a pig, and to his dismay, it was a balding pig. Upon closer inspection, the left side of the scroll, filled with text, appeared to be the place where the contractor had signed. Inscribed with 5 crooked characters that read Bald Old Man. The writing was unsightly, yet the drawing bore a striking resemblance. Kaiban couldn't help but comment. Let this not affect the scroll's usage. He silently prayed, as he dared not erase the graffiti with any cleansing agents, fearing that a mistake could render the scroll unusable. After securing the scroll in a location beyond the reach of the chubby son, Kaiban felt a surge of defiance. Thinking, you fatso, your grandma has gone out for a stroll. In the evening, within the community, a large and a small rotund figure were fervently jogging for exercise. Observing the duo, one could not help but admire their bond, a true depiction of paternal affection. How many fathers today can spare time to exercise with their children? The neighborhood aunties couldn't help but praise. Oh dear, help! The small chubby boy, engrossed in running, nearly collided with an elderly gentleman dressed in gray. Oh dear, are you all right, child? Whose little one are you? The elderly man gently embraced the small boy, smiling warmly, his narrow eyes scrutinizing the chubby son with evident fondness. Kaiban felt a jolt of alarm, hoping this wouldn't lead to an unfortunate misunderstanding. He quickly apologized and pretended to tug at his son's ear. No worries. This child is quite spirited, the elder remarked, affectionately stroking the small boy's head. The elderly man had always taken a liking to Kaiban's son, who perfectly embodied the traditional Chinese grandparent's ideal, round-faced and plump. Kaiban had grown accustomed to such praises. Grandma, spotting his grandmother approaching. The chubby boy quickly wriggled free from the elder's grasp and hid. Kaiban offered an apology and moved closer. What are you fussing about? The elderly lady naturally sided with her grandson. He is messing with my things. Kaiban protested. When has your stuff had a designated place? What do you mean by messing? His mother began to assert her stance. A gentleman does not stand under a perilous wall. Kaiban turned and fled, exclaiming, all's well? I'm just off to relieve myself. Do not emulate your father. Look at how filthy he is. And do not converse with strangers. That old man's clothing is dirtier than yours. How many times must I tell you? The elderly lady scolded her grandson, her voice lowered yet unabashed. The old man chuckled awkwardly. Dad, you can only swap my bottom once or twice. The small chubby boy dashed away, jokingly. He was young, not foolish. Certainly not willing to endure his grandmother's admonitions for long. Watching her grandson scamper away, the elderly lady muttered complaints about Kaiban. preparing to chase after him for a few more words. That child must be doing well in school. He certainly looks intelligent. The elder commented, unfazed, still smiling. Well, he is just average, nothing extraordinary. The elderly woman's triumphant gaze unmistakably betrayed her true thoughts. Do you reside in this community? She inquired, remaining ever vigilant. As the family group chat was incessantly filled with reports of missing children. I'm here to view a property. The greenery in this community is quite appealing, she explained. Now is a suitable time to purchase, as prices have significantly dropped. Take another look, she said before departing. Her steps hastily directed towards the path where her grandson had fled, as if eager to escape from a nefarious figure involved in child trafficking. The elderly man clad in gray observed the departing silhouette with heightened curiosity. It had been quite some time since he encountered such an intriguing family. Around 9:30 in the evening, yes, somewhat approximated, as Kaibin had once again forgotten to keep track of time, Kaibin appeared in the woods, bearing a sincere offering. I promised you a little surprise. Here, have some Harbin red sausage, gobangzi roast chicken. Are you able to handle spicy food? And some zhouheya, sunflower seeds. And peanuts, along with braving the world, haha. Kaibin adopted a very humble demeanor, yet his overly enthusiastic attitude felt somewhat disingenuous. Shang Tai felt a chill run through him. Such undue attentiveness could only signal ulterior motives. Lost something? He questioned. No, how could that be? I never lose things. At most, I misplace them temporarily. He retrieved a scroll from his pocket, proudly brandishing it before placing it in Shang Tai's hands. Before Shang Tai could unfurl the scroll, Kaibin hurriedly resumed his obsequiousness. You've been away for several days, haven't you? Have a taste. This is delightful, and the beer is quite good too. Just drink sparingly. As Shang Tai took hold of the scroll, he was immediately astonished. You opened it? It was accidentally unsealed. It wasn't intentional. You know I can't comprehend the script here. Kaibin offered, shall I fetch you a bottle of beer? Aware that Shang Tai was likely to be incensed, he sought to divert attention. As the scroll was indeed in a pitiful state. How did you manage to unseal it? Was it sealed? Shang Tai pressed on. That question caught me off guard. Kaibin stammered. Was it difficult to open? Did it require chakra? I was just glad to find it. I didn't think opening it was an issue. Could it be that my chubby son opened it? He rationalized. Isn't it merely a rope? Tying it up is quite simple. Could it be that it was already open when you gave it to me? Kaibin attempted to shift the blame, knowing full well that everyone recognized his ineptitude. Impossible. Shang Tai mused. When I handed it to you, I distinctly ensured it was sealed. Did something provoke it during the process? Was it opened? Kaibin once again sought to redirect the conversation, secretly resolving to inquire at home if his son had indeed opened it. Hoping his child was not as much of a fool as he was. Silently, Shang Tai gradually unfurled the scroll, his eyes widening in astonishment. What is this? Shang Tai's temper began to flare. Oh, this. Well, you see, it's just a child. They are thoughtless, and I scolded him for it. Can it still be used? The earlier diversion had disrupted Kaibin's well-prepared, heartfelt, and impassioned explanation, leaving him to stammer through his response. Of course it can be used. Shang Tai was engrossed in the scroll, entirely oblivious to Kaibin's presence beside him. He would never think to inquire why one must sign the scroll documenting ninjutsu. Perhaps Kaibin himself is oblivious to its significance. Observing the steadfast and engrossed Tai perusing the scroll, Kaibin began to gnaw on a chicken leg. Cracking open a beer and nonchalantly settling onto the ground, mumbling to himself. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. When faced with challenges, do not always rush forward. How young are you, with so many Jainin around? Take advantage of your youth to learn and accumulate experience. Kaibin spoke with the air of a seasoned elder. Moreover, solving problems does not always necessitate a reckless charge. The world of martial arts is not merely about combat. It involves understanding human relationships. As Kaibin spoke, he pondered the wisdom of the venerable Li Shuejian's words, which indeed resonated with poetic rhythm. Here, have a chicken leg. Let me tell you, to grow tall, one must eat well. Isn't chakra also dependent on a robust physique? You need to nourish yourself. Avoid too many military rations. Who knows their shelf life? Look at me. I had little to eat as a child, and I hardly grew. With his limited tolerance for alcohol, after consuming half a can of beer, Kaibin became increasingly loquacious. Is this your son's name? Tai inquired, pointing to the lower left corner of the scroll. No, he wrote that randomly. It's my nickname. Kaibin's face flushed deeper. Tai unsheathed a short blade and made a small incision on his finger, allowing blood to drip onto the writing. To Kaibin's astonishment, an image of human meridians manifested on the scroll, vividly illustrating the flow of chakra. Chapter 16. The the direction of everyone's efforts as chakra entered the scroll. The paths of the meridians flowed clearly along the contours of the human form depicted on the parchment, indicating where to strengthen, accelerate, and bypass with utmost clarity. Is this the legacy of a great family? Sh. marveled. The ninjutsu he learned was primarily taught by specialists from the root, conveyed through oral tradition and written scrolls. During his studies, the introduction to fundamental principles was rather scant. Most of it was experiential, such as, practice this way, there is no need for superfluous chatter. In his childhood, his parents shared much. Yet limited by their own abilities and talents, the knowledge imparted was not particularly effective. Of course, there was foundational training and specialized cultivation from the root, alongside sporadic rewards from missions. However, he had never anticipated such a form of ninjutsu transmission, if it were not for his ability to perceive chakra. Especially his adeptness at sensing its flow within his body, he would not even possess his current strength. Experiencing advanced ninjutsu in this manner for the first time was utterly astonishing to him. He observed with utmost seriousness, continually comparing it to the secret techniques his parents had taught him, and the more he watched, the more he felt he had stumbled upon a treasure. Naturally, he could not fathom that this was a modified ninjutsu, a peculiar manifestation developed by a mischievous young member of the Nara clan in collaboration with another playful spirit from the Yamanaka clan, later whimsically enhanced by IAI's peculiar sense of humor. In his exploration of psychological suggestion, Hai pondered the extent of its influence on various ranks of ninjas. For seasoned jonin like themselves, the operational diagram held no sway. Their experience and innate talent allowed them to effortlessly discern the most effective ninjutsu for their needs. Yet, what of the lesser ninjas? Could they fall prey to a suggestive effect akin to genjutsu? The younger generation sought to simplify the learning of ninjutsu, viewing everything as a potential means of attack. Of course, this mechanism served another purpose. It activated a latent barrier, signaling the location of the scroll bearer to the clan in the distant mountains. Upon his arrival in the ninja realm, Kai Bin's position was immediately sensed, prompting a ninja from the mountain clan to report to the clan leader. After enduring such a lengthy wait, Hai acknowledged the patience displayed. It must be that individual. Tai, what spatial abilities does he possess? Or does he have a formidable ally? Alternatively, could he be a pawn in someone else's game? With the scroll's coordinates and intelligence from the Yumbu, the curious Rukyu made his way to the scene. A rather ordinary operative under Danzo, proficient in Suiton. He had shown no extraordinary talent, yet he frequently undertook missions, primarily those involving close-range reconnaissance with minimal risk. It was plausible he could be exploited. As the head of intelligence, Hai was well acquainted with the dossier on Tai. Was it Danzo who provided this information? His eagerness to clarify could just as easily be a tactic to mislead. Rukyu understood that the effectiveness of a piece on the board depended largely on the strategist behind it. Was this child not connected to your clan? What drew him to this particular ninjutsu? Rukyu speculated that the most likely explanation was a bloodline connection. Otherwise, the ninjutsu would be of little use, as mastering it was exceedingly difficult. An immediate dispatch was sent, yet no connection was sensed, and blood tests had been overlooked. My focus had been too fixated on obtaining Wind's abilities. He indeed had reason to desire this technique, originally intending to subtly challenge those two youngsters. I did not anticipate the disruption caused by an outsider. Alas, managing the youth of the clan has become increasingly challenging, mused Hai with a hint of frustration. In the land of rice, who might reside there? Rukyu was still uncertain of Orochimaru's influence in the land of rice, but it was straightforward to deduce that there were likely contact points established there. The Yumbu had encountered Orochimaru in that region long ago. It would be prudent to inform Lord Hokage and make a record of it, suggested Hai. Indeed, I shall report to Lord Hokage shortly. Danzo is becoming increasingly audacious. Rukyu concurred with his old friend's advice. Your design concept for this scroll is commendable, particularly in its applications for reconnaissance and intelligence transmission. Hai had always held great respect for his friend's abilities, especially his knack for achieving two objectives with one action. For instance, this time, he had unwittingly forced an opponent into revealing their position. Such tricks were of little use against masters of ninjutsu, yet Rukyu adeptly exploited Tai, the novice, or the greedy fools of the past, to indirectly gather intelligence. Sometimes, the most formidable adversaries are indeed our allies. This chakra operation diagram is quite suitable for your clan. Dujio continues to console his friend, who struggles with clan management, deftly shifting the topic. The next generation is undeniably becoming weaker. I still believe that ninjutsu is fundamental. The dwindling talents in recent years have prompted the clan leader, Hai, to commence planning earlier than expected. A sharp mind cannot be overlooked. Future battles will undoubtedly change, and it is essential to support the ideas of the youth. The Nara clan is indeed intelligent, yet few apply their prowess to ninjutsu, unlike the Yamanaka clan, which boasts a greater number of perceptive ninjas, demonstrating a heightened sensitivity to chakra, occasionally birthing a child engrossed in the study of ninjutsu. The children of these two families have maintained a long-standing friendship, and in contrast to other insular clans, their advancements have been the most significant. Of course, there is also the Akimichi clan, the portly family that controls the majority of Konoha's commerce. However, the two young men are unaware that a genius junior from their clan independently added a condition to the scroll requiring the blood of a Yamanaka clan member to activate it. Thus, merely possessing chakra is insufficient to trigger the barrier trap if it were not for the signature of the Hefty Sun. The scroll would not have been activated in accordance with the summoning scroll method, as the blood would not have been applied. In a certain sense, the Hefty Sun is fortunate. Unlike the inexperienced Shota, who spends his days engrossed in online surfing, Kaibin has witnessed too many dazzling videos, rendering the situation merely novel to him. Approximately 10 minutes later, the inscriptions on the scroll began to blur. Shota furrowed his brow and once again pricked his finger to let a few drops of blood fall. Like a recharged tablet, the scroll became clear once more. No wonder he ignored me. This contraption has a time limit. Kaibin grasped the reason for the scholar's seriousness, took a bite of sausage, sipped beer, and began recording with his phone. Another 10 minutes passed, and Shota, still eager, picked up the knife again. Care for a drink? Kaibin placed the recorded video before Shota's eyes. Looking at the video, Shota's eyes widened in astonishment. It can be done this way? Why didn't you say so earlier? I've already cut myself twice. Shota was surprised by how useful the phone he had mentioned previously was, eager to snatch it for a closer look. Kaibin quickly pulled back, offering a piece of sausage instead. Taking a deep breath to calm his earlier excitement, Shota settled cross-legged beside Kaibin. A scholar indeed. Observing Shota mechanically stuffing his mouth with sausage and beer while fixated on the phone video, Kaibin silently admired him. As he turned on the Hefty Sun's emergency light and watched the video, filling his stomach, Kaibin felt transported back to the evenings of high school self-study. Ah, those were truly carefree times. A pity I understood so little then. As the effects of alcohol began to take hold, Kaibin's eyes grew slightly dazed. In the video he had watched numerous times seemed to come to life before him. The chakra pathways on his phone gradually formed many vivid images. Some resembled a gluttonous serpent emerging from his lower abdomen. Others circled back to their origin. Devouring their own tails, some appeared as a web woven from his body, while others resembled arrows shot forth, soaring toward the heavens. Ah, it seems something's amiss here, Kaibin exclaimed, pointing at a specific spot, belching slightly. Shangtai turned sharply to glare at him, much like a top student affronted by a poor performer. How did you notice that? Shangtai pondered, having watched intently, sensing that many aspects were not quite right, which was why he had replayed it so many times. Just keep watching. Haven't you studied circuit diagrams? Kaibin began to ramble nonsensically, assuming this is a high potential, and the endpoint is low. If you want a cycle, it must adhere to the principle of descending from high to low. If this is in parallel, it will certainly cause a short circuit. Shangtai, with an unusually serious expression, was taken aback by Kaibin's interpretation of chakra operation, regardless of its accuracy. He resolved to experiment since this secret technique had never been successfully practiced, possibly indicating some underlying issue. According to your perspective, how should it be modified? Shangtai inquired. Well Kaibin faltered, realizing he was out of his depth. Boasting was one thing, but it had been over 20 years since he had last applied his university knowledge of circuit diagrams, and it had long since faded from his memory. I could ask my classmates. I seem to be in over my head, he admitted, no longer daring to boast. Shangtai immediately prepared to sever their connection. Wait, everyone else is asleep, and besides, I can't view this video again. I need to draw it out. Kaibin quickly intervened, trying to halt the eager learner. But his efforts proved futile as Shangtai returned to his room. If only I had studied as diligently back then, I would have made it to Qingbei, Kaibin muttered, grabbing a few sheets of his son's rough drafts and returning to the world of ninjas. After a good 10 minutes of sketching with focused determination, Kaibin gazed at his work with satisfaction, then began to inquire about the aspects he did not grasp. Shangtai showcased a precise understanding of chakra, greatly benefiting the academically challenged Kaibin. All right, I have a general understanding now. Kaibin sighed in relief. A general understanding? What do you not comprehend? Allow me to explain once again, Shangtai replied patiently. Modesty? Do you not understand? Do you know what my academic background is? A 985 university, Kaibin retorted. His mind clouded by the effects of alcohol, leaving him in a hazy state. He leaned against a great tree beside Shangtai, gazing at the mottled starry sky filtering through the leaves, and could not help but recite, in drunken song, how few are the moments of life. Observing the carefree demeanor of Kaibin, Shangtai felt a pang of envy. There are no insurmountable obstacles, Kaibin foolishly declared. One must seize every fleeting moment to relish joy, otherwise, one may snap under the strain. Shangtai remained silent, knowing that for a ninja, relaxation was a luxury, especially for one who stood alone without family or friends. However, today, contemplating the uncertain destination ahead, I completely relaxed and indulged in merriment with Kaibin. Over the years, I have often found solace in solitude. The last time I felt such unburdened peace and sleep was during the days when my parents were alive. Even in confinement, whether hospitalized or otherwise, I always kept an explosive tag close at hand, as the cruelty of the ninja world has been deeply imprinted in my heart since childhood. Upon awakening, my first instinct was to reach for the explosive tag. As I surveyed my surroundings, I realized I was resting on a tree, with Kaibin beside me sketching something on paper. Did you not sleep? I inquired, as I vaguely recalled the events of the previous night. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, I merely pretended to have taken a sip during the mission. My drinking capacity was certainly not comparable to that of Kaibin, a seasoned professional. No, I had to keep watch for you, Kaibin immediately claimed. I discovered that your summoning has a time limit, approximately 2 hours, after which I summoned myself back. You were so deep in slumber that you couldn't even sense your own scroll. Kaibin was quite distraught upon realizing that the summoning technique would automatically dissipate. Had he known, he would have simply waited on the tree, avoiding the harrowing experience of being pursued by wolves. Stretching my limbs and gathering my chakra, I sensed my surroundings once more, then leaped down to inspect the traps I had set, ensuring everything was in order before returning to sit beside Kaibin. Have some water. Kaibin offered me a bottle of mineral water, which I scrutinized before drinking. If you wish, I can always return to fetch you hot water and a warm breakfast. Don't you perceive me as a mobile supply depot? His words were constructive, yet his tone hinted at some underhanded scheme. What is crucial in battle? Logistics, he continued. You typically carry only a ninja tool pouch. My presence is akin to a munitions depot. Imagine throwing shurikens for half an hour. Would you not be fearful? Have you heard of Uzi steel ingots? If you aren't afraid of radiation, we have depleted uranium steel, which is remarkably potent. Crafted into blades, they can slice through iron as though it were clay. Now, you might wonder, how is such steel sold? Kaibin grew animated, seemingly unable to restrain himself, likely on the verge of reciting an entire menu of offerings. Look, good steel makes for good blades, but the price, well, that can be somewhat steep. Kaibin's enthusiasm began to reveal his intentions. I glanced at the paper Kaibin held, unable to decipher the characters, yet the densely packed numbers appeared to be accounts. At my age, life isn't easy. I have a family to support. Friends are friends, but surely you cannot expect me to contribute more money, can you? I remained silent, and Kaibin's forced smile began to falter. Extortion and fraud against the youth. How many years would one serve for such offenses? Are you in need of money? I asked bluntly. Look at how you phrase that. I have heard of those lacking morals, lacking wit, lacking friends. But never have I encountered anyone who does not lack money. Kaibin's audacity had reached new heights. Could he make use of it? He produced several paper bills and coins. Kaibin gazed at Shangtai, lost in thought, pondering how to convey that he was begging like a pauper without appearing disgraceful or inviting a beating. The nature of tasks and their corresponding rewards varied. Even the most trivial of tasks came with some form of reward. I rarely need money, Shangtai explained, mistakenly believing that Kaibin had become bashful at a crucial moment. Upon realizing that Shangtai was implying he was not in want of funds, Kaibin's heart settled, and his mind began to race. Do you possess any gold? Let us see if there is a distinction between us. After a moment's hesitation, Shangtai conjured a scroll and retrieved a pendant, clearly quite old. Kaibin surmised that such a cherished item must be a relic from his parents. Lacking the ability to discern gold, he scrutinized the pendant for quite some time but could not ascertain its worth. The pendant bore an engraved, simplified chrysanthemum pattern, which he vaguely recalled as a family crest from a mountain clan. He could not remember clearly, but he recalled thinking that several family crests resembled everyday items, ping-pong paddles, car emblems, and decorative elements on community railings, among others. Perhaps I shall acquire a gold bar to take back for appraisal. Kaibin decided to relinquish the idea, knowing he could not take something so precious to Shang Tai. What is your life goal? Shang Tai suddenly ventured into deeper territory. Kaibin was taken aback. For my mother to be healthy, for my son to grow taller, for my daughter to excel in her studies, for my wife to be satisfied. So I may live a longer life, ha ha ha. Kaibin was unsure why Shang Tai had suddenly become contemplative, but Light Banner could surely ease the mood. Besides me, can money solve these issues? Shang Tai asked with a serious expression. Haha, you underestimate the power of wealth. If there is ample money, your problems may cease to be problems. Do you know Gatling? Share your wishes with me. Kaibin laughed heartily. I will address this issue. Your task is to master ninjutsu. Shang Tai was unfazed by Kaibin's bravado. We need to sign the summoning scroll. I signed it last night, Kaibin replied. Shang Tai paused, unable to recall. Kaibin teasingly added, and I also noted the details of water clones, water substitutes, water walls, and chakra condensation. Your expression is priceless. He continued to jest. What about the misconcealment technique that you cannot perform, and the Waterhound's critical strike that you have only grasped? Kaibin's laughter was uncontrollable. Shang Tai was oblivious to the fact that his drunkenness had led to such antics, his face flushed with embarrassment. You should return to rest. Practice more in your spare time, and summon me through the scroll if needed. Shang Tai wished to hastily dismiss Kaibin, not wanting to face him any longer. Descending from the tree and clearing away the remnants of the night, Kaibin suddenly inquired once more, what is your life goal? Shang Tai hesitated, his eyes reflecting helplessness and confusion. Revenge? To slay a formidable ninja? Kaibin smiled and remarked that much of the ninja world revolves around familial revenge. He promised to share a tale of vengeance, featuring a protagonist who sacrificed his very essence for retribution. One might consider him noble. Yet such folly is indeed a mark of foolishness. Before Shang Tai could respond, Kaibin hastily judged that there are myriad ways to exact revenge. Killing the enemy, or insisting on doing it oneself, is the utmost folly. Despite my shortcomings in ninjutsu, I possess considerable knowledge when it comes to dealing with individuals. Kaibin did not press Shang Tai to articulate his thoughts just yet, recognizing that the boy, still groggy from a hangover, was likely not in the clearest state of mind. Furthermore, he was unaware of the burden Shang Tai bore. Their parting marked a return to tranquility in the forest. Lord Orochimaru truly possesses keen insight. This individual appears quite intriguing. Once everyone had departed, Yakushi Kabuto stealthily emerged. The safety of the previous night had been maintained by him. Given the proximity to the Sound Ninja's base, it was astonishing that anyone could indulge in such revelry. Moreover, the squad leader from Root who had been tailing them, had Kabuto not been present, Shang Tai would surely have met his demise. From their conversation, Kabuto discerned that Kaibin possessed crucial intelligence. He must hail from another realm yet is well versed in the intricacies of the ninja world. Equipped with different cultures and combat methodologies, and capable of delivering resources. A new world indeed. Observing the direction in which Shang Tai departed, Kabuto contemplated the implications of this matter. After unearthing the refuse Kaibin had buried, he examined the unfamiliar writings, plastics, and metal containers, gathering remnants of intelligence before returning to the base. Upon returning to his chamber, Kaibin felt that his circadian rhythms were irreparably disrupted. He began to question whether he might age prematurely in his own world. Although a night had seemingly passed here, upon his return, it felt as though little time had elapsed. Accounting for his interim return, time at home must have barely exceeded 10 minutes. Human biological clocks typically run on a 25-hour cycle, and through rest, one can continually refine their physiological state. Yet, Kaibin's days fluctuated between 24 and 30 hours. Despite feeling no fatigue or discomfort, perhaps due to the unknown factors surrounding his resurrection, his mental state was fraught with contradiction. He sensed an incessant voice urging him to rest. Yet unbeknownst to him, he had already completed his rest. Kaibin feared that if this continued, madness would surely ensue. He resolved to be mindful of time henceforth, reminding his sluggish mind to establish a regular schedule. If need be, he would rest there to adjust his circadian rhythm before returning. Gazing at the chaotic plans he had scribbled in a drunken stupor the previous night, he recognized that his aspirations for wealth were rather impractical. However, it appeared that Shang Tai could indeed procure gold. Money truly, one cannot do without it. Contemplating his loans and his child's tutoring classes, Kaibin found himself unable to sleep. Lighting a cigarette and sitting on the toilet seat, Kaibin suddenly felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Despite his bravado and attempts to boast about his experience with Shang-Tai, he was acutely aware of his limitations. Could he truly resolve the issues plaguing Shang-Tai? The thought of even asking such a question embarrassed him. How could an ordinary person intervene in the affairs of deities? Yet, how could he bear to watch his friend live daily in peril, potentially facing death? What course of action should he take? Under the guidance of the masked man, Shang-Tai entered a clandestine base, where he beheld Orochimaru seated high in the hall. "Welcome back, Murakami-kun." Orochimaru's raspy and deep voice always resonated with an unsettling allure. With his head bowed and one knee on the ground, Shang-Tai awaited Orochimaru's command. "Unfurl the intelligence," Orochimaru instructed calmly. Shang-Tai was taken aback. Was he truly to peruse the intelligence that had been sent from afar? Following the unsealing method of the root. He hesitantly unrolled the scroll, and his eyes widened in astonishment. It contained the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan. After practicing for half the night, Shang-Tai recognized the scroll's contents, albeit presented in a traditional script. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed significant alterations in critical areas, explaining the issues he had encountered during his training. Most alarmingly, the problems Kai-Ben had mentioned were indeed reflected in this intelligence. The secret technique he had obtained was a forgery, while Danzo possessed the authentic technique, which he had presented to Orochimaru. Why then? Did they still need their team to eliminate Yamashiro? Were they merely a decoy? In disbelief, Shang-Tai raised his gaze to Orochimaru but dared not speak. "If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. It is not as complicated as you might think. Master it within 15 days, Orochimaru commanded. This technique had been willingly offered to Danzo by the Yamashiro clan, their reasoning being that they previously withheld it out of concern for the safety of their own members. Now that Danzo was providing guidance, it seemed there were no longer safety concerns, and the technique could be practiced with diligence. Naturally, Danzo would not allow the risk of any harm to the practitioners, thus he promptly entrusted this knowledge to Orochimaru along with Shang-Tai. "Yes," Shang-Tai replied, lowering his head, and then followed a ninja out of the hall. What would the outcome be in 15 days? He pondered, aware that this might be his final countdown. He understood that in Orochimaru's domain, nothing came without a price, and his most valuable asset was his life. Facilitate everything for him to meet Kai-Ben. Orochimaru instructed Kabuto. Increasingly intrigued by the information surrounding Kai-Ben, "Continue with that plan. This is merely a pawn in the game," Orochimaru reminded Kabuto. "Everything is prepared. We await the Wind Shadow's departure," Kabuto responded. Chapter 18. Shang-Tai's gift. A pall of gloom had indeed descended upon the land. With only a few in positions of power able to maintain their composure, while the rest remained blissfully unaware, Shang-Tai considered himself a lucid individual. At least in his own estimation. The fleeting moments of joy would not allow him to forget the imminent predicament he faced. He had initiated a countdown on his own life. Thus, should he strive to shatter the chains of fate, or prepare for his final arrangements? It is a jest. For that is Lord Orochimaru. Breaking through is utterly impossible. One should strive for Kai-Ben's future, as he is the only friend one made before their demise. Contemplating this final wish, Shang-Tai felt a smile grace his lips. "May I have some paper and a pen?" he requested, surveying the sparse and empty bedroom. "Hand it to me." Before the impatient guide could refuse, Yakushi Kabuto appeared at his side. "What do you require?" Shang-Tai was momentarily taken aback. Was the end-of-life care so thorough? Then I shall not be modest. I require living animals for my experiments. May I venture into the surrounding forest? When I employ my jutsu, I must remain undetected by the target, and a prearranged site may not yield optimal results. After a moment's contemplation, Shang-Tai continued, "If possible, I would also appreciate some gold bars. Animals may not yield satisfactory outcomes. When the need arises, I will arrange for some individuals to assist you. They will believe they have fortuitously escaped, which will draw closer to reality," Yakushi Kabuto replied, evidently possessing considerable experimental expertise. "Going out is permissible. As is having a private space, resources will not pose any issues." Suddenly, a steel needle inscribed with a talisman was thrust into Shang-Tai's heart by Yakushi Kabuto. "This is a recent minor discovery, capable of summoning you." The disparity in power was so vast that Shang-Tai had no time to react. Feeling no pain as he merely observed the needle's end gradually disappearing into his body. Nonchalantly nodding, he unfurled the scroll before him, disregarding those around him. After issuing a brief command, Yakushi Kabuto departed. Soon, all that Shang-Tai required arrived, including 5 gold bars. With a rare smile, he set down the gold bars and began to devise a plan. On one hand, Shangtai meticulously crafted his training schedule, eliminating all unnecessary rest periods. Setting aside the question of whether he could master the jutsu that had eluded his family's elders for a lifetime within 15 days. He also needed to allocate time to assist Kaibin with his dilemmas. At the very least, he must formulate a training regimen for Kaibin. After all, Kaibin still needed to draw chakra from him discreetly, and finding a suitable location that would neither expose Kaibin nor raise suspicion was quite troublesome, especially within the enemy's stronghold. Awakening groggily to the sound of the alarm, Kaibin felt mentally and physically drained, the sensation of a disconnection between body and spirit growing ever more pronounced. Glancing at his phone, the lone reminder arrived as expected. Sighing, he began tidying himself up, calling the children to rise, urging them to dress, use the restroom, and eat. His mother had risen early to prepare breakfast, muttering to herself in the kitchen. Ah! The passage of time. Another sigh escaped him. His mother was 70 now, exhibiting various traits of old age, including her penchant for talking to herself. At times, although unspoken, a mother's desire to converse with her child grows increasingly palpable, akin to imparting final instructions, which casts an unsettling shadow over the home, rendering it precarious. As he boarded the bus, Kaibin commenced a meditative focus on his chakra. His phone vibrated twice, yet failed to launch the social media app as per usual. And in that moment, he seemed to lose much of his enthusiasm. What plagued him now was the question of how to manifest his chakra into tangible benefits. With a sensation akin to carrying an uncashed check through a marketplace, he felt as if he could purchase anything, yet found himself unable to acquire anything at all. Possessing great potential, yet harboring an innate desire for violence, Kaibin sighed internally, still caught in a web of indecision. His practice the previous night had significantly heightened his awareness of chakra, and the surging energy within him began to stir. While waiting for the bus that morning, he had quietly peeled a piece of bark from a tree at the roadside with great effort, surprisingly managing to detach it. At this moment, on the swaying bus, he had been seated in a half-crouched position for 10 minutes. Engaging in acts of heroism for rewards seemed daunting, the likelihood of being recognized was slim, and encountering domestic disputes could lead to false accusations. Moreover, even the most skilled martial artist must fear the blade. The risk of losing his duplicity in a confrontation would complicate matters further. Thus, embracing a humble persona and feigning ignorance seemed the wisest path. Having dismissed his initial idea, Kaibin contemplated alternative strategies. Transforming into a rogue and engaging in illicit acts was hardly a prudent option. Calling for help after a beating would only reveal his duplicity and expose financial transactions. Participating in underground fighting abroad, that would require further training, given his current abilities. He was no match for students from martial arts schools, let alone professional fighters. Alas, it appeared that all viable means of making money were inscribed in the criminal code. Kaibin couldn't help but lament, eliciting a disapproving glance from a nearby elderly woman. The monotony of life and mindless novels offered no pathway to wealth, while the stark pressures of financial reality bore down upon him. Overwhelmed, he dozed off once more, relishing this moment of comfort during his day. The bus's announcement jolted him awake. "This is your stop," he heard, panic rising within him. "I can't miss my stop," he internally shouted as he hurriedly vacated his seat. Managing to disembark just in time. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag and reached for his phone. "Where's my phone?" Kaibin exclaimed in a sudden frenzy. This device held his very existence, containing various payment methods and cherished videos. The loss would be catastrophic. In that instant, his memories surged back. It was on the bus seat. "Wait for me," he cried out, sprinting after the bus. It had been ages since he last chased a bus, particularly in his current state. Passers-by began to capture this comical scene on their phones. There he was, a portly figure, arms outstretched as if grasping for something. His short legs moving at an extraordinary pace, while ill-fitting trousers accentuated his ample curves, and his belly jiggled uncontrollably, no matter how one looked at it. He certainly did not resemble a modern-day Odysseus pursuing his dreams. Only the gracefully balding head and the hair fluttering in the wind at the temples seemed to whisper to everyone that this individual was once a champion sprinter who, after retirement, had endured the trials of life. Yet at this moment, he embodied a certain spirit. Before the bus even arrived at its stop, Kaibin sprinted to catch it. While running, he gestured towards the passenger who had just occupied his former seat, mimicking a phone with his hand and pointing towards the direction of the seat. The young man seated there appeared utterly bewildered, glancing at the elderly woman who had just sat beside Kaibin. The elderly woman, in a state of alarm, shook her head and hands. indicating her unfamiliarity with Kaibin, muttering words akin to scoundrel. Fortunately, the young man was not daft. After a moment of contemplation, he discovered a mobile phone beneath him. Just then, the bus came to a halt, and he opened the window to toss the phone out. Having retrieved the phone, Kaibin offered a gesture of thanks and dashed back towards his workplace, fearing he would be late. Of course, he felt utterly embarrassed. At 10 o'clock that evening, Kaibin found himself in a dimly lit forest. Signaling for him to speak softly, Shangtai lowered his voice and said, "This place is not convenient. Someone may be watching. Can't you view that phone when you return?" "I cannot. I've seen it countless times," Kaibin replied curtly. "We must devise a method to shorten your time here. Ideally, you should return to your training, but you still cannot comprehend our script. You must force yourself to memorize it. Write a passage, and I will take a photo to try our translation software. I cannot access the internet here. Perhaps there are options that do not require it. I will search when I return, but I must look at it all." Without delay, Shangtai picked up paper and pen, writing a passage on ninjutsu, then adding a few simple daily phrases. After Kaibin took the photo, he was immediately summoned back. Upon reviewing the image, he found it viewable. It seemed dynamic content was inaccessible, yet static images could be preserved. He carefully copied Shangtai's script stroke by stroke and then translated it using the translation software, taking a full hour and a half. Activating the scroll, he signaled Shangtai and quietly awaited the translated text. The sequence for the heart perception technique was, "Kaibin was a fool. Damn it." He cursed Shangtai, only to be summoned back again. He read the translated words to Shangtai, who appeared somewhat taken aback. Without time to ponder, Shangtai hurriedly retrieved several densely written sheets of paper from the table, stuffed them into Kaibin's hands, and rapidly sent him back home. With the benefits of time lost, Kaibin stared at the text, reflecting on how much time he had just spent translating those two simple sentences, feeling utterly maddened. Most importantly, he had to practice according to this method of translation he was uncertain about. What if he burned down the house? What if he incapacitated himself? The more he thought about it, the more his head ached, and he was summoned back once more. "I have arrived, and I am leaving again." After being handed a heavy cloth bag, Kaibin was sent back within seconds, feeling quite burdened. "I am a person, yet I am summoned and dismissed without clear communication." Kaibin was engulfed in a profound sense of indignation. Chapter 19. The Exchange of Wealth for Relief. A fool and a child were hardly worthy of Orochimaru's attention. Even Yakushi Kabuto was preoccupied with the impending significant event. "Lord Kabuto," the ninja responsible for monitoring SH Tai reported. "SH Tai has been practicing since last night without rest and has attempted to utilize ninjutsu this morning, having fainted twice by noon. He claims to be suffering from severe headaches. The medical department reports a sudden proliferation and subsequent death of his brain cells." "Has he left?" inquired Yakushi Kabuto. "He ventured into the forest outside the base, not far away, and later fainted during his solitary training. He was rescued after losing consciousness. He summoned someone in the forest for a few minutes, making 2 appearances in total. Their voices were too quiet to discern what they said. SH Tai provided him with several sheets of paper and those gold bars. Look, this is a portion of the documents he failed to destroy after fainting. We have transcribed it. It resembles basic chakra training." As the ninja spoke, he handed a document to Yakushi Kabuto. After a brief glance, it was indeed rudimentary knowledge for aspiring ninjas. Yakushi Kabuto mused. It seems that fellow might genuinely be a novice, making intelligence acquisition relatively straightforward. A bit of interrogation should suffice. It is remarkable how Lord Orochimaru's fondness for nurturing seedlings remains unchanged. Wouldn't it be more prudent to interrogate him now? SH Tai's fainting was genuine, not feigned. However, his intention was to simulate a pretense. He hoped that his cries of agony would momentarily lower the guard's vigilance, granting him a few precious seconds to assess their monitoring habits. Alas, the family secret techniques were not easily mastered. SH Tai was oblivious to the reasons for the failures of his predecessors, adhering strictly to the prescribed sequence of training. When he reached a critical juncture, his mind felt as if it were a malfunctioning machine, nearly bursting from the pain, and this was not a singular occurrence. This illustrated the perils of self-studying ninjutsu. Countless whimsical civilian ninjas throughout history had perished in such endeavors, their brilliant ideas quietly fading into obscurity. Upon regaining consciousness, SH Tai felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He realized that not only was he incapable of mastering the family secret techniques, but he also struggled to devise an effective training regimen for Kaibin. His weakness in ninjutsu was but a fraction of the problem, primarily. He could not formulate a comprehensive and rational plan to accomplish all his goals in a short time. It turned out that those seemingly foolish J-Nin leaders were indeed 100 times more capable than he. I truly am incapable of anything, Tai lamented, grappling with the notion of his insignificance, akin to an ant. Could he not even leave behind something to safeguard his friend? How heavy are 5 gold bars? Kaibin pondered as he searched online. When the 5 gold bars first appeared before him, he nearly gasped in astonishment. After recovering from his shock and slapping himself to regain composure, Kaibin gradually calmed down. They seemed somewhat light. Upon weighing them, they approached nearly 5 pounds. Yet, the sensation of their weight felt minimal, and they appeared larger than the gold bars he had seen on television. Observing the sizable gold bars, seemingly lighter in weight, Kaibin began to formulate calculations. Given that 5 gold bars weigh 2,400 grams and possess a certain volume, he sought to compare this with the data he had found online regarding 24K gold bars to ascertain their purity. The goal of his calculations was to determine whether these bars were indeed gold. Truth be told, Kaibin had long relinquished his mathematical prowess to his teachers. Had it not been for assisting his child with elementary school assignments, he might have forgotten how to sketch geometric figures altogether. After several rounds of meticulous recalculations, he reached a conclusion. Either the purity fell short of 84, or the bars were counterfeit, composed of a metal denser than copper, though he could not ascertain which. Nonetheless, he leaned towards the belief that they were indeed gold. The luster and brightness were consistent with what he had observed before. Furthermore, they must be gold, for he required them to be. This could amount to over 1 million. The weight of this obligation was immense. Kaibin wiped the sweat from his brow. Feeling the pressure escalate, he needed to produce something tangible for Shang-Tai. Resources were not urgently needed or of paramount importance, with insufficient funds. Purchasing aircraft and artillery was out of the question. A sharp manganese steel knife could only be acquired after liquidating the gold, especially since the explosive talismans used by Shang-Tai were far more effective. So what did Shang-Tai require? A mobile phone, a device with sufficient standby time was essential, and domestic brands offered both affordability and reliability. Additionally, he was eager to cultivate his ninjutsu skills. If achieving this goal meant enduring some hardship, then so be it. Perhaps it would even aid in his weight loss. Intelligence was his ultimate weapon, certainly the most vital asset for Shang-Tai. However, he could not divulge everything at once. Given Shang-Tai's age and experiences, such an overwhelming influx of information could be detrimental. It was imperative for Shang-Tai to share more about himself, enabling Kaibin to discern which intelligence to share, lest he risk exacerbating the situation. A plan was essential. A child raised in such an environment could hardly possess extensive insight or experience. Combining his own intelligence with Shang-Tai's would facilitate sound judgment and strategic planning for the future, undoubtedly beneficial for his growth. Reflecting on characters like Shui and Itachi, Kaibin lamented the shortcomings of psychological education in the world of Naruto. Kaibin's thoughts began to crystallize. In summary, without thorough research, one forfeits the right to voice opinions. Arbitrarily deciding on a plan reflects bureaucratic realities. A meaningful dialogue with Shang-Tai was necessary to understand the needs of the community. Reinforcing his conviction that solutions would emerge, Kaibin began to bolster his own confidence. Thus, the first step was to complete the tasks at hand. The list of issues to address included 1. 14 work-related responsibilities. I'm swamped enough as it is, Kaibin grumbled. 2. His mother's dishwashing gloves. Who would dare dismiss this as unimportant, unless they were deaf? 3. The child's black construction paper. If that little rascal wastes my money again, I'll give him a good thrashing. 4. Translating Shang-Tai's ninjutsu. I reserve my opinion on this task. Efficiency is lacking, and should I be concerned about being discovered? 5. Finding at least 3 gold exchange establishments. I've heard pawn shops can be quite unscrupulous. Let's keep them as backup options. The mundane tribulations of middle-aged men are a daily affair, lacking the finesse to navigate them with any secret art. The essentials of life, fuel, rice, salt, are equally significant and time-consuming. Thus, the true skill lies in the ability to meticulously organize all these matters. If one were to argue that Kaibin's years of education have aided him in any way, it would be in the mastery of fundamental logical reasoning. He is acutely aware that his principal flaw lies in his poor execution. Yet, what can be done? After all, he is merely an ordinary man. If he had good ideas and the ability to act on them, wouldn't Kaibin be among the elite? Time for sleep. Finally, the chaotic day has drawn to a close. He accomplished less than half of his planned tasks, as petty matters unraveled what seemed like a flawless agenda. Sitting on the bus home after work, he cast aside all thoughts of his job. only to find himself chuckling at the feedback from his son's teacher. Truly, he thought, that is my son. His chubby boy is just like him. Possessing a modicum of cleverness but lacking patience and attention to detail. A veritable mirror of his own childhood. Squirrel, squirrel, a young girl on the bus exclaimed excitedly, brandishing her phone. Following her gaze, Kaibin realized it was not a squirrel at all, but rather a weasel racing along the sidewalk, keeping pace with the bus. Startling pedestrians into retreat. Lacking knowledge, he scoffed at the city girl and contemplated capturing the moment on his own phone. Regrettably, his outdated device trembled and produced a particularly blurry image. After managing to record a shaky video, the weasel vanished into the underbrush. Reviewing the unsteady footage, Kaibin pursed his lips, leaning against the window, gradually drifting off to sleep. However, not 10 minutes had passed before he jolted awake, reopening the video. In it, the weasel bared its teeth at him, its gaze seemingly murderous. Those were eyes filled with intent. Chapter 20. The waste among geniuses, the lucky charm among wastes. Shaking his head, he scrutinized the video repeatedly, beginning to doubt his own judgment. Perhaps the pressure of recent days had clouded his perception. Surely, the clarity of the footage was misleading. He reassured himself that if there truly were monsters or deities in his world, it was improbable he would only witness one at the age of 40. And certainly not on the street. No matter how absurd the world of Naruto might be, could it truly influence the grandeur of China? Does one not understand the essence of materialistic rationalism? Sleep. Kaibin decided he was simply too fatigued. Rest was in order. Watching the bus disappear into the distance, Lu Jiangwo panted heavily. What is so special about that kid? Huang Shiba has gone mad. His family, all quite talented, could be considered geniuses. Yet this one seemed the least promising. Perhaps he had encountered some unusual fortune. But what did I observe last time? Old Luan, dressed in his simple jacket and out-of-season heavy shoes, maintained his usual demeanor as he spoke. Good cabbage is often consumed by pigs. Good fortune always seeks out the worthless. Lu Jiangwo, in a fit of dissatisfaction, lamented that after over 30 years of diligent study, he believed he had surpassed ordinary individuals in perseverance. Yet he had encountered scant opportunities. Whether encountering challenges is fortunate or unfortunate remains debatable. Luan chuckled heartily, appearing nonchalant. However, your treatment of Huang Shiba has been rather severe, Luan teased Lu Jiangwo. This is merely the routine of your external disciples. I am but a self-serving disciple of the inner sect. Lu Jiangwo displayed a look of helplessness. Do not expect me to arrange a duel for you. Luan immediately discerned Lu Jiangwo's ulterior motives. Alas, the solitude of a master is indeed profound. Lu Jiangwo recognized that once again, his efforts had been in vain. His son, a plump child, faced a question in his English homework today asking him to choose something beneficial for health. Without hesitation, he bypassed vegetables, fruits, and milk, opting instead for sleep. Kaibin believed the child's choice was not misguided. He himself had often resolved similar questions within the realm of dreams during his youth, with the most beautiful memories lingering in slumber. How could one deem that unhealthy? For instance, today Kaibin, having slept throughout his bus ride, awoke and immediately decided to abandon his previous dismal plans, retaining but one. Upon encountering Shang Tai, he would not leave until he had sought clarity, regardless of the risk of exposure. What did it matter? He was not a professional underworld operative. How could he possibly manage such intricacies? He would proceed boldly, addressing any issues as they arose. His mind was already weary. Prepared with 4 beers, Kaibin signaled at 10 o'clock in the evening. Whoosh! With his own voice echoing in his ears, the impatient Kaibin traversed into Shang Tai's room. Are you all right? The first thing that struck him was Shang Tai's deep black circles under his eyes and his gaunt cheeks. I was only gone for a day, wasn't I? Shang Tai stared incredulously at the fool before him, gesturing frantically for silence. What are you afraid of? Fear nothing. This secretive approach accomplishes nothing. Speak freely. If there is an issue, simply summon me back or eliminate me to prevent them from sealing me away. Otherwise, we shall remain powerless. Kaibin deliberately raised his voice. Do you know where this is? Are you familiar with Orochimaru? Shang Tai, surprisingly unfazed, coldly inquired. Kaibin froze. He certainly knew of Orochimaru, and the thought of the elongated neck and suddenly appearing head sent a chill down his spine. Why didn't you mention we were at Orochimaru's? I think I shall take my leave now. Kaibin hastily attempted to flee. It's too late. Shang Tai gazed at the small gray snake that had appeared at Kaibin's feet, his heart sinking. Shang Tai, possessing a certain reckless courage, did not condone foolish behavior. Observing this man, aged yet lacking any experience, he felt a mix of emotions. Initially, he had wished to leave something behind before his demise, but now it seemed unnecessary. Shangtai suddenly felt a sense of relief. What more could be done? Upon hearing Shangtai mention death, Kaibin realized he had acted impulsively. The most lamentable aspect is that the root of impulsiveness ultimately stems from one's own laziness. Translating is quite troublesome, and making even a slight plan is arduous. Domestic trifles serve merely as excuses, and he feels that he may have harmed Tai. Is this the Hidden Sound Village? Have you been imprisoned? Why? Kaibin speculated. You should refrain from speaking too much. The more you say, the more you risk enduring greater torment if caught. Listen to me, after you leave. Do not engage in summoning again. Tai interrupted Kaibin's incessant questions. Orochimaru has set his sights on my ninjutsu, giving me a mere 15 days to cultivate it. Whether I succeed or not, I am likely to perish. Now, listen to the foundational knowledge of ninjutsu. Remember as much as you can. He is interested in your ninjutsu? That is of little consequence. We shall devise a plan. Kaibin thought Tai's judgment might be flawed. Silence. Tai yelled at Kaibin, casting a glance at the snake beside him. The fundamental operation is as follows. Hand seals merely guide and regulate the flow of chakra, the stronger the body. The more adept one becomes at extracting chakra, perhaps you are an exception. Tai articulated this clearly and swiftly, as though delivering a final testament. Kaibin comprehended the situation, refraining from retorting, and began channeling chakra, using Tai's paper to record at high speed. An hour later, Tai ceased his discourse. That should be sufficient. Any more, and you would be unable to retain it. Observing the densely packed sheets of paper, Tai halted his explanation. I hope you will recover in the future. With a long exhale, Tai seemed to have expended all his energy, staring at the small snake in silence. Silence. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The expressions of the two shifted from lingering reluctance to bemusement, eventually morphing into sheer boredom. So, would you care for a beer? Kaibin attempted to break the silence. With a crisp pop, he opened a can of beer, and Tai gulped down a hearty swig. There was a point earlier that lacked detail. Noticing the punishment had yet to arrive, Tai inhaled deeply and continued his lecture. Another hour passed. Then, they both turned their attention to the gray snake. Quiet, silent. 10 minutes passed. Burp. Kaibin had already consumed 2 cans. His throat was parched from listening, yet Tai appeared capable of continuing. Frankly, Kaibin had never learned with such efficiency. He understood Tai's sentiments, yet he seemed to discern that Orochimaru was not particularly concerned about them. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The sound of leisurely footsteps echoed from outside the door. Enough of the commotion. The sound ninja at the entrance complained. Lord Orochimaru has stated that as long as you do not attempt to escape, neither you nor your summoning beast will face any consequences. However, should you disturb those nearby, you will have to resolve it yourselves. Tai was taken aback, stunned for quite some time. If it were Lord Danzo, he would have already seen his parents by now. Lord Orochimaru? To be honest, he was not particularly familiar with him, though he had witnessed many who had been executed for disobeying orders. Why? Could it be that I have misjudged Lord Orochimaru? Upon hearing the sounds from outside the door, Kaibin's immediate reaction was not to dispel the spiritual connection, but rather to hold his bladder. He realized he had somewhat overestimated his own courage. Escaping also required a certain bravery. As the footsteps gradually faded away, the two exchanged bewildered glances. Have you noticed? Kaibin mused aloud to himself. When I connected spiritually for over 2 hours, I did not return, yet during your last spiritual visit, I managed to return after just 2 hours. Huh? Shangtai was momentarily bewildered by Kaibin's thought process, pondering. In this life and death situation, are we really debating the duration of spiritual connections? Moreover, haven't we already discussed this? I think, for clarity's sake, I should refer to my own visit as crossing over. What do you think? Kaibin offered another suggestion. Shangtai could only shake his head in exasperation, regretting his lack of a stutter. He had no desire to engage with Kaibin at this moment. What was the point of such discussions now? What was going through his mind? The two sat in silence, sipping their beers, until Kaibin suddenly noticed that the serpent that had been watching them had vanished without a trace. I will take my notes back. And grab 2 more cans of beer. I think you should take a rest. By the way, something you mentioned earlier sparked an idea in me. And I need to consult my classmates, Kaibin announced before crossing back into his own time. Shangtai stared at the empty room, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Will Lord Orochimaru let me off so easily? Am I truly this fortunate? After securing his notes, he retrieved the first secret technique blueprint drawn by Shang Tai, took a clear photograph, and sent it to an old classmate with a message that read, "Math Olympiad problem. The power source is at the bottom, and the positions resembling hands and mouth are connection points for the devices. How should the circuit diagram be connected to be reasonable? Please identify any inconsistencies." The reward for this inquiry is a standard roast duck from the dormitory. Since he might have some time on his hands, and feeling bored, he decided to seek help from a professional. After all, networking is also a valuable resource. Cautiously, he tiptoed to the refrigerator to grab 4 more cans of beer, and just as he was preparing to cross back into his previous time, Kai Bin inadvertently caught sight of a figure outside the window. By the heavens, Kai Bin's hair stood on end. Was there someone there? Chapter 21. The power of knowledge in the dead of night. If a figure appeared outside your window, would you not feel fear? And if it were on the 10th floor, would your fright not intensify? Surely, it must be a ghost. But Kai Bin lived on the 1st floor. So it could not possibly be a ghost. It was undoubtedly a thief. If it were not a ghost, then perhaps it was a pervert? That was even more terrifying. Peering through the window to spy on a man sleeping, Kai Bin felt an inexplicable tightening within. Feigning ignorance, he discreetly grasped a can of beer as a makeshift weapon. As the saying goes, with a sharp blade in hand, murderous intent arises. Now that he possessed chakra superpowers, what was a mere thief or pervert to him? Seizing the opportunity to turn, Kai Bin prepared to form a seal. Alas, the beer bottle was in the way, hurriedly discarding the beer. With a silent mantra of not being discovered echoing in his mind, Kai Bin focused his chakra near his mouth, preparing to unleash a spray, casually retreating towards the window. He inwardly smirked as he approached, then suddenly turned his head. The urine he had managed to hold back moments ago in the Sound Ninja village nearly escaped him again. An expressionless, pallid old man was staring at him silently. After a 5-second gaze, the specter seemed to realize Kai Bin was looking at him, grinning and revealing 2 fawn-like teeth. Startled, Kai Bin shut his eyes tightly and released a water wall. The ninjutsu formed about half a meter in front of him, astonishingly not damaging the window. Upon reopening his eyes, he found nothing before him, only a large puddle of water on the wall 5 meters away. The sound of water crashing against the wall echoing harshly in the stillness of the night. From the 5th floor, a furious roar erupted. "If you pour any more water down, you'll regret it." The pent-up grievances from the 3rd floor resonated loudly, causing Kai Bin to instinctively burrow into his blankets. A minute later, the homeowners group had already begun discussing the incident, while Kai Bin kept watch outside for the old specter's reappearance. At the corner of the building, Lu Jiangwo exclaimed, "Old man, I told you, when you're peeping, don't stand there looking so dashing. It's terrifying." His window lacked reflective film. Lewin, the old man, complained about the water stains on his clothes. "This isn't car. It's a northern window. Who put sun protection film on a window? Besides, even if it were, it would be sun protection film, not reflective." Lu Jiangwo was left speechless by the old man. "We all put it on for confidentiality." Lewin felt justified in his reasoning. "Come on, he is not one of us. Aren't you a bit out of touch?" Lu Jiangwo retorted, exasperated. The truth was, Lewin wasn't oblivious to common life. He needed to stare directly at Kai Bin with wide eyes to accurately control his spirit snake and gather intelligence from him. "What exactly did you see?" Lu Jiangwo asked impatiently. 16 said it might be an illusion, and the people inside resembled characters from Naruto. "The imagination of today's youth is quite vivid," Lu Jiangwo remarked. "Is it really that entertaining? I'm a big fan of Naruto. Isn't that an old anime?" Which episode did she mention? She went back to write a report. "I can't decipher your convoluted conversations. However, there's a rich source of spiritual energy. I wonder where the spiritual roots leaked from. It needs investigation, due to the differing flow of time across worlds." Even if Lewin could receive all the information transmitted by the little gray snake, he couldn't sort out hours worth of data in a second. He merely outlined a few recurring points, and the final results would ultimately rely on Lu 16, the little gray snake, to compile a report. "Let me take on this task. I need some achievements," Lu Jiangwo playfully insisted. "We'll discuss it after the evaluation. The implications of the Huang family are not as straightforward as one might presume. Otherwise, Huang Shiba would not manifest in the bustling city." Lewin remarked, clearly. "He is one of our own. What business does the Huang family have meddling in our affairs? I confess, I do not fully comprehend it either. Perhaps it is merely a stroke of luck. I witnessed it firsthand. He squandered his fortune, leaving him with an insufficient reserve to seize such a grand opportunity. Yet, Where does his spiritual essence originate? Is this simulated realm truly capable of absorbing spiritual energy so effortlessly? Thus, one might ponder why Huang Shiba adopts such a menacing demeanor. Does he not yearn to uncover the whereabouts of the simulated realm? Ha ha ha, it's jealousy. Huang Xiang perceives that our family has produced an individual of fortune, and it irks him. Frankly, how absurd is it that this good-for-nothing has become the chosen one, blessed by destiny? Lu Jiangwo, too, felt the pangs of envy. Aren't you the same? Retorted Luan, casting an exasperated glance. Is it comparable? You're always on display like a weasel. Lu Jiangwo grumbled in dissatisfaction. On a tranquil night, the only sounds were the notifications from group chats on their phones, echoing in the silence. Kai Bin stared anxiously out the window, recalling the harrowing night of the giant wolf. Suddenly, a chilling laugh pierced the stillness, causing Kai Bin's hair to stand on end. Damn it. Scared to death by my own thoughts, I need to change this ringtone. Just then, his phone rang. It's been ages since you reached out. You only remember me when trouble arises. You still owe me a pair of underwear. It was his close friend, Luo Ji, messaging him on WeChat. I've received your items. You mentioned your major in school was fragmented. Now that you haven't studied in years, you're utterly out of touch. Luo Ji teased his old classmate. Now, with these rudimentary tasks, one doesn't even need CAD. Just connect A, and it can be done in an instant. Haha. Luo Ji thoughtfully sent over the organized circuit diagrams, complete with animated demonstrations showcasing the direction of the current. Your diagram is a fusion of 3 layers. I've separated them for you. The first file contains the original, albeit with a few errors. The second file is the corrected version of the erroneous circuit. The third file addresses adjustments for different peripherals, and the fourth is a simplified version. How about that? Thoughtful, isn't it? By the way, can your company not procure our products? Your family's products are worth millions. How could my meager company afford that? I'm not even sure I'll receive my 5,000 yuan budget. I'd suggest you resign. You're best suited for marketing. With a face of humble poverty and a mind brimming with deceit, paired with the audacity to kneel at critical moments, you are a genius in sales. Do you recall when we sold Taekwondo tickets in college? Enough already. If I resign, I want to find another job. Are you going to support me? Return my underwear. Stopping the endless chatter, Kai Bin swiftly approached Shangtai, primarily because the atmosphere here was overwhelmingly intimidating. Shangtai lay on the bed, lost in thought. Deeply questioning his own judgment, the realm of significant figures was beyond his reach. What of revenge? The methods employed by Orochimaru were certainly beyond the grasp of someone as insignificant as Shangtai. He incessantly dismantled their beliefs, ultimately leaving them unwaveringly loyal to him. This was Orochimaru's method of acquiring devoted subordinates. Those who were disobedient were eliminated, becoming mere fodder for his experiments. Observing the motionless Shangtai, sensing his despair, Kai Bin opened a beer and handed it over, believing this elixir could remedy all woes. Upon the uninvited return of Kai Bin, Shangtai felt a profound sense of speechlessness. Had he seen crazy aliens, he might have uttered, "Let it all be destroyed. I am weary." Kai Bin thought it time to adopt the role of a spiritual guide, for the values in this shattered world of ninjas were utterly chaotic. He had always perceived the ninja world as more deranged than the obsessive martial artists of old. Shangtai accepted the beer and took a hearty swig. By the way, do you have ghosts here? Kai Bin pondered, considering the peculiar weasel and the ghostly old man from that evening might be connected to the ninja realm. I've never seen one. It seems there are souls involved. Oh yes, I just remembered. You also have soul attacks. By the way, I've always wanted to ask, do genjutsu attacks target the soul or memory? I cannot perform genjutsu. It appeared that the diversion was ineffective, failing to induce a state conducive to spiritual guidance. Kai Bin resolved to deliver a profound impact on Shangtai's psyche. Let me show you something remarkable. Proudly, he retrieved his phone and opened the demonstration chart provided by his close friend, beaming at Shangtai. As Shangtai gazed at the circuit diagram on the screen, his mind nearly short-circuited. Is it really that impressive? The diagram simulated the trajectory of chakra flow with astonishing precision and even identified the deliberate errors embedded within the false techniques. Only after viewing the genuine techniques in recent days did he comprehend that he had merely been a pawn in a larger game. And he had finally recognized the issues within the scroll he had obtained, most crucially in the subsequent refined demonstration. Kai Bin had deduced the true techniques from the false ones, and the results were strikingly similar to those recorded in the authentic scrolls. Furthermore, those seemingly trivial differences appeared to render the operation more rational. What is going on? Who created this? Shangtai's hands trembled with excitement. My classmate, Kai Bin declared proudly. akin to a parent boasting about their child's perfect score. He is a shinobi? Shangtai inquired. He is a programmer. Haha, he is just an employee. And no one in our vicinity practices ninjutsu. However, I had a hunch that the principles were interconnected. Upon seeing the operational diagrams in the scroll you pilfered, I felt it was plausible to reconstruct it according to our established patterns. So, I inquired with my classmate, and indeed, there was no issue. Kaibin was filled with pride, yet he was also perplexed. How could the operation of chakra resemble that of an electrical circuit? After all, there was no potential difference or anything of that sort involved. In truth, some matters are not as complex as they seem. The principles of electricity and circuit diagrams have been derived from previous scholars' observations of phenomena, gradually leading to the establishment of rules and standards. Understanding these concepts and creating visual representations that are easily grasped by humanity is not a troublesome task at all. Kaibin's close friend was well aware of their classmate's capabilities and refrained from discussing such intricacies with him. Instead, he simply set parameters and, through A's rapid computations, achieved results. Just how long did it take? To Shangtai, the thought that generations, even centuries of heritage, could be so effortlessly unraveled felt like a blatant mockery of all clans within the ninja realm. 10 minutes. Kaibin gushed with pride, but then suddenly felt the need to temper his exuberance, adding, perhaps it was 15 minutes. Shangtai's worldview was shattered. He could hardly fathom that the innovative ideas of the young men from the Yamashiro and Nara clans could seamlessly connect with a knowledge system shaped in another dimension. He merely sensed that there were countless secrets beyond his reach. Having once considered himself a frog at the bottom of a well, he now realized he was even as significant as an ant beneath a tree. Kaibin composed his facial muscles, adopting a serious demeanor as he inquired of Shangtai, "Young man, do you wish to uncover the secrets of the world?" Shangtai stiffly lifted his head, casting a glance at this middle-aged man he had always regarded as a comical fool, and nodded. "Do you want to learn? I can teach you." "Well, you are still young and quite clever. You'll probably grasp it in about 10 years. Kaibin adopted an academic air, deliberately teasing Shangtai. "I may not live that long," Shangtai replied with a resigned smile. "The reason I show you this is to reveal that there are many methods you cannot even imagine. If you encounter problems, learn to share them. Even if you cannot succeed, expressing them aloud can be far more comforting. Don't bear everything alone. As you would say here, don't carry the burden by yourself." A glimmer of illumination seemed to flicker behind Kaibin's head. Chapter 22. The Awakened Madman. Essentially, Kaibin was someone who acted impulsively, and the concept of comprehensive planning was too daunting for an ordinary person like him. However, his principle of dealing with matters was to try whatever came to mind immediately, as it wouldn't result in any fatal consequences. In the human realm, he certainly wouldn't face death. At worst, he might lose money or suffer some injuries. In the ninja world, he had yet to fully comprehend the situation, but fortunately, without any extraordinary circumstances, he was safe from death. What he did not know was that the fortune bestowed upon him by his ancestors was quite favorable, yet all of his reckless endeavors were gradually squandering it away. His forebears in the afterlife must have cursed him numerous times, shielding him from countless disasters. "I have lived until now solely for the purpose of revenge." Observing the surroundings, there was an absence of any mystical serpents. With a lowered voice, Shangtai recounted his childhood experiences to Kaibin, clearly stating that Orochimaru was likely his adversary. Kaibin, tracing his fingers over his partially bald head, listened intently as Shangtai unveiled the tragic narrative of his past. Once his emotions had somewhat stabilized, he quietly inquired, "Did you witness Orochimaru in action?" "No. However, he was present during the massacre of the Takenoko clan, as well as the Fma clan." "I trust my judgment," Shangtai asserted. To be candid, while mental guidance was not Kaibin's forte, engaging in debate was. The world of Naruto was no match for the digital age's netizens, and Kaibin quickly countered, "During our autumn harvest, we utilized large agricultural machinery for reaping. And each time the machines passed, they left behind a significant amount of grain, which the elderly would collect. Now, pray tell, how can you ascertain that Orochimaru is the harvester and not merely an old woman gathering grains?" Shangtai found himself perplexed, questioning the connection between Orochimaru and the elderly woman. "Then why does he always appear?" Kaibin continued. "You know how the thunderous sound of large agricultural machinery can be heard from afar. With Orochimaru's abilities, how could he not anticipate it? It's entirely plausible that he orchestrated it, reaping the benefits. Indeed, you've mentioned that it's entirely possible. But where is the evidence? Is there not a sliver of improbability?" Shangtai gazed at his friend with confusion. "What do you know? Why are you defending Orochimaru?" The Takenoko clan had been annihilated by the mist, and there were underlying circumstances, but they bore no relation to Orochimaru. The Fma clan had long since fallen from grace, with many of their distinguished members scattered across the ninja world. Nonetheless, neither was orchestrated by Orochimaru. He personally eradicated the Iburi clan. Shangtai scrutinized Kaibin, realizing he had previously underestimated his friend's capacity for intelligence. As for your family, I have not heard of them. Orochimaru is a scoundrel, yet not all scoundrels are your enemies. His malevolence will be punished by others. We must identify your true adversary. At the very least, you should discern whether you are seeking vengeance or enacting justice. What concerns you most at present? Death, Kaibin replied. I fear that once Orochimaru acquires my secret technique, I shall be discarded, killed outright. Currently, you need not worry. First, Orochimaru has promised not to harm you for the time being. He typically honors his word, as you do not possess the value for him to deceive. Secondly, I am of significance to him, which means you cannot perish. Your demise would mean my end as well. However, you will endure torture. Shangtai was genuinely concerned for his foolish friend, fearing not what he might reveal, but rather that in his fervor he might say nothing at all. Utterly unaware of the brutal methods employed by ninjas. I cannot die, can I? Besides, I am glorious. A faint smile appeared on Kaibin's face. Let us not speak of sealing techniques. We shall address that when the time comes. Listening to the cicadas sing, one cannot till the fields? At present, your life and confidence are of paramount importance. Everything else can be dealt with step by step. We may not determine our own fate, but we possess the power to choose our attitude in facing it. In the prime of his years, Kaibin evidently harbored thoughts that transcended superficial trivialities. Come on. Kaibin suddenly shouted, let us begin our training and embark on the path to becoming shadow-level ninjas. Striking a pose he deemed cool. He fancied himself akin to an inspirational speaker. Where were the applause? Every person must eventually face death, whether it weighs heavier than Mount Tai or is as light as a feather. He continued, addressing the friend across from him. When you approach the end of your days and reflect upon your past, may you not regret the years squandered, nor lament a life of mediocrity. While Kaibin recited the great literary works, he inwardly questioned whether his audience could comprehend. Could this automatic translator truly convey the essence of the Chinese language? Silence. A thunderous roar shattered the air. Indeed, Orochimaru would not kill them, at least not for the moment, but he kindly reminded them that should they disturb others, he would not intervene. Kaibin's moment of bravado was abruptly interrupted. The terrifying voice rendered his face pale. Where was he again? The tranquility of life had made him somewhat careless. He bit down hard on his lip, ensuring he would make no further sound. Hoping that the previous ruffian was oblivious to his whereabouts in this dilapidated establishment, devoid of soundproofing. His eyes fixed on the door. Shangtai was already prepared to form seals. He understood better than Kaibin that their adversary had undoubtedly detected them. Just as he contemplated sending Kaibin away, a cacophony of thunderous sounds drew near. Boom, boom, boom. It was not the sound of footsteps, but rather the crashing of walls being shattered. The intruder did not enter through the door. Instead, they opted to demolish the walls in a direct assault. I wonder which unfortunate soul is caught in this chaos. He mused, though the screams did not follow the crashing walls. Before Shangtai could finish his warning, a massive hole appeared in the wall of his room. He quickly cast a water wall technique towards the direction of the collapsing wall and darted aside. Within the mist of water, a figure abruptly halted before him. With a single punch, Kaibin's upper body was obliterated, a torrent of blood splattering across the entire room, and then, with a resounding thud, the remainder of his form vanished. Although he knew Kaibin would not perish, Shangtai could not help but feel a pang of dread. The repeated gruesome deaths were indeed hard to accept. The water wall technique had completely failed to impede the intruder, and Shangtai swiftly unleashed a water blast aimed at the intruder's face. The attack evidently failed to inflict harm, yet it obscured the intruder's vision. The assailant paused to wipe his face, bellowing like a madman. You dare spit? You must die. His shrill voice reverberated in the confined space. An ancient, orc-like visage could not conceal the terror etched upon the visitor's countenance, his fiery red eyes glaring intently at Shangtai, while drool incessantly flowed from his mouth, suggesting an insatiable hunger for human flesh. Surprisingly, rather than succumbing to fear, Shangtai found solace in the realization that even his most formidable jutsu could not inflict harm upon this adversary. He understood that his only recourse was to buy time. Indeed, for the sake of Kaibin, Orochimaru would not allow himself to perish so easily. he was undoubtedly observing from the shadows. Perhaps this was all part of Orochimaru's grand design. Noticing that his previous water technique had obscured the intruder's vision, Shang-Tai swiftly employed the mist concealment technique, seizing the opportunity to make his escape, confident that assistance would eventually arrive to rectify the chaos. Although he possessed the ability to wield the mist concealment technique, he had typically kept his powers under wraps. The last time he had been intoxicated, he had blurred the line between reality and inebriation, leading Kaibin to believe he was jesting. Thanks to the dark, damp surroundings, the chakra-generated mist formed rapidly and densely. In mere moments, the small room was shrouded in obscurity. Holding his breath, Shang-Tai sensed through the chakra-infused mist that his adversary was not attacking recklessly as he had feared, but rather remained motionless, seemingly straining to discern any sound. The primary function of the mist concealment technique is to obstruct vision. However, once the mist reaches a certain density, it also diminishes sound transmission. Cautiously, Shang-Tai maneuvered towards the door, the only escape route he could conceive. The recently breached opening was out of the question. His foe would undoubtedly guard it immediately. For now, he could only wager that the enemy was oblivious to the door's location. Suddenly, a flash of movement caught his attention. The visitor pivoted sharply, charging directly at Shang-Tai. Disaster! A sensory ninja! Shang-Tai had no time to evade, as a vice-like grip seized his neck, lifting him effortlessly. Secret technique. Body swap. Shang-Tai rolled his eyes and activated the jutsu. Chapter 23. Who among us does not have a temper? The body swap technique was not easily mastered, particularly for Shang-Tai, an orphan without guidance. His initial attempts had nearly shattered his mind under the strain. Yet, the hardships of his youth had instilled in him a profound appreciation for time, an acute sense of opportunity, and a willingness to fight tooth and nail. The chakra flow diagram that Kai Bin had recently shared had provided him with significant insights, clarifying many previously perplexing concepts, and he had already begun to practice while studying. Thus, in this life-threatening moment, he dared to forcibly employ a jutsu he had yet to perfect. The outcome being a costly trade, slaying 20 foes while inflicting 90 upon himself. Unlike the mind transfer technique, the body swap technique necessitated complete acquisition of the opponent's memories and abilities, including their physical form and even bloodline traits. However, such an endeavor required the caster's consciousness to be remarkably robust, capable of accommodating another's thoughts and memories, a feat daunting for anyone, even a ninja. Shang-Tai's cognitive aptitude was ill-equipped for such a challenge, which had led to near collapse during his previous attempts. Success was predicated on 99% effort and 1% inspiration, with that inspiration often hinging on sheer luck. The ancestors of the clan conducted countless experiments, one of which involved a rather unique subject, a clan member whose brain had sustained injury. This individual, like others, excelled in perception and chakra manipulation. With the assistance of another brilliant clan member, they performed a body-swapping technique using the injured member's body, successfully entering the unfortunate subject's mind. However, they were unable to fully exchange bodies and memories. Nonetheless, fragments of the unfortunate one's memories and abilities found their way into the injured member's consciousness. Through a secret technique of memory extraction, they verified the existence of the swapped memories, albeit limited due to the brain injury, yet still significantly surpassing the memory exchange capacity of a healthy clan member. Consequently, the clan members deduced that previous failures were largely due to the inability of the practitioner's brain to accommodate the memories of two individuals. In light of this, they shifted their experimental focus towards finding more intelligent clan members, as larger brain capacity seemed promising. Yet, they realized that even the most capacious brains could not harbor the memories of two souls simultaneously. They sought out children of genius parents, young yet displaying prodigious talent, hoping to cultivate a child with both substantial brain capacity and intelligence through early restricted learning. However, they failed, discovering the fundamental truth that without learning, one cannot attain wisdom. They even attempted to engage outsiders, but the bloodline limits rejected foreign entities, although this endeavor forged lasting friendships. The ninja world can indeed be a peculiar place. Amid the repeated experiments, a fleeting idea was proposed, quickly dismissed, yet momentarily bringing joy to the clan members. Why not swap a memory from a less intelligent individual? Surely, their limited memories would pose no significant challenge. Observing a few underdeveloped children within their ranks, the elders patiently explained that this ninjutsu was not intended to render oneself foolish. They kindly warned him to avoid sitting under the apple tree, as the ripe fruit might fall and strike him. If Kaibin were present, He would instantly recognize this as the condition of Chong Wu under State 2, a deranged, irrational killer. Most of the rationality and logic within him had been sealed away, rendering even his true self uncontrollable. The remnants of survival instincts were all that remained. Surprisingly, a jutsu with less than 1/10 of its intended power yielded unexpected results. Chong Wu's body came to a halt, and the room fell silent. In truth, Chong Wu's outburst was not orchestrated by Orochimaru. The blame lay squarely with Kaibin. Had he summoned Kaibin using summoning techniques, it would not have posed a significant issue, however. The crux of the matter was that Kaibin had traversed through time on his own. The unexplainable circumstances caused a chaotic fluctuation of spiritual energy, which in the ninja world is referred to as natural energy. Unfortunately, this surge of natural energy slipped through the rift in time and space into Chong Wu's prison. Thus, everything that follows shall unfold naturally. Originally, the sealed individual within the room inexplicably sensed a surge of natural energy. His bodily instincts, ravenous and primal, began to absorb this essence uncontrollably. How could he possibly restrain himself? On such a festive occasion, idleness was not an option. Let chaos ensue. All those movements had ceased. His ferocious consciousness roamed wildly, akin to a wild gorilla ensnared within an iron cage, leaping and thrashing in a desperate attempt to break free. In order to amplify the power of the technique, placed his hands upon its body, seeking to perceive closely. Unfamiliar with, assumed he was merely a failed experiment. Otherwise, he would not be confined so closely to someone of his own caliber. Fear was absent from his demeanor as he furiously assaulted the brutish consciousness of, attempting to seize control of his body. Gradually, the dark markings upon its form began to fade. Before it could breathe a sigh of relief, S body began to swell, and the earth trembled beneath them. Sensing the impending danger, withdrew his hands, creating some distance. Clasped his head and let out a long howl. His battle instincts compelled him to adjust his physical state. Previously, he had attempted to counter the ninjutsu with sheer physical strength. Clearly, augmenting his corporeal power would not remedy the current predicament. Thus a torrent of natural energy surged into his being, forcing unstable chakra to be expelled. In the mere span of seconds, S consciousness was on the brink of collapse. He realized that if he were to be expelled, death would be inevitable. And he had no desire to meet such an end. He still had matters to attend to. Unencumbered by physical limitations, his awareness appeared remarkably heightened. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him to establish a conduit that would allow this peculiar chakra to mingle with his own ninjutsu, to see if it could be of use to him. Receiving a prompt from circuit diagram, he acted without hesitation, swiftly withdrew from the ninjutsu, and, utilizing his innate talent for chakra manipulation, immediately absorbs chakra. He then executed the body-switching technique once more. Just seconds after had emerged from his torment, he discovered that his chakra had significantly diminished, and he sensed a disconcerting fatigue. His body felt as if it were slipping from his control. S attempt at the body-switching technique had, in fact, failed. In his haste, he had not acquired its abilities or memories. However, the relentless turmoil of chakra and ninjutsu had indeed corroded his consciousness. As the brutal consciousness continued to erode, S calm and rational awareness gradually resurfaced. Concurrently, felt an escalating pressure upon his own consciousness, reminiscent of the agonizing headaches experienced during his earlier training. If death were to come, then let it be a contest of endurance. Deep within his consciousness, roared with fury. Who among them lacked a temper? As the rate of guidance quickened, sensed a gradual merging of their consciousnesses. Would he be absorbed by the other? In his battles, never discriminated against opponents, he simply acted according to his mood. Thus, had he the choice, he would certainly not select this little fellow again. A fleeting clarity enveloped his mind, only to be swiftly followed by an excruciating headache. Moments later, his consciousness blurred, teetering on the brink of a profound slumber. Yet again, he was roused, ensnared in a relentless cycle. His vital energy oscillated like a switch, surging with vigor one moment, then dissipating languidly the next, before being infused anew. Zhongwu's physical and mental fortitude was nearing its breaking point when reinforcements arrived. A refreshing coolness washed over him, awakening both of his conflicted consciousnesses. Kaibin had traversed dimensions in a fit of rage. Just as he was relishing an unprecedented euphoria, he was abruptly struck down. Did you afford me the chance to speak? Did you grant a negotiation expert an opportunity? Is this how you exhibit courtesy? Since you are of such ilk, I must retaliate upon my return. Fortuitously, death came swiftly, and the agony failed to overshadow his wrath. Gritting his teeth, Kaibin emerged from the ethereal mist, seizing the blade of Shangtai, and bellowed, "You wretched fiend! delivering a decisive strike to the bewildered Zhongwu. The jutsu was nullified. In truth, it had merely been interrupted. Zhongwu gradually shed the cursed state, while Shangtai, beneath him, trembled and sidled away. The hidden medic, Du, who had been poised to control Zhongwu, was taken aback. Brute force could not dislodge Zhongwu from the cursed state, for otherwise, the seals would be rendered futile. What then had calmed him? Was it Shangtai's jutsu? It appeared that Lord Orochimaru's insights were once again validated. What a prodigious talent! The sharpness of his scientific acumen was remarkable. In reality, Kaibin's blade had merely grazed Zhongwu's protective layer, its true efficacy lying in the potent resonance of his spirited shout. The fortuitous Kaibin unleashed an energy akin to a resounding admonition from the Buddhist realm, shattering the already faltering brutal consciousness. Zhongwu, too, was astonished. Devoid of a powerful ninja by his side, he awoke to find no corpses strewn about. Yet the irate elder before him, was his fury directed at the young man beside him? Is everything all right? Has your anger subsided? Let us converse, enlighten me. Why the ire? Do you not comprehend that indiscriminate killing is wrong? Kaibin regarded Zhongwu, perceiving him as a youth in the throes of adolescence, barely older than Shangtai. Yet comporting himself like an exuberant lad, launching into violence. What manner of teaching had you received? I can never seem to control my emotions, Zhongwu confessed. A hint of despondency creeping in. He knew his afflictions all too well. Even Lord Orochimaru could not remedy them. Restored to reason, Zhongwu resembled a compliant child, even feeling a tinge of shyness. Pray tell, what manner of individuals are you? Some transform into beasts at the slightest provocation, some recklessly embrace death. And then there are those like you, who resort to bloodshed and discontent. Were you not instructed? To lose one's temper over trifles, and upon reflection, to question the necessity of it all. I remain unperturbed by another's anger, for should I succumb to illness, none shall stand in my stead. Shangtai observed Kaibin, seemingly on the verge of a mental breakdown, perplexed by how he could so swiftly forget the harrowing scene of life and death, seamlessly transitioning into a state of oblivion. When I am enraged, I desire the demise of others. Zhongwu weakly retorted, so, you are asking for a beating. All of you are asking for it. Each one of you seems intent on dramatics, whether it's your inability to continue or your morning irritability. Do not interrupt. Write down the poem I just recited. Kaibin vaguely recalled a notion that during tense moments, reciting something repeatedly could alleviate anxiety and promote emotional calmness, though he could not quite remember where he had heard it. Zhongwu, being astute and inherently kind in his normal state, would acquiesce to others' requests, even if it meant pacifying their anger. He truly began to recite, leaving Shangtai speechless. After assisting Shangtai to his feet and checking for any serious injuries, he turned back to Zhongwu and said, "Let us find another room. You should also rest. By the way, how did you manage that? I feel your techniques have had a notable effect on me, aiding in the regulation of my emotions." Zhongwu appeared genuinely earnest. The Buddhist term for this would be a wake-up call. Kaibin mused that it could more aptly be termed the lion's roar, yet he believed the Buddhist terminology would better serve Zhongwu's condition. Unaware that Zhongwu's inquiry was directed at Shangtai, I cannot articulate it clearly. Even if I knew, I would require the consent of Lord Orochimaru to disclose it. Shangtai refrained from informing him, sensing that their watchers had likely arrived. I shall arrange new accommodations for you. Kabuto approached. Smack. Kaibin was instantly transported back, without a moment's pause. Chapter 24. No need for aftercare upon entering a new environment. One must gradually acclimate. The inherent dangers of being a ninja compel Shangtai and others to swiftly grasp all pertinent information, allowing them to integrate into their surroundings and formulate the most effective strategies. The eagerness to achieve results often leads to inaccuracies in judgment. At such times, an adept leading jonin plays a crucial role, guiding novices through small tasks to accumulate experience. Were Kaibin to assess the situation, he would undoubtedly assert that having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. The lessons learned from failures are often more instructive than those from successful missions, as survivor bias can easily mislead. Unfortunately, Shangtai lacks such advantageous conditions. He can only mechanically execute Orochimaru's and Root's directives while quietly contemplating his situation. Each day, he endures a torment oscillating between despair and the thrill of rebirth. Fortuitously, he has encountered Kaibin, a predictably unpredictable fool who provides him with fleeting moments of respite, alleviating some of the immense pressure he bears. After organizing his belongings and settling into the new room, Shangtai consumed the remainder of Kaibin's beer and collapsed into slumber, as if nothing had transpired. He was simply a different tenant in a different room. aside from the faint scent of blood and the damaged walls. Observing Shang Tai asleep, Kaibin secretly sighed in relief. His earlier escape could be deemed a decisive act. While he was grateful for his newfound courage, he felt a pang of guilt for leaving Shang Tai alone in such a predicament. After tugging at his hair in distress for a considerable time, he traversed back once more. There was no way to escape. The psychological shadow cast by Yakushi Kabuto loomed too large. In the manga, he was depicted as a cunning and treacherous figure, and now, standing before him in reality. The glimmer of mockery laced with malice in his gaze sent shivers down his spine. It was only after venting his frustrations to Chongwu that his emotions had calmed somewhat, preventing him from crumbling under the weight of fear immediately. The room was empty. Kaibin glanced at the beer, then at the bloodstains on Shang Tai's body. He wished to cover him with a blanket, but upon surveying the surroundings, found nothing suitable. "You'll be fine. Would you care to converse with Lord Orochimaru?" Yakushi Kabuto had silently approached him from behind. No. Kaibin stammered in response, taken aback by Kabuto's unexpected presence. "Next time, don't wander about. It could lead you into trouble," Kabuto cautioned. "If Lord Orochimaru wishes to see you, it would be prudent to speak the truth. I have an interest in your body and do not wish for it to be harmed." Gigi felt a surge of anxiety as Kaibin failed to form his seals after 3 attempts. "Done," Kaibin shouted, finally managing to transport himself back. Is it really that fascinating? Similar to the flying thunder god technique or the shadow clone jutsu. When will Lord Orochimaru interrogate him? As he watched Kaibin vanish, a sense of intrigue flickered within Yakushi Kabuto. This fool was easily manageable. What further intelligence could Lord Orochimaru require? Why not take matters into his own hands? He was eager to see his blood. First, he would conduct research on Chongwu. This Shang Tai was intriguing as well, particularly how his ninjutsu could mitigate Chongwu's brutality. If that were the case, he could not afford to discard all his experimental subjects just yet. A recalibration of plans was necessary. Kabuto's true interest lay in corporeal experimentation and the study of blood boundaries, for after all, Lord Orochimaru sought to achieve immortality through the physical form. That cursed place was not to be visited. Kaibin lay on the bed, trembling with dread. He had always been a timid soul, one who shied away from brawls. Thinking himself to have grown significantly in recent times, indulging in a youthful bravado. Yet, after encountering Yakushi Kabuto, his true nature had resurfaced, revealing the frightful reality. Truly terrifying. Kaibin murmured to himself. It seemed Shang Tai's recent issues were not too grave. Lord Orochimaru would not allow him to perish. He would wait for the call, surely. He was now preoccupied with his training, and he could offer no assistance. Kaibin was merely making excuses for himself, though he had acted bravely at the moment. The recollection of it made his limbs tingle with anxiety. Put away the weapons, let the horses roam free for a few days. With no parents to scold him, no teachers to reprimand him, and no leaders to criticize him, Kaibin had always preferred to take the easy route, which was why he had never cultivated any good habits, his primary obstacle to success. That said, it was indeed a miracle that he had managed to persist in chakra training during this period. Kaibin possessed a singular virtue. He never took things to heart. Despite enduring such significant events, he still slept soundly. It is indeed quite troublesome. I find myself constantly rescuing my ancestors, cleaning up their messes daily. At this moment, I feel as though I have narrowly escaped a calamity, and my thoughts have begun to wander. Perhaps it is time to liquidate my gold. As my loan is nearing its due date, should I perhaps indulge in a bit of fortune first? With enthusiasm, I retrieved my phone to search for the jewelry store and pawn shop I had previously visited, checking today's gold prices. I then took the gold bars hidden beneath my bed, nestled them in my blankets, and soon fell into a sweet slumber. In my dreams, I continuously acquired gold bars from the heavens, moved into a villa, hired a chauffeur, drove luxury cars, and even employed a few individuals to set up stalls for pancakes and grilled lamb skewers at my doorstep. The drool dampened my pillow. My apologies, dear ancestors. I must first resolve my pressing concerns. What is this? Has it happened again? Lu Jiangwo found it hard to believe. He had undertaken numerous missions before, yet had never encountered such frequent time travel. Most required elaborate rituals. One could hardly be discreet without preparing offerings. The least demanding scenarios involved some ostentatious incantations or specific arrangements. Yet this fellow next door merely dressed up, reclined, and in less than a second wore a look of sheer satisfaction. Is this how one respects time travel? Is there no reverence for the mysterious forces at play? Perhaps the flow of time is different in the 16th realm. Old Lewin had read his fair share of novels and watched countless films. having experienced his share of storms and peculiar encounters. After observing for a while and seeing Kai Bin fast asleep, the two of them decided to scale the wall and leave the community. In the darkness, several figures stealthily approached. So this is where they are hiding? The neighborhood security guard, Old Wei, had long suspected Lewin and his companions' clandestine activities. He had intended to catch them off guard, but had waited in vain without a single sighting. You should give it up with those old eyes of yours. My nephew is over 50 and unemployed. I've long wanted him to join us. Mr. Zhang expressed his dissatisfaction with Mr. Lu's pretentious concern for their old comrade, voicing a personnel demand. Your nephew is still young. A bright future lies ahead. Mr. Li, a close friend of Mr. Wei, interjected. You dare come again? Old Wei cursed vehemently. Jiling, bring me another drink. Ah, Jiling, why are you pouring alcohol on me? Kai Bin, groggy from sleep, was abruptly awakened by a splash of cold water. Chapter 25, New Friends. Is this how one uses water escape techniques? Kai Bin wiped his face, casting a resentful glance at the heavens. The celestial being appeared visibly rejuvenated, a faint smile gracing his features, suggesting he had temporarily set aside his obsession with life and death. Just then, upon turning, a tall figure loomed beside him. It was Zhongwu, standing there. Had it not been for his gentle expression, Kai Bin might have bolted at once. Greetings, I am Zhongwu, he said, extending his hand in a warm gesture. Instinctively, Kai Bin shook it, calming his racing heart slightly. What is going on here? How did you all end up together? Kai Bin found it difficult to comprehend how two individuals who had fought fiercely just yesterday could now stand together in such tranquility. If it were Kai Bin, he would avoid eye contact with the old lady next door for a week after being scolded by her. So, are you going to make a name for yourself? He remarked, addressing Chongwu, a trusted aide of Orochimaru and a secret weapon. Chongwu paused for a moment, then sheepishly explained. I am merely a minor pawn in Lord Orochimaru's plans. Thanks to your support, Lord Orochimaru has permitted me to train alongside you and has agreed to relax his supervision over me. Rest assured, I shall strive to become Lord Orochimaru's blade. It then dawned on Kai Bin that Chongwu had originally been a captive experiment of Orochimaru, released only later by Sasuke. Under normal circumstances, he should not have been allowed to leave his confinement, at least not so easily. Stockholm Syndrome, for sure, Kai Bin mused silently. For Shangtai, however, the implications of such a statement were quite different. He was aware that Kai Bin possessed substantial knowledge of the hidden intricacies of the ninja world. If Kai Bin spoke in such a manner, it signified Chongwu's elevated status. So, my importance has increased, has it? He pondered. Orochimaru, Lord, has allowed you to venture out on your own? No arrangements were made? Casting a glance around and noticing no one was watching, Kai Bin felt a sense of unease. Is this akin to placing a time bomb here? Is he too embarrassed to make his intentions clear, attempting to eliminate Shangtai in this manner? Surely not. Lord Orochimaru has established a barrier. We cannot exit for the time being. Chongwu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He's definitely plotting against us. There's no doubt about it. Kai Bin shot a resentful look at Shangtai, realizing he had been overly optimistic. Orochimaru was indeed not so benevolent. He then silently questioned, aren't you afraid of death? Think of a way to escape. Lord Orochimaru has provided me with several talismans, which can partially seal Chongwu's abilities, and has given me an escape plan without informing Chongwu. As long as we are cautious, we should be fine, Shangtai confidently asserted, knowing exactly what Kai Bin was thinking and choosing to disregard his foolishness. Is this something you should be saying in front of the very person you're wary of? Are you even a ninja? Kai Bin chuckled awkwardly, feeling as though Shangtai was mocking him. Indeed, Shangtai is quite remarkable. Chongwu interjected, defending Shangtai. Have I been away for a night, and the world has changed? Kai Bin thought, realizing that Shangtai was not typically careless. What was different today? In truth, the interactions between Shangtai and Chongwu were quite normal within the ninja realm. As they often said, it was merely a mission. They were originally two ninjas from different nations, and it was entirely ordinary for them to engage in combat for the sake of their missions and villages. Collaborating for a task was also a common occurrence, not surprising at all. Moreover, Shangtai was currently under duress, his future uncertain, while Chongwu was known to be inherently kind-hearted. Under the orchestration of Orochimaru, which was essentially a command from him, they rose early to discuss and commence a new task, namely, dual training. Unlike the carefree slumber of Cain after a night of revelry or the dream-laden rest of CHG, Kabuto had conducted overnight examinations on Jae-go and discovered that Tai's techniques were indeed beneficial to Jae-go's volatile state. He promptly reported his findings to Orochimaru. Considering the forthcoming assignments, which did not necessitate Jae-go's involvement, Orochimaru acquiesced to Kabuto's experimental plan. However, there was a subtle detail unbeknownst to everyone, including the individuals themselves. Through a secret technique, Tai had forged a minimal consciousness fusion with Jae-go. On the surface, it appeared that Tai's comprehension and utilization of natural energy had surpassed that of an ordinary ninja, but in reality, they were nearing the bond of blood-related twins. Upon meeting, they instinctively felt an intimate connection. Remarkably, this phenomenon did not rely on any cursed seals and would later be proven to harbor no hidden dangers. Feel free, I won't perish. When the moment arises, I'll shield you for a second, at most. Tai jested, appearing quite at ease. This brings us to the purpose of your invitation. You are to train with us, with the goal of enduring Jae-go's onslaught for at least 2 seconds. Tai was in high spirits, buoyed by Kane's remarks and the inexplicable bond with Jae-go. Orochimaru's arrangements had alleviated his long-standing stress, granting him an unprecedented sense of ease, thus inspiring his light-hearted banter. Kane laughed awkwardly, while Jae-go maintained his polite demeanor. As for me, I am rather occupied. Kane expressed a desire to rest first. After the age of 40, he seldom engaged in continuous endeavors. Dedicating himself entirely to a single task for as long as half a month was indeed a rare feat for him. This period of chakra training, coupled with repeated encounters leading to intense confrontations with a ninja and even a wolf, had drained him considerably. For someone of Kane's age, juggling family and career consumed much of his energy and focus. The sudden imposition of such a demanding side job was overwhelmingly taxing. I apologize for my oversight. Please continue with your tasks. I shall contact you later. Tai's expression was one of palpable disappointment, his smile appearing forced. How disingenuous! Kane retorted through gritted teeth. Even my son feigns distress more convincingly than you do. Are you truly a professional ninja? Is this how you handle me with a mere sentence? I was enjoying a sound sleep this morning, and now I'm doused with cold water. If you let me leave now, will I even be able to return to my slumber? Do you have any idea the effort it took to adjust to the time difference for this visit? All right. Let us practice. After his complaints, Kane felt resigned. He always struggled to refuse others, as he deeply craved the recognition and need of those around him. Feeling rather ordinary himself. What a wonderful rapport. Is this what it means to socialize? Jae-go pondered silently. In truth, his own smile was a fade. He had spent far more time in prison than in the outside world. Aside from Orochimaru, no one had managed to brainwash him without driving him to madness, although he often teetered on the brink of insanity. Now, let me outline our training plan. It appears that Tai has reached an understanding with Go. Although the nature of their friendship remains unclear, Kaibin recognizes that he must adhere to the arrangements concerning their training. Tai has evidently conferred with Go, and the direction of their cultivation has been distinctly outlined, with only a few details requiring Kaibin's input. Kaibin's responsibilities are relatively straightforward. Firstly, he is to practice the shadow clone technique to expedite the overall progress of their training. He possesses a natural advantage in this endeavor, not through an immense chakra reserve like Naruto, but rather through relentless practice. Notably, Kaibin's clones have exhibited an extraordinary level of intelligence and a degree of non-compliance, necessitating thorough experimentation to ascertain the cause of this peculiar phenomenon. The shadow clone technique is undoubtedly the most suitable method for this inquiry. Whether a novice can master it, however, is not a concern for either of the two. Secondly, enhanced physical training is imperative. After all, chakra is refined through the physical and mental realms. Although Tai perceives Kaibin's chakra to be quite feeble, the amount he demonstrates is still remarkable for a beginner. The question lies in whether his strength is predominantly derived from mental refinement or physical conditioning. It appears that his physical prowess is significantly inferior to that of a lower-ranked ninja, yet his mental fortitude seems equally lacking. Go has sensed considerable fluctuations in Kaibin's natural energy each time it manifests, and he is intrigued by the nature of the powerful natural energy that Orochimaru spoke of, especially since comparative observations have been scarce. Thirdly, the collaboration on ninjutsu research is essential. Kaibin's innovative approach to chakra manipulation is refreshingly creative, offering insights that exceed Tai's expectations, as he views the same problem from a distinct perspective. Furthermore, the potential to uncover hidden errors or pitfalls is invaluable. This aspect was actually suggested by Go, who was curious about how Tai managed to erode his violent consciousness. When Go initially sought him out, Tai was taken aback, particularly upon learning that Go had received Orochimaru's endorsement, compelling him to take the matter seriously. After considerable reflection, he disclosed his ability to guide chakra and the method of external chakra manipulation. Although Go did not fully comprehend the intricacies, he faithfully reported to Kabuto, who, after consulting with Orochimaru, established a unique barrier for their training. Orochimaru's interest was not merely whimsical. Upon witnessing Tai's technique, he instantly recognized its potential to remedy his own limitations regarding the inability to perform reincarnation. Had he not been preoccupied with another significant undertaking, he would have personally conducted experiments to mentor Tai in his practice. Kabuto's focus lies in addressing the issue of excess sage chakra. If a method to mitigate the dissipation rate of sage chakra could be devised, many experimental subjects might yield improved results, thus conserving time in the search for test subjects. In conclusion, this is a mutually beneficial training experience, with each individual pursuing their own goals and reaping rewards, all except for Tai stands as the principal force behind their cultivation, striving to refine the technique in the shortest time possible and, if feasible, to help Go gain mastery over his ferocious instincts, enabling him to maintain control at all times. Certainly, if this resolution is something that only one can accomplish, then it serves as an assurance for one's own life, which is also one of the significant reasons for his active cooperation. Chongwu essentially plays a protective role. To expedite the cultivation process, the subjects within the seal are at least Nin, and he must preserve Tai's life when the experimental subjects retaliate. Naturally, he himself will be the ultimate test subject. Lord Orochimaru has informed him that he has provided means for Tai's survival, so he has little to worry about. Everything appears perfect, save for the pressing time constraints and the foolish Bin. Although Bin feigned a silly demeanor while listening to Tai's arrangements, he harbored some doubts internally. While he could not fathom why Orochimaru would take interest in such a ninjutsu, being oblivious to Orochimaru's intentions, the conditions offered seemed excessively generous from his perspective. It resembled his own world, where a district-level policy is issued, suggesting that something of significant import must follow, necessitating a larger plan. Moreover, the fact that his informational advantage had gone unnoticed, with no astute ninja monitoring or probing him, seemed utterly unreasonable. In Bin's view, rigorous interrogation and mind-reading would have been the most rational course of action. Then let us begin, Tai announced. Sometimes, hell arrives with such naturalness. Chapter 26, Are you truly testing this cadre? Then, let us commence with the shadow clone technique. Tai declared, executing the command without hesitation. Bin, with a reluctant pout, began to seriously form seals, and a clone promptly materialized. Upon its appearance, the clone bared its teeth and asked jovially, "What training shall we undertake first?" Chongwu furrowed his brow and delivered a punch, instantly obliterating the clone. Bin and Tai exchanged puzzled glances. What was that about? His chakra is peculiar, Chongwu remarked. Indeed, when Tai first instructed Bin, he noticed that his chakra was challenging to perceive. The clone's emergence seemed to precede the formation of seals, albeit by a mere fraction of a second, detectable only by those with acute chakra sensitivity. It seems he is utilizing natural energy. Feel the flow of chakra within him. Chongwu's words left Tai perplexed, having only learned about natural energy that very morning. He was unaware of what he could sense. Ah, could it be? Am I truly a genius? Bin exclaimed, elated, feeling as though he had finally become the child of destiny. Fortunately, recent training had endowed Bin with a modicum of chakra sensation. While Tai attentively discerned the faint trajectory of chakra, prompting Bin to continuously perform the shadow clone technique. As for natural energy, his perception was still inferior to that of chakra. The former was a concept he barely grasped, while the latter was something Bin could barely provide for him to sense. One by one, imperfect clones of Bin appeared, with Chongwu dispatching each one. It was not until the 30th clone materialized that Bin conceded. Chongwu chose to retain this particular clone. "Are you trying to drain me dry?" he exclaimed, utterly fatigued, feeling as if he had just sprinted 800 meters. This time, the sensation of chakra was most pronounced. Shangtai expressed his confusion, stating, however, "You have made an error. The natural energy is depleted, and only then does Bin's body begin to produce chakra. Although the amount is minimal, Shangtai's perception of chakra has become significantly clearer. Shang Tai distinctly sensed that when Kai Bin employed the shadow clone technique, his hand seals had little effect in guiding the chakra. Rather, the jutsu was primarily formed by the chakra's autonomous flow within his body. Could this be a form of ninjutsu without hand seals? All the natural energy, upon the dissolution of each clone, spills forth, a substance I can absorb. Zhong Wu raised his fist in a gesture, and it became evident to both that his physique appeared to have undergone a subtle transformation, appearing more robust. Are you all right? Kai Bin inquired with concern, worried that Zhong Wu might transform into a ferocious warrior at any moment. No issues here. The absorbed natural energy has minimal impact on me. Zhong Wu replied, subsequently explaining to Shang Tai about natural energy. Shang Tai felt his worldview shatter. This individual, a blend of foolishness and impulsiveness, had somehow mastered the intricate art of ninjutsu without hand seals and the absorption of natural energy, a stark contrast in human capability. Kai Bin, brimming with pride, suddenly declared through his clone, "Let us begin. It's time to test the cadre." Upon hearing this, Shang Tai suddenly pondered whether Kai Bin, like Zhong Wu, might be experiencing a semblance of split personality. Otherwise, how could his clone exhibit such behavior? This natural energy did not seem to be a benign substance. The clone was specifically left by Zhong Wu, who was also quietly observing. First, practice the shadow clone technique. It can accelerate your training outcomes, Shang Tai instructed. Starting to teach the hand seals and guiding the process, Kai Bin's absorption of natural energy was swift. During their earlier banter, he had already replenished a considerable amount and now engaged earnestly in practice. Noticing that no one was attending to him, the nearby clone began to practice as well. 5 minutes later, the practicing clone murmured, "It seems I've succeeded," before vanishing with a pop. Your clone possesses high intelligence. It is remarkably close to a shadow clone and seems even more astute than you, Zhong Wu remarked. Indeed, Shang Tai mused. Kai Bin must be somewhat of a split personality. One wonders what his shadow clone would resemble. Kai Bin, drenched in sweat, lamented internally about being a child of destiny, perpetually the subject of ridicule, particularly due to the antics of his own clone. How utterly humiliating. 15 minutes later, Kai Bin successfully created his shadow clone. At last, I have succeeded. Kai Bin exhaled deeply, sensing that the effect of the hand seal guidance was not particularly pronounced. The struggle stemmed from his inability to recall the trajectory of chakra flow within his body. Without the enhancement of memory from his training, he would not have remembered it even now. Moreover, for someone like Kai Bin, who is directionally challenged, even holding a map often proves futile, as remembering the route is an arduous task for him. Zhong Wu, on the other hand, remains composed. His abilities stem largely from innate physical talents. The art of guiding chakra through the absence of form is a daily routine for him, and many things come to him so naturally that it borders on the excessive, leading to a lack of control. He admires how well Kai Bin manages to maintain his composure. However, Shang Tai is perplexed. What does finally succeeded mean? Seeing Kai Bin's bashful expression, he feels a twinge of embarrassment for having once mocked Kai Bin's lack of intelligence. 15 minutes of shadow clone training. He chuckles. If that's the case, wouldn't a week suffice to become a chunin, and a year later, perhaps even the Hokage? With this in mind, Shang Tai gritted his teeth and led Kai Bin to a training ground, a space as vast as a football field. Physical training is a fundamental aspect of a ninja's education, so you shall commence now. Run 50 laps. Shang Tai issued the command, hoping that Kai Bin would gather more chakra, allowing him to perceive more clearly. Go forth, for our dreams, train hard, young man. Kai Bin gestured grandly, issuing commands to his shadow clones. He understood the function of the shadow clone technique, reasoning that enduring prolonged suffering was less desirable than a brief struggle. Thus, he entrusted the arduous training to his clones while he bore the final burden, as passive skills do not test one's resolve. TCH, the shadow clone crossed its arms, disdainfully turning away. Hurry, the harder you train, the stronger we shall become. Train until you vanish, young man. Kai Bin maintained his stance. You all go, Shang Tai remarked, visibly annoyed. Is it not unnecessary for me? His achievements would naturally reflect upon me, wouldn't they? Kai Bin expressed his discontent. Bang! Zhong Wu delivered a punch that sent Kai Bin tumbling, his expression remaining unperturbed. Clutching his shoulder, Kai Bin looked at Zhong Wu in bewilderment, unsure of his intentions. After 5 seconds, he understood Zhong Wu's stance. As he approached again, fists raised. Run! The shadow clone, evidently more astute, had already begun to jog. After 50 laps, the one lagging behind will receive a beating. Chong Wu stated calmly. Are you using this as a test for the leaders? What leader could withstand such a trial? Kai Bin exclaimed in frustration. For reasons unknown, Kai Bin's shadow clone consistently outperformed him. After 5 laps, Kai Bin, whose stamina had recently surged, found himself struggling. His face flushed and breathless, contemplating the possibility of being overwhelmed by Chong Wu. Are you an idiot, or what? The shadow clone of Kai Bin seemed to be in fine form, questioning why he had failed to remember any of the running techniques he had watched in videos. Did you forget to breathe in threes? Lean forward, tighten your core. Who has a physique like yours? Kai Bin retorted. Am I not just a reflection of you? Ha ha. Cough cough. The shadow clone nearly choked with laughter. Slap. A pebble struck Kai Bin's arm with precision, causing him to leap in pain. He turned to see Chong Wu smashing the ground, collecting a handful of small stones and gazing at him with an unsettling calmness. Alarmed, Kai Bin hastened his pace. As he glanced back, his shadow clone had already sprinted 7 or 8 meters ahead, his expression resolute and demeanor composed. Looking at Shang Tai, who sat on the ground with his eyes tightly shut, it was evident he was also in a meditative state. Not a single reliable ally. Kai Bin silently lamented as he quickened his stride. 15 laps. Kai Bin had never run such a distance before, his vision blurring. Were it not for Chong Wu's occasional stone striking his body, he would have faltered long ago. The shadow clone had long ceased speaking, merely maintaining a distance from Kai Bin, feigning an appearance of exertion. Almost there, Shang Tai concluded a phase of his training and called out to Chong Wu. Finally, assistance. I might just perish soon. Kai Bin felt a wave of relief at the prospect of rest, turning his face towards Chong Wu. He intended to offer a grateful smile when a shadow suddenly appeared before him, glimmering with light. Quickening his pace, he lowered his head. Just in time to hear a sharp sound as a kunai embedded itself into the wall, the crisp noise echoing throughout the vast training ground. Kai Bin's hair stood on end, a surge of strength inexplicably coursing through him. Is this really necessary? Are you trying to kill me? Clearly. Being obliterated by a single punch and succumbing to torture are two vastly different experiences. The courage to confront death differs significantly from that required to endure torment. Shang Tai was no saint either. This is what you call a test of leadership, he shouted. Do you have any idea how many people desire your resurrection ability? If I could, I would willingly die dozens of times each day. Damn this wretched cheat. Let someone else have it. Kai Bin was driven to madness, his feet relentless in their pursuit. An hour later, he collapsed on the training ground. To be frank, according to Shang Tai's standards for ninjas, Kai Bin's stamina still held potential for further exploration. However, he had lost too much blood and was no longer capable. He had already been pierced by 3 kunai. With 7 or 8 wounds adorning his body, Kai Bin was astonished he had endured to this extent. He had contemplated surrendering the moment the first kunai struck him, only for Chong Wu to deliver a blow to him directly. Yes, a direct strike, painfully so, yet without the prospect of death. Just give me a break. This is unbearable. Kai Bin had mentally cursed for what felt like an eternity, considering these individuals to be fundamentally deranged. Chong Wu, being more straightforward, contemplated ending Kai Bin's life to facilitate his return while simultaneously uncovering the nature of his resurrection ability and whether chakra would dissipate. Wait, Shang Tai interrupted him. First eliminate the shadow clone. Chong Wu immediately understood, dispatching the shadow clone with a swift kunai. Kai Bin's cries had grown feeble, the exhaustion and pain from the shadow clone technique weighing heavily upon him, causing him to lose consciousness. Chapter 27. I shall not descend into hell. I truly wish to avoid it. Lying in bed, tears silently streamed down his face, his mind nearly blank. Why? Why must he endure such suffering? This ungrateful world had led him astray. He had been living a decent life, yet without reason, he was summoned into a realm of torment. Inexplicably subjected to brutal killings multiple times, and today, he had again been tortured for no reason at all. For whom was he enduring this? Was it out of pity for the wretched? And now, who truly deserves pity? Who could be more unfortunate than he? This was a hell on earth, and he vowed never to return. Kai Bin turned to glance at the mobile phone resting beside his pillow. It was 5 in the morning. What a nightmare. Being awoken in the early hours to endure torture. Life was unbearably cruel, twisted, devoid of any benevolence. He gently shifted his position, feeling discomfort, and as he searched around, his hand grasped a gold brick. Under the morning light, the gleaming gold bar brought a slight lift to his spirits. If it were merely for the sake of money, perhaps there was sufficient justification. It could hardly be deemed trivial. A bitter smile crossed his lips. He turned his gaze toward the direction of his son's bedroom. staring intently for a while, and his smile appeared to become more genuine. His body was free of pain, and his spirit felt unburdened. To be fair, Kai Bin was in an exceptional state, far superior to that of many men his age. The anguish stemmed solely from memories. What more could he wish for? Countless individuals toiled endlessly without possessing such treasures. He consoled himself, returning his attention to the gold bar. Meanwhile, Tai and Chong Wu were not idle. They were analyzing their recent findings. For ninjas, Kai Bin's harrowing experiences were hardly remarkable. It was merely a facet of their daily existence. Moreover, one had been imprisoned and subjected to human experimentation from a young age, while the other had lost his parents early on and was treated as a mere tool. In truth, both harbored a sense of envy towards Kai Bin, marveling at his seemingly invulnerable existence, a terrifying yet fortunate gift. After a brief assessment, they discovered that Kai Bin absorbed natural energy abundantly, an astonishing feat for a novice, and remarkably, he exhibited no adverse reactions. However, his chakra was lamentably scarce, indicating a lack of inherent talent. Yet, under the influence of natural energy, even the faint chakra began to guide him, allowing him to experience the flow of ninjutsu. He could perform techniques without hand signs, gaining a more primitive understanding of ninjutsu, closer to the essence of natural energy. Chong Wu also noted that Kai Bin's physical prowess seemed to be improving rapidly. During their first encounter, his punch felt akin to a hammer striking tofu, barely registering any impact. However, this time, the force with which he threw stones had noticeably intensified, suggesting an increase in Kai Bin's capacity to endure. Yet, given his low starting point, this observation required further validation. There was also a lingering possibility that Kai Bin might be suffering from a split personality disorder. This issue does not seem to pose a problem within the ninja world. Many individuals, to varying degrees, exhibit a certain degree of abnormality under pressure. Information was discreetly conveyed through specialized channels, and the two individuals reached a consensus to withhold any revelations from Kai Bin, continuing the relentless training. Such cruelty is indeed disheartening. The one uttering these words is Zhong Wu. Indeed, Shang Tai himself is perplexed as to why he suddenly arrived at this decision. His initial intention was to distance himself from Kai Bin once he made any progress. However, when confronted with the unpredictable future of another, it appears he has inadvertently projected his own aspirations onto Kai Bin. While Kai Bin bears no obligation to endure such torment, Shang Tai is resolute in his desire to see him grow stronger. Observe his decision. Shang Tai proclaims, "It is too late. Lord Orochimaru will not consent. He will manipulate you to summon him again, even if it leads to your demise." Zhong Wu's tone remains calm, for he speaks from experience. Shang Tai is left speechless. It seems he remains unable to escape the control of life and death imposed by others. Thus, the specialized training between Shang Tai and Zhong Wu commenced. Having grasped some insights, Shang Tai unleashed his ninjutsu upon the experimental subjects captured by Zhong Wu. Failure ensued, and Shang Tai succumbed to unconsciousness while the experimental subject bled profusely from all orifices, their brain utterly devastated. Upon awakening, he attempted once more. The experimental subject went mad, only to be slain by Zhong Wu, leading Shang Tai to faint again. On the third attempt, the subject remained unresponsive, causing Shang Tai to lose consciousness once more, spitting blood. By the seventh attempt, Shang Tai ceased forming hand seals. Instead, he sank his teeth into the neck of the experimental subject, his chakra infused with a near-manic consciousness surging into the other's body. Zhong Wu, injecting chakra, forcibly separated the two. "You are courting death," Zhong Wu admonished Shang Tai. "I must test whether my blood can facilitate the success of this technique. Otherwise, what purpose does it serve to be deemed a family secret?" However, it now appears that the issue lies not with the blood itself. The erosion targeting the brain, chakra, and even the nervous system proves ineffective. Yet, he senses a shift. His soul seems to have fortified, and his resolve feels more steadfast. His memory imposes an overwhelming mental strain, introducing an array of knowledge to his mind. Though its nature eludes him, Shang Tai resembles a mad scientist consumed by research. "You are courting death," Zhong Wu reiterated. "If I can deplete my own soul, Lord Orochimaru will find me powerless in the Pure Land, correct?" Shang Tai's words reveal his underlying intentions. It should be a formidable task, yet it is not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. At that moment, Yakushi Kabuto appeared within the barrier. "Lord Orochimaru has been creating miracles. However, if you can expend your own soul, It indicates that you have enabled the experimental subject to erode your soul, allowing you the opportunity to attempt to erode theirs in return. Alternatively, you might consider them as a source of nourishment, which is also a viable approach. Yakushi Kabuto comprehended Shang Tai's thoughts. By rendering his own soul non-existent, Orochimaru would be rendered powerless against him. Very well, Lord Kabuto, Shang Tai responded with a grim smile. Having his hopes of fortune dispelled, Lord Kabuto, is hell the same as the Pure Land? Shang Tai has not given up, still speaking with a tone of threat. I knew it when I arrived. Yakushi Kabuto remained indifferent. Upon leaving the barrier, he admired Orochimaru. Indeed, he has always been adept at manipulating human emotions. Before departing, Yakushi Kabuto attended to Shang Tai, knowing that a period of rest would allow him to recover. Chongwu stood silently, observing Shang Tai as one would a small creature in the forest. His experiences were uncomplicated, discovered, studied, imprisoned, all in service of Lord Orochimaru. The task assigned today was also to assist in Orochimaru's research. Watching Shang Tai and Kaiben, he perceived that the only distinction between them and the frail animals of the forest was their slight intelligence. They were equally vulnerable, willing to make irrational decisions for the sake of so-called emotions. Shang Tai could not truly desire death. Chongwu possessed means to ensure his survival. However, dying for the sake of dying, thereby jeopardizing the research, was a waste of time. This was what Chongwu could not comprehend. Why must they act in such a manner? Two ants, regardless of their efforts, would never affect the greater scheme of things. Is he all right? Kaiben asked gravely, gazing at Shang Tai, who lay on the ground. Indeed, he had returned. He is fine. Chongwu replied. Cough cough. I'll absorb some natural energy. Kaiben crafted a justifiable excuse for himself, claiming it was not for self-destruction. Surveying the experimental site, terror instantly gripped Kaiben. The ground was smeared with corpses, blood, and severed limbs, littered everywhere. Overcome with nausea, he expelled everything from his stomach, collapsing to the ground as his body trembled violently. In previous encounters with death, he had not had the chance to appreciate the aftermath. This was his first direct confrontation with such horrors. The acrid stench pierced through decades of nasal affliction, invading his mind and churning his thoughts, seemingly intent on drowning the unpleasant sensations in a sea of memories. Yet that feeling was like a drop of tar in a pool of clear water. No matter how much it was stirred, it remained distinctly visible and could not be concealed. Consequently, his brain seized his stomach, attempting to expel these images through retching. Why do people vomit in such moments? Kaiben had never understood until now. When one becomes as filthy as their surroundings, the previous horrors no longer seem so repulsive. As Kaiben gradually regained his composure, Chongwu spoke. He wishes to take his own life. Perhaps it is for you, but I shall not permit him to die. Who are these people? Do they deserve to die? They are mere experiments. The question of deserving is moot. They simply perished in the course of the experiment. What I inquire is whether they should die. If it serves Lord Orochimaru's experiments, we could all die at any moment. Kaiben sat up, looking into Chongwu's indifferent expression, seemingly recalling that this was the world of Naruto. The ninja realm. Hee. Kaiben laughed. Is Orochimaru your father? Chapter 28. Shadow clones confront shadow clones. Zhongwu was aware that Kaiben was upset, yet to him, this was entirely customary. Though Zhongwu was not immortal, he had encountered death on numerous occasions, all for the sake of Lord Orochimaru. After a moment of reflection, Kaiben contemplated how to vex Zhongwu, but when it came to annoying Orochimaru, he was not so audacious. The rationality of adulthood quickly allowed him to regain his composure. There were certain individuals one should never provoke, especially those who were seemingly easygoing. How amusing. What do you call someone who appears one way yet harbors another soul within, occasionally causing a ruckus? Kaiben inquired with a fa of feigned sincerity. It's nothing to worry about. Stress can often lead to such occurrences, Zhongwu replied calmly, evading the question. Huh? Me? What am I supposed to be concerned about? Kaiben was bewildered, utterly perplexed by Zhongwu's response. Everyone possesses multiple facets to their personality, revealing different aspects. For instance, I possess two distinct personas. As for Shotai, he has at least three, executing missions, training, and interacting with you, Zhongwu elucidated. What do you mean by interacting? I was just hesitant to mention you, and yet you use that term. Kaiben could not suppress his inner thoughts, musing further on whether what Zhongwu described was merely a matter of emotional variability rather than differing personalities. Was it a cultural discrepancy? The shadow clone you manifest may represent one of your personalities. If your consciousness is unable to exert proper control over your shadow clone, it might succumb to one of those facets taking precedence. This is what Lord Orochimaru conveyed to me. Zhongwu remained composed. Nanny, have you been deceived? Orochimaru is pulling your leg. Kaiban realized that Zhongwu might be pitying him, which only deepened his own discontent, as he dared not voice his frustrations and could only silently critique. You're not suggesting that I'm suffering from schizophrenia, are you? Kaiban felt his words were subtly veiled, yet pointed. Let us commence training. Zhongwu appeared considerate, choosing not to unearth Kaiban's vulnerabilities. No, I came here to. Kaiban soon recognized his error. He had sought out this torment himself. Not only was he being treated as if he were mentally unstable, but he also faced continued trials. A part of him yearned to flee. Observing Shotai's wretched demeanor and the imposing figure of Zhongwu sent shivers down his spine. Would he dare return after this? It was evident he had become a mere tool, a harbinger of tasks. With a sigh, Kaiban produced a shadow clone. Create more. Bang. 3 additional shadow clones appeared, with Kaiban generating 2 and 1 from his shadow clone. The 6 individuals exchanged glances, bewildered. What purpose do you have for your shadow clones? Kaiban expressed his dissatisfaction towards one of the clones. It wasn't me, it was him. The shadow clone pointed at another. It wasn't me, it was him. No, it was you, retorted the pointed shadow clone. Does no one suspect it could be me? Another shadow clone chimed in. Can shadow clones also perform hand seals? Kaiban inquired of Zhongwu. It is possible, yet the effectiveness will diminish over time. As chakra is finite, replied Zhongwu. Chakra is condensed, while natural energy is absorbed. Once a shadow clone absorbs natural energy, wouldn't it become as formidable as the original? Such words could not have come from Kaiban's true self, for the original was not so astute. Why not give it a try? This too was likely the utterance of a shadow clone. Do you wish for him to go berserk? The speaker was unknown. We can certainly manage this. We need only awaken him. A group of grown men chattered like old women, a sight Kaiban never anticipated, leaving him in despair, a quintessential social death. By the way, have you not informed me of the method to dispel the shadow clones? Zhongwu observed the multitude of Kaibans in silence, contemplating for a moment before forming hand seals and producing a shadow clone. The clone then formed seals as well, creating another. The 2 shadow clones commenced the absorption of natural energy. Silence enveloped them. The Kaibans fell quiet, displaying an unprecedented telepathic connection. Had this individual truly embarked on an experiment? Would there be a berserk episode soon? The 2 shadow clones began to grow robust, their cursed marks manifesting upon their bodies. Stop, Zhongwu. You are losing control. Kaiban trembled, aware he could flee at any moment, yet Tai remained unconscious. Upon turning, he found 4 shadow clones had already hoisted Tai into a corner of the laboratory, leaving only the foolish original standing idly beside Zhongwu. Zhongwu's 2 shadow clones had already entered the cursed mark state, a strange laughter erupting as they charged towards Kaiban's true self. With eyes wide open, he beheld the foe he wished to vanquish. Boom. Zhongwu struck one shadow clone back with a punch and seized the other by the neck, slamming it against the wall. Ha! The clone that collided with the wall dissipated, while the other, seemingly unscathed, began to cackle wildly as it absorbed natural energy. With the feedback from the dissipated clone, Zhongwu's body visibly transformed, a novel experience as his physical form instinctively began to adapt. However, the results of this experimentation manifested rapidly. He absorbed natural energy at an accelerated pace, yet his control over it weakened, as his body sought to bypass the brain's decision-making. Tai is dead. Your mission has failed. Kaiban yelled at Zhongwu, determined to morally bind him with Orochimaru's ethics. Just subdue him until help arrives to break the barrier. Zhongwu remained composed, having already devised a plan. By what means can Tai control you? Is it with the sealing scroll? I will retrieve it. Kaiban was unwilling to remain so passive. I am currently sealed. Can you contend with my shadow clones alone? No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhongwu's shadow clone lunged forward, and the 2 engaged in a tumultuous battle. Shadow clones, in essence, possessed low defense. Their offensive capability hinged upon the amount of chakra they contained, and they offered little resistance to physical attacks. However, Zhongwu hesitated to exert excessive force, fearing that breaking the shadow clone might trigger his own berserk state. The shadow clones, on the other hand, were reckless, aiming to strike with full force against Zhongwu. Yet he worried that the recoil might also cause the clones to dissipate. Controlling a shadow clone that had already entered the curse seal state was no simple feat. In truth, Chongwu's strength, without absorbing natural energy, was not significantly different from that of the shadow clones. However, he dared not unleash his full power. What if he inadvertently obliterated a shadow clone? What if that made him absorb natural energy even more fiercely, leading to an uncontrollable berserk state? He was caught in a dilemma, unable to shatter himself while also fearing being shattered, a precarious situation indeed. One shadow clone spat. "Try cutting off its legs, use a weapon," suggested another. "Let us find a place to hide." The two shadow clones, supporting each other, had already fled the laboratory. Delaying time was their simple yet challenging objective. Chongwu had begun to sustain injuries, while the shadow clones remained unscathed. "Chongwu, can your shadow clones absorb natural energy to recover from injuries like you?" "Fool. They need to absorb flesh to heal. Let us go. Our attack power is low. We can deplete his natural energy without risking his explosion." The shadow clones began brainstorming. One picked up a piece of rubble from the ground and charged at Chongwu's shadow clone. Bang! With a casual punch, the shadow clone vanished. Kaibin grimaced in pain. There were those who feared nothing, and those who feared pain. Grabbed the knife from Shantai, shoulder to shoulder. 6 shadow clones lunged forward. When Kaibin turned around, he discovered the remaining shadow clones were continuously absorbing natural energy, creating more shadow clones, which in turn began to absorb natural energy as well. Cursing himself for his foolishness, Kaibin also started to generate shadow clones, retreating momentarily, as he could not afford to perish just yet. If a pond is 1/10 covered with lotus flowers, and the area doubles every day, how many days will it take to cover the entire pond? Kaibin had no time to solve math problems. His shadow clones were diligently doubling and naturally organizing themselves. The 6 shadow clones that had rushed forward were not caught up in fervor. Instead, they circled around Chongwu, waiting for the opportune moment when Chongwu and his shadow clone were engaged in a standoff to launch a surprise attack. It seemed Chongwu had never studied jujitsu or wrestling, relying solely on brute strength and heavy-handed techniques. The shadow clones were fixated on slaughter. As long as the opponent remained, they felt elated. Since their own bodies were unharmed, they stood firm, ready to see who could endure more punishment. From an observer's perspective, the two were essentially engaged in a mutual brawl. The first shadow clone of Kaibin charged low, slicing at the calf muscles of Chongwu's shadow clone. Chongwu's shadow clone exhibited no reaction. The slight pain was inconsequential, akin to a branch scratching him during combat. Conversely, a casual retreat during the struggle inadvertently caused one shadow clone to explode. Kaibin continued to wince in pain. When will Yakushi Kabuto arrive? The shadow clones began to voice their complaints, feeling utterly helpless. Retreating backward, we employed ninjutsu to delay him. One shadow clone summoned several more. Water release, water wall technique. A multitude of water walls converged upon the shadow clone of Chongwu. The damage was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. Chongwu's shadow clone found its vision obstructed and its balance significantly disrupted. Chongwu, not one to be foolish, seized the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to the supporting leg of the shadow clone, intending to bring it down. Alas, due to his hesitation in using full strength, the shadow clone merely wobbled, pivoting to deliver a punch that forced Chongwu back. "Now, unleash all the natural energy," the leading shadow clone of Kaibin shouted. With a whoosh, only 7 water walls manifested, while the remaining 5 or 6 shadow clones attempting to utilize ninjutsu dissipated. Kaibin's face blanched, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness enveloping him, causing his legs to buckle and him to sit down. This technique might be akin to the legendary hitting the cow across the mountain, where one's shadow clone bore the brunt of the assault, while the original experienced the suffering from afar. Chongwu immediately intensified his grip, attempting to seize control of the shadow clone's arm. Unfortunately, having not thoroughly studied martial arts, his grappling technique proved ineffective, allowing the shadow clone to shake off his hold and escape. This only served to infuriate the shadow clone, which shouted furiously as visible holes appeared across its body. Unleashing a torrent of natural energy mingled with chakra, annihilating over 20 shadow clones in one fell swoop. Kaibin collapsed, blood trickling from his mouth as he began to roll his eyes back. A nearby shadow clone of Kaibin rushed over, pinching his philtrum. "You cannot succumb now. Hold on." Easier said than done, Kaibin internally lamented, unable to voice his thoughts. Continue summoning clones. His natural energy is depleting significantly, and he is nearing regression. Do not allow him to absorb any more natural energy, commanded another shadow clone, assuming control. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow clones, disregarding Kai Bin's fate, began to appear, fully intent on absorbing natural energy. Lying on the ground, Kai Bin tilted his head, watching his fervent shadow clones with tears welling in his eyes. Chongwu soon noticed the weakening of his shadow clone and charged forward, pinning it to the ground with its arms twisted behind. Finally, he had subdued it. A collective sigh of relief filled the air, enveloping the testing ground in silence. He is still absorbing natural energy. The news from Chongwu struck Kai Bin like a hammer to the head, leaving him in despair. How much natural energy exists within this wretched barrier? One shadow clone cried out in frustration. It shouldn't be much. Chongwu replied, momentarily taken aback. Do they wish to deplete the natural energy within the barrier? But how? The barrier regulated the entrance and exit of ninjas, inherently imposing limitations on numerous aspects. During the recent battle, he had sensed that the rate at which shadow clones absorbed natural energy was certainly inferior to his usual efficiency. Summon more clones to siphon off the natural energy quickly. The commander shouted as the shadow clones emerged with a resounding bang. Each appearance of a shadow clone felt like a dagger etched into Kai Bin's heart, foretelling a grim fate for himself. They instinctively believed that the closer they were to the shadow clone of Chongwu, the more effectively it would absorb natural energy. Thus, dozens of Kai Bin's shadow clones clamored onto Chongwu and his clone, followed by hundreds, until an indeterminate multitude filled the testing ground. After several minutes, a voice pierced through the throng. Make way, let me pass. A brown-haired ninja pushed through the crowd, approached Chongwu's clone, and affixed a talisman to its forehead. Without uttering another word, he hoisted Chongwu's clone and exited, leaving behind a group of bewildered Kai Bin clones. Chapter 29. Emptiness, Indifference. Humanity. Kai Bin stood up and prepared to disembark. A sudden jolt of awareness snapped him from his daze as he joined the crowd, heading toward the unit. This morning, Kai Bin awoke with a smile and tears of warmth in his eyes. Now, he could only be described as a mere shell of his former self. He mechanically rose, ate, and boarded the bus, his mind a blank slate, staring vacantly out at the passing scenery until he reached the vicinity of his workplace. For an ordinary person, being summoned early in the morning for a death training session, only to be slashed multiple times and nearly bleed out, would be a harrowing ordeal. Yet, to muster the strength to confront the torment of such memories again would be considered remarkable. But what about him? He lay there, experiencing the visceral sensations of dying and the agony of flesh through the feedback from countless clones. Why am I still alive? Kai Bin pondered silently. Oh, I possess an immortal body, but why haven't I gone mad? He began to muse like a philosopher, questioning whether philosophers merely dwell on simple inquiries and thoughts. Though he walked the distance, he felt increasingly detached from the world. The surrounding sights and cacophony of sounds transformed into a vast backdrop, with him merely a figure wandering through the painting, utterly out of place. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply. The nicotine offered a slight adjustment to his mood. The curling smoke became his sole connection to this painted world, infusing his otherwise drab existence with vivid hues, gradually bringing color back into his thoughts. With a soft huff, he shook his head, attempting to cast aside his troubles, and began to organize the tasks for the day. There were 7 assignments awaiting him. And after reflecting on his previous progress, Kai Bin calculated that he could enjoy 2 hours of leisure time during the day. What a boon this memory is. A gift from traversing realms. He murmured to himself, striving to focus on the brighter aspects of life. It is undeniably a privilege. Kai Bin's mind is remarkably clear now. Ever since he embarked on the path of chakra cultivation, his physical abilities, cognitive functions, and memory have all made significant strides. Yet, an inexplicable sense of solitude lingers in his heart. He has come to understand the root of this discomfort. For others, traversing realms means living a lifetime, returning to their original world where their adventures become mere memories. But for him, each return is a recollection, a revival. And each experience almost invariably culminates in a tragic ending. Rebirth has not bestowed upon him joy. Rather, it has consistently brought forth painful reminiscences. Alas, life is already fraught with suffering, and he has unwittingly compounded his anguish. He cannot fathom why he subjects himself to such torment. Provoked by these rascals, his spirit has been tortured to this extent. Remaining sane must be a testament to his inherent mental fortitude. Truly, he is a genius. Kai Bin chuckles to himself. He has grown weary of food. His household's chili peppers have lost their zest. He craves the spicy allure of Sichuan cuisine. A young girl flutters by, her demeanor suggesting that on the other end of her phone is a lovesick fool. Is this not stimulating enough? Kaibin pauses, pondering whether he has truly become formidable or if the mundanity of reality has dulled his senses. Indeed, everything in life feels overwhelmingly serene, while that other world is akin to hell on earth. But where does this emptiness stem from? Kaibin is at a loss. He has begun to share the sentiments of those who live amidst the flames of war, gradually transforming into a warrior. Today, his colleagues have distinctly noticed something amiss in Kaibin. What exactly is abnormal? Everything appears out of sorts. While filling his water bottle in the morning, he held it steady, unlike his usual tremors reminiscent of Parkinson's. Sitting in the office, his fingers danced across the keyboard with remarkable agility. This is the same Kaibin who struggles to pen 500 words in 2 hours? Most strikingly, he has not uttered a single word, even when stepping outside for a smoke, his gaze resembling that of a scientist engrossed in research. Due to Kaibin's peculiar behavior, he was not assigned any urgent tasks by his supervisor today. Thus, by 3 o'clock, he had completed all his planned work. Kaibin, is everything all right at home? His colleague, old Zhang, inquired, patting him while he smoked. Nothing, Kaibin replied tersely, suddenly realizing his tone was less than cordial. He quickly mustered a smile and gazed at old Zhang, saying, everything's fine. You know my hefty companion at home? If he can stay calm for 5 minutes. That's a stroke of luck. Kaibin's sudden shift in demeanor startled old Zhang, as if witnessing a robot suddenly exhibit human emotions, an unexpected spark of life. Ahem. If there's anything, feel free to let me know. Old Zhang, feeling a bit apprehensive, politely excused himself and departed. Kaibin realized that he had lost his composure. He awoke in his room, his head throbbing painfully. After consuming some cold food, he regained a modicum of strength and clarity, and he staggered towards the experimental site. Zhongwu was in the midst of cleaning the area, clearing away bodies, bloodstains, and debris. Did you kill them? He inquired, observing Zhongwu in a normal state. His concern for Zhongwu's well-being minimal. His curiosity was instead piqued by the question of whether Zhongwu had indeed gone mad again, and who had ensured his safety from harm. You are the one who killed them, Zhongwu replied. I certainly did not mutilate their bodies to this extent. The corpses were destroyed by both Kaibin and myself. Shang Tai's memories were still clouded by the moment he had fainted during the experiment. He was unaware of the events that had transpired thereafter. Zhongwu recounted in detail what had just occurred. Shang Tai, quietly listening as he picked up a mop to assist Zhongwu in cleaning, felt a slight pang of bitterness in his heart. Kaibin had saved him once more. Perhaps he did not require saving at all, as long as he could conceal himself in a safe place. Yet Kaibin had genuinely risked his life to protect him. Why even attempt it? Are you not afraid I might kill you? Shang Tai questioned. Lord Orochimaru has left contingency plans, Zhongwu responded. Did he inform you of this? It was Do who mentioned it. What could Shang Tai say? Zhongwu's blind trust resembled that of a marionette, devoid of rational thought. Orochimaru had bestowed upon him a few sealing scrolls and a means of summoning help, but in his unconscious state, he was utterly incapable of utilizing them. He realized that at times, he was indeed fortunate. Yet Kaibin, that poor old fellow. I feel that natural energy is exceedingly difficult to control. However, Kaibin seems to manipulate it effortlessly. His physique must differ from ours. Zhongwu remarked. Are you planning to study his body? Shang Tai's tone remained calm, but a murderous intent simmered within him. Zhongwu glanced back at him, sensing the malice. Such intent only serves to drive me to madness. Everything proceeds according to Lord Orochimaru's arrangements. Zhongwu continued to address Shang Tai's inquiries. Stop cleaning, summon a few more individuals for the experiment. Shang Tai's mood was decidedly grim. You must rest well to execute the next steps effectively. You need to contemplate. Zhongwu was unconcerned about the waste of experimental subjects. He was compelled to fulfill the tasks assigned by Lord Orochimaru and assist Shang Tai in mastering the secret techniques. Silence enveloped the two as blood and dismembered limbs gradually accumulated. The sound of the mop scraping against the soiled floor echoed like the distant grinding of a beast's teeth in the dark of night, increasingly grating on the senses. In a small building at the heart of the city, constructed shortly after the founding of the nation, the overall style exuded a hint of post-Soviet influence. With thick walls and an antiquated hue that appeared, how shall I say, sturdy? The lighting within the building was dim, utilizing old-fashioned incandescent bulbs, and the entire place seemed eerily quiet, as if devoid of life. However, the ancient, dilapidated wooden floor seemed to hold a different opinion. creaking softly to inform the occupants within that someone had arrived. A middle-aged man approached steadily, a cup of tea in hand, his face adorned with a warm smile. "Director Guan, please, there's no need for formality," greeted the venerable Luin. "My apologies, Elder Lu," Director Guan responded with utmost respect, bending slightly as he offered yet another cup of steaming tea. "Has little 16 aired?" Luin had come today with a request. According to national regulations, reports regarding such matters must be meticulously documented in designated locations and promptly submitted to the relevant department, known as the National Virtue Bureau. Ordinarily, little 16 would not take such a long time to write a report, yet no one had provided him with an answer. Could it be that his own kin had been detained? Regardless, it was unacceptable to remain uninformed. Yet, this was not a place where he could express his anger. Unless he were the clan leader. "I truly do not know. All I am aware of is that since arriving here, Director Xing and his team have not slept for 2 days." Director Guan remained polite but resolutely silent. A heavy silence ensued. Elder Lu closed his eyes, resting against the sofa, as the aroma of tea danced impatiently in the air, swirling with the rising steam. Director Guan's feigned smile lingered on his face. He understood that the only force capable of causing such agitation in the stillness of this room was the palpable aura emanating from the elder before him. He was indeed angry. A few minutes later, the door swung open, revealing a tall, lean middle-aged man. He smiled slightly, awakening Elder Lu with a glance, simultaneously calming the swirling steam. "Oh, Elder Lu seems to be in a mood?" The man was none other than Director Xing, exuding the authority of a superior. "I dare not," Elder Lu replied nonchalantly. "The incident's severity necessitates the presence of your esteemed clan leader. Shall I pay a visit?" Director Xing said with a serious tone. Luin furrowed his brow, hesitated briefly, then closed his eyes to communicate with the clan leader. Minutes later, he announced, "He wishes to come himself." "Ah, your clan leader is indeed perceptive. Please, allow him to join us." It was clear that the reception room was not the appropriate venue for discussing significant matters. They traversed the narrow, elongated corridor, arriving at the door of a chamber. "You need not enter. Please invite the clan leader in," Director Xing said courteously. Clearly keeping the identity of the person inside a secret from Lu, and Elder Lu felt no displeasure. As an external emissary of his clan, maintaining confidentiality was part of his duty, and he fully understood the necessity of such decorum. Elder Lu closed his eyes once more, his body trembling slightly. Within a minute, the tremor ceased, and he opened his eyes. Director Xing, sensing a shift, cast a spell to open the door. He turned his back to the entrance, not even glancing inside, allowing the clan leader, who had possessed Luin, to enter before closing the door behind him. The corridor returned to silence, and Director Xing felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. At over 60, with a grandson not following in his footsteps and a wayward son, was it time for him to consider retirement? How long would this mission last? With a long exhale, he stood motionless at the doorway. Chapter 30. The Secrets of the Body. Kaibin was granted a rare opportunity to leave work early. His supervisor, being rather considerate, understood the circumstances, family matters, and health issues warranted time off without question. Yet, Kaibin had never felt the need to request leave, as his home life was well organized. Arriving home early or late made little difference. Standing at the bus stop unusually early today, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Inn Pawn Shop, with its grand sign, caught his attention. "I seem to have neglected an important matter." Kaibin recalled his looming debt crisis. Once aboard the bus, he settled into a comfortable seat towards the back, mentally traversing to Shang Tai's side. An inexplicable sense of unease lingered. He needed to converse with Shang Tai for some psychological solace. The experimental area was already tidied up, with Shang Tai sitting cross-legged, focusing on his chakra, while Zhongwu appeared to be lost in thought. "Are you all right?" Shang Tai inquired, lifting his gaze with concern. "I won't die," Kaibin replied with a resigned smile, which was less an attempt to comfort a friend and more a lamentation of his own plight. Fortunately, a day's work allowed him to temporarily choose to forget his unfortunate circumstances. Zhongwu fixed his gaze on Kaibin and suddenly spoke. "Let me test your physical condition." The idea of employing numerous shadow clones simultaneously in physical activity, particularly running, was bound to enhance one's physical prowess, not to mention the natural energy and chakra's condensation speed. However, the extent of the transformation was the variable they had discussed earlier. Nevertheless, Shang Tai, being considerate, refrained from immediately summoning Kaibin, knowing that his mental state might not withstand it. Zhongwu, on the other hand, was less concerned about the mental strain. After Zheng Wu's inquiry, Shang Tai sprang to his feet, eagerly grasping Kai Bin's hand, while Zheng Wu followed suit, placing a hand upon his shoulder. You won't be leaving now. They both knew well that Kai Bin lacked the courage to retreat. As he found himself under the control of these two individuals, Kai Bin questioned his presence there. Why did he always come to this place? He merely intended to greet them, having grander matters to attend to, feeling somewhat unanchored. The two seemingly eccentric individuals radiated an intensity and passion that was relentless, wasting no time at all. However, upon arriving, Kai Bin noticed that the feeling of being out of place in the human realm, his own term in contrast to the ninja world, had diminished significantly. He felt a newfound ease. The two individuals, who appeared rather fierce, to him seemed like determined warriors with unwavering goals. It was a sensation he hadn't experienced in quite some time. Yet, their objectives seemed rather trivial, their methods bordering on inhumane, albeit quite ninja-like. Am I a masochist? Is it inappropriate for me to associate with those weaker than myself? Kai Bin pondered his past, realizing he indeed had an inclination to gravitate towards the stronger. While others found solace in the notion of being superior to some, yet inferior to others, Kai Bin consistently sought the company of the formidable, even if it meant enduring significant hardship. Fortunately, the advantages of following strong individuals are evident. Although victory may never be attained, progress remains unceasing. Chakra, coalesce, commanded Shang Tai, his eyes glimmering with a spark of exploration. Kai Bin promptly began to gather chakra, absorbing the energy of nature. Indeed, he possessed the unique ability to undertake both tasks simultaneously, though he was uncertain about the dynamics of who was leading whom into his body. Naturally, he remained oblivious to this circumstance. It was Shang Tai and Zheng Wu who enlightened him. The chakra had significantly amplified, and clarity of sensation was apparent. The transformation of natural energy feels somewhat imperceptible. My body's capacity to harbor it must be limited, Zheng Wu remarked. I will test my physical attributes. Hey, no fighting. Kai Bin quickly interjected, fearing Zheng Wu's formidable fists. Just run and jump. Zheng Wu refrained from employing the methods Kai Bin had envisioned for testing. He had already observed the limits of Kai Bin's physique during their morning skirmish and could now make comparisons. With a sigh of relief, Kai Bin began to circle the experimental arena. He sensed a remarkable increase in speed, and the feeling of breathlessness had dissipated. Previously, running for 5 minutes had left him utterly exhausted. Now, after 3 minutes, he felt as if he had scarcely exerted himself. Could it be that he had reached the level of a professional athlete? Kai Bin had no concept of the physical prowess of professional athletes. Jump, Shang Tai called out. Upon hearing this, Kai Bin exerted himself and soared into the air. In comparison to his previous jump height of 20 centimeters, he felt as though he truly was flying. This must be nearly a meter. It was akin to reaching the pinnacle of his youthful vigor when he weighed less than 140 pounds. Kai Bin was genuinely exhilarated. The previous gloom had vanished, and possessing a robust physique was undeniably important for him, not least because it would save him money on medical expenses. In the future, during his son's school sports day, he would no longer hesitate to sign up for parent-child competitions. Next, Shang Tai tossed a stool towards him. Filled with confidence, Kai Bin ran, catching it with steady hands before continuing to run for several steps before setting it down. How did you achieve this? Kai Bin inquired curiously. Your stool can fly so slowly and steadily. Your dynamic visual acuity must have improved. I do not possess the ability to control flying objects. Shang Tai replied loudly. This method will not yield accurate data. Zheng Wu interjected. Don't. Kai Bin shouted, immediately foreseeing what was coming. Indeed, a kunai hurtled towards him. He sidestepped it, though he did not experience the cold sweat that accompanied his first encounter with a flying knife. Kai Bin was momentarily taken aback, a smile creeping across his face. More kunai followed, each arriving with increasing velocity. After dodging 4 or 5, Kai Bin felt his endurance waning. Zheng Wu was gradually intensifying the assault. However, this sense of fatigue was not akin to the previous feeling of being unable to run. Rather, it was a matter of being unable to react swiftly. All right, I can't continue. Kai Bin raised his hand in surrender, feeling that he was quite fast, certainly superior to the average person. Suddenly, a shuriken pierced his thigh. Shang Tai's expression darkened, realizing that Zheng Wu truly knew how to exploit his experimental subjects. Stop, stop, stop! Kai Bin's face turned ashen. He now felt that, aside from other abilities, his capacity to endure pain had certainly improved. Blood gushed from his thigh, yet he could still tolerate it. I can survive, but my clothes cannot. Didn't I mention this before? Every time I come here, I ruin an outfit. I'm currently on a bus. If I return covered in blood and riddled with holes, how will I explain that? Kai Bin was exceedingly irate. Initially, he had just come to greet and request leave to exchange some money. Now, he faced the prospect of destroying yet another outfit. Zhongwu stood silently, contemplating, as Kai Bin removed his trousers. Shang Tai produced a bandage to tend to Kai Bin's wound. Once Shang Tai finished, Kai Bin limped away, gritting his teeth and inhaling sharply. Heading to the nearby sink to wash his pants. While washing, he grumbled, "At my age, wearing the garb of a beggar. My mother will surely scold me to death when I return home." Zhongwu approached him, saying, "Use all your strength to strike me." With a resounding thud, Kai Bin did not hold back, delivering a powerful punch to Zhongwu's abdomen. The pain was excruciating. His knuckles could hardly bear it. Zhongwu seized Kai Bin's head, crushing it effortlessly. Suddenly jolting awake, Kai Bin found himself back on the bus, furious and ready to curse Zhongwu. Wasn't he usually a kind-hearted fellow? Why was he always trying to kill him? A chilling realization struck Kai Bin as he noticed he was only wearing his underwear on the bus. His face turned pale. "What are you doing? Couldn't you have spoken first?" Kai Bin shouted at Zhongwu, having just traversed here. "Do it again." Zhongwu fixed his gaze on Kai Bin. Thud. Kai Bin delivered another heavy punch, then swiftly jumped several meters away. Indeed, Zhongwu remained completely undisturbed, yet he recognized an emerging issue. Turning to Shang Tai, he spoke like a researcher. "Every time he dies, his physical strength surely doubles." What? Both Shang Tai and Kai Bin were taken aback. They had not noticed this before. "His foundational conditions are too poor, so the change is not apparent. I paid special attention. His physical attributes have undoubtedly undergone exponential changes during these encounters." "What do you think about his chakra? It seems to have changed significantly," Shang Tai recalled, noting the transition from feeling nothing to a clear awareness of the recent sensations. The change was indeed rapid. It was evident that as his physical condition improved, so too did his ability to generate chakra. However, he had always assumed it was merely the result of natural energy, never considering other possibilities. "I've hit the jackpot. How wonderful. I knew it. There is no way a traveler arrives only to be stabbed without reason." Kai Bin finally discerned the benefits of his journey. He realized he possessed Scion blood. Did this mean that in the future, all he needed to do was allow others to kill him repeatedly? With excitement, he clenched his fists and began to imitate the transformation of a super scion, letting out exuberant cries. Surely, there must be a limit. Zhongwu doused the enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. Moreover, physical strength does not equate to absolute power. The mastery of ninjutsu and the training of physical skills are essential. Holistic improvement is fundamental. Tai was genuinely pleased, yet he instinctively exerted pressure upon others. "Humph. In due time, you shall learn of a person known as the Emperor Kai, who can deliver a decisive kick. Speaking of which, how many times must I perish to land a single kick on Uchiha Madara?" Kai Bin's mind began to wander. If you were to face demise a few more times and return to your world, you would undoubtedly be invincible. It seemed that the concerns Tai had harbored were resolved. He felt it unnecessary to keep Kai Bin here any longer, as he believed Kai Bin was now safe. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru will surely find you." Zhongwu was not being sarcastic. He felt it was time to delve into the intricacies of time and space. The prior research on physical conditioning was no longer within his purview, and he suspected that Kabuto would get involved. Kai Bin, Tai's expression darkened. It was indeed unwise to be overly optimistic. "We must devise a plan and choose an opportune moment. Otherwise, your sudden changes could lead to trouble upon your return to your world." Tai wished to buy time, still uncertain of his next steps. I would like to say something first." Kai Bin suddenly realized that if he did not speak up, he would once again be overlooked. Both individuals turned their gaze toward him. "Please grant me a day off. I need to exchange the gold bars." Kai Bin spoke candidly. Both paused in surprise, but nodded in agreement, as they too required time to contemplate their next course of action. "May I leave now?" Kai Bin, eager to not linger, began to dress hastily. Seeing no objections, he promptly traversed back to the bus. Upon arriving in the familiar and comforting environment, he sighed in relief. He took out his phone to search for nearby pawn shops, immediately shifting his focus away from the affairs of the Naruto world. Observing Kai Bin drooling beside him, an elderly gentleman who had just taken a seat cast a disdainful glance before suddenly standing up. "Did you wet yourself?" The old man complained loudly, having noticed Kai Bin's freshly washed, damp pants. Chapter 31. The Mud Superman exchanging gold bars was no simple task. One would at least need to return home for a change of pants. In reality, Kaibin failed to accomplish his significant task. The timing of his return coincided with the school dismissal of children, and his fierce mother promptly assigned him the chore of tidying up the room after his rare early departure from work. Following that, he was tasked with picking up his ancestor, checking homework, engaging in jump rope with the children, laundering the school uniform that had been sullied on its inaugural day, organizing bath time, arranging massages, and preparing for English tests. By the time all was said and done, it was already 8:30. After finally coaxing the children to sleep, when Kaibin secretly attempted to call the pawn shop, he found that they had already closed for the day. The most infuriating aspect was that his search registration records attracted 7 or 8 phone calls in the evening, all inquiring whether he wished to pawn or pledge items, accompanied by various price offers. This left Kaibin not only sleepless, but also deprived of the opportunity to admire the lengthy legs he so desired. In the following days, there was no contact from the upper echelons. Naturally, Kaibin did not take the initiative to reach out to the tormenting duo after completing his work. He simply returned home to tend to his child, while also engaging in the absorption of chakra condensation and natural energy. However, unexpectedly, he discovered that he could absorb natural energy in his own realm as well. To be precise, it appeared that the human world also possessed natural energy. This revelation left Kaibin in a state of confusion for quite some time. The concept of crossing over could perhaps be explained through parallel dimensions. But what of the intrusion of the comic world? Who exactly was he? Where did he come from? And where was he bound? Such ponderings were beyond comprehension. Another significant question arose. If his world contained natural energy, who else could perceive it? The notion that only he was aware of it was utterly incredulous. Thus, did the legendary immortals truly exist? Where was Sun Wukong? What of Laozi? Kaibin even began to doubt the terrifying tales of a round heaven and a square earth. This was unscientific. Rumblings echoed in the distance. When humanity contemplates, the divine merely chuckles. Indeed, thunder could even strike in broad daylight. Kaibin refrained from consulting the realm of pain, fearing that he might inadvertently drive the upper echelons to madness, for he knew less than they did. After aimlessly pondering for a spell, he decided to set aside these thoughts, realizing that understanding would not provide sustenance. In recent days, he had searched several pawnshops, inquiring everywhere about those that operated on weekends. Unfortunately, there was little useful information, though the incessant nuisance of phone calls continued. Today's weather was delightful. A lovely day graced by gentle winds and warm sunshine. On this Saturday afternoon, with no pressing matters at hand and a buoyant mood, he arrived at the entrance of the largest and most reputable pawnshop he had discovered online. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, he meandered for quite a while before finally summoning the courage to step inside. Kaibin removed all the gold bars from his camouflage backpack and placed them on the counter, his voice revealing a hint of nervousness as he stated his desire to exchange them for cash. The attendant, a beautiful woman, picked up one of the bars, weighing it in her hand, and remarked, "Sir, please provide the receipts or relevant proof of purchase for these gold bars." Her demeanor was exceedingly professional, and her voice remained clear as she discreetly called for the manager. She had never encountered gold bars of such non-standard specifications, and it was well known that significant transactions often carried complications. He preferred not to tread in such murky waters. Kaibin, momentarily distracted by the beauty before him, was taken aback by this unexpected requirement. What if he lost them? Tentatively, he inquired, feeling as though he were becoming akin to a thief. Unfortunately, we cannot proceed without that, sir. You may contact the jewelry store from which you acquired them. If they were a gift from a friend, you could ask them for assistance in reaching out to us. At that moment, a male manager in his 30s approached, casting a surreptitious glance at the gold bars. Inwardly pleased, we can first assist you with authentication. If they are genuine, we will provide you with some potential solutions. Clearly, the staff at the pawnshop had encountered numerous situations akin to this one. Observing their expressions, Kaibin failed to perceive that the manager intended to deceive him regarding his gold bars. Instead, he was consumed by the thought that they had reported him to the authorities and were merely stalling his departure. In a state of agitation, he hurriedly exited the pawnshop. Feeling utterly disheartened, he had meticulously planned how to spend his money during the journey there, and now, the path to wealth seemed insurmountably difficult. Enough of this futile speculation. It was time to execute a retreat. Do you recognize him? Inquired a man dressed in black with a buzz cut. whose fierce demeanor was directed towards a gaunt individual beside him. I don't know him. He must be from out of town. The thin man replied. It's gold bars. I saw 5 of them. That's all we need to confirm he's not local. The 2 men's eyes glimmered with intrigue, and they swallowed hard in unison. The buzzcut man claimed to be affiliated with the underworld, boasting of having 5 or 6 so-called subordinates. In truth, his only audacity lay in preying upon the timid and guilt-ridden. This group often loitered around pawn shops and loan companies, sometimes receiving tips from those distributing flyers at the entrances. Upon hearing news of a man dressed plainly, whose demeanor suggested timidity, they promptly made their way over. Kai Bin's hesitance, lingering uncertainly outside, inadvertently provided the gaunt man an opportunity to glimpse the gold bars peeking from his possession. The thin man speculated that this individual, with his shifty eyes and gaunt frame, hardly resembled someone of wealth. It was unclear where he might have acquired the gold bars. Perhaps they were pilfered from his own home. A mere scare might yield some pocket change from such a character. Besides, given his slight stature, what courage could he possibly muster to fight back? As for robbery, that was absurd. What sort of society was this? Let us take the alley, the buzzcut man exclaimed in delight as they fixated on Kai Bin, pondering how to lure him closer. Little did they anticipate Kai Bin's acute awareness of danger. Could it be? Is he a thief? That seems unlikely. The buzzcut man mused, astonished. A rational person wouldn't carry gold bars into secluded areas unless perhaps. Was this man merely pretending to be harmless while concealing a nefarious identity? Regardless, the notion that he could easily subdue multiple assailants was a cinematic fantasy. Having dealt with numerous adversaries over the years, one even a martial arts student, he had always emerged victorious. Look, he has headed your way, follow him, he commanded the others. The thin man in gray attire, carrying a camouflage bag, was warned not to misidentify their target. The buzzcut man directed with calm authority before leisurely trailing after the thin man. 5 minutes passed. Yet the buzzcut man had scarcely crossed the street when a message from his subordinate arrived on WeChat. The target has vanished. The anxious subordinate reported. What? How is that possible? Did you not see him? No, just a short, stout fellow passed by, not the person in your photo, the subordinate replied, puzzled. Block the intersection. If others have entered, check if he is hiding somewhere. The buzzcut man, still skeptical, dismissed the idea that this location, one of their strategically chosen ambush sites, wouldn't ensnare an unfortunate soul. In this desolate place, they traverse it 8 times a day. And there are no other exits. How could they possibly overlook it? With beads of sweat adorning his forehead, the crew cut leader guided a few misfits in search of someone. While across the street, 2 individuals engaged in a heated verbal exchange. You don't even know you need a receipt. What are you here to redeem? The shadow clone, Kai Bin, had transformed into the guise of a plump individual, the very same who had inquired about prices at the pawnshop moments before. Now lamenting about the original Kai Bin. The entirety of Kai Bin's intellect had been expended in this endeavor. Prior to entering, he had contemplated that if worst came to worst, he could let the shadow clone take the blame, as the clone bore no resemblance to him after transformation. As for what would happen if the gold vanished? Well, one's life surely held more significance. You don't know either, the original muttered. Preoccupied with locating a reputable pawnshop that opened on Saturdays, blissfully unaware of the intricacies involved. Those infernal websites never elucidated such matters. Their sole focus was on customer traffic. In reality, these places operated under their own unwritten rules, often less stringent than one might presume. Yet they were assured that anyone in need of their services would undoubtedly return, and when that time came, solutions would emerge. Moreover, such matters sometimes required no direct involvement from the company. Individuals like the crew cut leader often engaged in clandestine transactions. You only summoned me when you reached the door. What could I do? You should have consulted me sooner. I am no more astute than you. The shadow clone promptly delineated the responsibilities. How could you be wiser than I? You are merely a touch more unhinged. You have no lingering concerns. If it's gone, it's gone. Given your suggestions, I should be grateful if they don't lead to my demise. Kai Bin increasingly felt as though he were losing his sanity, arguing with his own shadow clone. What now? The original inquired, clearly conceding defeat in the intelligence department. Perhaps we could inquire at a bank? What makes you think you are cleverer? The bank could trace my identity, leading them directly to us. Well, how about finding an age society? Where in China would that even be? Enlighten me. Are you seeking trouble? Do you fear I won't be sealed away? How should I know? I just separated from you. This fool, less than half an hour ago. Evidently, Engaging in a quarrel with oneself yields no victor. Both were merely competing in a battle of wills. Upon reaching a discreet corner of a nearby building and ensuring no surveillance cameras were present, Kai-bin dispelled the shadow clone. You have some skill. How did you manage your disguise? I assumed you were tall and slender. Have you discarded your height-increasing shoes? Wasting money when you're broke. The voice of the knife-faced individual came from behind Kai-bin, startling him. After all, he was a seasoned streetwise character, having started his mischief at the tender age of 7, and was quite observant. Prompted by his reminder, the sweet potato finally recalled that the only plump figure they had seen earlier was carrying a camouflage backpack. Thus, the group set off in pursuit. Oblivious to the crew-cut leader's movements, Kai-bin was still wallowing in self-pity when he suddenly found himself surrounded. You can certainly run, kid. Kai-bin, upon noticing the change in attire of Ban Si-yuen, felt a surge of confidence mixed with a sense of guilt, as if he were harboring a secret of dubious origins. Who are you? He inquired, his heart racing at the sight of several breathless individuals. In his own realm, he instinctively reverted to his timid nature. Deep within, he had always concealed a fear of these so-called social figures. Every time he caught sight of these ostentatiously adorned individuals, cold sweat would break out upon him. At that moment, he completely forgot his prowess in the world of Naruto. Do you still dare to question our identities? Are you unaware of your own actions? Come, let us escort you to turn yourself in. Ban Si-yuen stepped forward, seizing Kai-bin by the collar and lifting him off the ground. One must admit, Ban Si-yuen possessed considerable strength, for Kai-bin weighed nearly 180 pounds. A sudden jolt of memory surged through Kai-bin's mind, recalling the sensation of being tormented. A wave of anger swelling within him, akin to the surge of chakra. Though Ban Si-yuen was indeed strong, he could not maintain his grip once Kai-bin latched onto his wrist. With a swift motion, Kai-bin pulled downwards, causing Ban Si-yuen to stumble and release his hold. Just as Ban Si-yuen, taken aback, prepared to unleash a torrent of curses to bolster his bravado, Kai-bin seized his right arm and effortlessly flung him aside. The group stared in astonishment at their leader being sent flying, realizing they had encountered formidable resistance. Let's take him down, Ban Si-yuen roared in fury. Feeling humiliated for the first time in ages, Kai-bin couldn't help but smirk at this ragtag assembly, thinking to himself, do they even realize I am someone who faces death multiple times a day? Street fights among ruffians are never like the choreographed scenes seen on screen. They thrive on chaos, with fists and feet flailing wildly, accompanied by a cacophony of insults. The four assailants quickly organized themselves, one to grapple, another to trip, a third to strike, and the last to pull back. Instantly, Kai-bin found himself flat on his back. What a predicament for Kai-bin. Unsure whether to shield his face or retaliate, his arms felt insufficiently long to fend off his attackers. Lying down, he kicked out randomly, yet failed to land a single blow. The scuffle continued for 5 arduous minutes, with Ban Si-yuen and his gang panting heavily, while Kai-bin remained motionless, cradling his head. You little brat, how dare you strike me? Ban Si-yuen gasped, realizing they had all momentarily ceased their assault. Kai-bin cautiously glanced around and gradually crouched up. Goodness, being a superhero is truly challenging, he murmured, stretching his jaw and feeling the pangs of soreness. Though he was significantly stronger than them, the reality of being overwhelmed by sheer numbers struck him, prompting the thought that perhaps he ought to learn martial arts. Don't move, barked the knife-faced man, astonished at the resilience of the hefty Kai-bin, who, after enduring such a barrage, was still able to rise. Moreover, this fellow appeared unscathed, without a bruise in sight. Curse you. At last regaining his composure, Kai-bin leapt forward and seized one of them, executing a shoulder throw with sheer brute force. It was far from a technical maneuver, lacking any leverage. It felt as though he were hurling a tattered sack. Before the others could react, he delivered a swift sidekick. Remarkably, the individual soared several meters away. The task then became straightforward. He captured another and tossed him to the ground, efficiently resolving the situation within a minute. Just as he prepared to utter some triumphant words, a commanding voice echoed from behind him. Don't move. All of you squat down. Uncle Hat had arrived. Kai-bin froze, panic setting in. The law enforcement was indeed stringent. Chapter 32. Once targeted, escape is futile. Sweat poured from Kai-bin, anxiety gnawing at him. How could he explain the discovery of the gold bars? Would he claim they were earned through labor in the world of Naruto? The prospect of being confined to a psychiatric ward or prison was a troubling dilemma. No, he could not afford to be discovered. As the uncle approached briskly, Kaibin hastily formed hand seals and transported himself next to Shang Tai. Shang Tai was engaged in today's experiment with Cheng Wu, who gripped a hefty figure tightly. Shang Tai was positioned on the unfortunate subject's back, his hands manipulating the opponent's mind. Upon seeing Kaibin, Shang Tai was taken aback. He had not anticipated Kaibin's inner strength, returning so swiftly from such torment as an ordinary person. Moreover, why had this fool not utilized a summoning scroll to communicate? Did he not fear encountering the chaos of battle here? Indeed, Lord Orochimaru had not misjudged him. He was truly a person of remarkable inner strength. Begin with shadow clones. Create 10. Cheng Wu, it seemed, was not one to jest. Enough with the nonsense. I'm terrified. I've been targeted. Kaibin exhaled deeply, collapsing to the ground. His gaze fixed on the peculiar duo before him. Shimura Danzo? Shang Tai was astonished that someone would focus on Kaibin and quickly leapt down. No. My associates are akin to the Uchiha Guard. This gold bar must be stashed with you. Possessing it would invite calamity. Kaibin retrieved the gold bars from his backpack and placed them beside Shang Tai. I need to gather some chakra. It might come in handy. He settled cross-legged, beginning to condense chakra and absorb natural energy. The natural energy in the ninja world was abundant, far more accessible than in the human realm. It appeared the gold bars had stirred trouble. Observing Kaibin concentrate on gathering chakra, Shang Tai sensed that aiding him in navigating life in another world would not be a simple task. This fellow seemed perpetually unreliable. When had they even become friends? Such misfortune. Cheng Wu appeared contemplative, recognizing that having a need made it easier to manipulate, as Lord Orochimaru had stated, especially with something as straightforward as gold bars. Yet this individual seemed incapable of utilizing them. Take me with you. I'll help you deal with them, Cheng Wu proposed to Kaibin. Both Kaibin and Shang Tai nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. Transporting someone across dimensions, summoning? How could it possibly be that simple? I have never attempted such a thing. Kaibin felt bewildered. Surely, this notion is rather implausible, is it not? Isn't there talk of time-space rifts? Can living beings be involved? Indeed, why not give it a try? Has he yet to learn reverse telepathy? Well, neither have I. So how did he manage to communicate back and forth? Cheng Wu curiously inquired. All right. Why had this matter slipped their minds? The assembled group could not provide an answer. Every encounter between these two individuals was exhilarating. The only time they felt secure was when Kaibin was indulging in beer, leaving no moment to ponder. Originally, during his intervals of training, Shang Tai intended to conduct some research. Yet the family secret technique proved to be excessively stimulating for the brain, particularly in terms of memory integration, resulting in a convoluted thought process that required extensive time daily to clarify. Just yesterday, he mistakenly believed he had developed a prominent chest muscle, only to discover it was merely a memory from an experimental subject. As for Kaibin, the mere fact that his superior did not press him to complete tasks on time was a stroke of luck. To remember even a single matter was quite an achievement for him. Capture me. I shall attempt it, Cheng Wu stated with determination. Do you not think it wise to commence with something simpler? Why not try catching a mere bird? Kaibin regarded the Na'vi youth before him. Indeed, this fellow is not particularly formidable. The detriments of neglecting one's studies in youth are evident, are they not? A little bird, so adorable and fragile. Cheng Wu hesitated. You wretched fellow, Kaibin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who is it that is pursuing me with my own shuriken? Is it you? Pray tell, is it you? That bird is in a more pitiable state than I. They will perish, you shall not. Cheng Wu adhered to his own principles of existence, which seemed quite reasonable. Do I truly owe you anything? Kaibin was left speechless. Today, do not even contemplate it. You fear not death. Yet I dread returning home only to be seen dragging a mass of flesh. Will I still be welcome in my own house? Kaibin resolutely rejected the proposal. Next time, I shall bring something along. No need for you to lift a finger. Kaibin resigned himself to Cheng Wu's double standards. And I must even provide a live chicken for you all, without receiving a single penny for my efforts? How preposterous. Kaibin continued to grumble. 15 minutes later, after a brief farewell, Kaibin traversed back. Let us proceed. Shang Tai had already resumed the previous experiment with Cheng Wu, with the day's objective being to erode the residual consciousness of a robust experimental subject. Lu Chang, having worked for over a decade, quickly discerned the issue at hand due to his extensive experience. Upon noticing their arrival, the rotund man swiftly made several gestures before relaxing his expression to convey a signal. It appeared he had an accomplice. Lu Chang discreetly raised his gaze to scrutinize the surroundings. They found themselves at the corner of a building, devoid of pedestrians, with a narrow passage flanked by walls, which explained why the short-haired individual chose this location to ambush Kai Bin. A row of 6 windows lined the side of the building, and the fire escape was sealed. Should anyone provide assistance, they could only be concealed behind those windows. Yet, what circumstance necessitated prearranging individuals for support, or were they intentionally luring these delinquents? This is incorrect. If it were a grand theft of gold bars, it should indeed be more discreet. What purpose do these ruffians serve aside from causing chaos? While pondering this, I approached Kai Bin. What is going on? Lu Chang's voice carried an air of authority. I report that he stole gold bars to sell and just went to the pawn shop. The hot-headed young man clearly could not contain himself. No wonder he was merely a driver. As we passed by, we sensed this fellow behaving suspiciously, so we confronted him, only to be met with a beating. We are upstanding citizens, after all. He must be a notorious thief. Perhaps he has even committed murder? I shot a disdainful glance at the hot-headed youth, expressing my discontent at his accusations, while the buzzcut promptly reported, maintaining the standard posture of squatting with hands clasped behind his head, demonstrating his extensive experience. Yes, we can all testify. The surrounding lowly thugs grinned, eager to justify their bruises. Silence. You speak. Lu Chang commanded, regaining control of the chaotic scene as he fixed his gaze on Kai Bin. I was just wandering around, and they suddenly came and beat me up. Kai Bin replied, looking quite aggrieved, though it was evident his acting skills paled in comparison to the veterans. This is unjust. You all witnessed it. We were taken down by him alone. The worn-out shoe, unwilling to be outdone, felt compelled to appear more pitiful, even speaking with a quavering voice. He stole gold bars. They're in his bag. The hot-headed youth underscored, attempting to assert dominance over the small group. Lu Chang turned his gaze to Kai Bin. Understanding the situation, Kai Bin removed his backpack and turned it inside out, revealing only half a bottle of cola and a half-empty packet of biscuits. Where are they? Kai Bin feigned deep indignation. Impossible. Digua nearly stood up, but a glare from Lu Chang made him crouch back down. When I kicked him in the back earlier, I felt something hard. It still hurts. Digua's face was one of disbelief as he scanned the area, convinced that Kai Bin had concealed the gold bars. Weren't you the ones getting beaten? Lu Chang teased. Digua quickly lowered his head, aware of the fierce gazes from his companions. In the summer, everyone wore minimal clothing. Upon hearing this, Kai Bin lifted his shirt and jumped twice, indicating that he was devoid of any possessions. Lu Chang surveyed the area, noting that there wasn't even a blade of grass, just cobblestones, making it impossible to hide anything. As he scrutinized the crowd, he began to walk, stopping down on each stone to check for hollow spots. The buzzcut thugs fixed their eyes on Lu Chang's feet, 1 stone, 2 stones, until he had traversed the entire path. The eyes of the small gang widened in astonishment, all turning to Kai Bin as if they had encountered a magician. Suppressing a laugh, Kai Bin awkwardly glanced at Lu Chang. I was merely passing through. What brings you to this corner, then? Lu Chang inquired, his gaze piercing into Kai Bin's eyes. I actually needed to urinate. Kai Bin responded rather quickly. Come with me. There is a place for you to speak the truth. Lu Chang felt that there was nothing more to ask on sight. Kai Bin, with a sense of unease, thought to himself, who would go there for no reason? Wouldn't it be mortifying if my mother found out I was involved in a fight? I absolutely cannot let my parents know. When was the last time I got into a brawl? 5th grade? Lu Chang urged everyone to board the vehicle and instructed the arriving colleagues to meticulously inspect the scene once more. He glanced deeply at the high windows before entering the car. The interrogation was straightforward. The ruffians unanimously claimed to have seen Kai Bin pawning a gold bar, even though the 3 of them had not witnessed anything. Kai Bin maintained that he had no regard for public decency, feeling ashamed before his elementary and middle school teachers, tarnishing the image of a civilized city. The retrieval of relevant evidence was swift. Kai Bin, being an honest man with no prior record, had only a series of trivial misdeeds to his name. The manager and staff of the pawn shop were summoned to provide statements, and the surveillance footage clearly showed a tall, slender individual making inquiries, who could not possibly be Kai Bin. Everything indicated that a group of thugs had attempted to extort Kai Bin and were caught in the act. Yet, what was the story behind that identical camouflage backpack? Do you know him? What did you discuss? Lu Chang presented Kai Bin with the video captured by roadside surveillance, depicting Kai Bin conversing with a doppelganger before both entered around a building corner, observing him with interest. So meticulous? Kai Bin was taken aback by how deeply the uncles scrutinized such a trivial matter. He could hardly fathom that he was in the presence of a seasoned veteran, whose physical demeanor and expressions had unwittingly betrayed him, particularly that unmistakable smirk of pride. I don't know him. He just mentioned that we both bought the same model of backpack. I replied, yes, it was for my child. But it was too small, so I ended up carrying it myself. He said the same thing, that he picked up what was left by his child. Kaibin quickly concocted a response. Where did he go afterward? Lu Chang pressed on. I went inside to relieve myself. I don't know when he left. Before I could even begin, they came and assaulted me. Are you saying they mistook you for someone else? Kaibin feigned grievance while attempting to guide the uncles. Just answer the questions. Did we ask you anything? A nearby young uncle interjected sharply, causing Kaibin to shrink back in fright. The interrogation persisted until 3 in the afternoon. Most individuals would have faltered, but Kaibin had his own methods. Whenever he felt intimidated, fatigued, or famished, he would mentally retreat to a place beside his shadow clone to rest and recalibrate. Otherwise, he truly could not endure such a prolonged ordeal. The cost was that he was pestered by the persistent inquiries regarding the nuances of natural energy, and he exerted effort to persuade his interrogator not to experiment with his own physical form today, emphasizing that there was no rush to devote himself to Lord Orochimaru. Indeed. They mistook you for someone else, did they? Do you require compensation? We can organize mediation. Finally, a conclusion was reached, and a weight lifted from Kaibin's heart. The utility of his shadow clone proved invaluable. No, just let me go. I have nothing to do with this. I am in a hurry to return home. Kaibin was eager to leave this place immediately. After signing the documents, he hastily departed, leaving a few others behind to continue their inquiries. The uncles would not miss this opportunity. I found him quite suspicious. Were they really just allowed to leave? A colleague offered Lu Chang a cigarette. Either it was mere coincidence, or something significant was afoot. Lu Chang possessed an astute intuition. Did they investigate that building? He inquired. They did. Essentially, no one used the fire escape, which they had locked, claiming they were afraid of losing items. We frightened them, making them think someone had perished inside. Upon our inspection, we found only dust, not a single footprint. No one had entered for at least half a year, a colleague reported. People do not vanish into thin air. When coincidences become frequent, they transform into inevitabilities, Lu Chang asserted confidently. On the bus, Kaibin lamented his misfortune. What a stroke of bad luck. Is it so difficult to achieve success that I've become a target? What now? These scoundrels, obstructing one's means to wealth is akin to murder. He fumed. Should I teach those rascals a lesson with my shadow clone technique? He pondered silently, ultimately dismissing the thought. Enough is enough. Acceptance is key. He sighed. An hour later, a young follower reported, Lu Gu. He went straight home without stopping anywhere, remaining motionless on the bus for over an hour. Did he not seek out the gold bars? Is he that unperturbed? Or is it genuinely nothing? A colleague looked at Lu Chang in confusion. Indeed, there is something amiss, Lu Chang chuckled lightly. What do you mean? He hasn't visited the restroom for several hours. Surely he needed to relieve himself? Is he holding it in? Lu Chang remarked, prompting laughter from everyone. In truth, Lu Chang did not mention that the biscuits in Kaibin's backpack were crushed, the imprints neat, and distinctly not from a soda can, resembling a long, heavy object instead. You, my young friend, have caught my attention. Chapter 33. I am surrounded with a heavy heart. Kaibin trudged home, increasingly disheartened, as though he had received a life sentence of perpetual poverty. He felt utterly devoid of spirit, wishing to embody the melancholy of a character from a Stephen Chow film. Bowing his head and slouching as he walked to convey his mood. What did you accomplish running around all weekend? Look at how chubby your son has grown. You don't take him out for exercise? Thankfully, his mother consistently reminded Kaibin that wallowing in self-pity was futile. He needed to get moving. Come on, you lazybones. The chubby adventure begins. With determination, he guided his plump son, employing strategies to evade the lion's roar of his mother. I want a drink, Liba. The chubby child understood that this meant sweet beverages and readily complied. Keep it down. Do you wish for us to be obliterated? Kaibin urged, gently pushing his son's head to hasten his shoe-wearing. With a drink in hand, the two rotund figures settled on a bench in the corner of the community, gazing at the treetops and the slowly drifting clouds. After a lengthy belch, Kaibin turned to his son and asked, how about joining a basketball class? It's enjoyable and great for losing weight. You have no money. The son retorted. I lack the energy. The portly son, seasoned and responsible, bore half the family's burdens, knowing well that no one could escape the consequences of their actions. A pang of emotion surged within Kaibin as he tenderly ruffled his son's hair. Dad, I believe I don't need to train specifically, the son declared earnestly, observing how his son adeptly navigated situations to spare him expenses while providing justifications. Kaibin felt a warmth within, yet an unsettling sensation lingered in his heart. It's not wrong to be chubby, but I run swiftly. Even our class's sports monitor cannot outrun me. The son continued to console his father. Your class monitor is a girl. Did you think I was unaware? If it were someone else, it would be Ho Guanxin. What a ridiculous name. Is he a boy? Not particularly impressive. Just the other day during PE. I outran him, and he was the top sprinter last year. Indeed. Back in middle school, I competed against the city's fastest sprinter and secured second place. Kaibin, though not fabricating, omitted the fact that the race had only featured himself and the top runner, whom he had started ahead of, only to suffer a severe defeat afterward. Grandma says I don't resemble you old Kai family members. The son's insight into his father's character was remarkably profound. Why is that? Kaibin inquired, curious if his mother had disparaged him again. Because my boasting isn't as grand as yours or Grandpa's. Ha. With that, the son dashed away. Stop, you little rascal. This scene embodied a harmonious father-son dynamic. Oh, you truly run much faster than last year. Kaibin observed as his son bounded over 20 meters without pausing. Realizing the difference, last year, he would have been breathless at this distance. Both hefty figures found themselves panting in unison, instinctively halting their pace. However, this year, Kaibin felt different, invigorated by the physical enhancements from his transition, instilling within him the confidence to maintain a firm lead over his son, though he pondered. Did it not embarrass him to chase a 10-year-old? Got you, ha ha ha. Kaibin exclaimed, mimicking an ancient, indulgent emperor as he lunged toward his beloved child. Ah. The son squealed, accelerating with glee. You cannot escape. Kaibin's eyes widened in surprise at his son's sudden burst of speed. The boy was employing an unusual gait, sprinting with remarkable swiftness, prompting Kaibin to quicken his own pace in pursuit. Dad's coming. Is Garfield catching the mouse? The son cheered, dashing even faster, covering hundreds of meters in no time. Kaibin looked upon his son as if he were a stranger. The boy's running style was not that of a professional athlete. Each time he exerted force, he drove his heel into the ground, springing forward with noticeably longer strides than before, propelling himself as if on springs. With a sudden burst of speed, Kaibin seized his son, and the two erupted into laughter. Where did you learn such a running style? Kaibin asked. I devised it myself. By storing power in my back foot like a spring, I surely run faster. The son replied, brimming with pride. That defies science. Kaibin scratched his head, pondering the peculiarities of a child at this age, who, despite being athletic, should not exhibit such rapid progress. The posture appeared utterly bizarre, reminiscent of movements found in video games. Moreover, how had his stamina surged? After sprinting hundreds of meters, he wasn't even out of breath. How could that be? It seemed almost disrespectful to his abdomen. What about breathing? How should one breathe while running? Who taught you this? Just look at your current lung capacity. It is truly remarkable, Kaibin inquired with a serious expression. The chubby boy raised his hand, his pudgy finger pointing at his rotund belly, and replied, It's the new physical education teacher. He instructed us to breathe from here. Upon hearing this, Kaibin's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, Wow, this new teacher is indeed extraordinary. With such a unique teaching method, he should surely be selected for the national team to cultivate talent. However, the chubby boy suddenly interjected. But, although teacher who is impressive, there's one aspect that's quite unbearable. His armpits always emit a rather unpleasant odor. After saying this, he wrinkled his nose and waved his small hand in front of it. Hearing this, Kaibin couldn't help but burst into laughter, then feigned seriousness as he remarked, had I encountered such a teacher in my youth, I might have shattered world records by now. The chubby boy immediately called him out. Ha ha ha, Dad is bragging again. The father and son exchanged smiles, the atmosphere light and joyful. Dinner is ready, and don't even think about answering your phone, came the distant voice of their mother. Her tone surprisingly vigorous for a 70-year-old woman. The two hurried back, and from afar, they spotted the elderly lady standing at the doorway, hands on her hips, her eyes wide and glaring at them. Beside her stood a man clad in a white coat, his face adorned with a beard. Before a word could escape his lips, the elderly woman's expression transformed instantly. She shifted from a fierce demeanor to one of warmth directed at the man in white, her abrupt change of attitude astounding. Xiaowei, I cannot thank you enough. You must accept this money. The medicine you prescribed has worked wonders. My sleep has been wonderfully restful lately. Turning to Kaibin. The elderly lady admonished. What are you waiting for? Hurry and transfer the payment to Dr. Wei. Certainly. Kai Bin, not daring to delay, swiftly took out his phone to comply. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Kai Bin finally grasped the situation. The man in the white coat was Dr. Wei from their community, who, according to the latest work schedule, visited the community hospital 3 times a week. When the elderly lady sought medication for her chronic ailments, she had heard of his remarkable medical skills and went to consult him. Indeed, after taking several prescriptions from him, her sleep quality had significantly improved. Home is where warmth resides. Any worries can be washed away. Watching Dr. Wei depart, Kai Bin realized that while he had been out late every night, returning to sleep like a log, his mother had been struggling with sleeplessness, and he had been rather unfilial. Upon returning home, I savored the meal prepared by my mother, a gesture of filial piety. Dr. Wei, tall and slender, strolled out of the community, glancing back with a chuckle. Striking at the heart of the matter, the snake remains oblivious to its own vulnerabilities. On the bus, there was no exchange of words with anyone, nor the passing of notes. As for the specifics of WeChat messages sent, they remain uncertain. What is clear is that no calls were made. Once home, my time was devoted to playing with the children. As dusk approached, I transferred the medical fees to the community doctor. After listening to his subordinate Huang Bo's report, Lu Chang fell into deep contemplation, pondering which audacious doctor would dare to collect fees from patients clandestinely. Unless, of course, he was not a genuine doctor at all, but rather had ulterior motives, seeking to acquire patients' contact information. Upon hearing this, Huang Bo was instantly exhilarated, a thought flashing through his mind. Could this doctor be a spy? This could be a sensational case, and if solved, it would surely lead to his promotion. However, Lu Chang shook his head, suggesting it didn't seem likely. He had reviewed Kai Bin's profile and found no potential for personal gain. He then instructed Huang Bo to have his team keep a vigilant watch, ensuring no slip-ups occurred. Simultaneously, he requested Huang Bo to investigate the implicated doctor. Huang Bo eagerly agreed, secretly delighted. To accompany Lu Chang on such a significant case was an invaluable opportunity for the recently graduated Huang Bo, who bore the hopes of his family, as it promised a wealth of experience and skill. Rest assured, Lu, my team will remain undetected, Huang Bo confidently vowed, brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation to commence action. Have you resorted to eavesdropping? Who granted you that authority? Lu Chang suddenly fixed his gaze on Huang Bo. This young man, a recent graduate with some familial connections and decent means, had a penchant for detective novels since childhood, aspiring to be like a renowned sleuth. In his initial days, he inquired incessantly about any deceased individuals, insisting on visiting crime scenes. Although Lu Chang had no intention of taking him on as an apprentice, the higher-ups insisted. Reportedly, due to Huang Bo's family's generous donation of 50 drones to the unit. Unable to refuse, he decided to make the best of it, as Huang Bo was obedient and quite sensible. Since his arrival, the team's breakfast and supper routines had improved, and had it not been for logistical requirements, he would have arranged for his personal chef to assist. Moreover, his subordinates appeared adept at gathering information swiftly. How could that be? Sister Hua's face is terrifying. I dispatched one of our employees to pose as a real estate agent, who spent hours in their community, eavesdropping. Besides, their family is notoriously loud. There's no need to get close. Look at this wealthy young master. He makes things so easy. Master, do you think I should purchase a house in that community and assign someone to keep an eye on him? Huang Bo continued with his audacious suggestions. Get lost. Lu Chang was utterly exasperated with him. Huang Bo chuckled and ran off, instructing Lao Jiao and Shi San to keep a close watch. They were not afraid of being exposed. Their families had all arrived, and they could not afford to lag behind. Shi, don't let him get past. Lao Fa is losing his mind. Huang Bo retreated to a secluded spot to make a phone call, giving orders to his subordinates. It was still about Hu Qinyang. They held a deep-seated grudge against her. The last time they encountered that vixen, she had outmaneuvered them, which had enraged Shi. Someone on the other end was explaining things to Huang Shi. Forget that vixen. How could Huang Shi be so capable if he allowed Lu Jiangwo to kick him away? As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, the hour hand quietly pointed to 10 o'clock. Kai Bin was biding his time, waiting for the child to fall into a deep sleep. Although he had no time differential upon returning, and thus would not be discovered, he still preferred to arrange everything after the child was sound asleep, a habit he had cultivated. If it weren't for his constant concern over his invaluable gold bars, he would not have been inclined to venture into the realm of so soon. Unable to suppress his worry any longer, he resolved to seek out Shang Tai once more. Upon entering the room, Kai Bin softly inquired, "Is Chong Wu not here?" After all, it was already late at night. He was supposed to have arrived by now. However, he had hoped that either Chong Wu or the neighboring Shang Tai could fall asleep, which had caused him to delay until now. Shang Tai gazed at the suddenly appearing Kai Bin and retorted helplessly, "Did I not teach you to send a signal through the spirit communication scroll before you came?" Kai Bin suddenly realized his oversight, smacking his forehead in regret. Shang Tai's expression was one of exasperation, clearly frustrated by Kai Bin's forgetfulness. With a hint of apology, Kai Bin asked, "Nothing happened to the gold bars, right?" His words betrayed a touch of anxiety, tension, and shame for not having prioritized Shang Tai's safety. At that moment, a deep voice emerged from the large hole in the dormitory wall. It was Chong Wu. As it turned out, he was currently sleeping next to Shang Tai and had created another hole in the wall. "If you truly need the gold bars, I can provide you with more." Chong Wu's words brightened Kai Bin's eyes, but he quickly added, "However, the condition is that you must fully cooperate with Lord Orochimaru's experiments." Coughing awkwardly, Kai Bin replied, "Oh dear, I did not mean to disturb your rest. We were just looking for you. Lord Orochimaru has something to ask." Yakushi Kabuto and Chong Wu emerged through the hole, their expressions devoid of emotion as they regarded Kai Bin. Good heavens, what terrible luck! Kai Bin lamented inwardly. Wishing he could slap himself a dozen times, was the spirit communication scroll merely decorative? "Lord Orochimaru has tasked me with asking you if his upcoming endeavors will succeed." In the dimly lit room, Yakushi Kabuto exuded an unsettling aura. Chapter 34. The door to a new world slowly opens. Lord Orochimaru has instructed me to inquire whether his forthcoming actions will be successful. Am I being regarded as a soothsayer? Orochimaru's imagination is indeed extraordinary. How did he connect the dots in this manner? Kai Bin found himself perpetually confronted with unpredictable events in the world of Naruto, particularly when it came to a figure of Orochimaru's caliber. His thought processes were utterly inscrutable. The crux of the matter was that, from another perspective, he could indeed be considered prophetic, as he possessed knowledge of future occurrences. How to articulate this? Kai Bin hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. "I can directly extract the information I desire from your mind." The malevolent aura emanating from Yakushi Kabuto intensified, prompting the elder to clench his fists. What year was it in Konoha? What schemes did Lord Orochimaru have in mind? Kai Bin forced a wry smile, stalling for time in search of clues. It is the 64th year of Konoha. Kabuto's expression remained impassive, yet turmoil churned within him. How had Lord Orochimaru surmised this? Could this fool truly possess the gift of foresight? How was that even conceivable? What year is that? What are his intentions? Kai Bin soon realized his inquiries were misguided. Who could possibly recall the events of the 64th year of Konoha? Furthermore, why was the Konoha calendar being used instead of that of the Land of Wind? Lord Orochimaru is en route to Sunagakure. Kabuto's words were vague yet laden with implication. Is he planning to eliminate the fourth Kazekage? Surely, that would be no challenge for him. After all, he is Orochimaru. Kai Bin ventured cautiously. Observing the glimmer of excitement in Kabuto's eyes, he suddenly comprehended his misstep. If one could indeed prophesy, there was no need for interrogation, was there? Kai Bin fell silent, an ominous premonition regarding his own future gnawing at him. Should he flee? He pondered. And what else? He queried, only to be met with the panicked admission, nothing more. I was merely guessing. I cannot predict at all. Anxiety gripped him as he scrambled for a means to evade this predicament. Casting a glance at the restless elder, Kabuto dismissively glared at him before extending a hand toward Kai Bin's head. The few remaining strands of Kai Bin's hair nearly stood on end, prompting him to retreat hastily, only to stumble upon a massive serpent behind him. I must speak with Lord Orochimaru personally. Kai Bin understood he could not escape. He dared not wager whether Orochimaru had extraordinary means to apprehend him. He needed to buy time to contemplate his next move. Kabuto was momentarily taken aback, staring at the colossal serpent on the ground, silence enveloping the room. Very well, he declared before vanishing in a puff of smoke. The room fell into a heavy stillness, leaving everyone speechless. Kai Bin wished to confer with the elder, but upon glancing at the unwavering loyalty of Jugo towards Orochimaru, he decisively abandoned the idea. I shall return after some contemplation. Kai Bin bid farewell and retreated to his quarters, where he needed to reflect. Outside his window, Lewin and Lu Jiangwo conversed, casting sidelong glances at a weasel and a hedgehog squatting by the wall. Master Lu, we were unaware of your arrival. Please forgive our rudeness. We are also here on orders and must report back. The hedgehog does not speak. He possesses a unique method to communicate with Lewin. though the nearby weasel can also hear their exchange. Juan Sergio is rather thoughtless. I came to offer my apologies, yet unexpectedly encountered you here. Haha. What a fortunate coincidence. The weasel's speech is surprisingly polite. Humph. Lewin scoffs disdainfully, for the clan leader had informed him that during his meeting, the head of the Huang family was already present, arriving even earlier than he did. As a result, he received a scolding from the clan leader. Suddenly, a large serpent emerged from the ground. Lewin hurried over to embrace it. What a significant investment. The hedgehog sighed. If Huang Sergio were less impulsive, our family members would have already arrived. The weasel appeared to be in deep distress. Accompanying Kaibin through the unknown is no simple task. It requires a silent connection with his innate spirit without endangering Kaibin himself, leaving the burden of harm to the possessor. Those capable of such feats are among the foremost experts in the clan. Moreover, the dangers posed by the unknown world are incalculable, should one be captured. The secrets of the family could be exposed. In truth, if it were merely a simulated realm, Lewin's decision would undoubtedly be misguided, as the risks would far outweigh the benefits. However, as a human, he not only mastered the family's spells but also possessed an extraordinary perceptiveness. The Kai family is indeed unique. He had placed his bets wisely, having inscribed seals upon Kaibin early on and prepared the clan's elite for the venture. Clearly, the investment he made was astute. Were it not for this, the clan leader would not have merely scolded him. Lewin's ability to make this decision was, in fact, bolstered by the resolve instilled in him by Kaibin's mother. She is the ordinary person closest to the divine status of their family, possessing an exceptionally gifted bloodline, albeit lacking opportunity. Had it been before the liberation, she would have undoubtedly been a prominent oracle. Kaibin's fortune stems from his mother, though he remains unaware of it and has squandered much. Lewin speculates that the ability to connect with that world may well be Kaibin's ultimate blessing. Quickly bring it back. You go, let us see who dares to detain anyone this time. Observing the weakened serpent, Lewin promptly assigned Lu Jiangwo. Rest assured, I'm only afraid they want to provoke me. Ha ha ha, Lu Jiangwo exclaimed exuberantly. After the last time, when Xiao Shizhu returned, it became apparent that possessing Kaibin was not an arduous task. However, due to the significant inconsistency in the flow of time, the memories that the traveler's brain must bear would expand instantly, leading to incomplete retention and loss of information, which is secondary to the substantial harm inflicted upon the possessor's mind. Fortunately, Sergio is exceptionally skilled and possesses remarkable mental acuity. This time, it was Heichi who traveled. Not one specifically tasked with intelligence, but a versatile talent with considerable physical prowess. Judging by the results upon his return, his mind still could not withstand the strain. Seeing Kaibin lying unscathed on the bed, Lewin lost interest in further observation, reassured by the presence of family members offering remote protection nearby. Moreover, the four esteemed families have undoubtedly surrounded this place, ensuring a night devoid of slumber. With dark circles under his eyes from a restless night, Kaibin set off. Standing at the entrance of the community, smoking a cigarette while casting his gaze at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, he had done his utmost to delay the inevitable. But today he could not evade his fate. Alas, debts and obligations weighed heavily upon him, and he felt as though his hair would soon fall out. After a few minutes, his rideshare arrived. Today, he opted against taking the bus. As fatigue enveloped him, he desired a moment of drowsiness. Inside the vehicle were already two individuals, and Kaibin settled into the rear seat. Hello, Kaibin. Someone beside him greeted. Huh? Kaibin responded, perplexed. Could he truly encounter an acquaintance here? An elderly man clad in gray extended his hand, and Kaibin instinctively shook it. Who are you? He inquired, unable to recall ever meeting this person. We saw each other recently in the community, accompanied by your son and mother, the elder explained. Kaibin's recollection was vague. He had always struggled with face recognition. I am Lewin, and this is Lu Jiangwo. The elder gestured towards the front passenger seat, then introduced the driver. This is Lu Jianjun. Kaibin sensed something amiss. Such coincidences in a rideshare seemed implausible. Were the driver and passengers brothers? He quietly brought his hands together, preparing to form a seal. Lewin gently placed his hand atop Kaibin's, smiling reassuringly. Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions. In fact, we can be considered family. Kaibin's anxiety heightened. It appeared that this elder was aware of his intent to form a seal. The two middle-aged men seated in front appeared quite capable. Who were they really? Have you heard of the four great immortals of Northeast China? Lewin inquired. Fox, Yellow, White, and Willow. Kaibin instinctively replied. Willow, Fox, White, Yellow. Lu Jiangwo interjected. It makes no difference. Lewin dismissed the order of names. "I'm an outer emissary of the Liu family, responsible for handling family and societal affairs." Lewin began to elaborate. "The legends of the four great immortals are not mere folklore. They indeed existed and flourished for an extended period before experiencing explosive growth during the late Qing dynasty, only to vanish almost entirely during the subsequent War of Resistance. This was not due to state suppression. The means by which the four great families accrued wealth were not as lofty as Taoism or Buddhism. They merely treated minor ailments and alleviated mental burdens. With the outbreak of war, they suffered significant losses among their disciples. Post-war, due to extraordinary circumstances, various demons and spirits were extensively sealed away, though the seals did not differentiate between demons and celestial beings. Consequently, the roots of cultivation for each family were effectively severed, leaving most families stagnant and relegated to mere legends, with few believing in their existence. Though the seals were not specifically aimed at the four great families, they nonetheless indirectly suppressed the ancestral embodiment abilities. They were said to be household guardians. Without embodiment, how could they protect the household? Furthermore, as the true essence of heaven and earth dwindled, smaller sects lacking family heritage and secret methods struggled to absorb this essence. Even the elder members who had cultivated to a certain level found it arduous to maintain their own existence, let alone nurture the younger generation. Various intertwined reasons led to a period of obscurity for the four great families after the establishment of the nation, adhering to a principle of non-ascendance. However, in the past decade, a sudden transformation occurred. The world discovered several locations rich in celestial energy. Initially, sensitive and eager practitioners ventured into these realms for exploration, followed by the state's involvement, gradually uncovering these extraordinary sites. Each of these places invariably housed a mystical artifact. Some were jade pendants, others wooden swords, and one was astonishingly a golden toilet. The profound energy emitted by these artifacts, influenced by the mortal realm, manifested numerous independent microcosms. These microcosms resembled a mischievous child whimsically crafting worlds based on personal preferences, many of which were shaped by themes from cinematic and literary works. Ordinary individuals who entered such microcosms would, under the influence of the energy, become entranced and mistakenly believe they had traversed to another time and space. In truth, those with even a modicum of cultivation could see through these illusory dreams at a glance. Moreover, powerful practitioners not only could dispel the illusions but also recover these artifacts for their own cultivation. It is evident that such treasures pose a fatal temptation for cultivators, often leading to reckless pursuits. Consequently, the state became deeply involved within the original National Security Agency. A specialized branch named the Bureau of National Virtue was established to manage such incidents. These microcosms, formed by mystical artifacts, were collectively referred to as illusory realms. Yet, the situation remained merely a treasure-hunting game, providing entertainment for the cultivation community until a turning point occurred 3 years ago. An ordinary individual, mistakenly believing he had traversed dimensions, returned from an illusory realm with a trove of treasures, seeking fortune, only to be apprehended by local authorities. Initially, the case was treated as a mere theft, but as the origins of the items were traced, it became increasingly peculiar. Eventually, practitioners drawn by the scent of the celestial reported their findings, prompting a stir within the Bureau of National Virtue. The illusions created by the illusory realms were confined to human cognition, rendering the items within, by contemporary standards, virtual. However, the extraction of these tangible objects signified a potential exchange between two realms. On a smaller scale, the circulation of goods heralded economic development. On a grander scale, the transference of matter across parallel dimensions opened avenues for extraterrestrial exploration, and more dangerously, it posed the possibility of warfare. A myriad of unknown variables challenged the intellects of scientists, government officials, and the cultivation community alike, akin to the discovery of a new continent. A contingent of physicists, philosophers, doctors, mathematicians, and literary figures was urgently summoned. They oscillated between disbelief and a fervent desire to investigate further. Unfortunately, those who ventured into these realms suffered significant casualties, with several promising and esteemed disciples from the cultivation community meeting their demise, leading to the area being sealed off by entities from another world. Liu Jiangwo, a rising star from this family, was subsequently prohibited from participating in similar endeavors. Fortunately, 3 additional sites were later discovered, providing ample material for future investigations, with Kai Bin entering this 5th location. Certainly, similar organizations have emerged abroad, alongside numerous clandestine civilian cultivation groups that are competing for this abundant treasure trove. In Huaxia, the National Virtue Bureau, through meticulous planning and cautious exploration, ultimately discovered that the likelihood of conflict increases with the strength of the cultivators who enter. This phenomenon explains why ordinary individuals traversing time often amass wealth quietly. In order to fully exploit and navigate this world without being ostracized, the four great immortals, embodying the human form, have become the primary force due to their extensive physical cultivation. Ironically, the four families, known for their comparatively lower combat prowess, have found themselves riding the wave of the times, countering the shortcomings in their cultivation due to their reliance on physical training. Lewin did not divulge such intricate details to Kai Bin, yet Kai Bin's astonishment was palpable. Had he stumbled into a new realm? Chapter 35. I have a designation indeed. I was aware that traversing worlds would alter one's existence, but the notion of group traversal was never within my plans. I merely sought to accumulate modest wealth and assist friends. Yet now, I find myself torn between cultivating chakra to save the Naruto world and acting as a temporal agent for the state. The crux of the matter is, despite my considerable efforts, what have I gained? In the Naruto realm, I am coerced by Orochimaru, while back home, before I could even prosper, the state has taken control. What am I then? Merely a laborer on both fronts? With aspirations akin to selling dreams, but engaged in the mundane task of selling cabbages. When will this ever conclude? Kai Bin felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness regarding his fate. He grasped that this serendipitous opportunity he had received was now commandeered by the national agenda, effectively conscripting him. Specifically, these otherworldly beings were not suited to traverse themselves, as they risked rejection by the consciousness of any given world. As a fortunate fool, he was to serve as a conduit, responsible for bridging communications between the two realms. What was the Naruto world called again? Ah, yes, the vessel. A tad exaggerated, akin to a human mobile device. What do you wish for me to do? Kai Bin felt as though he were deliberately planted on a fence, unable to lean toward either side, devoid of any resistance. On one side stood Orochimaru, and on the other, the National Virtue Bureau. What was he in this equation? Cooperate with us, and we will provide a professional team to assist you, Lu Jiangwo interjected. Help us establish initial communication with the Naruto world and create a stable passage. Thereafter, your involvement will be minimal. Lu Jianjun chimed in suddenly. Lu Jiangwo scoffed. Jianjun, don't you know how to persuade? Such an approach will diminish his motivation for progress. A wooden block, a simpleton, Kai Bin was at a loss for words. Was he truly expected to engage in national operations alongside such individuals? Surely, this was no jest. Wait, you claim to be from the National Virtue Bureau? Do you have identification? Kai Bin asked, suddenly alert, pondering whether he had fallen victim to a new form of deception. Had they been monitoring him, uncovering something, and now sought to swindle him out of his property? Did they not realize he was burdened with a mortgage exceeding 1 million? Lewin smiled faintly, offering no response. Our organization's nature precludes us from carrying identification. Lu Jianjun solemnly explained that no identification was necessary. Lu Jiangwo, with a grin, began to transform slowly. In Kai Bin's increasingly wide eyes, Lu Jiangwo's head morphed into a colossal serpent's head, its forked tongue nearly grazing Kai Bin's face. Had he not previously encountered wolves as formidable as cattle and pythons as large as buses, Kai Bin might have involuntarily emitted a monkey's cry at that moment. Nevertheless, his serpentine head became tangled, rendering him speechless, particularly due to the proximity. You're quite capable, Lu Jiangwo complimented, having reverted to his human form. It was remarkable that an ordinary person would not be frightened to death. Evidently, his experiences in the ninja realm were not in vain. I could easily consume you. Thus there is no need for deception, Lu Jiangwo remarked with a smile directed at Kai Bin. The evidence was compelling, more reliable than any identification. Is it possible to abstain from this? Kai Bin instinctively attempted to resist, questioning the notion of team assistance, merely surveillance. Pondering whether he would be monitored while playing on his phone, admiring long legs. Of course, Lewin responded. Then doesn't that mean I have? Huh? Kai Bin was taken aback by Lu's agreement. It seemed improbable, suggesting a conspiracy. You may be unaware, but our conditions are quite favorable, Lu Jiangwo interjected. Aren't you burdened with numerous loans? Kai Bin was stunned. How did they come to know this? This was not merely an invasion of privacy. It felt as though an entire audience had been summoned to witness his predicament. Casting a glare at Lu Jiangwo, Lewin gently stated, the benefits are indeed substantial, significantly surpassing the average salary, akin to that of a public institution. Furthermore, any difficulties in life will be addressed by the organization, alleviating your concerns. Can the school district be changed? Kaibin launched his formidable inquiry. Luan hesitated, signaling Lu Jianjun to make an inquiry. Lu Jianjun, without delay, dialed a Bluetooth phone, conversing with someone on the other end. Although responsible for driving, his speech bore the unmistakable tone of officialdom, indicating that he was conversing with a government department. Any further requests can be made. Luan disregarded Lu Jianjun, continuing to persuade Kaibin. Will you provide a position? Kaibin pressed, unreservedly. Didn't you just say it's comparable to a public institution? There are positions available, but they are confidential. Luan replied with a chuckle. In truth, if nobody knows, there are no positions. You are merely deceiving me. The school district poses no issues, Lu Jianjun concluded his call. There was no need to purchase a home. Under the special talent program, he could transfer to any elementary school of his choice. If he desired to relocate to the capital, it was feasible, given the superior educational resources available there. Kaibin was somewhat astonished. Was he truly of such significance? Surely. It was all a ruse. Unbeknownst to Kaibin, if utilized wisely, he could generate value in the hundreds of millions. The family had invested considerable effort to secure the privilege of wielding his power. Despite the apparent presence of only 3 individuals accompanying Kaibin, several others lurked in nearby vehicles. Their gaze is sharp and predatory. Time is limited, and patience is scarce. Coupled with the covetous forces surrounding them, the Lu family opted to present an enticing offer outright, with the possibility of increasing it if necessary, as it was merely a trifling matter. Kaibin, seasoned by years of reading time travel novels, understood a fundamental truth: the greater the benefit, the greater the risk. Moreover, one who lacks virtue to match their position is destined for divine retribution. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, often hesitant to assert his excellence. In this current predicament, it was evident that they could easily coerce him into compliance. Would the 4 immortals reason in such a manner? Unlikely unless. Was the danger significantly high? Did it pose a risk to life? This was the only rationale Kaibin could conceive. Oblivious to the internal strife within the realm of the immortals, Jianjun, halt the vehicle. Luan effectively silenced Lu Jianjun, wary of his propensity to speak the truth. He then half-turned to face Kaibin, resting his left hand on Lu Jiangwo's seat back, discreetly gesturing for him to remain silent. Frankly, if given a choice, he would never have taken these 2 individuals out. We will ensure your safety to the utmost. Should the need arise, hypothetically speaking, your benefits will not fall short of those who have sacrificed for the nation. Luan's demeanor was grave and solemn. Luan relished interacting with those who fancied themselves clever. They often concocted reasonable excuses for their actions, alleviating him of any concern, such as Kaibin. With a glimmer of righteousness in his eyes, Kaibin felt a slight swell of pride, thinking, they have no idea I am invulnerable over there. This fortune is practically handed to me. Is that settled then? Lu Jiangwo questioned, puzzled by the sudden fervor of the 2 men. It is imperative. I must honor my country and the benefits I receive. The vehicle had arrived at Kaibin's workplace. I must get to work, he declared as he prepared to alight. Jiangwo has added you on WeChat. Feel free to reach out to him for any matters. It is undoubtedly a better opportunity than your current job. Luan maintained a facade of insincere nonchalance. I will consider it, Kaibin replied as he exited the vehicle, adhering to the ancient etiquette of 3 invitations and 3 refusals. Hastily crossing the street, he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before turning back to run toward them. Let us not discuss distant matters. I have a question right now, Kaibin stated. Was it indeed Orochimaru's invitation? Luan inquired calmly. How do you know this? Kaibin sensed something amiss. How could they be aware of matters concerning the ninja realm? You have had our people around you during your recent travels. Luan maintained the same smile as before, yet Kaibin detected a distinct undertone. He strained to recollect. Could it be those 2 snakes? Had Lu Jiangwo not revealed his true nature moments ago, this thought would not have crossed his mind. He had always assumed they were merely Orochimaru's surveillance snakes, never considering they might be remnants from his own past. However, it felt as if they were absent during his demise. Was there something he overlooked? For now, it was prudent to refrain from discussing this matter. The secret of immortality could only be concealed for so long. Otherwise, he would end up like the 2 tyrants, and his sanity would surely shatter. I fear he may bring about my demise. Do you have any solutions? Kaibin inquired, as tonight's predicament needed resolution. We require a thorough discussion. I must return to work. Please provide me with an overview. As long as you can return, we need not fear his arrival. The 4 great families can withstand him, and there are countless barriers across the nation. What if I cannot return? We possess methods to ensure your safe return, albeit with certain procedures involved. Understood. Let me ponder this. Kaibin finished his last few puffs of smoke and hastily turned towards his workplace. He could not refuse. Lu Jiangwo chuckled, remarking that he could not even seek such an opportunity. Once Kaibin comprehended the situation, he would surely be reluctant to part with it. Indeed, a man bent by life's burdens, unencumbered by concerns, is a rarity. However, what we can offer him is quite limited. Lewin remarked. Why should he demand so much? He merely guided us to open the situation and then should step aside. He is merely a messenger. Lu Jiangwo scoffed. That depends on the receptivity of that world. Otherwise, one must still embody the principal role. How is the arrangement progressing? This question was directed at Lu Jianjun. The family has 5 outer doors. The National Virtue Bureau has arranged 5, and there are 10 alternates. Others have already begun to assemble for training. Lu Jianjun responded, Grant me one individual? I fear nothing if my physical form does not venture forth. Lu Jiangwo pleaded. The first wave will certainly not suffice. Heiqi will assist in keeping an eye on you. You must consult the clan leader. I am only responsible for your safety here. Lewin was unwilling to engage in such trivial matters. Little figures always seek to seize opportunities for a turnaround. Are we not the same? Lewin redirected the conversation back to Kaibin, subtly admonishing Lu Jiangwo. The nation will not neglect any individual. Lu Jianjun interjected suddenly. A silence enveloped the vehicle. What transpired? Were you disrupting the class? The plump son stood dejectedly at the classroom door, having been expelled by the teacher. It is said that in this era, being ejected from the classroom is a rare occurrence. Even passing teacher, who felt a twinge of curiosity, with a particular intent, he approached with a cheerful demeanor. Although teacher who is slender, his eyes are long and narrow, and his smile radiates warmth. Moreover, he has significantly aided his chubby son in improving his athletic performance, earning the boy's fondness. I cannot fathom the reason, but today I simply cannot control my flatulence, the chubby boy lamented. Typically, such ordinary gas would not provoke the teacher's ire. Yet today, he found himself unable to hold it back. His emissions, though not odorous, were exceptionally loud. Initially, his classmates stifled their laughter, but soon they erupted in fits of giggles, rendering the lesson utterly unteachable. The teacher, mistakenly believing the chubby boy was being deliberately disruptive, expelled him from the classroom. In a moment of insight, teacher who grasped the chubby boy's wrist and inquired, Do you still wish to pass gas? No. I believe I was practicing the abdominal breathing you taught me, which is why I couldn't hold it in. The chubby boy plaintively complained. Knowing this trick had worked wonders for Kaibin. No matter, why not give it another try? Teacher who not only refrained from reprimanding him, but encouraged him to continue. The chubby boy, invigorated by the attention, took a deep breath and with a slight effort, a loud sound erupted, followed by several more explosive bursts. Teacher who was at a loss for words, fully empathizing with the other teacher in the room. The noise resembled a series of balloons being popped, making it genuinely difficult to suppress laughter. As the teacher stormed out of the classroom, he was about to unleash his fury. But upon seeing the physical education teacher present, he stifled his reprimand. This child may be having digestive issues. I'll take him for a stroll to ease his discomfort. Teacher who remarked with a smile. Oh dear, I truly apologize for the trouble. The newly appointed teacher who, rumored to be single, found the young female teacher seizing the opportunity for conversation. In an instant, she envisioned what they might dine on during an evening outing. The exuberant chubby boy left with teacher who, bypassing the playground and heading directly to the gymnasium. I will teach you a new game that will not only make you jump exceptionally far, but will also help you lose weight. Teacher whose games always brought joy to the chubby boy, who readily agreed. You might even grow taller, as my grandmother says. In the Bureau of National Virtue, Director Xing inquired, How is the personnel recruitment coming along, Xiaoguan? Director Xing, the first wave consists of seasoned individuals. The newcomers are en route to the training base. Should we consider expanding our recruitment efforts? At this rate, we may encounter even more practical scenarios, and we must prepare in advance. Director Guan suggested. I am aging and nearing retirement. Feel free to bypass me and voice your opinions directly. I speak only the truth, Director Xing replied with a hint of despondency. Is it acceptable for the Liu family to handle the first phase on their own? Director Guan quickly shifted the topic. They are fortunate. The Force Kaibin is directly engaging with his Orochimaru, whose attributes align closely and can provide ample training assistance. Orochimaru's focus is on cultivation rather than political affairs. which could facilitate the opening of new avenues. Director Xing provided a brief explanation. If that is the case, the Liu family's resources could sustain him for decades of learning. I hope they seize this opportunity wisely. Director Guan remarked, we merely serve as a coordinating department. The formation of a strategic support division will depend on the progress made. And everyone will be involved at that juncture. It seems that Bureau Chief Xing has indeed lost the vigor he once possessed. Can personnel be dispatched from the team over there? Guan inquired. They'll return shortly, convinced they can regain control. Humph, when they next summon us. They will undoubtedly retrieve that precious item, Bureau Chief Xing retorted indignantly. Chapter 36. Beginning a part-time role today, yet no one has mentioned the compensation. Kai Bin is somewhat conflicted in his work approach, exhibiting a tendency to procrastinate. Though he certainly does not resign himself to idleness, he can still accomplish his tasks. If he were not so conflicted, his work would devolve into a chaotic tangle, causing him to dawdle and achieve nothing. However, when confronted with a multitude of tasks, urgent or otherwise, useful or trivial, he paradoxically becomes more efficient. Why is that? Because he relinquishes concern, letting things unfold as they will and simply selecting one task to tackle first. At such moments, his productivity soars. Today, Kai Bin again immersed himself wholeheartedly in his unfinished endeavors, dismissing matters involving Orochimaru and the Bureau of National Virtue. His colleagues exchanged glances, pondering, what could this be about? Could it be that the old fellow has discovered some new lever quest trick? Life cannot permit such idleness. The spirit communication scroll has sent forth its signal for the first time. Kai Bin felt a surge of panic. He was unprepared to confront Orochimaru so soon. But to avoid it? Would that not be perilous? Grasping his phone, he contemplated seeking assistance from Lewin. His finger hesitated over the dial button for an extended moment but ultimately did not press it. Engaging with a predator is not a simple task. He lacked the leverage and could very well ensnare himself in trouble. In the shinobi world, at least Orochimaru still found him useful, ensuring his survival for the time being. Gritting his teeth, Kai Bin took up his phone and retreated to the restroom. He chose this location primarily to avoid returning in disarray or screaming in fright. After a moment's reflection, he removed his outer garments and responded to Orochimaru. Upon seeing Kai Bin appear clad only in his undergarments, Orochimaru felt a wave of numbness. When would this fellow cease to embarrass himself? Kai Bin surveyed the surroundings, taking note of Orochimaru, Go, and Kabuto. A glance downward confirmed the absence of any unidentified serpents. It appeared that today was a meeting between the two factions, allowing him some freedom to act. Do we have any clothes? Kai Bin thought it prudent to address this matter first. The three turned their gaze toward Kabuto, evidently unprepared for this inquiry. Kabuto merely smiled. He had reported to Orochimaru regarding the meeting with Kai Bin and subtly inquired whether enhanced surveillance on Kai Bin was necessary, as a single serpent might not suffice. Upon understanding the situation, Orochimaru's interest intensified. Someone had traversed the barrier he had established, moving silently and freely. Audaciously observing right under the noses of his own people. Was this a show of defiance? He was eager to meet the mastermind behind it all, noticing the silence among them. Kai Bin had a flash of inspiration. He utilized his transformation technique and donned some clothing. They would certainly see through his disguise. After a brief murmur, the question arose, who is the force behind you? The master of that serpent. Lord Orochimaru wishes to meet him. Yakushi Kabuto cut straight to the chase. This matter. It seems that the current focus is no longer on fabricating my abilities as a seer for Lord Orochimaru. That can certainly be arranged. However, this group possesses an astonishing sensitivity. Even the slightest detail can unveil significant issues. Someone is monitoring me, a fact I only discovered today. To be precise, I am not yet one of their own, but I can establish contact with them. Kai Bin sought to evade the weight of the conversation. Oh, is that so? Yakushi Kabuto felt it would be easier to probe into Kai Bin's mind, yet Lord Orochimaru forbade it. As a ninja experienced in numerous espionage missions, Yakushi Kabuto astutely recognized that Kai Bin's current state could serve as a prime informant, and if secured under his influence, it would provide a strategic advantage over the opposing force. Share with me their circumstances, Yakushi Kabuto inquired. That is a lengthy tale. Some of it is merely conjecture. I will formally engage with them tonight. But do you wish for me to disclose it now? Kai Bin continued to delay. Speak. Yakushi Kabuto exuded an air of impatience. Humph. Flattering those above while oppressing those below. Kai Bin silently scoffed and resolved to weave in legendary tales, having already claimed ignorance. Thus, he began, in the earliest days. Our world was a chaotic realm akin to an egg. He recounted the tale of Pangu creating the heavens and the earth, narrated the spirits and immortals from the investiture of the gods, introduced the great sage equal to heaven who wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, and depicted the struggles for fortune among Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism, even blending in the legends of the four great families he had heard from his mother. The three listeners were captivated, as if they had been introduced to a new world. That is enough for now. Yakushi Kabuto felt it necessary to report back to Lord Orochimaru. He was taken aback by the formidable nature of the opposing force. Realizing that winning Kai Bin over would require considerable effort, he retracted his earlier disdain for Kai Bin. Contemplating the next steps, the meeting was set for tonight, necessitating a swift plan. Why don't they come here themselves? Why do they require your cooperation? Yakushi Kabuto sensed an underlying issue. A serpent had already arrived, suggesting that there were more to follow. They expressed a desire to avoid conflict with the ninja world and seek peaceful development. Furthermore, it seemed that establishing extensive communication channels would require preparation and specific actions from me. Kai Bin refrained from exaggerating his role, still eager to find an opportunity to withdraw. Then join them. We can communicate at any time, and you may serve as our dedicated liaison. Yakushi Kabuto appointed Kai Bin. Quite the imposition. You expect me to do whatever you say? Kai Bin silently grumbled, yet he replied obediently, understood. Shangtai, this scroll is for you. It will aid your cultivation. The actions of Yakushi Kabuto were unexpectedly perceptive. Kai Bin had not anticipated that he would demonstrate such an understanding of his concerns. Shangtai was also taken aback as he received the information, merely casting a glance at Kai Bin. After lunch, Kai Bin found himself dozing off, beginning to contemplate future matters. It appeared that both sides were led by formidable figures. However, it seemed that the serpents he recalled had only manifested twice, indicating that they might be unaware of his ability to resurrect. Hello, I am Kai Bin. He sent a message to Lu Jiangwo via WeChat. This evening, there was a possibility of encountering Orochimaru. He pondered how he should conduct himself. Kai Bin resolved to seize the opportunity. Shall we discuss it in detail after work? Very well, come pick me up then. We can arrange for you to leave work early now. No, let's keep it low-key for now. Suit yourself. Leave the professional matters to the experts. Kai Bin's decades of life experience reminded him that he was merely a minor player, fortunate enough to be in the right place at the right time. Yakushi Kabuto's actions today served as a reminder that if he did not seize the opportunity to gain as many benefits as possible, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage in the future. He decided to test the waters with this incident, contemplating that he would take things one step at a time thereafter. He had always struggled to understand why he was the one granted this chance. Was there some cosmic order at play? Regardless, during the upcoming meeting, he resolved to maintain a composed demeanor in order to negotiate a favorable price. Stay focused. Earning a six-figure salary is not merely a dream, he silently encouraged himself. However, reality often proves to be far more brutal than one can imagine. From the moment he stepped into Lu Jiangwo's business vehicle, the urgency was palpable, and the plan remained incomplete. Listen attentively and take notes. Offer suggestions as needed. Lu Jiangwo, Lu Jianjun, and an unfamiliar woman were there to greet him. Lu Jiangwo immediately set the tone for the meeting. I don't seem to be in such a rush anymore. Kai Bin barely had the chance to voice this thought before the woman beside him seized his finger. He was then subjected to a blood test. What is this for? Kai Bin looked bewildered at the striking young woman, perhaps in her 20s, with a chic bob. With practiced ease, she dripped his blood into a petite, yet intricate device. Following this, his other hand was grasped firmly as she scrutinized the lines of his palm. Was this the fabled art of palmistry? It seemed her training was quite eclectic. The vehicle glided smoothly, and when Kai Bin's eyelids were lifted for an examination of his retina, he felt no pain whatsoever. The professionalism displayed by his companions was astonishing. Even when they lifted his shirt to assess the acupressure points on his abdomen, he felt no embarrassment, but rather a sense of being a dedicated anatomy instructor, albeit with a slight discomfort from the chill of their hands. This brief journey lasted no more than a few minutes, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at their destination. Upon disembarking, not only were his socks removed for an inspection of his toes, but in an even more exaggerated turn of events, several strands of his already thinning hair were unceremoniously yanked from his scalp. At this moment, Kai Bin appeared disheveled and exposed, resembling a hapless philanderer caught in the act. He hurriedly fastened his belt and adjusted his shoes while stumbling into a spacious room. Lewin was seated on the sofa alongside a burly man with a bald head, both awaiting the arrival of an individual. Beside them, at a table, sat a young man and woman engrossed in tinkering with a computer and an assortment of peculiar devices. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea. Lu Jianjun cheerfully presented a disposable cup filled with tea to Kai Bin. Meanwhile, Lu Jiangwo lounged lazily against the doorframe, silent and indifferent. The unfamiliar woman, cradling a collection of various documents, approached the man operating the enigmatic machine, seemingly narrating something of significance. Kai Bin, feeling somewhat apprehensive, scanned the room, scrutinizing each person present. A sense of unease welled up within him as he perceived a hint of guilt. Just then, Lewin spoke up. "Hey Chi, please provide your report." Upon hearing this, the robust bald man, referred to as Hey Chi, promptly picked up a notebook and began to read the report with a serious demeanor. Observing this scene, Kai Bin felt astonished. He thought to himself, it is truly unimaginable that a figure as rugged as this, akin to Zhang Fei, is engaged in tasks reminiscent of Zhuge Liang. Preliminary assessments indicate that Orochimaru considers you to possess prophetic abilities. He is likely inquiring about the outcomes of the Konoha collapse plan. From the manga, it is evident that Orochimaru did not achieve his initial combat objectives in the Konoha collapse plan. Despite his thorough preparations, he not only lost the use of his hands but also failed to acquire additional ninjutsu amidst the chaos. Following Tsunade's succession, he lost the opportunity to acquire more ninjas for experimentation. However, given Orochimaru's confidence, he would not require you to bolster his faith, thus this is a test. He is uncertain whether you can genuinely predict events. What have you done to instill such doubt? I may have discussed many matters concerning the ninja world and Konoha, which might lead them to believe it is improbable for me to possess such knowledge. They would not consider the possibility of my transmigration. I surmise this is the basis for Orochimaru's judgment, Kai Bin responded. Indeed, he has quite the imagination. Lu Jiangwo interjected, clearly discontent with the lack of involvement. If this is the reason, you will not be immediately eliminated. At the very least, you will undergo a period of in-depth study. Therefore, you might consider revealing some information, maintaining an air of mystery. It is also unlikely you can evade Orochimaru's inquiries, based on our understanding of you. Heichi's words were quite straightforward. Kai Bin forced a smile. Thus, you may share what you know to a reasonable extent, if you can no longer hold out. It matters not how much you divulge, but your goal should be to secure as much communicative leverage as possible. In other words, you must not be a captive or a mere subject of experimentation. You require an independent and autonomous status. Me? Just me? Anyone could eliminate me. I originally intended to quietly amass wealth without drawing attention. You see, the ninja I know has never made an appearance in the manga. He is not even a minor character. Therefore, you must elevate your status. First and foremost, you must fortify yourself. We have a training regimen in place. Secondly, the intelligence you possess should not be divulged all at once. Retain some of it. Lastly, at critical moments, you may freely speak of our world, igniting his desire to engage with us. Once we can converse normally, your mission will be accomplished. Personally, I advise against revealing everything outright. We also require time to plan and probe. You wouldn't want him to wreak havoc in our world, would you? I have already spilled the beans on all of you. Kai Bin mused. Why Orochimaru? Could it not be Konoha? They appear more peaceful, don't they? There is no fundamental difference. Do you have any other options? Indeed, we must broaden our perspective. We are engaging with the ninja world, not merely a singular faction. Orochimaru is merely our starting point. We will not limit ourselves to communicating with just one force. We will not abandon those with whom we have already engaged. It depends on the circumstances. Is this diplomacy? What exactly am I supposed to do? Kai Bin found it all quite bothersome. The principles of communication are as stated above. Maintain your freedom and survival, and we will guide you at all times. I will soon inform you of the methods for self-preservation. You are about to learn some basic survival techniques. Heichi also felt it unnecessary to burden Kai Bin with excessive information. Is that all? Can you remember it all? Aha. Lu Jiangwo, that middle-aged nuisance. Upon analysis, the Lu family is indeed the most suitable. There is no reason for others to meddle. The short-haired woman suddenly interjected. Kai Bin was at a loss regarding their conversation. Shall we begin then? Follow me. Lu Jiangwo leaped up. We are starting now, learning the ways of the sage? Kai Bin suddenly realized that his own plans were of little consequence. He was merely following the rhythm set by others, feeling utterly powerless. The group gazed at Kai Bin with cheerful expressions. Chapter 37. Invoking the divine is a time-honored tradition. Is it not said that it takes considerable time to formulate detailed plans? Is this your strategy? Just a few sentences? Kaibin felt that this group of charlatans was utterly unreliable. They must be concealing numerous actions from him while keeping him in the dark. Originally a minor character, he was now assigned such a significant role without being allowed full insight into the matters at hand. Was this not treating him like a fool? Is this our professional conduct? What kind of national security subordinate agency is this? Merely deceiving people. Though internally dissatisfied, Kaibin dared not voice his grievances. Recognizing Kaibin's discontent, Heichi offered a few reassuring words, stating that what was just mentioned was not the crux of the matter, as it was beyond your control. For you, what truly matters is the enhancement of your combat and survival capabilities, as well as the ability to communicate effectively in a timely manner. TCH. The key aspect is communication, isn't it? You can monitor me at all times. Kaibin expressed his dissatisfaction, suggesting that if one is not afraid of danger, they should first study diplomatic strategies and practices. Lu Jiangwo scoffed at him, remarking that preserving one's life would allow for constant surveillance. Heichi, however, was quite pragmatic. Let us commence. You must learn by 10:30 tonight, as you are accustomed to working late hours. Heichi instilled a sense of urgency. I must be home by 7:30 to assist my son with his homework. Kaibin thought to himself, not indulging in their leisurely foreign hours. Nor did he intend to disclose that Orochimaru had also assigned him an official position. Let us begin. First, you must learn the seals, which serve a guiding purpose. Heichi commenced his instruction. Wait, do you not feel that something is amiss? Kaibin gazed intently at Heichi. What do you mean? Heichi, disinterested in wasting time, replied. What about the remuneration? In the previous chapter, no, just a moment ago, you did not mention the issue of compensation. Am I to serve as a volunteer? Kaibin revealed his true intentions. Both men paused, pondering whether Kaibin was genuinely anxious or merely playing a role. Did you venture into the shinobi world during the day? Heichi scrutinized Kaibin's eyes. Humph. I did not anticipate the cunning of these individuals, Kaibin conceded tacitly. Heichi turned to report back to Luan, while Lu Jiangwo regarded Kaibin with newfound respect. You are quite capable. Not as foolish as I had presumed. Lu Jiangwo clapped Kaibin on the back, leading him back slowly. In the room, Heichi had already briefed the group, all eyes fixed on Kaibin. Do not be apprehensive. There is no need for concealment. The state stands firmly behind you. We are your strongest support, Luan reassured Kaibin. What discussions have you had with them? Luan inquired, akin to soothing a child. Kaibin shrugged, thinking, you did not mention being a support before. Nevertheless, he did not hold back, recounting every detail. He understood that the individuals before him were steeped in the ways of the underworld. Yet the state backing them had consistently met expectations. Naturally, he emphasized Orochimaru's appointment of him as a liaison officer and the secret scrolls bestowed upon him, believing Luan and his companions would comprehend their significance. After listening to Kaibin, the group engaged in a brief discussion. Based on your account, your current danger level should be relatively low. Let us begin with the simplest tasks. As for your remuneration, I will apply for an adjustment. Your situation necessitates a reassessment. Luan appeared earnest this time. Kaibin internally scoffed. They might not have inquired before. However, he felt a tinge of unfairness towards Luan, as such matters had likely been reported long ago. Previously, Kaibin's compensation had been set at 6,000 a month, with his original salary included. It was already quite satisfactory, though they had initially intended to offer him a short-term contract. Now, Kaibin's performance had made Luan realize that perhaps he should not have let this individual slip away so easily. Orochimaru's regard for him warranted a corresponding level of attention from their side. Let us enhance our efficiency. We shall commence at once. Heike is exceedingly dedicated to his work, showing little interest in these matters. You may go ahead. Here, Jianjun will coordinate immediately. Luan made the necessary arrangements. Unlike the training grounds with Orochimaru, Kaibin and Lu Jiangwo found themselves in a spacious room resembling a dance studio, which appeared much more inviting. This is the possession seal, allowing me to attach myself to you. There's no need for you to learn the release. I will handle that myself, Heike introduced. Indeed, it was the simplest method. Kaibin would only be responsible for summoning the enforcers. Wait, you mentioned possession? Kaibin inquired, curiosity piqued. Yes, I will enter your body and control you. But the duration is limited. Rest assured, it won't cause significant harm to your nerves or physique, Heike explained. As long as I am over there, I fear no injury. Kaibin thought to himself, his demeanor exuding a sense of righteousness. Heike began instructing Kaibin, much like the hand seals used in spiritual summoning. This technique involved just a few additional steps. Kaibin felt a sense of familiarity but kept it to himself. With the fundamentals in place, he mastered the movements in under 5 minutes. Heike, aware of Kaibin's proficiency with the seals, was not surprised. He approached Kaibin, placing a hand on his lower abdomen, and began to explain the method of cultivating true energy. Kaibin listened in astonishment. Was this not the method taught to him by the Supreme Master for condensing chakra? Although the details differed, chakra extraction focused more on the body and spirit, while Heike extended his consciousness outward through the body. Fundamentally, the concepts were quite similar, and upon deeper reflection, it resembled the absorption of natural energy. 5 minutes passed. Your aptitude for cultivation is remarkably poor. Heike sighed. What nonsense. Chongwu says I am a genius at absorbing natural energy. Kaibin retorted. Noting the distinctions between the two techniques, begin forming the seals. Heike instructed and proceeded to transmit true energy into Kaibin's body. I have experienced this before. The sensation of Heike's energy flow was strikingly similar to the chakra guidance from the Supreme Master, though Heike's vigorous true energy was palpably intense for Kaibin. Suddenly, Kaibin grasped the terrifying similarities between the two realms. With so many parallels, were there hidden secrets at play? Am I truly the chosen one? Lost in wonder, he seemed oblivious to Heike's further instructions. With Heike's true energy aiding him, the sensation of the seal became clear, and an unusual feeling surged within him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably as he lost consciousness. How does it feel? Lu Jiangwo could not resist asking, observing Heike's successful possession. The physique is inadequate. The foundation of true energy is lacking. The meridians are naturally open, but it is a waste. At this age, there is little chance for improvement. Heike expressed his disdain for Kaibin's abilities. How much of your power can you wield? Lu Jiangwo inquired. About 60 to 70%. Heike assessed the flow of true energy within him. That won't be enough to contend with Orochimaru. We weren't here to fight. We just need to escape unscathed. Let me go too. You cannot. The door swung open, and Luan along with the short-haired woman entered. Linghua. You speak. Luan gestured to the short-haired woman. It is not merely the best choice for our Lu family to embody, but rather the most fitting one that will serve our interests well. Besides, we naturally have a favorable disposition towards Orochimaru and the Dragon Cave. And he indeed possesses the bloodline of the Witch Clan. Linghua elaborated. Descendant of the Ne'er-do-well? No wonder their intellect is lacking, Lu Jiangwo remarked. The Ne'er-do-well are quite intelligent, though they lack social skills. Heike corrected him. However, his mother's celestial affinity is profound. Her grandmother once established a pact with the Third Lady. Linghua continued. The Third Lady? No wonder. Many of the pacts she had before her demise were left unfulfilled. It's no surprise that their family enjoys such blessings. Lu Jiangwo comprehended completely this time. The Third Lady is a rising star among the renowned household deities of Yi Province. Most household deities follow a standard procedure of signing pacts and accepting offerings, mediating disputes. This is the conventional survival method for lesser deities. However, the Third Lady was different, born with a vehement disdain for evil. She would seek out those she favored to establish pacts without accepting offerings, thus forging numerous business relationships, which led to considerable turmoil with her family. Kaibin's great-grandmother was bound to the Third Lady for this very reason. Subsequently, during a battle for her family, the Third Lady tragically fell. And to honor her achievements, she transmitted much of her fortune to those who had made pacts with her, which is how Kaibin came to receive blessings. I have completed the imprint, but I must also teach him how to summon my embodiment. I will return first, Heike said, leaving behind a magical seal within Kaibin's body to enhance his capabilities. Otherwise, this fool would never be able to summon him. Upon awakening, Kaibin felt his legs go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. He had no memory of the moments when Heike embodied him, a deliberate act on Heike's part, as he could have retained many memories, varying by individual. What is going on? What is this? Kaibin inquired. We just conducted a test. You are now able to summon my embodiment. Quickly practice while my true energy has not yet dwindled, Heike urged. You all just rush in without allowing proper thought. Are you some kind of brainwashing organization? Kaibin felt like a puppet on strings. Form the seal. Heike stood still. Form the seal. Heike remained motionless. Seal, seal, seal. Kaibin's fingers were nearly flying. Yet Heike did not budge. A bit slow, aren't you? Lu Jiangwo remarked with a slight chuckle. Don't be nervous. Feel the flow of true energy within you. Linghua comforted Kaibin. Ah, good. Wait, when did you all arrive? Kaibin finally noticed Linghua. No one responded. All right then. He concentrated, carefully recalling the explanation from earlier. focusing all his attention within. He executed every sealing gesture with precision, albeit at a measured pace. Suddenly, a great serpent materialized beside him, while Heike vanished. Oh my goodness! Kaibin, who harbored a deep-seated fear of snakes, felt an overwhelming dread, had it not been for the more formidable individuals around him during previous encounters. Both the 14 and Heike would have been enough to send him screaming. After a 10-second silence, the serpent vanished, revealing Heichi, while Lu Jiangwo laughed heartily. Clutching his stomach. Ha ha, why have you reverted to your true form? Ha ha. Heichi's face turned a deep shade of purple. If one were to deem Kaibin clever, one might argue that even an ordinary person could perform better with a talisman, yet, to label him foolish? Who could fathom how he managed to summon his original self? With most of his spirit remaining behind, resulting in his unsuccessful possession, he struggled to locate those crucial notes. Linghua remarked, her profound understanding of spells indicating her as a scholarly talent. Fetch the magical tool, Luan commanded. Lu Jiangwo, you do it. All right. Lu Jiangwo retrieved a magical instrument from a bag near the cupboard. Kaibin was left dumbfounded. Was that a drum? What was it called again? The Wenwang drum? Was this a ritualistic invocation? Summoning the spirit. Lu Jiangwo lamented the fact that he was not performing a two-person turn. Do not squander time. Linghua shot Lu Jiangwo a disapproving glance. Just wait. There will surely be more of this. Lu Jiangwo retorted. Listen closely. Follow the rhythm of the drumbeat, step by step, guiding the true energy in conjunction with the technique. The first step is, Kaibin found his newly acquired memory failing to keep pace. It was far too intricate. What should have been a mere 10 seconds of gestures and energy flow had inexplicably expanded into nearly 100 details spanning almost 10 minutes. Was this something a mere mortal could achieve? The monotonous beats of the drum echoed, each strike resonating through his body's meridians. Kaibin felt akin to a driver caught in traffic in an unfamiliar city, taking each step slowly, needing to consult the navigation for every short distance. Can you all memorize this? Kaibin chuckled, incredulous at the absurdity. Of course, we are all prodigies of the Tao. Do you think genius is merely about having robust meridians? Not at all, Lu Jiangwo boasted, realizing his own inadequacy. Kaibin resolved never to entertain the notion of being the chosen one again. However, there are many effective methods and folk practices, as you have seen. Lu Jiangwo grinned mischievously. What do you mean? Do share. Kaibin sensed trouble brewing. Summoning the spirit, Lu Jiangwo began his two-person turn anew. Observing Lu Jiangwo, who was drumming and twisting, and recalling the minuscule segment of energy flow he had barely memorized, Kaibin had an epiphany. Wasn't he this akin to a shamanic dance? Luan led the group away, leaving behind Lu Jiangwo, who was reveling in his antics, and Kaibin, who appeared utterly dazed. Could he truly master this? The verdict was that even his singing was out of tune. Linghua inquired of Luan's singing is to adjust the rhythm, and the movements are to help him relax his body's defenses. This is our closest method. After all, witchcraft has long severed its lineage, and we, the descendants of the witch clans, have long been submerged in history. Luan explained. What does the family's enthusiasm signify? Heichi asked. It remains unsaid. But I suspect it is not merely for worldly status and power. The beings in Naruto possess peculiar physiques. What do you think they are closest to? Luan inquired. While Heichi furrowed his brow in contemplation, offering no reply. To cultivate through physical means, akin to humans, are you implying the Wu clan? They are merely mortals devoid of cultivation techniques, Linghua remarked. That is precisely what we must ascertain. Whether their method of cultivation is dictated by their physical form or by their heritage, Luan responded. Legend has it that the Wu clan was eradicated alongside the human race's celestial paths, whereas we, the spirits, managed to endure. Could it be? Linghua murmured. Does our ancestor wish to revive the Wu clan? What benefit would that bring us? Heichi found himself perplexed. In this era, demons, spirits, and strange beings can no longer attain immortality. The Wu clan, too, cannot, yet they can achieve longevity. Luan deliberately elongated his tone. The path of death? The Taoist sect would never acquiesce to that. The state would not permit it either. Linghua expressed her incredulity. Heichi remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Jianjun, who had been mute since the beginning, appearing almost transparent. Chapter 38. The old crier jumping the god is a folk ritual that has been passed down through generations. Once thriving in the Northeast, typically regarded as possessing certain religious or mystical connotations, this is a software's interpretation of it. In truth, Kaibin's most frequent exposure was through performances in the Air Renjuan, alongside a scant number of online folk jumping the god events. Watching those performances was genuinely joyous. The videos showcased an array of leaps and bounds, filled with comedic mishaps. However, when it came to Kaibin himself, it was a profound torment. Kaibin had been labeled tone-deaf since childhood, yet those around him generally believed that claiming he could produce 5 distinct tones was an exaggeration. He could manage perhaps 3. At most 4. The concepts of musicality and rhythm were wholly alien to him. Fortunately, singing and dancing served merely as auxiliary functions, intended to synchronize the spirit and body with the celestial techniques of the immortals. Thus, despite being a musical disaster, Lu Jiangwo could adeptly assist him in adjustments. If the pitch was off, raising his chin could amplify his volume. If his arms lacked precision, he could strike to stimulate his muscles. If his legs were immobile, he could glide along the stick. Kaibin internally cursed. He was over 40, being trained like a primary school student. Were it not for a recent significant enhancement in his physical condition, he would have long since succumbed. Lu Jiangwo, you wasteful snake, you'll soon learn of my prowess. Transforming suffering into animosity, Kaibin rapidly began to resemble a competent performer. However, there was good news as well. Kaibin, your employment application has been approved. Please fill out the forms. Linghua, with a rather displeased expression, informed Kaibin. That was swift. Kaibin mused, genuinely impressed by the rapid progress of the task at hand. Yet, he pondered the reason behind her discontent. Did he inadvertently encroach upon her territory? Taking advantage of the moment to rest, he meticulously reviewed several pages of the electronic contract, but halfway through, he found it increasingly tedious. What's the gist of it anyway? He sighed. He had not even read through the entirety of his home purchase agreement. Cluttered with esoteric terminology that seemed comprehensible yet felt like a trap when pieced together. The remuneration stood at 8,000 yuan, with salaries dispersed on the 10th of each month. There was no probationary period, merely a short-term contract spanning 3 years, subject to renewal based on performance and personal preference thereafter. The 5 insurances and 1 fund were already established by his previous employer, thus requiring no redundant processing. Linghua, considering Kaibin's cognitive capacity, had distilled the essential details. There were also 2 particular clauses, the first allowing for a full reimbursement in case of work-related injuries, and the second permitting the selection of a school district for his children, with a deadline at the end of the month to finalize. It appeared that Lu In's words held weight. Kaibin had thought the matter of school districts was beyond reach. Should he perform well within the 3 years? Entry into a private institution affiliated with the organization would be possible, where targeted education would be provided. This assurance came from Lu Jianjun, who had consistently exuded a warmth and kindness towards Kaibin, a genuine benevolence. Simply sign on the tablet. Linghua remarked dismissively, ignoring Lu Jianjun. Is there no paper version? Kaibin lamented, feeling akin to a victim of a telecom scam, yet he dutifully affixed his signature. By the way, what position am I in? He only then thought to inquire, recalling that Orochimaru had indeed been granted an official title. You are the liaison officer for the ninja world. Lu Jiangwo replied with a grin. 2 terms as a liaison in the contact center. Linghua, uninterested in wasting time, concluded her statement and turned to depart. What rank is that? Is it at the departmental level? Kaibin harbored a glimmer of hope. Haha, hurry up and train. What departmental rank? You were just signing a contract, temporary worker. Lu Jiangwo retorted with a teasing tone. All right then, considering the 8,000 yuan, I suppose I shall train. After all, I'm not easily defeated, Kaibin reassured himself habitually. Indeed, this salary was sufficient to alleviate all his concerns. May I pose a question? Kaibin suddenly turned to Lu Jiangwo. If I were to find money in the ninja world, to whom would it belong? He recalled his gold bars. Work-related fines belong to the organization, while personal time is yours, Lu Jiangwo remarked, tilting his head at Kaibin, already concocting mischievous thoughts. However, the contract stipulated that one could not go off on their own, or else deductions would apply. What? Where is that written? Kaibin gasped in disbelief. Do you not read your own contract? Lu Jiangwo's smile grew more cunning. However, one of your supervisors is me. If you take a supervisor along, it wouldn't count as going off on your own. But aren't they prohibiting you from going? Kaibin was not deceived from their previous encounters. He understood that Lu Jiangwo was a person under strict control, likely a troublemaker. It is difficult for you to progress with this attitude, my old comrade. You must practice. Lu Jiangwo was intent on venting his frustrations on Kaibin, thinking, this fool dares to provoke me. As I have stated before, I shall not let you have it easy. Kaibin felt a surge of satisfaction within. He believed he had achieved a significant portion of his revenge. How embarrassing. Today was a hectic day, Seemingly, everyone was perpetually engaged in some scheme. The scroll from the higher-ups had arrived. Hadn't they met earlier? Kaibin found it peculiar. As today had been overwhelmingly busy, darting from one task to another, having to manage work responsibilities while also needing to return home to care for his child. Sigh. He had lost count of how many times he had sighed today. He could not offend anyone, as all rewards felt like mere errands requiring his utmost effort. He hurriedly greeted Lu Jiangwo, retrieving the scroll from his bag, and rushed over. Lord Orochimaru is preparing to arrange a meeting with them. Please make contact. Yakushi Kabuto was notably efficient in his dealings. Understood. I have already informed them this morning. They are eager to meet Lord Orochimaru. However, due to the inconvenience between our worlds, some preparations are necessary, Kaibin relayed honestly. I can sign the summoning contract with them. Yakushi Kabuto boldly volunteered to take on the risk of being the first to try it under Orochimaru's guidance. Summoning? Kaibin had not considered that such a thing was possible here. He needed to return and inquire about the reasons behind his summoning with the higher-ups. As he was still in the dark, do they have a method? Yakushi Kabuto pressed on, his curiosity about new ninjutsu, especially time-traveling techniques, evident. The legendary yellow flash of the ninja world had relied on such powers to wreak havoc. They mentioned they do, but I must first come over and then summon one of them. I am unsure of the specifics of what they are doing, Kaibin explained. By the way, I am currently learning their summoning technique. He endeavored to articulate his thoughts in a manner comprehensible to the ninja world, avoiding terms that might lead to misunderstandings. How long until you master it? It should be ready soon. Within a day or two, it will certainly be no problem. I will learn it by midnight tonight. He replied. Yakushi Kabuto, with an air of undeniable authority, rendered Kaibin speechless, leaving him to mutter a few curses under his breath. Tonight, let us summon their people over. I will discuss the subsequent arrangements with them. Kabuto seemed quite eager. Kaibin hurried back to the ninja world to report. Research, confirming candidates, agreeing, responding. His mind was muddled with the chaotic training reminiscent of the frantic preparation for college entrance exams. Kaibin did not necessarily need to return home so early. Indeed, by the time he had nearly grasped the material, it was already 8 o'clock. Yet, he reminded himself of the necessity to return early, as he required time for contemplation. For him, money, career, and chakra, among other matters, are almost entirely beyond his control. The only thing he can govern is his own thoughts. He may bow to the might of others and betray his own beliefs, yet he must possess his own ideas. Even if unattainable, only thoughts belong solely to him, an intangible possession that no one can take away, and they have long been the driving force propelling Kaibin through the tribulations of life. Destiny. Kaibin hums a tune while gazing at the stars with his portly son. In that fleeting moment, he feels as if he possesses a musical talent. Despite Lu Jiangwo's denial, Dad, could you please refrain from singing? His son earnestly implores. Once upon a time, I was the only one persuaded to leave the choir. None could match my vocal strength and audacity. Kaibin and his son share a bond devoid of pretense. Well, Grandma says I inherited your singing talent. The son affirms Kaibin's gift. That's my biological mother for you. Kaibin quips. Tell me, if I were to encounter danger, what would you do? Recently, a sense of melancholy has enveloped Kaibin. He feels that his current endeavor is destined for disaster, a fate worse than death, as he seems unable to perish. I'll save you. I'm quite formidable now. Our PE teacher says I should practice Chinese wrestling. His son declares with enthusiasm. Ha ha ha. Do you really think you could help? You just run away at the first sign of trouble, and how fast you'd flee. You need to return and protect Grandma. Kaibin replies, filled with pride. I'll carry Grandma with me. I weigh over 100 pounds now. When will you lose weight? After you succeed in your weight loss. Don't blame me if you don't. A father and son bond, indeed. 18,000 years ago, a dense forest blanketed the mountains, and the eternal sunlight filtered through the leaves, gently awakening a young boy. He sat up on a sturdy branch, stretching his slightly stiff limbs, then turned to gaze at the cave at the foot of the mountain, where his family resided. Wolf, I'm awake. Are you there? Although his lips remained still, his voice reached the distant cave. To be precise, it was not merely a voice, but a form of communication distinct from language. They had not deemed it necessary to name this method, believing it superfluous. They seemed to possess countless ways to transform the energies of heaven and earth, manifesting not only as sound but also as weapons and tools. Some gifted individuals could even consume these energies for sustenance. Are you hungry? The wolf, the boy's brother, communicated in the same manner. I am. I'll absorb the aura of the field and then come down. The field he referred to was the great tree they claimed as their own, a legacy secured by their ancestors through strength, later known as the Fusang tree. The community in which the boy lived was structured around familial units, each possessing their own territory, with such trees being indispensable to their way of life. As young beings, akin to natural fools, they could only derive sufficient celestial energy from these trees to sustain their basic existence. In stark contrast, the vast majority of adults did not require such a rigid method of survival. They could draw the necessary celestial energy from the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and even from the ordinary flora and fauna surrounding them. Some powerful clans could seize entire mountain ranges rich in celestial energy. Before long, the youth had absorbed enough energy and leapt from a height of 7 or 8 meters. The sound echoed through the forest. "Ha ha, Kai. You still can't control your legs." The wolf's laughter resonated in Kai's mind. Feeling embarrassed yet maintaining a stoic expression, Kai traversed the forest, the wind rustling through his thick fur, revealing a face adorned with far more hair than contemporary humans. Most notably, unlike modern humans, they lacked white sclera. Instead, their eyes were a reddish-brown, veined with blood, rendering what should have been vibrant and lively eyes eerily dull, even terrifying. To modern humans, his visage resembled that of a zombie, exuding a sense of cold-bloodedness. They belonged to a group later known as Neanderthals, unaware of how long they had inhabited this earth. However, it was said that the wise among their kind inherited memories and wisdom spanning over 10,000 years, making them the mightiest race on the planet. Kai, running with a speed surpassing that of a saber-toothed tiger, soon reached the cave, where he saw his brother, who had tragically lost his left leg during a battle. Fortunately, their father had beseeched a distant shaman, who crafted a prosthetic leg from a rare type of peach wood. After more than 6 months of nurturing from his brother and parents, the wooden leg had gradually fused with his body. It was estimated that within 3 months, he would once again become a valiant warrior. As he silently consumed his food, Kai felt an overwhelming envy for his brother's innate talent. He was one of the rare fools among the Neanderthals, with a memory span limited to merely 300 years, hindering his ability to practice many ancestral teachings, rendering his family a subject of ridicule. Thankfully, unlike other families, their father was not cold-hearted. Beneath his stoic facade lay a fervent affection that allowed Kai to survive. Yes, children like him were often abandoned at a young age to fend for themselves. May your spirit be reborn in a normal brain in a few thousand years. His brother comforted him warmly. Thank you. I hope to become the mightiest shaman, like the legendary shaman Ben. Kai did not express his thoughts aloud. Instead, he let them flow from his being, merging with the celestial energy, becoming one with the enchanting nature around him. Achoo! Kaibin suddenly sneezed. Who was cursing me from behind? It must be Mom. Chapter 39. Let us not wait until 12 o'clock. There is no need to wait until noon. When the leader assigns tasks, he will surely lament and attempt to delay the time. When delivering tasks, one must always finish ahead of schedule, demonstrating one's dedication through overtime efforts. At 9:30, the hefty sun had fallen into slumber. Through the rear window, he convened a clandestine meeting with a motley crew of demons and specters, Luin, Lu Jiangwo, Hedgehog, and Weasel. The agenda was simple. Designate Hei Qi as the initial contact for assessing the conditions for the setup of the transmission array and establish preliminary connections. Kaibin was tasked with invoking the deities. That was all. He waved farewell to a few individuals and reclined on his bed, signaling to Shang Tai through a scroll. Observing Shang Tai, who was practicing alongside Zhongwu in the experimental field, Kaibin took a deep breath. Take me to see Orochimaru, he declared resolutely. Lord Orochimaru will notify you when he wishes to meet, Zhongwu replied, his expression unchanged, while Shang Tai stifled a laugh. Kaibin suddenly felt like a fool. Hadn't Kabuto mentioned he should arrive before midnight? There must be an urgent task. Lord Kabuto had departed and instructed us to inform you that the meeting would be discussed later. Shang Tai, displaying considerable patience, elaborated. Oh, then you all carry on. I shall gather some chakra and natural energy before departing, Kaibin said, feeling somewhat anxious, sensing that something significant was afoot. We are training. Indeed, Zhongwu, the diligent worker, exhibited remarkable resolve. Kaibin was exasperated. Are you intent on driving me to madness? I have prepared for an important mission. And yet you tell me to train. Do you not see that I am in a suit? I only don this for significant meetings. He lamented, one moment this, the next that. I cannot endure such inconsistency. Do you not have a work plan? After adhering to a structured routine for over a decade, nothing irks Kaibin more than sudden tasks and changes in plans. What training? Is it merely a means to exhaust me and test the limits of my physical capabilities? Ever since Zhong Wu discovered Kai Bin's unique characteristics, he had anticipated that this day would inevitably arrive. No, I must turn the tables. An idea sparked in Kai Bin's mind. He resolved to employ the most formidable technique of the ninja world, verbal manipulation. Zhong Wu, do you aspire to be Lord Orochimaru's finest assistant? Kai Bin gazed intently into Zhong Wu's eyes, earnestly inquiring. I may not be the best, but I will strive to excel. Zhong Wu's determination was evident, reflecting the life of a diligent worker. Do you believe that training is the sole path to success? Kai Bin scrutinized Zhong Wu. Your deceit is too transparent. Shang Tai interjected, perceiving Kai Bin's condescension towards Zhong Wu as a reflection of his own folly. Well said. Less talk is more. Kai Bin's countenance twisted in frustration as he cast a sidelong glance at Shang Tai. How do you intend to deceive me? Zhong Wu queried seriously. He was not overly concerned with motives, focusing instead on outcomes. Coughing, Kai Bin felt the rhythm of the conversation disrupted. Shang Tai, having transformed into a traitor in a matter of hours, was not siding with him. Something was amiss between the two. In truth, it was the interference of natural energy and half-formed secret techniques that was at play, as Shang Tai and Zhong Wu occasionally exhibited a telepathic connection. What is Lord Orochimaru's ultimate goal? Kai Bin asked. Perhaps to become the strongest, came the reply. Zhong Wu hesitated momentarily before responding. Did he not mention it to you? Did you not inquire? Kai Bin felt perplexed. Was Orochimaru not known for brainwashing through mere words? Why then did these individuals incessantly proclaim their devotion to Lord Orochimaru? Were they unaware of their own motivations? I require no inquiry. I merely need to comply with the arrangements, Zhong Wu replied. Who claims that fools are easily deceived? A fool is often quite steadfast in their beliefs. Kai Bin sensed his scheme unraveling, as Shang Tai began to chuckle audibly. In history, no successful individual has triumphed solely through brute force. Intellect constitutes a form of hard power as well. One must possess ideas, a resolute objective, meticulous plans, and the audacity to act, among other qualities. None of these can be dictated by mere physical prowess. Kai Bin remained steadfast in his attempts at manipulation, believing that deceiving others would ultimately save himself. The first Hokage altered the landscape of the ninja world through sheer strength. Zhong Wu appeared to have undergone a rudimentary education in the history of the ninja realm. Indeed, Kai Bin exclaimed, invigorated by the moment. His superficial readings in psychology had explicitly stated that affirming one's opponent could greatly aid in overcoming them. The first Hokage was unparalleled in strength within the ninja world. Yet did he eliminate all who opposed him? No. He established a framework of one village, one nation. Even if he lacked such formidable power, his vision remained that of a unified village and nation. That was his aim. For many years, this structure has played a significant role. This is the hard power of thought. Kai Bin spoke with fervor. Thus, if you are to strive for Orochimaru's cause, you must clarify your goals. Look at yourself now, mechanically executing commands. With a mind void of substance, how can you achieve your objectives? You must replenish your mental fortitude. How strangely fluent I am in my speech. Shang Tai regarded Kai Bin as though he were a fool, while Zhong Wu remained motionless in contemplation. What should I do? Zhong Wu inquired. Think. Do not always seek answers from others. Do not continuously rely on others to assign you tasks. You must fully harness your own initiative, Kai Bin proclaimed with increasing fervor. Zhong Wu stared at Kai Bin, speechless. Behold, when mortals ponder, the divine smiles. Let him reflect. Shortly, I shall take my leave. In Kai Bin's imagination, Zhong Wu, unable to derive any conclusions, would surely request solitude for contemplation. Then he would promptly facilitate Zhong Wu's quiet rendezvous and return home. As for the myriad of demons and monsters at home, waiting anxiously, who cares? A minute elapsed, and Kai Bin felt awkward, lingering under the scrutiny of another without daring to depart. 2 minutes passed, and he grew bored, wondering if Zhong Wu had fallen asleep. 3 minutes went by, and Kai Bin felt his legs grow numb, reminiscent of his military training days. 5 minutes later, he considered himself a fool for remaining so still for such an extended period. Just as he contemplated engaging Shang Tai in conversation, Zhong Wu's body underwent a transformation. Kai Bin sensed a surge of natural energy flowing towards Zhong Wu. What have you done? Quickly, leave him. In a hurried manner. Tai swiftly retrieved a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Over the past few days, he had not encountered the situation where Shigeo entered sage mode, but unexpectedly. Saibin's arrival had provoked him to madness. Damn it, I told you your mind is lacking calcium. You can become deranged over just one matter, Kai Bin exclaimed. turning and darting towards the corner. Shigeo's expression morphed into a grotesque grimace as his body began to swell. Suddenly, a fishing net enveloped Shigeo, and a person leaped forward, affixing a talisman to Shigeo's forehead. Before long, Shigeo succumbed to slumber. TCH, I knew this guy was unreliable. We wasted our time for nothing, Kiyotaka spat. If he can't be of use, then seal him away. This was also Lord Orochimaru's command, Doi remarked in response. You are SH Tai? Doi cast a glance at SH Tai. The barrier has been lifted, but you are not permitted to leave the base's vicinity of 10 kilometers. Lord Orochimaru stated that if you so wish, it matters not if all the people within the base are eliminated. Doi's youthful voice resonated with a cold detachment. After speaking, the two carried Shigeo away. SH Tai and Kaiban exchanged glances. Shall we flee? Kaiban whispered hesitantly. Huh. I knew it. SH Tai scoffed. You lot are just a bunch terrified by horror. Kaiban muttered under his breath, admitting that he too was not brave enough to escape. Why mention that it is permissible to kill everyone in the base? Why must there be murder? Kaiban could not comprehend Doi's meaning. What has happened? This base is to be abandoned. These people were not meant to survive. Should I bring Kurashiki over to study how to handle this situation? Or perhaps not. The prior gesture was too awkward, and I can return at any time. Kaiban pondered, contemplating whether to report back to his superiors. After exchanging pleasantries, SH Tai dispelled the summoning technique. In the ninja realm, more than 20 minutes had passed, yet time here remained stagnant. Lewin and his companions observed as Kaiban just laid down, only to sit back up again, sensing that the other party seemed quite unhinged. The meeting was cancelled, and they wondered what urgent matters could arise. Additionally, I have transformed Shigeo. Kaiban briefly explained the situation. Let's discuss this. Wait a moment. Lewin quickly called Kurashiki aside. Feeling bored, Kaiban lay back down and traversed back to the ninja realm. How have you been these past couple of days? Kaiban inquired, expressing concern for SH Tai. Training. SH Tai had long since grown immune to Saibine's sudden visits. Oh, what are you pretending for? Ignoring me, are you? Kaiban pouted. Aren't you curious about how you came here? Severing this pathway would ensure your safety. SH Tai remarked. Huh? Why didn't you say so earlier? Now it's too late. Kaiban lamented. What do you mean? Originally, I intended to merely express my grievances, but unexpectedly, other matters have arisen. I have signed a contract there. And now I find myself as an intermediary, bridging two realms. Why did I ever come to know you, you fool? You ought to reflect upon your own reasons. From now on, I shall refer to you as the fool of the two worlds. After engaging in a verbal skirmish with the child, Kaiban elaborated on the events of the past few days, hoping for some advice from Shang Tai. You can't even trust your own people. Why seek my opinion? Shang Tai inquired, gazing at Kaiban. We share a bond that is akin to life and death, Kaiban replied, secretly berating himself, as if it were but once. How many lives have I already lived through? Humph. Shang Tai feigned disdain. You have preserved your life. Shang Tai exhaled a sigh of relief. Ah, that seems to be true. Yet, my situation is hardly enviable, is it? You have survived. Have you forgotten what you were most concerned about? My greatest fear is living without money. I shall ensure your safety. After a moment of silence, Kaiban abruptly declared, Then let us commence our training. Shang Tai abhorred sentimentality. Kaiban traversed back to the human realm, donning a tattered short-sleeved shirt. He glanced at Luan, who was still deep in discussion. Before lying down and crossing over again, my suggestion is to proceed immediately, while no thorough examination is underway. A casual phone suggestion. Let me go. Did they not say they could eliminate everyone? Allow me to hone my skills. It's too troublesome to brawl at home. Li Jiangwo's focus always diverged from that of the others. It would be more suitable for Black 7 to go alone, primarily to observe the environment and prepare for subsequent actions. I have already submitted the plan. Now we await a response. Lewin remained remarkably composed. The weasel and the hedgehog are transmitting information in their own ways. A call from Lu Jianjun came through. The higher-ups have stated that this is an invitation and a test from Orochimaru. Lu Jianjun's words were astounding. An invitation? Li Jiangwo's eyes sparkled. Shang Tai and Kaiban cannot contend with the individuals in the prison. This is a chance bestowed upon us. We must demonstrate our strength. Only with power can we engage in dialogue with them, Lu Jianjun explained. Is that so? The individuals present exchanged glances. Black 7 can go alone. It suffices to showcase our abilities while striving to avoid casualties, preventing Orochimaru from laying traps for us and inadvertently inciting enmity with other factions. Lu Jianjun continued to convey the task directives. The great sorcerer's hypothesis is quite commendable. The higher-ups have approved the family's recommendations. This matter will be negotiated separately with the clan elders. Additionally, Liu, Director Xing asked me to convey a message. The martial world has aged. We cannot afford to regress. Did you truly report this? Li Jiangguo found it incredible. Such conspiracies shouldn't be conducted in secrecy. How could the clan leader consent? Lewin has also betrayed us? The clan leader had already communicated with the organization at his level. If he genuinely found a solution, no one could conceal it. I merely refined the contingency plan. Lewin disregarded Director Xing's taunts. He needed to promptly assign specific tasks to Heiqi. Heiqi retrieved a tablet, and Lewin entered the password. As the two began to collaboratively devise an operational plan. At that moment, Kai Bin, having changed into comfortable attire and lain upon his bed, had already been awake for quite some time, his curious eyes fixated on the group around him, engaged in hushed discussions. From his vantage point, after all his bustling activity, this group of individuals remained obliviously lost in their conjectures. Feeling a sense of ennui, Kai Bin lit a cigarette and casually pilfered a few bottles of beer from the kitchen, humming absent-mindedly to peculiar tunes while aimlessly toying with the beer bottles in his hands. After a span of roughly 10 minutes, it appeared they had reached a consensus. Lewin gestured for Kai Bin to approach, indicating that he should allow Heiqi to take over, assuring him that there was no need for him to concern himself with other matters. I anticipated this outcome, Kai Bin thought to himself. He held little expectation of comprehending the entire operational process, nor did he wish to exert effort in understanding it. Heiqi meticulously examined Kai Bin's physical condition once more, and upon confirming everything was in order, signaled that he could commence the operation. Very well. Let's embark on this venture. This time, I truly fear it will be an utter embarrassment. Kai Bin mused internally, yet reluctantly rose to face the impending challenge. Chapter 40. A display of skill. Shang Tai was not merely an inconspicuous figure. In truth, over the past few days, he had primarily focused on honing his ninjutsu techniques. He sensed that his somewhat foolish friend seemed to require him less, as he could traverse dimensions independently now. However, Kai Bin held a different perspective. Shang Tai was the only individual he could trust within the realm of ninjas. As for the reckless Chong Wu, who was intimately involved with Shang Tai, he was a single-minded simpleton, a staunch follower of Orochimaru, and utterly incapable of understanding anything beyond his narrow view. Observing Shang Tai seated in meditation, Kai Bin decided to check on his friend. After all, time was still on their side. You're still training? Aren't you going to leave? Didn't you mention this place would be destroyed? I have my mission, do I not? Shang Tai replied earnestly. Kai Bin never believed that training was of paramount importance. Much like in his own world, it takes a combination of education, ability, connections, and family to truly achieve success. Even someone as gifted as Tyson required the maneuvering of Tang Jin. Let me reiterate, externally, you are my connection to this world. Without you, I cannot traverse here. If I cannot, then the two realms cannot connect, and once they do, immense resources will undoubtedly be gained. Therefore, we must expedite Orochimaru's understanding of our world. The results of your training will become inconsequential. Are you certain that your world will captivate Lord Orochimaru? Undoubtedly, the mere existence of different worlds signifies vast resources. Especially for someone like Orochimaru, a scientific genius brimming with curiosity about the unknown, don't you think? Science? Genius? I find it utterly perplexing how the formidable, benevolent, and sagacious Lord Orochimaru could be deemed a mere scientific oddity. How could he possibly be likened to those who, having failed in the pursuit of Leaf Village ninjutsu, resort to the realm of experimentation as a refuge? Your perspectives are rather narrow-minded, I must say. Do you comprehend? Those on my side assert that this abandoned facility is, in fact, a trial designed for us to demonstrate our capabilities and ascertain our worthiness to engage with Lord Orochimaru. Ah, is that the implication? I had not anticipated such convolutions. Those who aspire to greatness often exhibit a similar demeanor, shying away from direct communication. Kai Bin, too, expressed his frustrations, admitting that he would not have discerned these subtleties. You are unaware of the possibility of resurrection, correct? Shota suddenly inquired. It seems so. I have certainly never broached the subject. Do you recall the great black serpent? That creature belongs to them. Is it not Lord Orochimaru's summoning beast? No. It is known as Heiqi. I intend to summon it shortly, but it will merely manifest by attaching itself to me. Your world also harbors formidable individuals. Only those with strength dare to explore the interconnectedness of worlds. Otherwise, they would simply be courting disaster. You must endeavor to maintain an asymmetry of information between both sides to lay the groundwork for future endeavors. I have come to realize that when you are deemed unimportant, your existence becomes dispensable. Your reasoning is sound. Kaiben sensed Shota's anxiety and pondered how to elevate Shota's significance. First, I will summon it, and we shall deliberate on subsequent matters. We must inevitably overcome this obstacle today. I am equally curious about the prowess of your companions. There should be at least a dozen ninjas involved, though their strength remains unclear. Let us see how many they can eliminate. Kaiben still struggled to adapt to the mindset of the ninja world. He could not exhibit his worth through violence as they did. Are they not all innocent people? If your strength is sufficient, could you spare their lives? Do you possess the confidence to do so? I cannot say. It is not my decision. I must inquire further. Do you think that if we allow these individuals to survive, they might become your subordinates? Ah, what did you say? Lu Jiangwo, upon encountering Kaiben once more, who had just reclined, found himself startled awake. He felt an oddity in the air. Approaching the window, Kaiben posed a perplexing question. Can the strength of a CH Nin or a J Nin like Heichi subdue those individuals while ensuring their lives remain intact? After a brief contemplation, Kaiben continued, asking, Are you inclined to bring back some captives? Of course, that would be ideal, yet this is not the most opportune moment. After all, personnel exchanges are involved. Even those deemed worthless require the consent of the indigenous population, lest we provoke unnecessary conflict. Furthermore, we must also consider the limitations imposed by the laws of the world. Heichi elaborated, harboring a growing dissatisfaction with Kaiben's tendency to act unilaterally. Lu, in his heart, speculated that Kaiben's perhaps unfounded fears of eventual abandonment drove him to seek validation through such means. He comforted, stating, While having one's own opinions is undoubtedly beneficial, it must not hinder the smooth progression of our tasks. How long did you linger there? Kaiben awkwardly responded, Approximately less than 10 minutes. I didn't check the time. What, pray tell, was the rationale behind sparing their lives? Lu pressed further. Did you not once possess a cadre of indigenous subordinates, akin to the great eagle nation in the land of the third brother? Might I perhaps aspire to become a captain of a foe military squad? Kaiben felt a twinge of embarrassment at his sudden flash of inspiration. A subtle hint wouldn't go amiss. Heichi, do gauge your abilities. Lu pondered for a moment before acquiescing. For the time being, it was prudent to placate this fool Kaiben, ensuring that their subsequent endeavors could proceed smoothly. I am about to cast a spell. Kindly step aside, Kaiben suggested, attempting to dismiss Shangtai. Are you afraid I might learn? Shangtai inquired, curiosity piqued, or is there some taboo? As long as you're not embarrassed. You may laugh at my expense. Kaiben's face was already beginning to redden. Shangtai watched in confusion as Kaiben produced a small drum and a drumstick from behind him, commencing his incantation. The sun descends, casting shadows upon the land. A sudden sound erupted, and Shangtai wore a perplexed expression, realization dawning upon him. Kaiben swayed and began to sing and dance, his body occasionally twitching uncontrollably. As Shangtai stood in astonishment, absorbing nearly 10 minutes of exotic music, Kaiben suddenly convulsed violently, then rolled his eyes back and collapsed. Before Shangtai could approach to investigate, Kaiben's eyes abruptly opened, and he sprang to his feet in a sudden motion. Shangtai could distinctly perceive that Kaiben's entire demeanor had transformed, his posture and movements radiating vigor. You are Shangtai, are you not? I am Heichi. The voice emanating from Kaiben retained its essence, yet was delivered in an entirely different manner. Have you been possessed? Is it akin to our family's heart-turn technique? Shangtai mused silently. He merely nodded in response, offering no further explanation. Heichi surveyed his surroundings, attuned to the abundant spiritual energy permeating the atmosphere, then retrieved several items from Kaiben's bag, a short sword, a string of prayer beads, a cloak, and several other unfamiliar objects. Shangtai scrutinized Heichi, eager to ascertain the capabilities of this individual. Heichi closed his eyes, immersing himself in the energy, and then placed a compass on the ground. With a firm press, the compass embedded itself into the earth without a hint of damage. Very well, let us commence. My time is limited. Kaiben has informed you of my adversary's location, has he not? Heichi prepared to take action. There are many within the prison cells. Follow me. Shangtai said little, eager to observe the strength of his companion, for through his chakra perception, this Heichi exhibited no trace of chakra, instead exuding an essence akin to Rong Wu's natural energy, palpable even to a novice like himself. The two moved swiftly, for safety. Shangtai first led into an area populated by more chunin. The surroundings were secured by cells and simple seals, and currently there were no guards in sight. Have all the people left? Are they that complacent? Heike inquired. I'm not certain. They claim there is a barrier outside, Shantai replied. Then I shall test the might of this barrier, Heike asserted with confidence. In truth, based on his earlier observations of Chonwoo, and adhering to the relatively stable power system of the Naruto world, Heike indeed possessed the strength of a jonin. Furthermore, he had numerous means of self-preservation, coupled with extensive combat experience, rendering his confidence far from unwarranted, a fact that subsequent battles would corroborate. Within the first chamber, a Doton ninja was ensnared. His limbs were tightly bound by lightning seals, rendering him utterly immobile. The doorway was similarly adorned with corresponding talismans, although they appeared haphazardly placed to him. They formed an impenetrable barrier. Heike approached the entrance, his gaze fixed upon the Doton ninja, his eyes flitting between the seals and his adversary. Cautiously, he extended his hand and lightly brushed against one of the talismans, sensing the power it held. Without hesitation, he swiftly drew a sharp short sword from his cloak and plunged it into the center of the talisman. With the sword's insertion, Heike began to swiftly form hand seals, chanting incantations under his breath. Mysterious words resonated in the air, as if they harmonized with the surrounding energies. Gradually, the once distinct symbols on the talisman began to flow like a living entity, ultimately being absorbed into the short sword. After executing this series of actions, Heike casually pushed open the cell door and stepped into the chamber. The short sword in his hand shimmered with a faint glow, effortlessly severing the lightning seals and chains binding the Doton ninja. Freed from his restraints, the ninja did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he scrutinized the enigmatic figure before him. Heike inhaled deeply and stated, "Should you conquer me, none shall impede your departure." His voice was cold and resolute, exuding an undeniable authority. The Doton ninja, undeterred, had faced similar trials numerous times before, having witnessed many meet their demise in such encounters. Thus, he swiftly began forming hand seals. From his feet, the Earth's rocky surface began to crawl up his legs, enveloping him in a suit of rock armor. "Are you ready?" Heike asked, observing his unmoving opponent. The Doton ninja offered no reply, suddenly charging forward. Heike, agile as a serpent, twisted his body to evade the assault, swiftly maneuvering behind his opponent. With a sudden motion, he lashed out at the back of the Doton ninja's head, the sound crisp yet subtle, akin to a feeble slap. Shantai watched closely, noting that the Doton ninja's rock armor bore not a single crack. However, in the next instant, it appeared as if the ninja's legs had given way. He staggered several steps before colliding with the opposite wall, collapsing in a heap like a pile of mud. Shantai was taken aback. He had never witnessed such formidable taijutsu. With a single punch reducing his opponent to mere fragments, he could comprehend. However, to incapacitate someone without inflicting any visible harm, what kind of ninjutsu could be at play here? Yet, with his own perceptive abilities, he detected no discernible fluctuation in the natural energy of Heichi. The Tombi fist targets the internal, what we refer to as penetrating force. Highly adept at breaking through defenses, Heichi elaborated, needing to distinctly demonstrate his prowess. Shantai had previously encountered an earth-release ninja, who now lay before him, bleeding profusely and breathing faintly, not yet deceased. Unfamiliar with the situation, Shantai had perhaps been a bit too forceful. He was oblivious. For Heichi, this was mere humble bragging. After casting the earth-release ninja back into his cell, he discreetly employed a semi-finished mind-body exchange technique on him. Shantai continued to guide Heichi deeper, observing as Heichi faced off against each cell occupant one by one. Today, Shangtai's eyes were truly opened. Regardless of the seal, Heichi could unlock it, albeit with varying times and methods. When faced with something particularly challenging, he would recite incantations for an extended period before cleaving it open with his short sword. Moreover, when encountering different adversaries, Heichi's methods were inexhaustible. Against swift opponents, he could deftly incapacitate their limbs, as if they willingly offered their bodies, against those with great strength. His form seemed devoid of bones, ensnaring them to suffocate. He could simultaneously wield ninjutsu of fire, wind, and lightning attributes, which Heichi referred to as Taoist techniques. Most astonishingly, he could expel toxic water to corrode his foes. Shantai recognized that harboring poison within one's body was no trivial feat. This was something even the frequently mentioned demigod required a gas mask for. It was all too comprehensive. Shantai speculated that Heichi might possess even more formidable abilities that had yet to be fully revealed. "Let us find some upper ninjas," Heichi suggested, sensing that his opponents were indeed lacking in strength. to the extent that he had only needed to utilize poison to eliminate one. No need for that. Who are you? You are not Kaibin. A white serpent slithered from the shadows. I am Heichi, hailing from another world. And I wish to meet and exchange ideas with Lord Orochimaru. Heichi sensed the serpent's malice. The creature hesitated momentarily, then fixed its gaze upon Heichi in silence, communicating with Orochimaru. She was left behind to tidy up the aftermath, while keeping an eye out for any potential arrivals from Kaibin's side. 1 minute later, Lord Orochimaru is intrigued. However, you must defeat me first. The white serpent flicked its tongue and gradually raised its head. Heichi smiled faintly, his hands weaving through seals. And with a resounding crack, he revealed his true form. Interesting. In the distance, Orochimaru stroked his chin and chuckled, soon diverting his attention back to the clothes rack before him, which held an outfit and a hat inscribed with the character for wind. Chapter 41, The Serpent Battle. A black and a white serpent, both massive and measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, faced each other. The black serpent possessed a more robust and imposing physique, while the white serpent appeared slightly slender, yet equally exuded an unsettling aura. They continuously flicked their crimson tongues, seemingly warning and challenging one another. Observing this, Shangtai felt a shiver run down his spine and hurriedly retreated, distancing himself from this perilous domain. He was acutely aware that the fierce battle unfolding before him was beyond his capabilities. A moment's carelessness could result in grievous injury. In this precarious situation, his only recourse was to maintain a safe distance and observe the developments. In the blink of an eye, the black and white serpents sprang forth like arrows released from a bow, their speed akin to lightning. They surged forward like twin whirlwinds, exuding an unparalleled ferocity as they lunged at one another. In an instant, the surrounding chakra and natural energy seemed to ripple, the atmosphere thickening with an oppressive weight. The white serpent appeared slightly swifter. As the two serpents drew near, it twisted its head and sank its fangs towards the neck of the black serpent. Known as Black Seven. Unfazed, Black Seven deftly evaded the oncoming fangs, swiftly swinging its head to knock the white serpent aside. And soon they were entwined in a fierce struggle. The battle between the serpents appeared deceptively simple. A mere contest of entanglement where the victor was the one who could constrict the other to death. Yet, in the subtleties of their movements, both serpents exhibited their seasoned combat experience. Each held their heads high, their gazes locked onto their opponent. Neither serpent would recklessly aim for the vital points, for such proximity invited the risk of counterattack should their strike fail. The white serpent seemed more agile, its form coiling tightly around the upper body of Black Seven, poised to execute a lethal constriction. However, Black Seven was a master of traditional martial arts, employing a combat style unfamiliar to this world, utilizing the technique of bone shifting, allowing it to maneuver its joints with remarkable dexterity. Whenever the white serpent sought to tighten its grip, Black Seven skillfully adjusted its bones to escape the constriction. Thus, the segments of the white serpent entwined around Black Seven gradually elongated, akin to a tightly coiled spring being stretched, dispersing the pressure evenly across Black Seven's form, rendering it ineffective. Frustration welled within the white serpent. It felt as though it were wrestling a slippery eel, unable to exert any real force, while its opponent's fangs remained concealed. Suddenly, the white serpent unleashed a torrent of venom towards Black Seven, enveloping its head in a noxious cloud. A horrifying sound of flesh-corroding echoed in the air. Yet, Black Seven remained motionless, a protective film covering its eyes as the venom eroded its flesh, its body rapidly swelling. The white serpent observed in dismay as the venom failed to instill panic in Black Seven, whose physique only became more robust. Uncertain of Black Seven's intentions, the white serpent hastily released its grip and retreated. However, as it distanced itself by over a meter, a fetid gust erupted from Black Seven's mouth, a noxious wind sweeping towards the white serpent. Startled, the white serpent hurriedly dodged with its head and face, but its tail was caught in the foul air. With a sharp hiss, the white serpent recoiled in pain, mistaking the attack for a wind-based technique, only to realize it was a toxic mist, equally corrosive as its own venom. The white serpent fixed its gaze on Black Seven, eager to discern whether its previous assault had borne any fruit. Black Seven shook its head, and a radiant golden light shimmered from its head as the venom evaporated and vanished into thin air. The white serpent remained oblivious to the fact that the coat previously worn by Black Seven was, in reality, a refined artifact, having cultivated a protective membrane upon his corporeal surface. This membrane, forged from fire talismans, proved inadequate against physical assaults, yet was particularly effective against water-based enveloping attacks. The skirmish unfolded with remarkable swiftness, and in a mere moment, Black Seven's prowess had captured the White Serpent's attention, especially the manner in which he wielded his abilities, evoking a sense of familiarity in the serpent hailing from the depths of the snake's lair. Quite the spectacle, rasped the White Serpent. Black Seven exhaled in relief, sensing that Orochimaru recognized true value. Suddenly, a multitude of enormous fangs, glowing faintly green, erupted from beneath Black Seven, relentlessly piercing him. In the blink of an eye, 2 substantial holes adorned his body, accompanied by several gashes oozing crimson. Swiftly, he extricated himself, glancing at the blood that stained him, contracting his muscles and shifting his scales to staunch the wounds, halting the flow of blood. Yet still unworthy, the White Serpent's hoarse voice echoed once more. Foolish one, you are not fit to collaborate with Lord Orochimaru. Have you considered serving as a subordinate? A sinister grin spread across Black Seven's face as dark mist billowed forth with his laughter, engulfing the corridor in shadows. The remaining observers hastily retreated, sensing that the ensuing events were unsuitable for young ones. Hiss, we are serpents, reliant not on sight. The White Serpent mocked. A sudden realization struck the White Serpent. The enveloping dark mist was suffused with natural energy, completely obscuring his perception of Black Seven. Simultaneously, a series of rhythmic knocks resonated, filling the corridor with echoes. Water release, great breakthrough. Without hesitation, the White Serpent unleashed a vast jutsu, attempting to disperse the dense fog, unwilling to wait for his adversary to strike first. The technique proved effective. The portions of mist struck by the water release dissipated, akin to a hand brushing away shadows in a darkened room. Soon after, torrents of black water cascaded downward, reminiscent of slowly dripping serpent saliva. Gradually, this viscous liquid thickened, seemingly coalescing around the White Serpent. Fear gripped the White Serpent as he thrashed, desperately attempting to escape, only to realize he was ensnared, trapped in a quagmire. The viscous black water posed no hindrance to Black Seven, who approached with a steady gait, fixating on the White Serpent's enraged gaze and his mouth, rendered immobile in a sticky embrace. Break, he declared coldly as his tail struck the White Serpent's head with great force, causing an involuntary rigidity to seize the serpent-esque form. Black Seven observed intently for several seconds before retreating, channeling all his senses. For the White Serpent appeared to still be alive. Before long, a decayed shell began to fragment, yet the White Serpent had vanished without a trace. The snake-shedding technique? Black Seven had diligently studied the ways of the shinobi before his arrival. Up high, did you witness it all? Inform Orochimaru that we are prepared to embrace his friendship at any moment. Observing the stillness, Heike sensed that his body was on the verge of collapse. Kaiben's physique was undeniably frail. Abandoning his plan for further exploration, his body convulsed, and Kaiben reappeared at the original spot. How am I supposed to explain this? I've been left here all alone. Before Shangtai could respond, Heike departed. What is that smell? Kaiben realized he had finished his lively song, and everything became a blur. The first thought that crossed his mind upon regaining consciousness was the overwhelming stench. He instinctively covered his nose. Come over here. Shangtai called out to Kaiben from a distance. Following Shangtai, the two managed to hide far away before coming to a halt. What happened? Kaiben inquired, eyeing the chaotic scene around them. Summoning that fellow was truly impressive. Shangtai recounted the earlier events to Kaiben, who nearly drooled in astonishment. Just how formidable is this individual? An elite shinobi? Kaiben questioned. At the very least, Shangtai replied. He surpasses many of Konoha's elite shinobi and possesses exceptional skills in sealing techniques, physical combat, and ninjutsu. No wonder he exudes such confidence. Kaiben stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is he considered a master in your circle? How many individuals possess such prowess? Shangtai asked. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps there are quite a few. More than a dozen, at least? Or even more, Kaiben speculated, lacking knowledge of the current group's true capabilities. However, he assumed that the four great clans must have several capable fighters, along with numerous sects and the Buddhist order. Couldn't that amount to hundreds? Yet, that is still not an overwhelming number. Shangtai remarked. Their abilities are certainly remarkable. They are well acquainted with Orochimaru. To dare engage with him indicates a certain level of confidence. Kaiben asserted. They are familiar with Lord Orochimaru as well? Did you inform them? Shangtai questioned, puzzled. How should I put it? Lord Orochimaru has a certain level of notoriety where we come from, but discussing it with you now is rather inconvenient. How could Kaiben explain that to Shangtai, who, to him, was merely a character from a comic book, fictional and non-existent? Would Shangtai lose his mind? After scrutinizing Kaibin for a moment, Shangtai chose not to press further. He himself was uncertain about his position in these matters, given his own limited strength. How is your plan progressing on your side? Kaibin quickly diverted the topic. Two have perished, the others are resisting. My technique is still not fully developed. The next step will depend on how they perform upon recovery, Shangtai explained. He had used a technique on every individual defeated by Heike, hoping to establish a soul connection with them, much like with Chong-Wu. This idea was inspired by Kaibin's earlier suggestions on increasing favorability, winning hearts, and building a secret force. Shangtai recognized that Kaibin's proposal was unlikely to materialize. Yet he was motivated by the inexplicable affinity he felt towards Chong-Wu and decided to experiment while the prisoners were still weakened. Another person has died. Kaibin felt a pang of regret. The mortality rate among such formidable ninjas was significantly higher than that of ordinary individuals. I must locate a safe haven and gather these people for relocation. You should start assembling them. There are a total of 9 survivors. After a brief admonition from Shangtai, he hurriedly set off to find a suitable location. With a bold heart, Kaibin scoured the nearby houses for survivors, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the sight of the ragged individuals he encountered. Once he had gathered everyone at the training ground and noted Shangtai's absence, Kaibin continued to collect food, water, and clothing, fortuitously acquiring some discarded medical supplies. Lacking medical expertise, he could only attempt to bandage the wounds of those with significant bleeding. As for disinfectants, that was out of the question. He was not familiar with the Japanese language. What are you doing? One of the injured individuals stirred first, having no recollection of any medical care during his brief captivity, only memories of being eliminated post-injury. The irony was that the person attempting to aid him had just inflicted considerable harm. Startled, Kaibin instinctively retreated a few meters. And upon observing that the man showed no signs of aggression, he called out, "Keep your hands apart, no secret hand signs." Kaibin mimicked the warnings he had seen on television to ensure his safety. "I am Kaibin, and I have a friend named Shangtai. You should have encountered him earlier. A slender boy with black hair. Why are you saving us?" The man was perplexed by the intentions of the one before him, recalling that it was this very person who had just brought his companion to strike him down. "If I don't save you, you'll perish," Kaibin replied. Shangtai had warned that this place would soon be destroyed. Kaibin, however, was reluctant to reveal his ulterior motives, hoping to play the role of a good Samaritan. Completely unaware that the aggressor had been himself, the man regarded the elderly figure before him in silence, sensing that something was amiss, though he couldn't shake the feeling of a potential trap. Soon, several injured ninjas began to show signs of consciousness, particularly the Earth-style ninja who had been felled first by Heichi, appearing to bear only minor injuries. They all fixed their gaze on Kaibin, who began to feel increasingly anxious and called for Shangtai using a scroll. Before long, Shangtai hurried back. "Have you released their bindings?" he asked, looking at Kaibin as if he were foolish. "It's difficult to transport them," Kaibin replied awkwardly, scratching his head. After assessing the situation, Shangtai decided that rebinding them might prove counterproductive and, after a moment's hesitation, joined Kaibin in his efforts to appear benevolent. "I am uncertain how much longer this place will remain intact. If you wish to survive, follow me. I will find you a safe refuge," Shangtai stated, signaling Kaibin to assist the injured in their swift departure. Kaibin was well suited for this task. Firstly, he was unlikely to perish, having no fear of ambush from these individuals. Secondly, he was afraid of dying, which made him cautious of any potential attacks. "What? I lack the strength for this." Kaibin was taken aback that Shangtai viewed him as a laborer, equating him to a muscular worker. "Shadow clone, quickly. I sense that the chakra here is beginning to destabilize. The urgency is palpable." In truth, he does not genuinely feel this. His words are directed towards these individuals to deter them from causing trouble, as their primary focus should be on escaping. Kaibin tapped his forehead and swiftly conjured 10 shadow clones, directing them to carry one another and flee. Indeed, he too wished to distance himself, not wanting to fall victim to a surprise attack. "You fool. We've been ambushed, and you still feel pain," one shadow clone shouted unabashedly, not much brighter than Kaibin himself. "You are all fools." Another shadow clone continued to absorb natural energy, subsequently creating 3 more clones, with 4 of them gripping each other's limbs as they took flight. The other clones followed suit, with a few purposefully creating additional clones. Retrieving supplies that Kaibin had previously gathered, Kaibin felt rather foolish, having been the one to carry each person individually. Ugh! One shadow clone sampled the food, only to spit it out. It was utterly unpalatable. The injured ninjas remained still, for they had just endured a beating and were astonished by the volume of this individual's chakra. Chapter 42. The fool who stands unyielding for a millennium. The temporary refuge within the cavern was quite spacious, previously inhabited by a giant bear capable of rudimentary chakra manipulation. At that moment, Shang Tai employed a sensing technique, targeting the larger chakra beast, as it was improbable that any ninjas were nearby, and indeed discovered this suitable hideaway. Had it not taken some time to slay the giant bear, he would have returned much sooner. The injured lay sprawled, while a few curious shadow clones inquired about the use of medicinal substances in the ninja world, clumsily assisting them with bandaging. Among them was a wandering ninja from the land of ice, possessing some special healing techniques, which a few shadow clones attempted to learn. Minutes after settling in, one of the ninjas began to speak. "It's collapsing." Shang Tai, Kai Bin, and several shadow clones hastily rushed to the cave entrance to investigate. Initially, Kai Bin could only see a massive cloud of dust rising, followed by a thunderous noise accompanied by vibrations beneath their feet. For the first time, Kai Bin felt the terrifying power of the ninja world. What magnitude of explosives could yield such force? He couldn't help but murmur aloud. It must be the effect of the collapsing ceiling technique. There's no way explosives could wield such power, Shang Tai casually replied. The shadow clones exchanged glances, conveying the notion that firearms would undoubtedly be effective here. Wielding a handgun for close combat would be swifter than learning any ninjutsu. Now that Kai Bin had established a formation, he would certainly need to acquire one in the future. Suddenly, the tremors intensified, and rocks began to tumble from the cave entrance, prompting the group to quickly seek shelter inside. It won't collapse, will it? Kai Bin expressed his concern. Abruptly, a mass of earth cascaded down the stone wall, securely supporting the cavern, while a stone awning formed at the entrance, shielding them from falling debris. They turned to see the first Earth-style ninja, having cast a jutsu. After more than a minute, the violent tremors subsided. The Earth-style ninja rose to his feet and approached Kai Bin. "I must take my leave. My name is Shin no Suk." This Earth-style ninja hailed from the land of rocks, but due to a grave error, he had fled, only to unexpectedly become a test subject for Orochimaru. Orochimaru has instructed us not to venture beyond a 10-kilometer radius of the experimental base. You ought to tread carefully, Kai Bin cautioned him. "Better to face death at their hands than to be subjected to your memory absorption again," he retorted. It turned out that he had only been momentarily stunned by Black Seven's attack. His consciousness had not entirely vanished, and he was well aware of what transpired. Shang Tai smiled faintly, dismissing Kai Bin's suggestion as impractical, for his true interest lay in ninjutsu experimentation. He made no attempt to stop him, merely watching as he departed. "What about you? Is it truly impossible to leave within 10 kilometers? Kai Bin inquired with concern. "Fool. 10 kilometers is merely the maximum attack range of that white snake we encountered earlier. It is the broadest scope for their area of effect ninjutsu," one shadow clone interjected. "What if we hide at 9 kilometers? Another clone chimed in. "Ordinary individuals would wait at 10 kilometers. The abnormal ones would be obliterated. It's a selection mechanism." A third clone added. "You're spouting nonsense. How could that possibly be?" Kai Bin expressed his disbelief, unconvinced that Orochimaru would be so reckless. "The medic, Kabuto, previously provided me with a scroll. If we exceed this range, we will lose contact," Shang Tai lamented, growing weary of their antics. "All right. Disperse." The shadow clones awkwardly withdrew. The remaining individuals took a moment to recuperate and gradually departed, including one with a broken leg. Though the people had left, the atmosphere remained lively. As the shadow clones continued to chatter about the knowledge they had just acquired, discussing the rocks and trees of the ninja world. "Let us train." Shang Tai resumed his transformation into Wu. "Ah, are you all right? After all this fuss, what are we training for?" Kai Bin, the leader, was displeased. Yet he found solace in training alongside Shang Tai, as it spared him from being beaten up. "Let us learn a ninjutsu, the hidden mist technique." Shang Tai was inspired by the earlier black mist. "Excellent. A vital skill for escape. It must be learned," Kai Bin remarked, satisfied. He had not engaged in combat and felt invigorated, particularly drawn to this ninjutsu. The learning process was nearly identical to before, featuring a foolish student and a meticulous teacher. Rapid learning and a cacophony of shadow clones. As before, the shadow clones generally learned faster than Kai Bin. Within 10 minutes, one had successfully mastered the technique. Indeed, he was quite intelligent, dispelling his clone and relaying the experience back to the slowest, original Kai Bin. The remaining shadow clones followed suit, practicing diligently before dispelling themselves and sharing their accumulated knowledge with Kai Bin. With the support of numerous nurturing clones, Kai Bin made swift progress, mastering the technique in no time. Shangtai inwardly marveled, recognizing this as a sign of innate talent. Regrettably, this fool, Kai Bin, indeed exhibits a remarkable lack of discernment. He is utterly incapable of distinguishing between water and other liquids. The blood upon the ground, mingled with natural energy and chakra, evaporated into the air, creating an eerie ambience reminiscent of a foggy London night. However, this did not detract from the effectiveness of his concealment. Crafting mist is a relatively straightforward endeavor. Yet the mist concealment technique necessitates not only self-hiding but also the ability to sense the enemy's location through the chakra-infused fog, enabling a surprise attack. Masters like Zabuza can even mask the sounds of their movements, achieving a truly silent assassination. At present, Kai Bin lacks such prowess. He can only draw upon SH Tai's chakra perception to explore the nuances of sensing natural energy. Regrettably, without Yuwu's presence, he cannot receive any guidance. No. On the contrary, it is perhaps fortunate that Yuwu is absent, Kai Bin mused privately. A multitude of shadow clones executing the mist concealment technique appeared quite impressive, enveloping the surroundings in a dense, murky fog within mere moments. Kai Bin, with little discernment, mixed everything into the water. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air nearby, startling Kai Bin, who hastily called out to SH Tai. Dispel the ninjutsu. SH Tai's voice echoed from the direction of the screen. Confounded, Kai Bin complied and released the technique. As the mist gradually dispersed, he beheld SH Tai tossing a lifeless body before him. It was one of the experimental ninja who had departed earlier. This fellow did not leave. He concealed himself in the shadows, intending to ambush us, SH Tai remarked with an air of indifference. At that moment, Kai Bin grasped the treacherous nature of their world. It was no wonder SH Tai had urged him to learn the mist concealment technique. He had already anticipated this turn of events. This unfortunate incident could be attributed to the ill fate of that individual. He had discerned that Kai Bin was certainly not the formidable adversary who had recently wreaked havoc. Perhaps he had employed a transformation technique. Despite possessing formidable chakra, Kai Bin lacked combat experience, and SH Tai's own strength was rather unremarkable. Originally a wandering ninja accustomed to plundering, he had encountered misfortune when caught by Kabuto and subjected to experimentation. It was not in his nature to depart empty-handed, so he sought to seize an opportunity before his exit. Alas, SH Tai, being a perceptive ninja with experience in the shadows of the ninja world, remained vigilant regarding anyone's departure. Thus, this unfortunate soul fell into SH Tai's trap. At that moment, Kai Bin silently cursed the various characters from novels who sought to win hearts, deeming them misleading. Was this not a disservice to the younger generation? Consider the illustrious Zhuge Liang, who was revered after 3 visits to the humble abode. He himself captured and released foes with finesse. Yet one who expects to leave behind a loyal subordinate while boasting of their own merit is indeed deluding themselves. Casting a glance at the serious SH Tai, Kai Bin pondered the absurdity of his posturing. Do you not transform when engaging in combat? Are you unaware? SH Tai inquired, gazing at Kai Bin with curiosity. Unaware of what? Kai Bin was perplexed. When you summoned Heike, you utilized your own body, not his. SH Tai seemed to have an epiphany, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Ah, of course, I am fully aware. Kai Bin remained bewildered by SH Tai's implications. In other words, your face is also your own. Several shadow clones spoke in unison, their eyes fixed intently, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. What does this mean? Kai Bin exclaimed, his eyes widening in terror. Indeed, they were observing the very individual who had recently rendered him unconscious, now flitting about like a fool, seemingly unaware of the circumstances that had transpired. Shangtai grinned, revealing a row of bright white teeth. Why didn't you warn me? I must have appeared utterly insane. Kai Bin felt a flush of embarrassment, his toes nearly capable of drilling for oil. Firstly, I never anticipated you could be so foolish. And by the time I returned, it was too late. Secondly, they must have hoped you were not deranged, for that would have been quite alarming. Ha. Shangtai could hardly contain his laughter, unable to recall the last time he felt such joy. Kai Bin's face turned crimson. He had been boasting about future prospects and winning hearts, yet now he feared that this group would avoid him in future encounters. The shadow clones began to mock one another, engaging in playful banter, while Shangtai adopted a more serious demeanor. After all, the ninja realm was indeed a place that revered strength. Let us dedicate more time to our training. Your recent use of shadow clones was commendable, as it can expedite your cultivation. For now, let us focus on mastering the mist technique. After an hour of practice, aided by the shadow clones, Kaibin had managed to control the mist range to approximately 10 meters. He bid farewell to Shangtai, aware that continuing further would lead to overwhelming fatigue and confusion from the clones. Today had already overwhelmed him with new knowledge in singing, dancing, and ninja arts. The world of Naruto felt like a realm reminiscent of the time chamber from Dragon Ball, stretching his days significantly. At times, Kaibin pondered whether he might age prematurely and perish before his time. Time is indeed a mysterious entity, particularly for someone like Kaibin. Though he spent several hours in the ninja realm, Heichi had only lingered for about half an hour. To Kaibin, it felt as though Heichi had returned long ago. Meanwhile, outside Kaibin's home, the others noticed that he had merely lain down only to rise again. At that very moment, Heichi's eyes fluttered open. Summoning spirits pertains to the soul, not the corporeal body. This was precisely why Heichi had been chosen for this task. He had traversed both body and spirit, enabling a profound comparison. Casting a glance at the stretching Kaibin, Lewin listened silently to Heichi's report. The possession had proven effective. His memory remained largely intact. Yet the physical toll was substantial. Particularly during Heichi's manifestation, the burden of traversing different worlds was far greater than that of mere time travel, rendering him incapable of significant movement for the day. Is Kaibin's body all right? Heichi wondered, fully aware of the intensity of the possession during battle. Kaibin's physique should not withstand such strain. He appears unharmed, Lewin replied. Does his traversal possess the ability to restore his body, or was his physique inherently robust? Originally lacking in quality, recent observations have revealed a significant improvement in his physical condition. You should document the details thoroughly and then take a rest. I will handle the rest. Lewin gestured for Kaibin to open the window. How is Heichi? Kaibin expressed genuine concern for Heichi's safety, having heard that he had sustained several injuries. He is fine. He merely requires rest, Lewin replied. Are you all right? Lewin scrutinized Kaibin's body, noting several tears in his clothing, yet no blood was present. Huh? I'm perfectly fine. How could his injuries affect me? Kaibin questioned, bewildered, as he had recovered fully and did not attribute it to any supernatural benefits. Not necessarily. In fact, the entity possessing you can absorb injuries, leaving none for the host. The host is inherently incapable of enduring such harm. If they could, there would be no need for divine intervention. Dad, who are you talking to? The sleepy voice of his chubby son drifted in. Hurry up, hurry up. Let's discuss this tomorrow, Kaibin urged, knowing his mother would soon arrive in a fury. Do not send messages. These matters can only be addressed in person, Lewin advised before leading everyone over the wall, their movements appearing particularly ethereal. You wasteful child. Instead of sleeping, you go to pay respects at your great-grandmother's grave. His mother's roar arrived as expected. Both the father and son shrank their necks, falling silent. The wolf had healed, and after a few days with the family returning from a distant hunt, his father took the wolf out once more. During this expedition, he learned of a particular herb that could enhance memory, allowing Kai to retain more of his heritage. If this herb indeed proved beneficial, he resolved to name his next child after it, calling him Ji. The Neanderthals were a remarkable race, marked not only by their intelligence and capacity to absorb the essence of nature, but also by an unparalleled memory among all life forms in Earth's evolutionary history. This extraordinary ability enabled them to pass down ancestral knowledge with impeccable accuracy. To what extent could the meticulous Neanderthals achieve? Below is a typical example of Neanderthal heritage. As the sun rose in the morning, one would close the left eye, covering the eyelid with the right hand, drawing in the sun's natural energy. It would enter through the crown of the head into the heart and lungs, followed by a gentle grasp at the lower back. Inhale through the nostrils. Exhale through the mouth, and then sneeze. Although the ancestors of the Neanderthals lacked the discernment of quality, their robust physique, prolonged lifespan, and unparalleled intellect enabled them to remember every detail with utmost precision. Thus, when a particular ancestor succeeded, their descendants possessed the remarkable ability to replicate every action with utmost accuracy, down to the most trivial of movements. Certainly, this also brings their success rate close to 100%. When their descendants innovate upon the foundations laid by their ancestors, they seamlessly perpetuate new actions and ideas, gradually forming a familial legacy. This legacy, for some of the most brilliant among the Neanderthal lineage, can even extend to memories from millennia ago. As for why they do not simplify and refine their knowledge, the answer is simple: there is no need. Only foolish beings would fail to recall matters from mere thousands of years past. Kaibin, waking early, lost in thought. What was the third seal of the mist concealment technique? Chapter 43. Immortal? Demon? Orochimaru Has the serpent of the dragon cave deceived you too many times? Rinsea is quite dissatisfied. The myriad serpents sternly warn Orochimaru. The white serpent from earlier was one of Orochimaru's summoned beasts in the dragon cave, possessing strength exceeding that of an elite jonin. Thus, even with multiple magical artifacts, Black Seven found victory arduous, though neither serpent was truly fighting to the death. The dissatisfaction of the myriad serpents is entirely understandable. Tsunade's summoned beast, the slug clone, is inherently difficult to harm, and even when injured, it is but a small fraction of its true form. Jiraiya's toads undertake far more missions than the serpent clan. Yet Jiraiya adeptly employs various types of toads according to the situation, resulting in minimal injuries. Only Orochimaru, each time he summons them, faces formidable opponents. The myriad serpents subtly sense that Orochimaru does not call upon them merely to assist in battle. Rather, he appears to be continually testing the limits of the Serpentine clan's combat prowess, more precisely, their ultimate vitality. For instance, this time, Orochimaru instructed the white serpent to merely monitor the collapse of the barrier, ensuring that all experimental subjects were eliminated. However, he unexpectedly demanded they confront such a formidable adversary. Had the white serpent not been quite capable, it would have surely sustained grave injuries. What exactly does Orochimaru intend? This sacrificial offering will involve numerous participants, including many ninjas. Orochimaru's communication with the myriad serpents is exceedingly straightforward, revolving entirely around the exchange of interests. Orochimaru, you must understand, that is merely our agreement, not that of the dragon cave. The myriad serpents retorted fiercely, perceiving Orochimaru's words as a threat, exposing the dark dealings between man and serpent. The snake sage seeks to transcend the limits of the physical body. How can you, each one of you, aspire to the longevity of the slug and succeed? I am aiding you, Orochimaru replied coolly. In the three great sage realms, the toads pursue the strength of sage arts, the slugs seek immortality, while the serpents yearn for an immensely powerful physique. It may appear somewhat perplexing. Although all three achieve their goals through sage arts, the serpent's aspirations seem distinctly unique. The other two realms seemingly surpass the physical body itself, greatly harnessing the power of natural energy. Yet the serpents, much like both animals and humans, tirelessly refine their forms, as if employing mystical arts to liberate themselves from the constraints and limitations of such powers. However, one must remain alive to see any outcomes. One she appears somewhat resigned and melancholic. Only a select few among the elite serpents comprehend that transcending the corporeal confines has been an age-old aspiration of their kind. Yet even the serpent sages have not attained the legendary heights spoken of in tales. He and a few others are fortunate enough to be involved in a groundbreaking experiment designed by the serpent sage intended to break through the physical barriers. Otherwise, given his innate capabilities, he would be unworthy of such knowledge. To him, the relentless pursuit of cultivation by the serpent race is, at its core, a quest for death, merely to witness which unfortunate soul survives the ordeal. If such a fortunate soul indeed exists and manages to endure, they would ascend to become a transcendent being. Yet, the harsh reality remains that countless serpent prodigies have succumbed to the torturous process, including one of the past serpent sages. Nevertheless, these tragedies do not deter the serpent clan's relentless exploration. Is it not a daunting challenge to inflict harm upon oneself while hoping to emerge unscathed? The art of serpent shedding is essentially a makeshift solution devised by the talented serpents of yore. Yet its practical application has only reached the stages of evasion and mitigation of bodily harm, failing to achieve the envisioned metamorphosis. In pursuit of a myth, how many gifted serpents have perished? Wan Shi, having lived so long, does not wish to follow in their footsteps. Thus, he employs an alternative method, a forbidden technique of the serpent clan that absorbs the life force of other beings to compensate for its own losses. The individual encountered by Ling Sha today may indeed bring forth unexpected delights. Orochimaru has once more dangled a tantalizing bait. A robust human, peculiar mystical arts. Wan Shi understands what Orochimaru intends to convey, yet it may not be suitable for serpents. If every possibility must be tried, the serpent's cultivation would be severely hindered. Hence, the pursuit of longevity, you have misconstrued the order of things. Orochimaru circles back to the initial topic. The legend of the Dragon Cave asserts that transcending physical limits allows one to be reborn, ultimately achieving immortality. Your minds have become rigid. Those matters must be presented to me, and I shall offer you a fresh perspective. Thus, you are incapable of mastering the Serpent Sage's arts. The sage is already aware of your intentions. The entire ninja world is cognizant that there are many truths you must remain oblivious to. For the consequences of such knowledge are beyond anyone's foresight. It is no jest. How many ninjas have met their demise at Orochimaru's hands when he obtained the forbidden texts of the second generation? Should the secrets of the serpent clan be unveiled, their existence would be gravely threatened. Conflicted serpents. Undoubtedly, Wan Shi's thoughts mirror those of Orochimaru. Generations of serpent sages have clung to outdated notions, persistently experimenting with seemingly impractical body techniques, yet their results pale in comparison to those of toads and slugs. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining ties with the ninja world, serpents would even be prohibited from stepping outside their lairs. Under such circumstances, how could they ever grow stronger? However, the formidable Orochimaru, the representative they have so diligently sought, proves exceedingly difficult to manage. Even the serpent sage would not readily entrust those secret techniques to him, and naturally, the myriad serpents were also denied the opportunity to behold them. Those truly worthy of perusing such invaluable materials tirelessly hone their physical forms. Despite their extraordinary prowess, they live in perpetual dread of the unknown. Is your plan about to commence? Wan Shi expressed a desire to divert from this weighty topic, as he felt an urgent need for replenishment. In about a month. Will you only be 3? Orochimaru inquired. Perhaps 2, depending on the circumstances, Wan Shi replied tersely, losing interest in further discourse and departing. What nonsense is this? Merely 3? What kind of opponents are you preparing to face? I am here to fortify my body, not to endure punishment. For sheer punishment, the serpent sage possesses far greater skills. It is said he is currently researching the refinement of the body through lightning, finding even the lightning release insufficient. Observing Wan Shi's retreating figure, Orochimaru silently scoffed, achieving immortality? Which of the 3 sacred lands truly embodies the essence of a sage? And what of the sage of 6 paths? Is his might alone sufficient to claim such a title? His gaze shifted to the earth, reminiscing about another world as tales recounted by the elder. Transforming one's being into the very essence of earth and stars, now that is true immortality. Reflecting upon the history of this shinobi realm, a thought suddenly flickered in Orochimaru's mind. What truly defines a sage? Does this ancient, unchanging earth not qualify as such? Luan faced no small challenge. He must comprehend the entire process of possession from Heichi's perspective overnight. Kai Bin, after all, was still inexperienced, even if pressed to recount events now. He might fail to articulate them coherently. Of course, the crux of the matter lay in Heichi's preparations for marking. This was crucial for the forthcoming large-scale opening of the passage, as they needed to test the communication signals. Within the base, Heichi, wrapped in bandages and sipping a specially concocted elixir, sat upright with a straight back, gradually recounting all that had transpired. So, the mark has responded? Heichi had not merely supported Kai Bin for the latter's sake, nor solely to facilitate the work of the National Virtue Bureau. He was, in fact, engaged in a clandestine family mission to acquire ninja bodily data. These families, having established a robust communication and exchange mechanism with the state under decades of unified management, would not labor in vain, nor would the state treat them unfairly. However, for some ancient figures, deeply entrenched beliefs are challenging to alter. Thus, all that could be communicated was relayed through Lu Jianjun, while what remained unsaid was orchestrated by Luan. Most crucially, the sentiments of several family elders would undoubtedly conflict with state interests. It was not a matter of fearing disobedience should they succeed. The strength of the Taoist sect was evident. In truth, the state was more concerned about the potential severance of these historical legacies. Who knows when such knowledge might prove indispensable? Should not biodiversity be preserved? For ordinary individuals like Kai Bin, entering the shinobi realm might be a matter of sheer luck, yet for those of their ilk, discovering an opportunity could solidify this channel for their own benefit. Moreover, the intentions of the families and elders appeared even more formidable. They seemed almost monstrous. Haihei unexpectedly uttered a remark. Demons? Luan responded with surprise. Within the barrier, it was only he and Haihei, so there was no fear of revealing any information. Indeed, the White Serpent's method of cultivation and the techniques employed, the torturous arts, seemed to embody demonic energy. Yet, it is not pure. It is tainted with numerous other elements, likely derived from their mastery of ninjutsu. Furthermore, the natural energy they speak of feels akin to the true chi of heaven and earth. How could this be? It is already peculiar that a world from a comic could resonate in parallel with ours. This demon has never appeared in such comics. How could there be demonic arts? If there are demonic arts, where are the demons? Who could possibly be the creator of this world? Could it evolve? Has the human realm's involvement altered the ninja world? Or is there something unknown to them from the outset? Lewin felt a sense of confusion. If such an individual truly existed, possessing the power to create miniature worlds, should we insignificant beings involve ourselves? The clan leader might be incapable of handling this. Lu Jiangwo had entered without notice. I told you not to come in, Lewin remarked with displeasure. You all wish to squander the family legacy. What use is there for me? At my age, I cannot possibly be the seed of the family. With so many prodigies, why not choose someone else? Lewin harbored dissatisfaction with the family's previous arrangements, yearning instead for a more thrilling existence. You will outlive everyone. That is the greatest talent of all. You were destined for this from birth. He dismissed discussions he deemed futile. Essentially, those born into a well-established lineage are often subject to divination by elders skilled in fortune-telling. It was during this time that Lu Jiangwo was discovered to possess an extraordinarily resilient fate, particularly capable of survival. To ensure that at least one serpent could preserve the family's heritage amidst the foretold tribulations, Lu Jiangwo was meticulously nurtured, albeit effectively placed under house arrest. In truth, his name reflects this. According to the family lineage, he was meant to be called Lu Xiangnan. However, the great clan leader insisted on binding his fate to that of the nation, coinciding perfectly with his birth during the establishment of the new country, thus altering his name to the current one. What nonsense! Isn't it merely a return to pure demonic nature? You intend to use me as a breeding serpent. Lu Jiangwo was unconcerned with the family's rhetoric. What he craved was freedom. Yes, your skin is tough, and you can withstand heavenly tribulations. Lewin pointed at Lu Jiangwo, hoping to instill some understanding. At that moment, Haihei interjected. The white serpent I have encountered is far from the tribulation yet possesses considerable strength. The progression of their training seems amiss. Haihei was prompted by Lu Jiangwo's insight. Let me go next time. Linghua re-entered the scene. Is this a marketplace? Just come and go as you please. Lu Jiangwo exaggeratedly exclaimed, mimicking a comedic film scene. Lewin shook his head helplessly. The new generation of serpents was exceedingly difficult to manage. Why did Kai Bin remain unscathed? Did you take all the injuries upon yourself? Why? Lewin continued to ponder Haihei's actions. His body's capacity to absorb the true chi of heaven and earth was extraordinarily strong. Coupled with the heavy demonic energy of the opponent, he feared that Haihei might dissipate entirely. Heike expressed his concerns. Caution is indeed prudent, yet one must also safeguard oneself. Who knows if that world harbors tribulations? Lewin solemnly advised. Speaking of tribulations, is there a serpent more deserving of such trials than I, born of pure blood? Lu Jiangwo felt a surge of desire. He had been stagnating at a bottleneck for far too long and desperately needed an opportunity. As long as the serpent clan endures, do not even think about it, you seedling. Linghua scoffed. Come on, entwine me, and preserve my flawless genes. Lu Jiangwo taunted Linghua. Lewin disregarded their banter, dispersing the barrier while organizing his thoughts. Shortly, he would need to report to the clan leader and the National Virtue Bureau. Kai Bin, carefree and unburdened, slumbered soundly. His sense of involvement in the day's events was minimal. He was exhausted, yet not troubled. All his mental energy had been depleted by that group, leaving him with none to spare. As long as a knife wasn't at his throat, he felt little urgency. Whatever would be, would be. The crucial difference this time was that he had not returned after death. The psychological fatigue weighed heavily on him. The moonlight of the night was as gentle as a delicate veil, intricately soft like satin, slowly unfurling and tenderly enveloping the slumbering Kai Bin. It resembled a benevolent hand, gently caressing its obedient grandson. Kai Bin was lost in dreams. He found himself in a vibrant world, where towering giants stood atop lush mountains. Some gazed at the starry sky, others contemplated the earth, while some caressed colossal trees and immersed themselves in mountain springs. Their bodies were adorned with vibrant floral sap, and they wore the skulls of various wild animals, mammoths, woolly rhinoceroses, saber-toothed tigers, and cave bears. Their voices resonated deep and powerful, echoing throughout the valley. Their eyes, though dim, pierced through the dense forest. The entire world seemed to lie beneath their feet. They appeared to be the sovereigns of this realm. Chapter 44. A Battle of Wits. Alas, I have grown old. Kai Bin silently lamented upon waking, reflecting on how in his youth, whether in nightmares, spring dreams, or beautiful reveries, he always played the leading role. Now, he found himself merely a spectator in his dreams, unable to even secure a supporting role. Had he perhaps seen too much of the forest scenery last night? How could he dream of Tarzan? Lazily gathering his belongings, he stepped out of his home and walked towards the bus station. Kaibin felt drowsy once more, drifting in and out of consciousness. Why didn't you signal me before calling out? Kaibin inquired curiously, glancing at Shangtai. Shangtai cast a sidelong glance, signaling Kaibin to turn his head. Confused, Kaibin twisted his neck, then froze. Orochimaru. A smile devoid of color loomed not far away, with eyes wide open and slitted pupils gazing at Kaibin, as if just emerging from a morgue, exuding an aura of death. Observing Orochimaru up close was far more terrifying than witnessing Liu Jiangwo's transformation. The difference lay in that while Liu Jiangwo's form was horrific, Orochimaru instilled a sense of inner dread. Kaibin's body trembled uncontrollably, as if ensnared by an invisible electric net. His hands felt numb, making it impossible to lift them, let alone perform seals to escape. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wished to articulate something, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him capable only of producing a hoarse whisper, utterly incapable of forming coherent speech. "Hello, Kaijun, it appears you are acquainted with me," came Orochimaru's raspy voice. Orochimaru, with an air of nonchalance, fixated his gaze upon Kaibin, as though attempting to see through him. Seconds turned to minutes, yet Orochimaru displayed no hint of impatience, remaining as statuesque as ever. Beside him, Shangtai was drenched in beads of perspiration, anxiety gnawing at him. He was fraught with concern, not only for Kaibin's potential suffering under cruel interrogation, but also for his own helplessness in this dire situation. Clenching his fists, palms slick with sweat, he silently prayed for a peaceful resolution. However, faced with such a formidable and merciless adversary, Shangtai understood his own limitations. Merely offering quiet encouragement to Kaibin in his thoughts, Kaibin stood frozen in place, trembling for 3 minutes, to the point where even Orochimaru felt a twinge of awkwardness. Finally, with a soft groan, he exhaled deeply, and his body regained mobility, instinctively retreating 2 steps. His vacant mind began to restore a semblance of clarity. His legs weakened, and in a moment of resignation, he sank to the ground, unintentionally grinning foolishly at Orochimaru. "Not bad, Kaijun," Orochimaru remarked, somewhat surprised by the rapid shift in Kaibin's demeanor. In truth, Kaibin had been teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, his awareness having faded for a considerable duration. The only thing keeping him from succumbing to cardiac arrest was his increasingly robust physique, which had rendered him remarkably resilient. Yet, in this moment, he felt like a novice navigating a freeway for the first time, his psyche unaccustomed to such overwhelming stimuli. Simply put, he possessed all the necessary hardware to resist, yet subconsciously, he remained the same naive fool. "Orochimaru, sir, what is it that you require of me?" Kaibin inquired as calmly as he could muster, inwardly hoping that Orochimaru's demands would not be excessively severe. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that, in this precarious circumstance, he had likely forfeited his right to choose. "How do you know so much? Do you comprehend prophecy?" Orochimaru inquired leisurely. In moments of extreme fear, individuals often find themselves at a loss for words. However, some, driven by excessive trepidation, hastily divulge all they know, attempting to extricate themselves from perilous situations. Orochimaru had always found success in subduing lesser beings like Kaibin with his oppressive presence. Yet today, he encountered an anomaly. When Kaibin was frightened, his verbosity increased, his thoughts expanding excessively, which could also be attributed to his naturally loquacious disposition. "I do possess some knowledge, but whether I can disclose it all is uncertain, as I do not practice the art of prophecy. Are you familiar with the grandmother paradox?" Kaibin experienced a soul-stirring fear today, one so profound that it unearthed his long-buried tendency to boast. He soon attained a semblance of clarity. Understanding the progression of the shinobi world was the only card that Kaibin held in his hand, yet he was acutely aware that this was a one-time card, rendered useless once played. Therefore, he endeavored to employ eloquent rhetoric to outmaneuver Orochimaru's sudden assault, striving to delay the revelation of his trump card. Before Orochimaru could respond, Kaibin continued speaking. "If I were to divulge the knowledge I possess, would it alter your plans? A change in strategy would undoubtedly influence the trajectory of the future. How then could my prophecy come to fruition? If, regardless of my utterances, the truths I know are destined to manifest, does the act of sharing this knowledge retain any significance? Thus, would informing you of what I know genuinely benefit you?" Fascinating. The renowned prophecies of the ninja world have always been remarkably precise, inevitable in their occurrence, albeit often articulated in vague or ambiguous terms. This is precisely why Jiraiya was so fervently in pursuit of the child of destiny. However, Kaibin's words sparked a new line of thought for him. Do you know what I am about to do next? Is it a significant matter concerning Konoha? Then I am aware. But will it succeed? Lord Orochimaru, would you devise a plan destined for failure? Are you lacking in self-confidence? Mere rhetoric cannot sway me. As I mentioned earlier, even if I were to simply reveal the outcome, it would still impact your subsequent actions. Yet, I wish to pose a question to you. Oh, what is it? What is your definition of success? Have you clarified your objectives? This echoes what I previously discussed with Chung Wu. Orochimaru comprehended Kai Bin's intent. It appeared that Kai Bin's manipulation of Chung Wu was not a mere whim. In our realm, determining the success of an endeavor hinges upon whether the initial strategic goals were achieved, rather than the emotional state following completion. Orochimaru gazed deeply at Kai Bin. Sensing that this individual before him possessed a certain intrigue, it must be noted that during his contemplation, Orochimaru exuded no aura of terror. Instead, he radiated the essence of a sagacious scholar, emboldening Kai Bin further. Based on my understanding of you, simply being yourself suffices. However, for our sake, you are capable of achieving even greater heights. Is this not the opportune moment for flattery? Is ascension to immortality possible in your realm? Orochimaru unexpectedly posed a question that caught Kai Bin off guard. It should be possible, I suppose? Kai Bin faltered momentarily, but quickly regained his composure, responding instinctively. These words required no intricate thought. They flowed effortlessly. To be candid, I have lived for several decades and have always been a skeptic. Yet, thanks to your kindred, I have arrived here and had the opportunity to encounter numerous extraordinary individuals, including the one who visited last time. However, I have yet to witness the pinnacle of their prowess. Our legends do speak of immortals. What are these immortals like? They are said to be undying and imperishable, capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth, creating all things. Yet, they are devoid of human emotions and desires. Is that so? Kai Bin felt utterly speechless. He pondered, devoid of emotional desires. What purpose did such immense capability serve? Was earning money merely an act of ostentation? If one possesses talent yet remains indifferent to others' perceptions, what distinguishes them from the untalented? Ha ha ha. Orochimaru's piercing laughter echoed with an unmistakable sense of delight. At the entrance of Kai Bin's neighborhood, Lewin and his companions awaited him. The plan for the collapse of Konoha was about to commence. What is our strategy? Heichi inquired. Based on prior intelligence, it was inferred that Orochimaru's recent activities were likely linked to the Konoha collapse plan. He sought to ascertain the higher-ups' arrangements. I believe we should refrain from involvement. We can reap the greatest benefits by approaching him when he is at his lowest. Ling Hua expressed his thoughts. Orochimaru is not easily controlled. Heichi regarded Ling Hua, harboring doubts about his strategy. Desire is sufficient. Does he not yearn for a stable soul and body? Our techniques can assist him, Ling Hua asserted with confidence. The clan's decision is to make contact promptly. Lewin added, the clan leaders are aging, and their decisions may not always be sound, such as prohibiting my entry into the ninja world. Lu Jiangwo muttered, let us act decisively. This time, I grant you the utmost autonomy. Lewin nodded towards Heichi, then turned to Lu Jiangwo. Just keep an eye on that Kai Bin fellow. Sometimes, a fool can complicate matters. Orochimaru, in high spirits, placed his hand upon Kai Bin's head. The knuckles of the sage had turned pale. He was uncertain if he should defend friendship with his very life, a concept foreign to his existence. Kai Bin's heart raced. He feared Orochimaru intended to delve into his memories, which could obscure many truths. Unexpectedly, Kai Bin found himself in a confined space with Orochimaru. Are you suggesting that by revealing the future, it will change, correct? Orochimaru's smile remained unwavering. Indeed, Kai Bin sensed something amiss. Then tell me everything. I relish the thrill of the unknown and despise others knowing my fate. This. Kai Bin believed his words would resonate with Orochimaru, feeling he had hinted quite clearly. Uncle Snake, do as you will, it matters not. However, Orochimaru seemed to fear being controlled as a result. Was this an attempt to disrupt the future and place everyone on an equal footing? Such reasoning was beyond the comprehension of the strong. Do you require my assistance and recollection? No, I do not. At this juncture, Kai Bin realized that his resistance was futile. He succinctly recounted the events of eliminating Orochimaru, ambushing the third Hokage, and ultimately being sealed by the impure world reincarnation. Losing his hands, he was no steadfast warrior, and besides, hadn't Orochimaru ultimately redeemed himself? Thus, striving for a favorable outcome could hardly be deemed treachery. And then, what transpired thereafter? Orochimaru's interest does not seem to lie in the plan for Konoha's collapse. Subsequently, as Sasuke and Naruto continued to evolve, The ultimate adversary becomes Kaguya. With the mastermind possibly being Sage of Six Paths, though I cannot assert this with certainty. Your return to Konoha essentially encapsulates this. How utterly tedious. Orochimaru appears dissatisfied with his own future. Without your future, have I achieved immortality? Orochimaru remains deeply invested in his research of ninjutsu. Is that not so? I am uncertain. What I do know is that you did not meet your demise, and at that time, you were already in your 40s, correct? Kaibin possesses a limited understanding of Boruto's narrative. What, pray tell, is your ultimate objective? You profess it to be the pursuit of immortality. To master all forms of ninjutsu, yet you have not earnestly pursued this, at least not with the fervor you exhibit now. Orochimaru fell silent, seemingly in contemplation. Some assert that your true intention is the strengthening of Konoha, albeit through rather unconventional means. Kaibin ventured cautiously. It appears I am under the scrutiny of many. Orochimaru remarked. Indeed, your affairs are but a matter of the past to us, Kaibin replied ambiguously. The teacher is overly conservative. Konoha is on a downward trajectory. Assisting Konoha isn't inherently wrong, is it? Those who ought to be eliminated should exit sooner, allowing the saplings to bear more vibrant fruit. Orochimaru did not explicitly acknowledge anything. Yet it seemed he responded to Kaibin. The issues of Konoha, the dilemmas within the ninja world, can indeed be approached through alternative solutions. All those who claim to fight for peace in the ninja realm, often resorting to bloodshed, are rather naive in my estimation. I can provide you with some literature. That constitutes our history. It could serve as a valuable reference. I assure you, it surpasses any policies you currently employ. Orochimaru cast a glance at Kaibin. Offering a smile. You lean towards Konoha? Indeed. More precisely, I am inclined towards humanity, every ninja and every ordinary person. Reflecting on this. If true peace is to be achieved in the ninja world, it can only be accomplished by you. For you have tirelessly sought transformation. Whether in ninjutsu or in the governance of the ninja realm, you even established a ninja village, did you not? Whereas the others, those Kage, seem more focused on preservation. At best, merely mending. Fascinating, you possess considerable knowledge. We have been educated in such matters from a young age, along with our rich history. In my view, realizing your ideals necessitates an understanding of politics, economics, philosophy, sociology, and more. In our world, a vast team, a unified vision, a long-term plan, and an unwavering spirit are essential. Incredibly challenging. Kaibin discerned that Orochimaru seemed indifferent to prior statements, only revealing a confident smile upon hearing the words incredibly challenging. A madman. He ought to be shown the Frères diary. Kaibin silently critiqued. Let us examine and devise the next steps for our plan. Chapter 45, Kaijun. Do not cease with the medicine. Kaibin never anticipated that Orochimaru could be an emotional individual. Enlisting someone as inexperienced as himself to formulate Konoha's collapse strategy is akin to a mouse seeking a cat as a bridesmaid. Fortunately, after a decade of navigating the complexities of office dynamics, I possess a pragmatic template for managing our leader, Kaibin. The initial step involves presenting a principled overall work plan. This principle is versatile, applicable in any context, and impervious to misinterpretation. Thus, it is imperative to establish our guiding philosophy and delineate clear objectives, subsequently formulating actionable measures tailored to our specific circumstances. Responsibilities must be distinctly assigned, ensuring clarity, while maintaining strict adherence to timelines, with a degree of flexibility permitted. The primary leader must assume the principal responsibility. This is an indispensable step. Grassroots officials need to demonstrate courage in their duties, refraining from mere lamentation without contributing effort. Stealing a glance at Orochimaru, who was silently observing him, Kaibin regained some semblance of rationality, nearly forgetting that this individual was not our team leader and that empty rhetoric would not suffice. Do we have a pen and paper? No, wait, I cannot write in your script. Kaibin scratched his head and paced around. The objectives must be unequivocally defined. What exactly is the aim of this operation? He turned his gaze toward Orochimaru. Konoha requires a formidable new Hokage. Orochimaru stated flatly. The goal, then, is to oust Sarutobi Hiruzen and install a new Hokage. Who shall it be? Danzo? Anyone would be preferable to him. That won't do. We must specify at least one candidate. Could it be Danzo? Kaibin probed cautiously. I lean towards Jiraiya. Why? His strength is comparable to yours, is it not? If he were to become Hokage, he would certainly not support you. He is a fool. It is easier to manipulate a fool than a clever man. Who is he referring to? Kaibin faltered. Do you wish for it to be Danzo? I assumed it would be Danzo. In truth, I have always believed that the politics of the ninja world are rather superficial. Regardless of a Hokage's prowess, even the first Hokage, relying solely on strength cannot resolve myriad issues. Establishing a rational system is paramount. Leaders should be accountable for the rigorous implementation of clear systems rather than becoming mere enforcers. Enforcers? Hokage? Orochimaru smiled, having not considered this angle before. Indeed, the current Hokages of various villages have become rather ineffective. Traditionally, each village's Hokage is the most accomplished and powerful ninja, a practice dating back to the first Hokage. However, should a Hokage perish, the ramifications for the village can be considerable. Konoha serves as a prime example, compelling even the renowned Sandaime Hokage, a doctor of ninjutsu, to guard against assassination attempts. Yet, if one is not the mightiest ninja, what legitimacy do they possess to command respect? Is that so surprising? Long ago, we had a ninja village called the Red Flower Society. When their leader was eliminated, the organization teetered on the brink of collapse. The subsequent groups learned from this lesson, appointing the most charismatic and capable leader to guide the organization's growth, while the strongest individuals were tasked solely with combat, known as the Red Flower Twin Sticks. This is a case of everyone fulfilling their respective roles. Kaiben struggled to articulate a viable organizational model. An intriguing approach, Orochimaru remarked, his interest piqued further. Now, let us return to the main subject. Even if one were to seek a new Hokage, it is utterly unnecessary to eliminate your mentor. Did I slay the teacher? Orochimaru expressed mild astonishment. I misspoke. The future is bound to change. Kaiben's expression darkened. Realizing he had inadvertently let slip this vague remark he had previously glossed over, he understood that his loose lips would inevitably betray secrets. Yet the swiftness of this revelation was indeed disheartening. The teacher is aging. I should be able to conquer him. It is not surprising. Orochimaru chuckled softly before delving into contemplation. He must have resolved to meet his demise. Otherwise, it would not be the case. Does the teacher wish to atone with his life? It seems he harbors a profound hatred for me. Many believe he cherished you the most. Kaiben remarked cautiously. Orochimaru let out a dry laugh. What technique could I possibly use to eliminate the old man? Sarutobi attempted to use the Shiki F gene to kill you, but failed. The Shiki F gene? He truly seeks redemption. Indeed, it is a formidable jutsu. After much discourse, I wish to convey a singular notion. The assassination of the third Hokage bears no inherent connection to your objective of strengthening Konoha. Have you ever considered making the third more useful? Upon uttering this statement, Kaiben was taken aback, pondering what thoughts had just escaped his lips. What on earth am I saying? Kaiben intermittently experienced a loss of control over his thoughts. More useful? Orochimaru laughed with intrigue. The manipulation of the teacher presents a far more exhilarating endeavor than simply eliminating him. I'm not quite certain how I arrived at that thought. It seems I misspoke. That was not my intention. Pray, continue. Is it feasible for the third to serve as a puppet leader? Or perhaps, to become the feudal lord of the nation where the Sound Village resides? Orochimaru was momentarily stunned, gazing at Kaiben, and after a pause, a smirk graced his lips. Collaborating with the teacher, a former Hokage, to re-establish and develop a ninja village is an impossible feat for anyone, especially since he, Orochimaru, is a traitor to Konoha. Yet, on the flip side, he is indeed Orochimaru. How fascinating. Truly delightful. Kaijun haha. Kaiben was taken aback. Why are you acting so erratically at this critical moment? What should I do next? Continue speaking. Orochimaru gestured for Kaiben to not halt his words. This is perilous. Kaiben felt as though he were boasting in front of superiors at work, now compelled to fabricate countless lies to support his reckless assertions. Well, politics knows no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. Thus, since Konoha's strength constitutes the highest interest, precisely, there exists no betrayal or animosity. Kaiben's mind raced fervently, instinctively employing phrases he had encountered in various contexts. How could one claim you are a traitor? The moment he uttered this, Kaiben felt a sense of clarity. Yes, you utilized the ninjas of your own village for experimentation. What was the purpose? Was it for your own sake? Was it not for the strength of Konoha, who possesses the strength to uphold the village and nation policy established by the first Hokage? Is it the second or the third? Lord Orochimaru, though you are formidable, you fall short of supporting this policy. It is only through infinite vitality and the pursuit of enduring progress that one can draw closer to the first Hokage and preserve the village and nation system. You have even gone so far as to err on your own accord, relinquishing the readily attainable position of Hokage. For what purpose? Is it not for the third Hokage? For your Minder's rigid mindset, clinging to the antiquated ideals of the village and nation policy? Is your path an easy one? Licking his lips and catching his breath, he observed Orochimaru's reaction. Such trivial banter is futile, Orochimaru remarked with a smile. The effects of the medicine are insufficient, Kaiban mused inwardly. Indeed, it proves ineffective. You must leverage your strengths, subdue him first, and then negotiate. But heed this warning, do not kill him. If he dies, you must face the next one. Which is far too troublesome. Kaiban found himself struggling to restrain his tongue. Your bias is rather evident, is it not? Furthermore, are you certain the third requires my restraint? I am only certain that you cannot be killed. You are among the most difficult individuals to vanquish in the shinobi world. When your objective is not to eliminate someone but to dismantle something, then your prowess in ninjutsu becomes irrelevant. This is your greatest advantage. Kaiban's words struck a chord with Orochimaru, who indeed possessed numerous means of self-preservation, but was burdened by many trivial concerns. However, proposing that the third serve as an advisor while he himself assumes the mantle of Hokage is a treacherous endeavor. What would the third think? How intriguing. Orochimaru felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a formidable challenge. The Sound Village is akin to a new Konoha, built upon your ideals, destined to supplant the old Konoha in the future. Kaiban was nearly inspired to raise his hands and shout slogans like a member of the kamikaze team. Realizing that such an environment could indeed cultivate madness with no sense of embarrassment. My ambition is to master all ninjutsu. Orochimaru was not easily swayed. He cannot be manipulated at will. Orochimaru suddenly shifted his approach, leaving Kaiban feeling disconcerted, as if his earlier enthusiasm had been in vain. There is no time to waste. The medicine must continue. Feed it more. Some may falter at the critical moment, others may struggle with complex mathematical problems, and some may consistently fail at their tasks. However, who has ever heard of boastfulness fading away, especially when one is in the throes of exuberance? Moreover, have you forgotten the team that stands behind me? We possess elements that are distinctly different from what you have here. Orochimaru genuinely found this topic intriguing. Previously, Kaiban had mentioned his nascent involvement, and he had not anticipated gaining immediate insights from him. Yet it seems Kaiban is aware of certain matters. I cannot speak for everything, but those legendary old monsters are certainly long-lived. Living 1 or 2 centuries is merely trivial. Furthermore, our rumored training is said to confer longevity. Even ordinary individuals may extend their lives. Moreover, is it not possible that the methods of cultivation are interconnected? There may be much to learn from one another. Alas, it seems that I am under the impression that the individuals I have recently interacted with possess an extraordinary longevity. Lu Jiangwo and Lu Jianjun. Names that hark back to the 1970s, ought to be a decade my senior, yet they appear to be nearly a decade younger than I. Kaiban is not inclined to divulge the matter of cosmetics to Orochimaru. By the way, could it be that Zhao Mei Ming is a potential client for a luxury cosmetic brand? Kaiban's thoughts began to diverge. He had nearly forgotten that he bore the responsibilities of liaison for 2 realms, yet unexpectedly, as he conversed, he inadvertently completed his task. One moment, please. Kaiban thought and acted, performing hand seals to return to his own world, entirely disregarding Orochimaru's feelings. At the entrance of the community, Lewin and several others watched in astonishment as Kaiban approached, head bowed, only to suddenly lean forward, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lu Jiangwo was almost in stitches with laughter. He had undoubtedly traversed dimensions again. Linghua smiled subtly. Lu Lao, huh? Black 7, I've had contact with Orochimaru. Let us explore the establishment of a connection with him. Kaiban spoke to himself, sending a voice message. Look up and ahead. We are right here. Lu Jiangwo replied via WeChat. Kaiban, taken aback by the group awaiting him at his doorstep, thought little of it and hastily boarded the business vehicle. This is my WeChat, but you may call me Old Lu as well, Lu Jiangwo said with a grin. Why did you go without reporting? Linghua expressed her discontent. Report? What report? He summoned me, and I simply went without any delay. Besides, you did not indicate that I should consult with you first. Did you not read your contract? Linghua queried. Is that not a redundant question? Lu Jiangwo chimed in. What did you discuss? Lewin interrupted the 2 overly helpful assistants. Kaiban briefly recounted the events and then inquired about his primary objective for returning. Can Orochimaru cultivate your sage techniques? We might be able to attract him with this. Perhaps, but it necessitates an on-site evaluation, including assessing his physical condition in the environment of the ninja world, Lewin replied coolly. The issue is that you cannot indiscriminately disclose our intelligence without permission. I understand you wish to negotiate and stabilize his position, but have you settled on a price? Kaiben was rendered speechless. Indeed, he was attempting to barter with Orochimaru using the resources of others, lacking any authority of his own. It was quite the magnanimous gesture. Remember, do not readily acquiesce to anyone. You must seek approval after thorough consideration. Luin's tone had turned quite serious. Understood, I acknowledged that. Kaiben, who had been so enthusiastic moments ago, now appeared dejected. What should I do now? How should I communicate with him? He is still waiting for me. Kaiben asked glumly. Inform him that it is likely, but it requires close contact to provide a definitive answer. Linghua promptly responded. Ahem. Luin cleared her throat, signaling Linghua not to interrupt. She was indeed feeling impatient. You should soften your tone. Express it this way. Luin understood that Kaiben could sometimes be slow to comprehend, and it was often more effective to communicate directly when necessary. We sincerely wish to establish a close and amicable relationship with your esteemed party, and we are also eager to share our cultivation methods to the fullest extent. We are always prepared to engage with you. Luin meticulously instructed Kaiben, word by word. Pfft, isn't this just diplomatic jargon? Kaiben mused internally. Yet he took note diligently. Without wasting any time, Kaiben hastily traversed back to the ninja realm. Oh dear, have I acted impulsively? Excitedly returning to deliver good news. He was met with a reprimand, leaving him quite dissatisfied. Who do they think they are to control me? I'm risking my life here. Quickly, summon Orochimaru, sir. Kaiben exclaimed in a flurry. Up on the platform, he was at a loss on how to contact Orochimaru. Not to mention he hadn't informed Kaiben of his departure from Orochimaru's side. However, there was no need for concern. As a ninja swiftly appeared and escorted Kaiben away. I have spoken with them. We need to establish a time for initial contact. They require a certain anchor point, which I will assist them in setting up, and then you can negotiate. The matter of establishing the anchor point might need to be arranged after 8 or 9 this evening, roughly 12 to 13 hours from now. Upon meeting Orochimaru, Kaiben promptly reported, of course, including the diplomatic phrase he had memorized. Tomorrow, I will summon you, and we will have an opponent. They can send several individuals to more comprehensively showcase their strength, and then we can discuss the next steps. Orochimaru was surprised that the other party could prepare so quickly and had even allowed him time to prepare. Evidently, they were unafraid of an ambush. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the preparation did not require such an extended period. I have to work later. I have no time to play with you during the day. Damn old Lu. He has to even mention helping me with my loan. It's been days. Who's catering to you? If it weren't for Orochimaru, who would pay you any mind? Who dares to kill me? Kaiben silently grumbled, deliberately delaying the time. He was not yet mentally prepared. What opponent? Should I have them prepare specifically? Kaiben inquired. Wind Shadow. Orochimaru replied. Oh, got it. Let them figure it out. I'll just relay the message. Kaiben was no longer concerned with the chaotic matters at hand. Chapter 46. The list of the first Ninja Realm travel group as expected. After Luin finished advising Kaiben, the moment he closed his eyes, they opened again. And he began to report enthusiastically. Fortunately, everyone has largely acclimated to this, and upon reflection, the immediate responses to inquiries are rather advantageous. Albeit it seems to render work more intense and somewhat burdensome. After listening to Kaiben's narration, a few individuals promptly initiated discussions, while Lu Jiangwo even took out his phone to peruse some comics. This time, Kaiben had learned his lesson. He resolutely refrained from interjecting and quietly observed their exchanges, occasionally making phone calls to report back. Of course, there was another individual, Lu Jianjun, who remained equally taciturn. Kaiben was quite intrigued by him. It seemed that Lu Jianjun was a formally appointed member of the National Virtue Bureau, yet his name bore a striking resemblance to Lu Jiangwo's, suggesting a familial connection. Perhaps even of the same generation. Was he also a snake? However, he appeared to be a blatant surveillance operative placed on Luin's side. What was the situation? Had he been turned? Had the heroes of Water Margin been preemptively pacified? The intricacies of these relationships were quite convoluted. Noticing Kaiben's gaze, Lu Jianjun glanced at him through the rearview mirror. So, the school district will be selected within the city? Lu Jianjun inquired abruptly. Luin and his companions were momentarily taken aback, turning their attention towards the two. Indeed, the salary in the capital is insufficient. What you offer here is quite meager. Luin's trio dismissed them and resumed their previous conversation. You could allow your child to go there on their own. There are dedicated schools that handle everything. Lu Jianjun had previously mentioned specialized talent cultivation. Forget it, that's my son. With such exceptional genes, I would consider it a blessing if he could secure a formal position. Kaibin was reluctant for his child to be distanced from him at such a young age. Even if he were a prodigy, a simple, joyful life was paramount. Consider enrolling in Yutsai Primary School. My daughter attends there, a year older than your son. After graduation, it feeds into an experimental district, which is quite commendable. Moreover, there are familiar faces, ensuring specialized education, Lu Jianjun continued. What? Have you infiltrated the schools? Is this sanctioned by the state? Kaibin was taken aback by their audacity. It is indeed state-arranged, aimed at societal integration. Are there monsters within Yutsai? I mean, superhumans? Kaibin inadvertently misspoke. Not entirely, the proportion is not significant. However, our children require greater societal integration to serve the nation. We cannot let them merely engage in fortune-telling and shamanistic practices, can we? Cough. Park divination. Luan could no longer contain himself and interjected. Consider this. Even if your son lacks the aptitude for cultivation, he could benefit from interactions with children like ours. The resources will be abundant. Of course, this is also a pressing necessity for us to assimilate into society. A prince's companion for study. Kaibin found no more fitting term, though he comprehended the essence of Lu Jianjun's words. Lu Jianjun's proposition stirred something within him, in this era. Connections are indeed the greatest capital. Having toiled his entire life and now burdened with debt, paving a path for his son solely through his own efforts seemed utterly implausible. These individuals are, in the context of modern society, devoid of any significant threat, as the multitude of demons and monsters requiring management is virtually non-existent. Otherwise, the proliferation of new media would have already ensued. On the contrary, the demographic they engage with is rather elite, ensuring at the very least that they shall not be easily bullied thereafter. I shall confer with my mother. Kaibin opines that it is prudent not to make any definitive statements just yet. Should you come to a resolution, inform Jiangwo. And we shall seek assistance in aiding the elderly. It is best if you refrain from further comments. Lu Jianjun seems to grasp Kaibin's perspective well. The journey is swift, and noting Kaibin's reluctance to take leave, Luan permits him to continue his duties. After smoking 2 cigarettes, one in honor of Orochimaru's grand ambitions, and the other for his son's future, Kaibin finds a sense of stability and resumes his daily toil. The Guxian Bureau, amidst chaos, is formulating plans with a semblance of order. What a jest! Are we to serve as his henchmen? Director Xing, when not alone, always presents a potent and fiery demeanor. One must consider matters from both perspectives. Old Xing, although Director Wang, who oversees external relations, is a rank below Xing. Their collaboration spans over 2 decades, having been comrades even before their careers began. He is typically the one to mediate in such situations. Luan, have you and your team come to an agreement on this plan? Director Xing glares at Luan with intensity. As stated, it remains unconfirmed. This is merely Orochimaru's unilateral suggestion. Director Wang hastily soothes Director Xing. Luan, sipping tea, does not lift his gaze. He has long since acclimated to Xing's foul temper. Much like his advice to Kaibin, he believes that matters should be reported for deliberation before reaching a conclusion. Engaging in quarrels with this individual named Donkey is utterly futile. It is of no consequence if the Guxian Bureau does not dispatch personnel. I can volunteer. Lu Jiangwo timely expresses his viewpoint. Depart. Both Director Xing and Luan immediately form a united front, prompting Lu Jiangwo to sulk in silence. The evaluation of the plan has been completed. A staff member enters the room. Speak freely. There are no issues here. Director Xing gestures, indicating that all present are allies. Agreement has been reached to deploy personnel for combat, not exceeding 5 individuals. Their combat prowess must possess a certain degree of suppressive capability, yet must not escalate to overwhelming force, thereby averting any misjudgment that could invite disaster into the ninja realm. We shall exert our utmost effort to assist Orochimaru's plan for the collapse of Konoha, directing our actions from 3 fronts. First, to utterly annihilate Konoha's living forces and aid Orochimaru in establishing a dictatorial regime. Second, at a critical juncture, to eliminate Orochimaru, utilizing Konoha as a conduit to devise future strategies. Third, to establish a coordinating committee to mediate the relationship between Orochimaru and Konoha, thereby expanding our operational space through integration. The ultimate objective is to create a stable frontline base, employing any means necessary. After the report, the staff member exits. TCH. Lu Jiangwo scoffs. Feeling that the older gentlemen have said everything without clarity, ultimately, it is evident that they are being tasked with the labor while any success would attribute to the leadership. Luan, however, is unfazed. He favors such a style, as it implies that his ideas may be actualized with substantial freedom in his work. As for what to do in the event of failure, what a farce. What could be done? Seal him away? He is but a human, not one of the Liu family. Let us proceed with the selection. Director Xing is rather unpretentious. We shall put forth 4 candidates: He Qi, Ling Hua, 1 elder, and 1 protector. It is evident that Luan had anticipated this, simultaneously using his gaze to restrain the eager Liu Jiangwo. He Qi may proceed. But is it appropriate for the elder to make an appearance so soon? It is not suitable. The Guosian Bureau currently has no plans to dispatch personnel of equivalent rank. The Liu family and the Guosian Bureau generally maintain a cooperative relationship. Should orders be issued, it would undoubtedly indicate a pressing situation that requires no negotiation. Presently, only He Qi and Liu Shirsi have ventured forth in physical form, and it appears that prior to the establishment of a stable passage, the information that can be relayed is scant, and the risks to personnel are considerable. If you deem it necessary, we are indifferent. Our family shall refrain from sending anyone in physical form this time, Luan remarked leisurely. Very well. Then let Jianjun go. The other individual. Summon someone from the Huang family, and from the Hu family as well. Director Xing was on the verge of a decisive gesture. Humph. Luan remained silent, pondering the mention of the Huang family. Do you not hear what you are saying? I will coordinate. I assure you, you will not suffer losses. Director Xing readily comprehended Luan's intentions. Luan remained taciturn. There had been an abundance of recent unexpected events, and the dilemma seemed to rest with Kai Bin. This individual lacked the capacity to manage emergencies and possessed an uncontrollable mind, timid, flustered, and sluggish. Should a psychiatric evaluation be conducted? Luan contemplated silently. On the journey to the Guosian Bureau, Luan had already reported the situation via the family's clandestine communication channels. The family's consensus was that, in broad strokes, the Liu family must maintain a position of dominance, while conceding minor interests. Given the current unforeseen circumstances, it was unnecessary for the family to bear the entire burden of responsibility alone. Consequently, he did not vehemently refute Director Xing's remarks. In his view, to exhibit strength without inciting apprehension within the shinobi world, revealing certain vulnerabilities would undoubtedly be the most judicious course of action. This side represents the realm of humanity, where the Liu family is formidable while others falter. From the perspective of the shinobi world, this aligns perfectly with the objectives of the higher-ups. Now, it remains to be seen which unfortunate soul will volunteer. Indeed, they will dispatch capable members, yet with so many from the Liu family, ensnaring one of them would not pose a challenge. Today's tasks were rather light. Kai Bin finished his assignments early and focused intently on researching school district matters. Schools may be entered freely, yet housing requires investigation as well. The current residence is too remote, making it a considerable hassle to transport the children. Renting lacks a sense of belonging, while purchasing a home is financially unfeasible. Should one consider a swap? Or perhaps explore routes and daycare options? Dining also proves inconvenient. After all, one cannot rely on Luan and the others to arrange a shuttle. Will the school bus even traverse such distances? Regardless, Kai Bin, engrossed in his own pursuits, presented a markedly improved demeanor to his colleagues compared to the previous days, leading them to speculate that there were likely no significant issues at hand. There had been no rumors of personnel changes, and with the clouds of uncertainty dissipated, everyone was in high spirits. After work, he boarded a vehicle driven by an unfamiliar Guosian Bureau staff member, ready to report once more. Kai Bin wore an expression of reluctance, wondering whether dinner would be provided. His mother would surely scold him for returning late once again. This time, he entered a grand reception hall, bustling with numerous individuals, including Liu Jiangwo and his companions. A lively chatter filled the air, indicating a sense of familiarity among them. Allow me to introduce you all. This is Kai Bin, Luan called out, gathering everyone around for introductions. Indeed, Kai Bin felt as though he needed the presence of 5 deities to navigate this gathering, as these individuals were all old acquaintances. Upon hearing Luan's brief introduction, Kai Bin realized he was not the sole favored one in this realm. It appeared that the practice of spirit possession was quite flourishing. Yet these individuals before him were nothing like the rustic and eccentric figures he had seen in videos. The first individual left Kai Bin in awe. A robust middle-aged man named Huang Bo, who owned a grocery store and enjoyed filming fitness short videos. Strikingly, he was a deity of pocket money. Did this mean that spirit possession transcended gender? Observing the stark contrast in their physiques, Kai Bin could not help but imagine Huang Bo's flamboyant movements, which was quite exhilarating. The second individual was a sharp and spirited middle-aged man, 56 years of age, named Chen Weigua, who served as Lu Jianjun's deity. He described himself as a former comrade of Lu Jianjun, a defector drawn from materialism. True to his military background, despite his lean frame, he stood tall and exuded vitality. Kaibin noted that Lu Jiangwo and Lu Jianjun's companions must possess longevity. Appearing remarkably youthful, no wonder he claimed that his children were older than Kaibin's. To his surprise, the third individual, assisted by others, turned out to be the renowned comic actor Lao Tzuedo, famed for his performances in the traditional two-man show. With a bald head and a somewhat disheveled appearance, he maintained a perpetual smile, though he walked with difficulty, requiring support to move forward, his hands curled stiffly against his chest. Isn't this a bit excessive, given his condition? Why involve him in the proceedings? Kaibin felt a pang of sorrow for the old man. Ah, you've misunderstood. Someone beside Lao Tzuedo chuckled, before his injury. He expressly requested that as long as he could move, he should not be allowed to rest. He has devoted his life to two passions, the two-man show and summoning spirits to maintain peace. Despite his current state, Lao Tzuedo's mind remained sharp. If he learned of any tasks without his involvement, he would cause a ruckus at home. No sooner had the words been spoken than Lao Tzuedo swayed slightly, seemingly in agreement. Can he still summon spirits in his condition? Kaibin had never encountered such a fervent dedication to work. His memories of Lao Tzuedo were of the actor's vibrant performances in his youth, which had once captivated audiences across northeast China. Do not underestimate him, someone remarked. Among these individuals, he possesses the highest compatibility and can unleash over 90% of the deity's power. Lu Jiangwo interjected. Indeed, Old Shui was once a legendary figure in the realm of deities. Had it not been for the perilous nature of that mission, where Old Shui sacrificed himself to ensure everyone's safe retreat, he would not be in such a state now. Fear not, when the time comes. Simply entrust the Wenwang drum to him, and you need not concern yourself further. Lu Jiangwo genuinely holds affection for this elder, having spent some time learning from him in the past. Ah, handsome, it's been a while. The final deity was a striking beauty, and it was likely Kaibin's first encounter with her. Have we met before? Kaibin denied the possibility of forgetting such a lovely face. Oh, the affluent often have fleeting memories. The beauty's voice was sweet enough to be cloying. Do you recall when you lost your phone on the bus some time ago? That was me who picked it up. Ah, wasn't there a man beside me? Kaibin was certain of his memory. Yes, at that time. I was indeed a man. The beauty spoke teasingly, causing Kaibin's heart to flutter, but upon hearing her words, he felt a chill. Was she a transgender? I also saw you wetting your pants on the bus. At that time, I was an old man. I even jested that you were mentally unstable at that time. I was a married woman. The beauty laughed even more heartily. Yang Jingjing, the daughter of the Hu family, indeed had a fox-like charm. And Lu Jiangwo could not help but mention her. Ah, then why is your surname not Hu? Kaibin found this naming convention rather unconventional. Haha. She was originally surnamed Hu, named Hu Jing. However, after being ridiculed as a fox spirit, her family changed her surname. Lu Jiangwo laughed joyously. Are you still afraid of campus violence? Kaibin found this reasoning quite absurd. No, she would bite anyone who mocked her. So her family had no choice but to alter her surname. Haha. Lu Jiangwo had known Yang Jingjing since childhood and could recount amusing anecdotes with ease. All right. Truly a gathering of strange beings. Chapter 47. The troublesome pre-war preparations wait. Is she from the Hu family? Doesn't she need to possess a spirit? Kaibin finally realized why the Lu family members required such a thing. Was their ability lacking? I am quite formidable. Yang Jingjing's saccharine voice sent shivers down Kaibin's spine. First, she claimed to possess a secret technique to address the issue of time flow. Second, she insisted on personally experiencing the crossing, fearing that the Lu family might deceive her. Third, I hope she makes a fool of herself. Lu Jiangwo wore an expression of eager anticipation. Well then, feel free. Kaibin sincerely found dealing with him rather troublesome. He would rather listen to Old Shui's two-man show. The next sequence involved a nonsensical signing ceremony, which Kaibin felt resembled the signing of a spirit summoning scroll, also involving signatures and blood fingerprints. The difference lay in the addition of an electronic signature and facial recognition. Once Kaibin completed his affairs, he hurried home to check on his child. After reiterating countless reminders to take care of the Wawang drum, he had someone escort him back home. During the course of events, an amusing incident occurred when Yang Jingjing suggested using her gift for Kaibin, which Lu Jiangwo firmly opposed. Regardless of the commotion, Kaibin swiftly departed in a vehicle, realizing that he merely served as a communication tool, knowing so much was futile. His rather plump son had made numerous mistakes in his homework today, and he needed to return home to address that. At 10 o'clock in the evening, a signal was dispatched to Shangtai, while Kai Bin, under the watchful eyes of an unfamiliar Liu family disciple, due to the transport of crucial supplies. Lewin and a few others remained at the designated location within the Destined Bureau to manage matters, approached Shangtai. Upon seeing Kai Bin, Shangtai expressed his exasperation. Why didn't you give me a heads up before arriving? I need to contact Lord Do. They certainly cannot wait here for you. Oh, this is such a hassle. Kai Bin, equally frustrated, pondered that he must notify home before leaving and again upon arrival here. Perhaps they should arrange a mobile phone for them. Should they consider introducing satellite phones for the next steps? How delightful it would be for them to converse freely. Shangtai stepped out to find someone to contact the pharmacist Do, while Kai Bin blinked, refraining from immediately invoking Hei Qi. They were planning something significant, you see. When Shangtai returned to the room, Kai Bin leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, You know, I have already set off with Lord Orochimaru towards our destination. Did you not notice that you are no longer in that previous base? Shangtai inquired, gazing at Kai Bin. Huh. After glancing around, Kai Bin realized that the room they were in was wooden, distinctly different from the previous rocky and concrete prison. What will you do if you remain this oblivious? Shangtai remarked helplessly. Do you even know what we are here to do? Kai Bin continued, lowering his voice to question Shangtai. I do not know. Please do not tell me. I do not wish to become an object of interrogation. Indeed, villains perish from excessive chatter. Haha, I knew it. You have not encountered much demise lately. Are you dissatisfied with the pace of your progress? Seeing Shangtai in good spirits, still able to joke, Kai Bin felt reassured. He had been increasingly worried that Shangtai's rapid change in identity might adversely affect him. Originally just a revenge-driven little Karami, he had quickly accessed the core of Orochimaru's rebellious faction. With his Chunin-level capabilities, the pressure he would face was likely immense. However, it seemed that the younger generation in the ninja world possessed commendable resilience, perhaps surpassing his own. Come with me. The doors swung open, revealing Do. No knocking? How rude. Kai Bin scoffed. Being arranged by a member of the sound form made Kai Bin believe his current standing was quite respectable. Exiting the room, Kai Bin discovered he was in a small inn. How curious. Were they so brazen? Hadn't Konoha's ninjas been relentlessly pursuing Orochimaru? Kaijun, how goes it over there? Can our plan be executed? Orochimaru still possessed that raspy, deep voice. However, Kai Bin perceived a newfound warmth in his tone. Especially as Orochimaru referred to him as we rather than you. They would send 5 individuals, including the one I had summoned previously. The specifics elude me. But I can call him forth now. Kai Bin was reluctant to speak carelessly, as for whom he would grow closer to in the future. He would take it one step at a time. Then let us summon him. Orochimaru expressed great interest in Kai Bin's invocation, eager to witness it firsthand. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Kai Bin began to beat the drum and perform his ritual. Orochimaru's slit pupils widened, behind the screen. Chongwu began to harness his natural energy to perceive and attentively observe the fluctuations in Kai Bin's natural energy. The sun sets in the west, the sky darkens. A genius like Orochimaru would not be distracted by Kai Bin's squawking voice and disordered melody. His focus lay on the timing of the drumbeats and the coordination of Kai Bin's movements, deducing the chakra points and their guiding functions based on his extensive knowledge. As a scientific savant of the ninja world, he was already well versed in the Hyuga clan's chakra points, though they had little utility for him in his usual practices. However, Kai Bin's performance today made him realize that these chakra points might indeed hold significant potential, being crucial nodes in Kai Bin's abilities, many of which aligned with key positions he utilized during his own ninjutsu. Could it be that the Byakugan had undiscovered applications? Were the Hyuga clan simply too obtuse to grasp them? Duoyu, among the Sound Four, was the most astute, possessing a remarkable mastery of music. He had cultivated his skills through the fusion of music, chakra, and the natural energy imparted by Chongwu. His insights were profound. In the past, he transformed chakra into sound wave illusions and physical attacks through ninjutsu, yet Kai Bin's essence felt as if he were employing illusionary techniques upon his own body. Music could amplify and guide the flow of chakra within him. Thus, Kai Bin began to hum, relying on his musical talent to document his melodies. Chongwu's experience differed. He had recently been training in shadow clones as per Kai Bin's guidance, significantly enhancing his strength. Now, his awareness of natural energy in the surrounding area had become acutely sensitive. He sensed streams of natural energy continuously flowing into Kai Bin, coalescing gradually. intensifying alongside Kai Bin's song and his erratic performance, growing larger and more potent. Not good. Chongwu dashed from behind the screen, positioning himself beside Orochimaru as he shouted. He is about to explode. Retreat quickly. Duo Yu also leaped back, activating his Cursed Seal's second state, readying his flute to incapacitate Kai Bin. Orochimaru remained motionless, while Kai Bin froze in a quirky pose, reminiscent of a comedic skit featuring the renowned comedian Xiaofeng Tian. Where his dim-witted bodyguard rushed onto the stage with bricks, a hilariously absurd image. With a wave of his hand, he signaled Chongwu to step back. You are interrupting Lord Kai. Perfect timing. Might you perform once more? Orochimaru seems to be insatiable. Very well. Kai Bin cast a sidelong glance at the noble yet retreating Chongwu, inwardly lamenting. What do you mean? Let's do it again. Shouldn't there be a grand shout? A call to action, or perhaps a rewarding performance? With no alternative, Kai Bin continued with an encore, yet the audience remained devoid of rockets or applause. Nevertheless, the audience members were deeply engaged. One was studying the flow of chakra, another was observing the accumulation of natural energy, and one, well, Duo Yu seemed somewhat dissatisfied, pondering that the tune performed earlier was not quite right, prompting him to take notes. Was it a deliberate mistake to prevent others from learning? After several minutes, Heichi approached. Greetings, Mr. Orochimaru. I am Heichi, representing the Liu family. Heichi was quite courteous, yet Kai Bin remained oblivious to the subsequent matters. Yuta also received a special summons from Orochimaru, tasked with ensuring Kai Bin remembered every detail of the proceedings. Orochimaru was adept at utilizing his subordinates, unlike some who approached relationships with a disposable mindset from the onset. After a brief exchange regarding the thoughts conveyed by both parties, Orochimaru proposed that action be taken in 3 days, targeting the 4th Kazekage, Raza, consistent with prior assessments. Heichi was not surprised. Raza was indeed an excellent subject for validating their own strength, being the weakest of the Kage. Of course, Mei Terumi was also a viable option, though her distance posed a challenge. Before the operation, we need to prepare at least half an hour to an hour in advance. We must establish a passage to ensure that capable individuals can arrive, Heichi stated candidly, emphasizing that the family had made it clear that sincerity was paramount during the initial stages of engagement, with subsequent matters to be discussed later. What is the level of your strength within your family? Orochimaru inquired directly. Above average, Heichi replied. Overall, he indeed occupied that position. Yet the few esteemed figures passed down through generations in his family were not included. As compared to them, the others were merely pets. Very well. Is there anything I can assist you with? Orochimaru asked. Today, I need to bring them over to acclimate to the environment and identify any potential issues, Heichi responded. Then please proceed. Orochimaru eagerly anticipated what the truly formidable individuals from that side might be like. Orochimaru led Heichi and the others to a nearby forest, setting up a perimeter, awaiting Heichi's demonstration. This time, he did not establish a barrier, as Heichi expressed concerns about whether a barrier would affect the summoning. Orochimaru naturally agreed, yet harbored doubts. Why do these individuals consistently expose their weaknesses? Do they harbor ulterior motives? At that moment, Kai Bin's demeanor transformed entirely. As Heichi trembled slightly, 4 figures emerged from the visibly open space-time. The most striking among them was Lao Chui, carried over by Lu Jianjun. Certainly. Yang Jingjing is indeed extraordinary. She has revealed her true form, swaying 3 tails behind her. After greeting Orochimaru, the trio commenced the invocation of the spirits. Shun Weigua and Huang Bo, both skilled practitioners, trembled momentarily like Heike, while Ling Hua and Lu Jianjun became possessed. Lao Quotu, who had procured the Wenwang drum, stood there in a daze, his body occasionally twitching. Lu Jianjun shook Lao Quota's hand while jingling the Wenwang drum. Upon the sound of the impact, Lao Quota's eye sparkled, and with a resounding cry, he leapt up with remarkable agility, beginning to chant the invocation. Duo Yu, feeling vexed, wondered why it was yet another tune. However, Lao Quota's singing was truly melodious, his expressions and nuances exquisite, and after 5 or 6 minutes, he too had summoned the spirit. Yoxian, what brings you here? ISNT at Elder Luneng? Ling Hua was the first to notice something amiss. The visitor had changed. He has de-harmed me, so I came. The arrival was Lu's family's previous generation's chess master, Lu Jiangwo, known as the contemporary Xiong Lu, not for his immense strength, but rather for his mischievous temperament, which matched that of the current leader. You know how the clan leader will deal with you, right? Ling Hua genuinely admired this old fellow. His mischievous escapades had warranted a specialized manual within the clan, meant to instruct the younger generation on how to avoid an early demise. If he could take matters into his own hands, I would have perished long ago. If I were to die here, wouldn't he be utterly displeased? Haha. Lu Xiang turned to Orochimaru, swaying his hips as he approached. So, you are Orochimaru? I am over 300 years old. Is it disrespectful to address you by name? You know, I studied many comics just to meet you. Lu Xiang greeted Orochimaru with a grin. Revealing such information right off the bat made Ling Hua feel quite distressed. Do not concern yourself with that. Orochimaru regarded the peculiar figure before him, aware that a terrifying soul resided within, as he sensed an icy chill emanating from the other. Over 300 years old, quite an ageless being. Orochimaru remained intrigued by immortality. He perceived that the initial statement hinted at a depth of understanding beneath the seemingly frivolous demeanor, indicating that he was well aware of his own nature. Are comics your source of intelligence? How do they differ from ours? Are they a form of coded language? You resemble a former disciple of mine, which makes me eager to meet you. Why haven't you learned the sage arts of the Dragon Cave? Is it that you cannot grasp them? Or are you too adept that they dare not teach you? Lu Xiang approached Orochimaru, taking his hand. Should I call the clan leader? Ling Hua's gaze questioned Heike. That cannot be done. His mere presence is already daunting. We cannot predict what events may unfold. If the clan leader were to arrive, what if it spirals beyond our control? Foreign powers could become involved. Upon seeing Ling Hua's expression, Lu Jianjun swiftly intervened. Let us observe the situation first. Ling Hua, quickly gather environmental information and strive to construct a model to predict the risk points. With no argument, Ling Hua took a glance at Heike and retrieved the specialized equipment and computer carried by Huang Bo, commencing her work. Heike also refrained from unnecessary words, producing the miraculous artifact brought by Chun Weigua to assist Ling Hua. The children were engrossed in their play, and the adults need not interfere. As for that so-called wind shadow, there was no need for concern. If they faltered, he would intervene. Lu Xiang held Orochimaru's hand as they ventured deeper into the forest. Your meridians are impressive, he remarked. But your spirit is rather frail. You have accurately identified the issue. Indeed, strengthening the soul is essential. I possess a scripture that fortifies the soul. Would you care to peruse it? Though I wonder if you can translate it here. I once visited a place where they could comprehend speech but could not decipher written text. What a pity. Orochimaru signaled for Do to fully cooperate and continued to converse with Lu Xiang as they entered the forest, genuinely unperturbed by any potential schemes from the other party. Shang Tai observed the bizarre unfolding of events before him, feeling it was utterly intolerable. Chapter 48. Decapitation of the White Absolute. The remaining individuals exchanged glances. As these developments had not been included in their prior plans, both groups silently criticized, deeming their boss utterly disorganized. Ling Hua felt somewhat weary. She had tirelessly researched various strategies for the plan, unable to fathom why tasks in this world were more convoluted than in others. The complications did not stem from the opponent's strength or deviousness, but rather from the rapidity with which plans became obsolete. Where was the source of the issues? Was it not possible for the clan to maintain stricter oversight of personnel? No wonder the National Virtue Bureau was reluctant to collaborate with her family. Of course, there was another possibility. Surely that damned Kaibin was involved. Do you know? To see you, I truly faced considerable difficulty on the day of the confrontation. I might barely have made it, Lu Xiang said, strolling alongside Orochimaru. Suddenly, he feigned mystery, leaning closer to Orochimaru's ear and lowering his voice. I knocked out our family's fourth-ranked enforcer. His uncle has quite the fiery temper. When I return, I am certain to have a showdown with him. Ha ha ha. I should say it is an honor, shouldn't I? Orochimaru did not exhibit any overtly respectful demeanor. Not at all. Lu Xiang waved his hand dismissively. This is all fate. The two conversed calmly, yet their pace remained brisk, and soon they had distanced themselves nearly 2 kilometers from the crowd. Casting a glance around, Lu Xiang felt quite satisfied and smiled at Orochimaru. Shall we discuss a matter? Earlier, Lu Xiang had already demonstrated a glimpse of his prowess. While ninjas typically moved at high speeds through rapid alternating leg movements or long leaps, Lu Xiang's approach was different. Each of his strides appeared leisurely and slow. Yet he covered vast distances, akin to a colossal figure strolling leisurely, with Orochimaru merely a small human striving to keep up. Thus, when the grotesque visage of old Shui accompanied Lu Xiang's seemingly sinister laughter, Orochimaru instinctively formed hand seals. Disregarding Orochimaru's reaction, Lu Xiang continued unabated. What do you think about me becoming your master? Even the erudite and seasoned Orochimaru found himself utterly astonished at this moment, unable to fathom that the individual before him would make such an outlandish request. "Rest assured, my abilities are quite formidable," he exclaimed. "Moreover, our training methods differ, allowing us the opportunity for mutual exchange, to learn from each other and complement our strengths." Lu Xiang elaborated with enthusiasm. Orochimaru was left speechless. Terms like teacher and student felt like distant memories, buried deep within the recesses of his heart. "Of course, if you remain hesitant, that's perfectly fine. In a moment, I shall demonstrate for you personally. You can experience it firsthand, and if you find yourself genuinely intrigued, you may decide whether to learn from me at your leisure." We refer to such sessions as trial classes, and they are entirely complimentary. Lu Xiang laughed heartily, his mirth echoing around them. "Why have you sought me out?" Orochimaru inquired, perplexed. "Ah, how to articulate this? You bear a striking resemblance to a former disciple of mine. He was not only exceptionally talented, but also remarkably diligent and passionate about mastering various skills. Alas, fate was unkind, and he met an untimely demise." Lu Xiang lamented with a deep sigh. "What was the cause of his death?" Orochimaru pressed. "Struck down by lightning," Lu Xiang replied. "But let us commence our experiment." As he spoke, he spread his arms wide, delineating an enormous circle. He then addressed Orochimaru. "Are you capable of conjuring a barrier with a diameter of 1 kilometer? I would prefer that no one intrudes upon our endeavor, nor allows them the opportunity to pilfer my unique techniques." Without further ado, Orochimaru began forming hand seals with haste. At that moment, Lu Xiang suddenly recalled something and interjected. "Oh, to ensure the ground is not completely sealed, I have other uses for it later." Before long, the barrier was successfully established, and Lu Xiang expressed his satisfaction with frequent nods. "Quite commendable," he praised, before cautioning Orochimaru, "Do remain patient. I must first prepare some things. Rest assured, this is not directed at you. Please maintain your composure." With that, Lu Xiang immersed himself in his preparations. He began to chant softly, and then, with a gentle stomp of his foot, the ground quaked in response. The tremors intensified, and the earth around them began to heave, as if an enormous creature were emerging from the depths below, swirling dust and debris within the barrier. Orochimaru could only stare in awe. He could certainly wield the same power, yet this elder seemed to execute it with effortless ease. Is this natural energy? Can it be squandered at will? Orochimaru pondered. Suddenly, he noticed a white humanoid figure emerging from the churning earth. Before he could discern its features, Lu Xiang brandished a sword, which elongated swiftly, impaling the figure with precision. A piercing scream echoed, and Orochimaru suddenly realized that this individual must be a spy. "Just look at your current standing. You are hardly valued, with only a mere white zetsu accompanying you." Lu Xiang feigned mockery towards Orochimaru, suggesting that if he were to learn from him, he might become invincible in the ninja world. "Do you know him? Who is he?" Orochimaru immediately sensed something amiss, recognizing that these newcomers appeared to possess knowledge about him or the happenings in the ninja world. "I cannot disclose this. It shall serve as leverage when my family negotiates with you in the future. Today, I am here to persuade you to become my apprentice, ha ha ha." Lu Xiang chuckled, reveling in his own vigilance. As his laughter subsided, a jet of flame erupted from Lu Xiang's mouth, engulfing White Zetsu entirely. The poor creature didn't even have time to scream before it was reduced to mere ashes. "Well, the annoying pest is gone. We can finally spar a bit," Lu Xiang said, stretching his neck, eager to engage. Orochimaru could no longer afford to underestimate his opponent. The power and speed of ninjutsu he had just displayed posed a significant threat to any ninja. Although Lu Xiang claimed to be seeking an apprentice, who could say whether he would hold back in their encounter? "Heh, I am not that pathetic character you faced earlier," Orochimaru remarked with a sinister smile. "Certainly, otherwise. Why would I take you on as a disciple?" Lu Xiang affirmed his discerning judgment in selecting capable individuals. "By the way, you've reminded me of a few stipulations. First, our exchange should be a matter of sparring, primarily to showcase my teaching abilities. There is no need to go all out. Second, refrain from utilizing that impure reincarnation technique of yours, as I fear I might inadvertently scatter their souls. Third, even if you cannot defeat me, there is no need to agree to become my disciple immediately. However, you must study with me for a time, as I need to evaluate your capabilities." Lu Xiang laid down the ground rules, genuinely fond of this young man. Orochimaru licked his lips, extended his arm, and offered his hand to Lu Xiang. "Such politeness. You even know how to shake hands." Lu Xiang chuckled as he reached out in return. "Shadow Snake Hand. Meanwhile, on Black Seven's side, he inquired, "Shall we proceed as planned?" Seeking Lu Jianjun's opinion, as he held the highest rank present. "Yes, continue." Lu Jianjun nodded affirmatively. Black Seven retrieved a short sword from Kai Ben's backpack, the very weapon he had once wielded in a rampage, then poured a vial of crimson liquid over it. Commencing a series of hand seals and incantations, Duoyu quickly deduced that it was blood. To err on the side of caution, he signaled to the 4 sound ninjas to disperse. Despite Lord Orochimaru's orders for them to cooperate fully, the intentions of the adversaries remained unclear, rendering it unnecessary to take unnecessary risks. Observing Duoyu's actions, Lu Jianjun approached. "Do not misunderstand. We are merely making some preparations. Take care of yourselves shortly. Our aim is not directed at you, so do not strike at us." Duoyu furrowed his brow, but remained silent. As the 4 prepared to activate their seals at a moment's notice, Lu Jianjun glanced back at Yang Jingjing and inquired, "Has Lahufa not arrived? Can you undertake his task? Are you swift on your feet?" "Certainly faster than you sluggish worms. Ha ha ha." Yang Jingjing's words barely left her lips before her form expanded threefold, her tail multiplying to 4. Hei Qi was poised, kneeling on one knee, forcefully plunging a dagger into the ground. A piercing hum emanated from the blade, radiating outward, causing the 4 to leap away in alarm. Linghua produced a pair of noise-canceling headphones from seemingly nowhere and donned them. Lu Jianjun, in a simpler manner, covered his ears with his hands, reinforcing his protection with vital energy. The cacophony persisted for half a minute, after which Yang Jingjing's 4-tailed fox form vanished. In truth, it was evident to all present that she had not disappeared but rather moved at incredible speed. The sound continued, and after more than 3 minutes, Yang Jingjing returned, smacking her lips. Ugh, tasteless, akin to dried grass, with pitifully scant spiritual energy. "Is there more?" Lu Jianjun called out loudly. "One more." Situated in the tree behind that fellow, Yang Jingjing indicated towards Zilangfang. Uncertain of her intentions, Zilangfang immediately assumed a defensive stance, oblivious to whether Yang Jingjing's gesture was a provocation. Hei Qi withdrew his dagger, silencing the noise. Simultaneously, Zhang Wu suddenly shouted at Zilangfang, "Beware of what lies behind you." The earlier shrill sound had left the 4 somewhat impaired in their hearing. Save for Duoyu, who frequently manipulated sound, the others could scarcely comprehend Zhang Wu's warning. Fortunately, their sight and intellect remained intact, and upon noticing Zhang Wu, Zilangfang instinctively lunged forward. Had it been anyone else, such a motion would have evaded Baiju's attack. However, Zilangfang's considerable girth rendered him vulnerable. Even if Baiju's assault faltered, he could still reach Zilangfang. Baiju's objective was to abduct Zilangfang and merge with his form in search of an escape. With a sudden swoosh, a net flew horizontally, ensnaring Baiju and binding him to a tree trunk, thanks to the ambush set by Gu Tongwan. Yang Jingjing chuckled and inquired of Lu Jianjun, "Shall I lend a hand? We mustn't let him escape. It could be quite troublesome. Let them first comprehend Baiju's abilities. We shall intervene thereafter." Lu Jianjun believed it an excellent opportunity to demonstrate the expertise of their respective crafts. The natural energy of Baiju's clone could be sensed by practitioners, not to mention their malevolence. Foxes are inherently sensitive to threats, and Yang Jingjing, being a fox who was cultivated for many years, was particularly attuned. Baiju was caught off guard by Gu Tongwan's ambush, but upon making contact with the tree, he lost his fear, seamlessly merging into the trunk and vanishing from sight. However, he was not prepared to leave. The 3 Baiju who had accompanied him had fled at the first opportunity, while he, slow to react, inadvertently evaded disaster. Having the chance to witness the 4-tailed fox expel the 3 Baiju from the ground, their demise resounding. Thus, it was still necessary to fuse with one of them. Jerby, who had just narrowly escaped a surprise attack, was furiously striking the ground, venting his anger while guarding against further assaults from the Baiju, believing them to be burrowing underground for another ambush. The Baiju sneered. This would not do. Waiting until he tired would be more effective. Oh, perhaps it was that spider from earlier, who preferred to conceal itself among the trees. What was this? The Baiju easily located Kentoki, but when he embraced Kentoki, intending to possess him, he discovered he was holding an empty shell. A substitution technique? Before he could comprehend this, a large wooden barrel was suddenly placed over him by Zoken and Yoken. Moi swiftly arrived, affixing a sealing talisman to the barrel. An intriguing fellow, let us capture him. You won't mind, will you? Moi, ever astute, had observed Lu Jianjun preventing Yang Jingjing and quickly deduced his intentions. He promptly signaled Kentoki and the others to execute their D tactic, successfully subduing this Baiju while demonstrating their prowess. As for why Jirbi was absent, in truth, he had not participated in the previous 8 tactics. Haha, what a blunder. They managed to play the fool successfully. Yang Jingjing laughed heartily, her claws rhythmically striking the ground. They captured a Baiju, what about you? Have you devoured them all? I will report accurately. Lu Jianjun replied, unhurriedly. Oh, come now, dear. I'm keeping this one alive, just one. I'll sample the taste of the other 2. Yang Jingjing immediately adopted a subservient demeanor. Just kidding. Any unauthorized research outside the organization is a serious crime. Ignoring Yang Jingjing, Lu Jianjun approached Moi, noting that they could not interact with ground plants during their escape. They were remarkably swift. Our current engagement must remain at the highest level of secrecy. Fear not. They cannot escape here, Zoken and Yoken said, maintaining an outward calm while feeling quite tense, anxious not to jeopardize Lord Orochimaru's plans. Now, with the area cleared, we shall proceed to the next phase of our plan. Heichi began to reclaim command of the scene. Chapter 49. A rare martial arts prodigy. The reason Lu Xiong held Orochimaru in such high regard lay in his unscrupulous methods. As the family lineage weakened, the confinement of spiritual energy had rendered many potentially capable clan members unable to take their first steps. The few who embarked on cultivation cherished their scarce opportunities, resulting in a conservative approach to their training. Lu Xiong's favorite disciple was a reckless individual, yet this very boldness led to his premature acceptance of the Thunder Tribulation, ultimately resulting in his untimely demise. This encounter within the shinobi realm, following a thorough study of the manga, revealed Orochimaru as the one most aligned with his inclinations. Whether he was good or evil was of little consequence. To attain enlightenment through the trials of thunder, does one need to fear the heart of annihilation that he may harbor? To him, ordinary life holds no significance, akin to disregarding mere ants. Orochimaru grew increasingly exhilarated, for the being before him was not only formidable but engaged in combat in a manner wholly distinct from that of the ninja world. In the realm of ninjutsu, battles are approached with taijutsu at close range and ninjutsu at a distance, primarily relying on the various transformations of chakra, most of which necessitate hand seals. However, the majority of Lu Xiong's techniques appeared to be summoned at will, seemingly without the need for seals. Yet, this was not the most remarkable aspect. The greatest difference lay in his method of countering attacks. It seemed as though a protective membrane enveloped Lu Xiong, allowing him to not only withstand physical assaults, but also neutralize their force. As for ninjutsu attacks, he could either completely disregard them or envelop and dissipate their energy. During the skirmish, he curiously inquired about Lu Xiong's abilities, to which Lu Xiong responded with hearty laughter, proclaiming that understanding one law leads to understanding all laws, and offered to teach him if he desired. Naturally, Orochimaru's insatiable curiosity for the unknown had not waned with age. Rather, it had intensified. If Lu Xiong's claims were true, that one could live for centuries, then surely he could master all ninjutsu, thus uncovering the secrets of this world to enrich his own mind. However, conceding easily was not in Orochimaru's nature. Demonstrating strength was essential to derive greater value. Hence, he unleashed all of his ninjutsu, including the legendary 8-headed serpent technique. The battle unfolded for over 20 minutes, resembling a grand exhibition of ninjutsu and Taoist arts, with waves of attacks threatening to topple the barrier Orochimaru had hastily erected. Ultimately, employing the suddenly revealed Kusanagi sword, Orochimaru inflicted a gash over 20 centimeters deep upon Lu Xiong's chest. Enough, enough, exclaimed Lu Xiong, swiftly retreating from the fray to cast a spell that staunched the bleeding, recognizing the impropriety of injuring another's body. Orochimaru sensed it was time to cease as well and refrained from further pursuit. So what do you think? Interested in learning? Lu Xiong busied himself with the torn fabric of his clothing, attempting to conceal the wound. What is this if not chakra? He inquired. What you refer to as chakra, we call the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. You may know it as natural energy, Lu Xiong replied. It feels rather different, Orochimaru noted. That is because you have yet to delve deeply into the study, Lu Xiong countered. By the way, why isn't the Dragon Cave referred to as your senjutsu? They fear me, Lu Xiong answered. Ha. Do share. This sounds intriguing, Orochimaru urged, feeling a sense of relaxation he had not experienced in quite some time. When was the last time someone conversed with him in such a manner? Perhaps it was Jiraiya? He found himself perched upon a broken tree branch, reminiscing about his past. As one of the 3 great sage realms and a strategic partner of Konoha, The snake sage had indeed contemplated imparting ninjutsu to Orochimaru. The reason it never came to fruition was not due to Orochimaru's disloyalty to Konoha, nor was it because his physique was unsuitable for learning ninjutsu. Rather, it was his overwhelming ambition. Orochimaru possessed extraordinary talent, far surpassing that of Jiraiya, along with an unparalleled capacity for learning. However, his method of contemplating issues is perilous, as he not only questions the simplicity of the physical training techniques in the Dragon's Cave but also harbors intentions to eliminate the Serpent Clan to acquire the powers he envisions during the trials set by the Serpent Sage. Orochimaru's ambition to possess a serpent-esque body through the technique of impure resurrection demonstrates a profound disrespect for the sanctity of the Dragon's Cave and an utter disregard for the lives of serpents. When questioned by the Serpent Sage, Orochimaru coolly declared, "Grant me a serpent's form, and I shall become the mightiest sage." This audacious statement reveals the extent of his hubris, and it is a testament to the Serpent Sage's remarkable tolerance that Orochimaru was not eternally barred from the Dragon's Cave. This leniency was merely due to the potential benefits he could bring to the cave. These benefits are not the trivial offerings that could be procured by others for the Serpent Clan, but rather his unique insights into the art of sage training. Orochimaru's thoughts are among the most profound in the ninja world, exemplified by his development of the snake shedding technique. This technique is not intended to replace the rudimentary substitution jutsu. Its original design aims to absorb greater levels of training damage. Remarkably, Orochimaru assisted in the design of a jutsu that perfectly aligns with the requirements of the Dragon's Cave without divulging the source of the harm, showcasing his exceptional prowess. These incompetent fools, how could they ever achieve success in their lifetimes? It seems foolishness abounds everywhere. Orochimaru's experiences resonate deeply with Lu Xiang. He too has been incessantly criticized as a radical. Haven't you learned anything at all? I find that hard to believe. Lu Xiang smirked, his expression grotesque when combined with old Shui's visage. I've learned a bit. While practicing, I observed some techniques, and I even experimented with Hashirama cells. Orochimaru's words were deceptively simple, yet Lu Xiang had conjured an image of a masterful thief who, having betrayed his sect, ultimately made a name for himself in the world. Is this Zhang Sanfeng? No, it should be Zhang Tianbao. Let us see how you fare, Lu Xiang declared, unabashedly placing his hand upon Orochimaru's. Following their recent battle, Orochimaru sensed no malice from Lu Xiang, thus he did not resist as he initiated the sage technique he had surreptitiously learned. Eh? Lu Xiang exclaimed in confusion, shifting his hand to Orochimaru's abdomen, then moving it toward his leg. Observing Lu Xiang's unwelcome advances, Orochimaru realized that there might be issues with his training. Haha. You're practicing incorrectly. This is why one needs a mentor. I believe it's time for you to take me as your master. Lu Xiang felt as if fortune were favoring him. While Orochimaru's clandestine training indeed comprised foundational techniques, they were not particularly suited for him. More accurately, had he not already achieved a high level of proficiency in ninjutsu and undergone a degree of serpentine transformation, he would not have reached his current level. Animals and humans are inherently different, and their paths to cultivation diverge accordingly. In our realm, talent reigns supreme. Many years ago, our animal ancestors practiced alongside humans. Yet despite their efforts, they could only attain forms of spirit creatures, while humans could ascend to become immortals. However, our ancestors were not entirely devoid of wisdom. Among them were indeed many clever beings. If you are capable, then let us first transform into human forms, and subsequently pursue immortality. Though somewhat slow, there remains a path forward, does there not? Lu Xiang casually elucidated matters to Orochimaru, who, as if struck by a revelation, instantly grasped Lu Xiang's intent. What of the snake sage? It turns out to be an inconsequential figure. Studying under such a being would ultimately lead him nowhere near his aspirations. You have yet to attain immortality, have you? Orochimaru inquired with a smile. That delves into the annals of history, which I cannot divulge at present. However, should you choose to learn from me, I assure you, you shall surpass my capabilities. Lu Xiang could not help but survey the surroundings. The ethereal energies of this ninja realm were utterly delightful. Now, let me tend to you, and see if I can alleviate your condition. As per usual, do not resist. Lu Xiang approached with measured steps, while Orochimaru remained still, sensing the day's forthcoming surprises. Upon reaching Orochimaru, Lu Xiang grinned widely, slowly revealing 4 elongated fangs, each several inches in length. He promptly removed the upper 2 and forcefully plunged them into the acupoint on Orochimaru's shoulder. I forgot to mention, this may sting a bit. Lu Xiang chuckled mischievously. Indeed, It was a mere prick, yet in an instant, Orochimaru found himself engulfed in sweat. For one of the legendary Sannin had never before endured such torment. It felt as though lava coursed through his meridians, relentlessly battering everything in its path, as if intent on devouring all it encountered. Snake venom? He gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound, yet managing to force out 2 words through his painfully parted lips. I am a red serpent. Do you have any of that variety here? It is fire poison. Lu Xiang remarked with a smile, extracting the lower 2 fangs and driving them into the flesh near Orochimaru's thigh. Lu Xiang was not devoid of compassion. When it came to a favored disciple, he sought ways to mitigate their suffering. Snakes lack limbs, thus, your practice of serpent techniques yields no effect on your arms and legs, causing the flow of spiritual energy to stagnate. Ironically, your slight progress has led to congestion in your extremities. I shall now clear your meridians. Over the next few days, guide the flow of spiritual energy. Once your circulation is smooth, you shall return to the rightful path. Lu Xiang slowly articulated his explanation, gradually imparting the concept of circulating energy to Orochimaru. When confronted with 2 differing worldviews, Lu Xiang meticulously dismantled the confusion, reiterating his points, creating a harmonious scene reminiscent of a compassionate teacher and devoted pupil. Yet, anyone who dared to approach would likely be struck with terror, a toothless, wrinkled bald elder alongside a ghastly pale face, drenched in sweat, with green eyes and slit pupils. They could easily be mistaken for a zombie confronting a ghost. After 40 minutes, the agony of the poison began to wane, and Orochimaru could once again move his limbs. He eagerly attempted the foundational cultivation method Lu Xiang had just imparted, whether it was the effectiveness of the technique or the release of tension following the pain. Orochimaru sensed a newfound lightness in his body, particularly his mind, which felt remarkably clear and calm. Feeling good, are we? Continue practicing. If ill, seek remedy. If well, pursue fitness. Lu Xiang exclaimed with satisfaction, pleased with Orochimaru's strong capacity for understanding and acceptance. What is most precious is his audacity and fierce determination. For the time being, refrain from engaging in strenuous activities, allowing the meridians to recuperate. There is no need to worry about that individual. Even in my absence, others will attend to him. You should practice your techniques more often. Once you have comprehended the matter, inform that person named Kai Bin to seek me out, for I shall provide you with genuine treasures. Lu Xiang spoke in a rambling manner, appearing quite reluctant to part ways. Ah, have you just dispelled the barrier? Well done, my young friend. If I do not perish at your hands in the future, I shall find it hard to rest in peace. They laughed together as they returned to where Hei Qi and the others were. How are things? Lu Xiang inquired with a commanding presence. The environment has been cleared, and the transmission gate has been tested several times. It is currently projected to support 3 guardians simultaneously. The resources are sufficient, and Hei Qi prepared to convey this to his elder. I shall not concern myself with trivial matters. My objectives have been largely fulfilled, and it is time for me to return, Lu Xiang declared, preparing to depart. Linghua sensed something amiss. This old fellow was not one to easily forego the opportunity to wander. The ninja world had seen few like him. She slowly approached Lu Xiang, observing him closely. Manyu and his companions, upon witnessing Orochimaru's return, did not feel entirely at ease. They noted his tattered clothing and the bloodstains upon him, as well as their own sweat-drenched attire, making it clear that Orochimaru had undoubtedly faced a fierce battle. Yet, the intensity in Orochimaru's gaze now seemed even more profound than when he had departed, as if he could peer into the depths of one's soul. Lord Orochimaru cannot be under a genjutsu, can he? The opponent appears formidable, Manyu pondered. His wit ranked just below Yakushi Kabuto in the Sound Village, and he often had more thoughts than others. Feeling uneasy, he contemplated using chakra to investigate. I am unscathed. There is no need for concern. Orochimaru discerned Manyu's intentions and interjected to halt him. Are you injured? What are you hiding? A sharp reprimand rang out as Linghua noticed the torn fabric on Lu Xiang's chest, immediately understanding the urgency behind his departure. Lu Jianjun furrowed his brow and quickly approached to inspect. Despite Lu Xiang's attempts to conceal his wound, he ultimately revealed it under Lu Jianjun's insistence. Appearing grave enough to reach the bone, Manyu and the others exhaled in relief. The burden weighing on their hearts finally lifted. It seems the opponent's injuries are quite severe, Manyu murmured, a glimmer of fortunate realization flickering in his eyes. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated instantly, replaced by admiration and reverence for Lord Orochimaru's strength. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru is formidable. Another companion exclaimed, casting an excited glance at those nearby, his face glowing with pride, silently affirming, with him by our side. We shall surely conquer any adversary. The group echoed his sentiments, filled with unwavering confidence in Lord Orochimaru. This enigmatic and powerful ninja had always been their pillar of strength. At this moment, their conviction intensified. They firmly believed that by following Lord Orochimaru, they could secure an invincible position in this harsh world. With wide eyes, they gazed into the distance, where an elder adversary was being scolded by a burly man, while another capable individual hurriedly activated the previously discussed transmission array alongside Kaibin. As for the fox, Yang Jingjing's true form had somehow nestled beside Orochimaru, transforming into a woman adorned in a ninja's attire. Lord Orochimaru, I am Yang Jingjing. My proficiency in sage arts is modest, yet my family boasts several formidable figures of shadow level and above. Would you be interested in a conversation? Yang Jingjing charmingly courted Orochimaru, envisioning the substantial merit that would accompany a successful alliance. Yang Jingjing, do you wish for me to report back truthfully? Lu Jianjun inquired with a serious tone. Let us forge a benevolent connection. Why bother with trivialities? With a smile directed at Orochimaru, she swayed her hips as she returned. Are you certain you want to compete with a snake in such a manner? Lingwa mocked. Chapter 50, Have you become the village chief? Fortunately, the recent transmission test had delivered a significant amount of supplies, including urgent medical kits. Otherwise, old Chui's injuries would have been exceedingly difficult to manage. Linghua prepared all necessary tools and dismissed Lu Xiang. Once Lu Xiang's divine presence departed, old Chui immediately slumped, leaning against He Qi, blood seeping from his chest. His expression one of great agony, yet he remained silent. With Lu Xiang absent, the protective techniques naturally ceased to function. Fortunately, Linghua was an adept healer. Within a minute, she had stitched over 30 wounds and proceeded to dress them. After administering a medicinal pill to old Chui, his demeanor gradually relaxed. Lu Jianjun was deeply dissatisfied, his face ashen. Lu Xiang had rendered the most suitable candidate incapacitated, necessitating a replacement in 3 days and a consequent alteration of plans. As a direct descendant of the Lu family, he had always disdained the family's traditional practices, disorganized and undisciplined, which was a principal reason for his involvement in the National Virtue Bureau. He wished to prevent his family from stagnating and fading into obscurity. Very well, very well, very well. Old Chui understood the gravity of the situation. Each time he summoned divine aid, he could maintain a brief period of clarity, yet his body remained uncooperative. Observing Lu Jianjun's anger, he found himself continually excusing Lu Xiang, albeit with a single word. Such nonsense. Linghua was equally furious. She had often been present during old Chui's missions, as he was one of the few individuals among humanity whom she respected. Except for He Qi, several individuals swiftly withdrew their divine presences, allowing He Qi to escort them back. Mr. Orochimaru, I sincerely apologize for not engaging in a deeper conversation with you. But please trust that Lu Xiang's statements do not represent our family's current stance. He Qi first articulated his position clearly, then added, However, our preparations are complete. In just 3 days, we shall be ready to proceed. Regardless of the circumstances, Luosha will adeptly manage any situation. Following this, we hope to establish a more profound and close collaboration with you. Very well, then we shall meet again in 3 days. Orochimaru responded succinctly, without further elaboration. Although the actual circumstances diverged slightly from initial expectations, the results he achieved today are nothing short of extraordinary, with the potential to significantly influence future trajectories. Once the enigmatic He Qi departed, Kaibin emerged from his reverie, feeling as though he had awakened from a dream. As he cast a bewildered glance around, his gaze fortuitously met that of Shang Tai, and he instantly sensed that matters might have reached a satisfactory resolution. With a beaming smile, he addressed Orochimaru, inquiring, Might I take my leave now? He harbored no desire to linger in Orochimaru's presence for long. The events that had just unfolded could be discreetly revisited later. Whether by consulting Shang Tai or by returning to He Qi, he believed that Shang Tai had comprehended the unspoken message conveyed through his glance. In reality, Shang Tai was internally berating Kaibin, thinking, Your eyes are so wide they might pop out of their sockets. Who here could possibly miss that? You might as well speak plainly. I am utterly perplexed by your intentions. If someone were to inquire, how shall I respond? Might I be perceived as deliberately withholding information from Lord Orochimaru? How do I even know you, you fool? Everyone else, step aside. I have matters to discuss with Kai Jun, Orochimaru commanded in a chilling tone, his piercing gaze sweeping over each individual present, instilling a sense of dread as though he could penetrate their very souls. Upon hearing these words, the assembly departed with alacrity, as if granted a reprieve. Even Yakushi Kabuto did not dare to hesitate, swiftly retreating to a safe distance, fearful of incurring the wrath of this capricious figure. Now, Kaiben found himself alone before Orochimaru, a wave of anxiety washing over him, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Yet, he endeavored to maintain a facade of composure. Forcing a strained smile, "What is the situation?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips as he softly queried. "Zhongwu mentioned that you could be resurrected after death, with your strength potentially doubling. If that is the case, why do you not hasten to enhance your power?" His tone, though soft, carried an undeniable authority that was difficult to resist. Kaiben inwardly cursed Zhongwu for his indiscreet remarks, simultaneously lamenting his predicament. Faced with Orochimaru's probing inquiry, he was acutely aware that a single misstep could spell disaster. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that honesty would serve him better, for any deception in the presence of such a formidable being would be futile. I believe it is unnecessary," Kaiben stammered, discreetly gauging Orochimaru's reaction. Orochimaru, evidently taken aback by this response, furrowed his brow in confusion and pressed on, Why is it unnecessary? Do you not understand that strength is the singular principle for survival in this world? In our realm, we do not evaluate a person solely by their combat prowess. Financial acumen holds greater significance. Moreover, if I were to suddenly increase my strength, I could pose a danger to others. The last time I rode a bus, I inadvertently yanked the handrail off. How could I possibly compensate for that? Kaiben, accustomed to a humble diet, failed to realize that with such abilities, he might no longer need to rely on public transportation. "I am uncertain of your circumstances," he added. "However, extraordinary abilities should indeed be highly esteemed. The individuals you summoned earlier are remarkable. Do they not lead fulfilling lives?" Kaiben remained oblivious to the fact that Orochimaru was subtly probing him. What a farce. They are either conscripted by the state, subjected to stringent regulations, or they resort to clandestine endeavors, too fearful to act boldly. Our oversight is stringent, as I mentioned before. Had it not been for a fortuitous turn of events, I would have truly believed these individuals were mere myths. Furthermore, I have no desire for fame. Nor do I wish to be tightly controlled, rendered incapable of action. I simply wish to possess a bit more wealth than the average person and to enjoy good health. Kaiben expressed his innermost thoughts, jokingly noting that they even monitor his mobile phone now. Should he attain fame, how would he ever gaze upon long legs? When he initially envisioned becoming an internet celebrity, he had no intention of revealing his identity. Orochimaru observed Kaiben with amusement, taken aback by the harmony within Kaiben's world. In the ninja realm, those who chose a passive existence met their demise. Individuals of Kaiben's age were exceedingly rare, which accounted for the numerous young ninjas who achieved renown. "Shangtai." Orochimaru beckoned, and Shangtai promptly approached, standing at attention. "Two individuals from the experimental facility you previously released have not departed. I have instructed them to remain at the base before our departure." Orochimaru's words sent a chill down Shangtai's spine. Indeed, his schemes had not escaped Orochimaru's keen perception. "Alas, it is I." Kaiben was uncertain whether his audacity would bear fruit. He felt compelled to assist his friend, particularly since it was his ill-conceived idea that resulted in their survival. A notion he believed might prove useful in the future. "They shall be your subordinates henceforth," Orochimaru directed Shangtai, ignoring Kaiben. "Following this matter, I shall provide you with a base, and you will manage it alongside the neighboring village. Regarding management, you may inquire with Kai Jun. I found the idea he shared with me previously quite intriguing, and you might consider implementing it. I shall arrange for the necessary supplies to be delivered, but you will only have the three of you." Orochimaru was genuinely serious, and Kaiben was astonished that his previous nonsensical ramblings had captured Orochimaru's attention. So now Shangtai would be village chief? What would become of his role as the strategist? At the very least, he should assume the position of a chief accountant. Should he not? This matter regarding the gold bars could be revisited. "By the way, where are my gold bars?" Kaiben inquired with a glance directed towards Shangtai. "You caused the trouble. Why ask me?" Shangtai clearly misunderstood Kaiben's look, offering a response that was utterly mismatched. "Oh, in that cave." Kaiben discerned the answer through Shangtai's expression, feeling a sense of relief. Orochimaru would not linger in conversation with a fool for long, soon departing with his entourage. After Shangtai thoroughly described what he had just witnessed, he prepared to hasten after Orochimaru. Would you like me to bring you something next time? Kaibin. With his northern dialect, favored inverted constructions. The mobile phone you mentioned. Shangtai hurried away. How ungracious. I have just finished paying off my loan this month, and have little left. By the way, when does the salary for the National Virtue Bureau get disbursed? Kaibin returned to his room. Upon noticing Kaibin had awakened, the disciple from the Liu family responsible for monitoring immediately contacted Liu and rest for now. We will get in touch tomorrow morning. Luan's message arrived quickly. Sigh, this is so dull, it feels like just taking a stroll. Kaibin felt a twinge of regret. He had made a grand entrance and even met old Chui, yet his sense of participation remained alarmingly low, rendering him marginalized. If it weren't for Orochimaru's goodwill, he would have truly become a mere human telephone. Just look at the shinobi world. They treat talents like me with such esteem. After a brief moment of self-reassurance, Kaibin undressed and went to bed. Tomorrow, Liu Jianjun mentioned he would find someone to facilitate the transfer for his chubby son. So he mustn't stay up late and make mistakes. At this moment, Luan was entirely preoccupied, as Heichi and others had returned with an abundance of exhilarating news. The natural spiritual energy in the shinobi world was exceedingly rich. We can fully utilize those talismans that can absorb spiritual energy. The few talismans I brought have been filled in an instant, and their effects still appear remarkable. Heichi held several talismans, showcasing them to the crowd. The onlookers were left speechless. With such a function akin to a colossal power bank, the Liu family was destined for soaring heights. And their overall strength would undoubtedly ascend steadily. Although Liu Xiang had disrupted the original plan, he successfully attracted Orochimaru's attention, which should be considered a goal achieved. Currently, relevant personnel were further inquiring into the specifics. It was understood that Orochimaru's core team was essentially comprised of those depicted in the animation. With no other special hidden powers identified, Liu Jianjun's primary concern remained the personnel, as talent was the core objective for the next phase of work. The supply transport capacity could now fully meet the demands for comprehensive suppression of 2 shadow-level powerhouses, and as time progressed, our transport volume would demonstrate a stable growth trend. After Zero, who succinctly reported to everyone, all eyes unanimously turned towards Yang Jingjing. That white absolute is hardly palatable. Faced with the gazes of the crowd, Yang Jingjing feigned ignorance, hoping to evade scrutiny. Haha, that's fantastic. Liu Jiangwo, witnessing the scene, immediately rubbed his hands together in excitement, secretly wishing Yang Jingjing would breach the previously signed agreement. Hey, just kidding. No need to be so tense. Yang Jingjing laughed while retrieving a small porcelain bottle sealed away, quickly placing it in Liu Jiangwo's chubby palm, carefully handing it to Liu and with both hands. However, it must be noted that although old Chui currently seemed to be in stable condition, if it were to drag on for 3 more days, it could indeed become perilous. Yang Jingjing expressed her concerns. Who was closest? Luan furrowed his brow and inquired of a nearby staff member. The staff member, not daring to be negligent, promptly opened his laptop to conduct a search, soon providing a response. Currently, the closest individual is San Shotso Hua, who is hosting a solo concert in Fengcheng. Beyond that, no one else is capable of fulfilling the position of Guardian Level 1. Upon hearing this, Luan felt a weight settle in his heart. He was certainly aware of San Shotso Hua, yet he was merely an ordinary singer. Entrusting such a crucial task to him felt rather unsettling. However, reality was undeniably harsh. Individuals like old Chui, endowed with formidable souls, were exceedingly rare. The average person's soul strength simply did not meet the requirements. Thus, in this critical moment, they could only place their hopes on figures like old Chui. Just as a heavy silence enveloped the group, Liu Jiangwo suddenly stepped forward, offering himself. Why not let me go? After all, I don't need to possess anyone. Even if a vixen went, I doubt anything would happen. His declaration sent ripples through the crowd, immediately capturing everyone's attention. All gazes turned towards this brave soul who had stepped forward. What do you mean by nothing will happen? If it truly were the case, do you think you could still stand here unscathed after your earlier remarks? At this moment, Linghua firmly sided with Yang Jingjing for a simple reason. Liu Jiangwo was far more loathsome in comparison. Once Liu had established the tone, he continued, Jiangwo, you must go and invite San Shotso Hua at once. The rest of you need to draft a detailed report, which must be submitted on time tonight. Having said this, he himself needed to hasten to report the situation to his superiors. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Luan added, Oh, and Linghua, prepare 3 emergency plans. just in case something akin to the Lu incident occurs again. Upon hearing this, Linghua stomped her foot in frustration, gritting her teeth as she spat out, "You wretched serpent. Just wait until I tell my grandfather." Chapter 51. Drawing strength from the histories of predecessors regardless of how Orochimaru and the Lu family calculated their gains and losses. Kai Bin had distanced himself from the affair, comforting himself with the notion that without holding an official position, he bore no responsibility. Early in the morning, the vehicle that was supposed to pick him up for work had not arrived, and Lewin believed that Kai Bin's performance the previous night was devoid of substance, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. However, they remained oblivious to a significant issue. While it seemed they had returned together from the ninja world, in reality, Kai Bin had lingered there for a considerable duration, the differences in the flow of time leading them to feel otherwise. Fortunately, the vehicle to pick up the chubby son arrived. Lu Jiangwo's wife had made a special trip to assist them in completing the transfer procedures. Lu Jiangwo's wife operated an online cosmetics store, typically not too busy during the day. Nevertheless, she also explained that the chubby son would have a school bus, and if they did not mind, they could have dinner together with their daughter, Lu Huahua. Upon glancing at the dark-skinned girl with large eyes seated in the back, Kai Bin felt a twinge of unease as he seemingly witnessed Lu Huahua lick her lips. Is there chicken neck? Spicy, perhaps? The rather carefree son remained oblivious to the potential fate of becoming chicken neck himself. Roasted chicken is my second favorite. Have you ever tried bamboo rat? It's as plump as you. Lu Huahua's eyes sparkled with excitement. How disgusting. Do you enjoy eating snot candy? The chubby son continued to push the boundaries of distaste. Observing the two children engaged in fervent conversation, their parents exchanged awkward glances, both donning unnatural smiles. Thanks to the advance notice from Lu Jianjun, coupled with the social adeptness of his wife, the administrative procedures were executed with remarkable efficiency. Kai Bin treated everyone to lunch, after which he returned the children home and resumed work. Although Kai Bin was no longer involved in major research, he still felt compelled to report on a matter. He would be meeting with Shang Tai several times over the next few days. This was to ensure the maintenance of their close relationship, to better familiarize himself with the environment, and to keep abreast of Orochimaru's activities, all while maintaining a certain level of tension to avoid past issues. Lewin and the others briefly discussed the situation, realizing that closely monitoring Kai Bin was rather cumbersome. This individual seemed to flit about, and it was unnecessary for a being of considerable strength to watch him incessantly, rather than complicate matters. It would be wiser to grant him a degree of freedom, thus providing greater motivation. Ultimately, they had already established a connection with Orochimaru, and Kai Bin lacked the capacity to influence their course of action, making it more practical to simply go along with the current. In the afternoon, with nothing pressing to attend to, Kai Bin wished to engage Shang Tai in conversation, not only to share in the joy of his son's school transfer, but also to inquire about his training progress. Oh, the burdens of paternal responsibility. Recently, Shang Tai had been diligently practicing, but given the impending tasks, he could not afford to push himself too hard, and thus had forsworn his intense training regimen. With his body at rest, his mind became more active, and he recalled Kai Bin's chakra meridian chart. Do you not have a moment's respite? Kai Bin replied, at a loss for words. Ever since he had become acquainted with this band of rogue shinobi, he felt he had scarcely rested. However, he understood the urgency. The lifespan of those in the shinobi world was tragically short, compelling them to seize every fleeting moment. If I were young like you, cough. Never mind. Wait for me. Kai Bin felt that lamenting the passage of time would do a disservice to Shang Tai's youthful existence. Lo Ji, come here. Come here. Where's the ritual summoning? You wouldn't believe it, but I've recently learned to perform a shamanic dance. I could showcase it for you one day. Oh please, who doesn't know your vocal talents? What is the matter? You've summoned me twice in a month. Should I bring you some underwear? Lo Ji's teasing had merit. After adulthood, this group of classmates rarely kept in touch, especially Kai Bin, who was all too aware of his own lackluster situation. It had been 3 years since he last sent a New Year's greeting. Wow, a grand venture. If this works out, you could have a fresh pair of underwear every day. Huh, is your unit bidding? Quick, let me through the back door. What are you thinking? Do you recall the diagram you assisted me with last time? The client was exceedingly pleased. Indeed, my friend, you have encountered quite a gullible patron. That trivial item. I could produce 20 of them in 10 minutes. I only need $50 for one. Hold on, stop dreaming. What exactly do you desire? As for me, I have encountered a seasoned practitioner. Amiba, I do not deceive the Buddha. I would descend into the depths of hell. Oh, wise one. Perhaps a hot oil bath would be more fitting. Can you refrain from interjecting? Exceptionally rare. This sage is an avid fan of Naruto. His mind seems to have short-circuited. He wishes to employ Taoist techniques to cultivate ninjutsu, yet he is oblivious to the proper meridian operations and has concocted a plethora of chakra flow diagrams. Just like the ones from before. Those chakra flow diagrams appear akin to circuit schematics. It seems there are truly not enough fools these days. Regardless, he was quite satisfied with the previous materials and requested another sample. If all goes well, he intends to make future purchases. Are you certain he will compensate you? There are plenty of those inferior items in the Naruto section at the comic convention, far more visually appealing than mine. Does he genuinely believe otherwise? He desires not the extravagant, but rather the circuit-like diagrams you previously mentioned. What a lucrative endeavor this is, not taxing in the slightest. If only the sage had a child who could graduate from middle school, this money would be unattainable. What are you saying? His son is in 5th grade. He should be hustling for cash. The two old friends, amidst their casual banter, managed to finalize the deal. What shall we draw this time? Luigi is utterly bored, and he gladly accepts the amusement brought by Kai-bin. I have yet to inquire. Wait for me a moment. Kai-bin hurriedly traverses into the ninja realm to discuss with the elder what to illustrate. The elder, however, is equally uncertain about what to depict. Techniques that one can perform do not require illustration, while those one cannot perform cannot be illustrated. He actually wishes to explore. The disparity in power between water techniques is vast. Is chakra the sole determining factor? What role does chakra flow play? Kai-bin returned to the human realm. Who are you asking? How would I know? Luigi is at a loss for words. This foolish client seems a bit deranged, does he not? Here are a few images. These are the flow diagrams. Kai-bin handed over the elder's sketches to him. Just assume they are genuine and provide me with an analysis in due time. It will be immensely profitable. Very well, since I have nothing better to do. Luigi accepted this rather foolish task, unaware that he was altering the future of the ninja realm, never imagining what kind of elder would emerge from this. Kai-bin believed that simply conveying the client's request to the designer would suffice. He aimed to be a responsible client, avoiding unnecessary complications, refraining from adding extraneous elements, and steering clear of micromanagement. However, reality did not unfold as he anticipated. The designer has a multitude of questions, does he not? You must provide me with the fundamental operational standards. For instance, from this so-called Dantian to the Chi C, how long is the required flow time? What are the losses involved? What is the cycle of the Chi you mentioned? And what about the cycle of losses? What is the ratio of the consumption of ninjutsu release? Is there a problem with backlash? Should chakra and true energy be considered together? How is the degree of fusion calculated? What is the interference value when operating simultaneously? How would I know? Should I ask someone? Just those questions above. Please enlighten me so I can share with my classmates. Kai-bin relayed Luoji's inquiries to Shang-Tai, as he was reluctant to exert his mind. What are you talking about? If you don't want to figure it out, just say so. Where did these nonsensical terms come from? Shang-Tai was utterly perplexed, deeply suspecting that Kai-bin was merely trying to avoid effort. Oh dear, working as an intermediary is truly arduous. I'm not making any profit. Kai-bin also felt overwhelmed. He understood the basic principles of what Luoji wanted to ask. Yet his superficial knowledge of ninjutsu was insufficient for the interchange of two disciplines. Perhaps he should read a novel about physics and cultivation? How annoying. Why did I even start this? Shang-Tai guessed correctly. Kai-bin was indeed too lazy to engage his meager cognitive capacity in these matters. There was no alternative. Just as before, when he had sought out difficult Olympic competition problems for his chubby son, only to be unable to solve them himself. He had to immerse himself in the original textbooks, grappling with how to connect ninjutsu and circuit diagrams. Report to Orochimaru that we need to conduct research on ninjutsu and ask him to investigate the origins of the stolen scroll. Kai-bin insisted on consulting the leadership for any issues, as thinking for himself was too taxing. Are you sure you have this qualification? I certainly do not. I merely follow task assignments. Shang-Tai felt that Kai-bin consistently struggled to discern the appropriate balance. Sometimes he appeared overly relaxed in front of prominent figures. Yet at other times, he seemed excessively timid, truly indicative of a split psyche. Furthermore, we should retain some trump cards and not disclose everything. Shang-Tai cautioned Kai-bin. Indeed, I lacked that awareness. Since childhood, Kai-bin had developed the habit of reporting problems to teachers and delegating issues to the organization. So whenever he had a small notion, he would eagerly present it, entirely devoid of crisis awareness and self-preservation instincts. Allow me to ponder this. Kaibin realized that he could only rely on his own ingenuity. When no one else could be counted on, he finally found the time to reflect calmly. He certainly lacked the ability to merge ninjutsu with physical principles. It would be more feasible to hope for him to pass a graduate entrance exam. Expecting Shang Tai to master circuits and Luo Ji to learn ninjutsu was an impossible task. He could not establish instant communication, let alone engage in teaching. As Kaibin himself lacked that proficiency. If only there were someone who could rapidly master these subjects. Kaibin sighed inwardly. Wait, there is indeed such a person, the copy ninja, Kakashi. What a pity that he is not such a genius himself. Copy, replicate, counterfeit, imitate. Kaibin seemed to have clarified his thoughts. How did our predecessors manage when they were impoverished and their technology was blocked by Western nations? He recalled having come across a phrase online, wherein Russian aviation experts purportedly remarked on the two nations of China and India. When Chinese individuals observe advanced equipment from a distance of 10 meters, they can nearly replicate it, whereas Indian individuals, even with hands-on instruction, struggle to assemble it. He vaguely remembered. From his childhood days spent in the residential compound of his workplace, the elders excitedly proclaiming, "Our country has produced this lathe." Subsequently, there would always be an exuberant uncle, spitting as he spoke, recounting how they meticulously replicated it one-to-one, how they reverse-engineered it, and how they burned the midnight oil, disregarding dangers in the process. Isn't this a method? Isn't this the invaluable experience and boundless strength bestowed upon us by our predecessors? Kaibin's eyes sparkled increasingly bright as he clapped his hands together. Draw me the simplest chakra flow diagram and hand-sign relationship chart. Whatever you can draw will suffice. Start with 3 or 5. Kaibin shouted with excitement. Shang Tai signaled to Kaibin to temper his enthusiasm, as excessive attention would be undesirable, and immediately began to draw. Shang Tai possessed commendable artistic skills, and his innate talent for guiding chakra greatly aided in expressing its flow. Even Kaibin, a novice, grasped the principles behind the shadow clone technique. I must show this to him, Kaibin exclaimed, clutching the drawing as if it were a treasure. Wait, leave a shadow clone behind. First, I need to test if your shadow clone can retain its memory upon your return. Second, we will continue our research here, and when you come back, you can directly acquire the memories. Shang Tai's cultivation experience was indeed more extensive. All right, Kaibin, without further thought, promptly complied. In truth, delving into these issues proved to be quite intricate and convoluted. Luo Ji had numerous inquiries, resulting in exceptionally frequent communication between the two parties. Kaibin found himself perpetually occupied, swiftly jotting down the various questions posed by Luo Ji, and then exhibiting a miraculous ability to traverse time and space. He journeyed to the past, relaying these questions back to Shang Tai in a timely manner. Once the task was complete, Kaibin once again wielded his supernatural abilities, recalling his shadow clone and instructing it to meticulously record the research findings just produced by Shang Tai. Finally, he hurried back to his original position, fervently typing away on the computer, maintaining close contact with Luo Ji, and sharing information in real time. Observing the frantically busy Kaibin, his colleagues could not help but shake their heads. They had long since grown accustomed to the workaholic state of Kaibin. Could it be that he was experiencing a midlife crisis? How could he so quickly plunge into work with such fervor, almost as if possessed? 2 days passed, and significant progress was made as the three individuals toiled late into the night, leading Kaibin to reminisce about his university days. I believe we are nearly there. A simpler version can be accomplished as per your request. However, if we aim for something more complex, reaching the level of shadow-grade ninjutsu from the comics is likely beyond my capabilities alone. That evening, Luo Ji sought a moment of respite. Moreover, he had thoughts he wished to share with Kaibin. I say, brother, life isn't easy for any of us. Can I trust this money of yours? When Luo Ji spoke these words, he seemed a bit embarrassed, yet he truly had consumed a considerable amount of energy over the past few days. My mind, alas, I forgot to mention it. Kaibin slapped his forehead. Can you settle the bill with gold bars? Kaibin chuckled lewdly through the chat application. Chapter 52. Preaching in the name of the Supreme Elder. You could even settle with your underwear. What exactly do you wish to convey? Luo Ji felt bewildered by his old friend's antics, sensing that his closest companion might be trying to ensnare him. Kaibin had a sudden epiphany. As a Taoist, he was likely to possess many unconventional methods. He himself had stated that it was quite normal for many to seek him out for fortune-altering services, offering money or gifts in return. Among them were some rather dubious individuals who had gifted him various unsavory items, including gold bars without proper documentation, which he intended to present as project funds. Kaibin believed his concocted excuse was flawless and eagerly awaited Luo Ji's response. "Have you stumbled upon money laundering?" Luo Ji blurted out, having indulged in enough gossip to immediately sense something amiss. "Huh, what did you say?" Kaibin had not anticipated his friend's imaginative leap, marveling at how Luo Ji could weave such a coherent narrative from his haphazard fabrications. "What nonsense! Who would use your trashy programs for laundering money? Who would he sell it to?" Kaibin naturally held firm to his principles, still pondering whether he could cash out his gold bars, realizing that if Luo Ji could take over, it would indicate he had connections. If all else failed, earning a little profit would not be a loss, after all. With someone like Orochimaru in the picture, who could doubt the value of gold? "Stop with the nonsense. You're laundering money. Are you trying to set me up for failure?" Luo Ji exclaimed indignantly, shocked to discover that Kaibin, the portly friend, had betrayed their cause to engage in underhanded dealings. "So what if it doesn't work out? What is the big deal? Why get so worked up?" Kaibin scoffed. Realizing that his ambitions were once again dashed, striking it rich was indeed a challenging endeavor. "I firmly oppose all actions that undermine our nation's laws and express my strong condemnation towards those who engage in such behaviors," Luo Ji declared with righteous fervor. Reminiscent of their childhood days of wearing the red scarf, he vividly recalled the moment Luo Ji had excitedly let out a loud fart. As expected, however, upon completing the act, Luo Ji reverted to his true nature. "I do not oppose any actions that hinder foreign corrupt forces." Kaibin was genuinely taken aback. It was surprising that he had never noticed that this elder had secretly colluded with those foreign devils, turning into a traitor. Kaibin was indeed quite astonished. Despite Luo Ji's years of struggling in the bustling city, he had only recently managed to live without worry. Kaibin was all too aware of his friend's capabilities. After all, they had grown up together, knowing each other inside and out. In today's society, what truly matters? It is, of course, connections. "Hey, your statement contradicts itself. I recall 3 years ago you insisted that success depended on wealth. Can the past and the present truly be compared? Each moment is unique, and circumstances have undoubtedly changed. Enlighten me. Do you remember Guoyang? He has gone to a distant, beautiful place to teach, has he not?" Guoyang was their high school classmate who dropped out during his second year to pursue business. After years of relentless effort, he was rumored to have fled under a mountain of debt, seeking solace in that picturesque faraway land. Subsequently, Uncle Mao came to investigate their neighborhood, and it was said that he was wanted abroad for swindling individuals. However, he has since reformed. Luo Ji scoffed at Kaibin's ignorance. "Come now. Anyone who can deceive their compatriots abroad will never have a good life. In that wretched place, one can only indulge in vice, gambling, deceit, theft, the full spectrum of moral decay. This is the essence of corruption, a reflection of your ignorance. That beautiful distant land surely could not have been his salvation. He returned 7 years ago, having accepted coercion, and was sentenced to 3 years, but he has since emerged, transformed by his homeland, and must now be trustworthy. Guoyang, in a moment of desperation 4 years ago, returned home secretly to celebrate the new year, only to be spotted by one of his victims, who apprehended him on New Year's Eve. He, too, had been a victim of deception, having extended kindness to many during his time abroad, yet he gained nothing for himself. All these factors culminated in a sentence that could only be considered mild, given his cooperation and contributions, though the specifics of those contributions remain undisclosed. And what of his current endeavors? Is he now trafficking in stolen goods? Kaibin inquired, curiosity piqued. "Let us speak plainly. That gold bar you possess is indeed stolen property." "Haha," Luo Ji interjected, recalling that he had always been a favored student in their teacher's eyes. "Enough of this frivolity. Let us continue. He has ventured back to that beautiful distant place once more. During his time abroad, he assisted an individual who had influential relatives there, who, in gratitude, invited him to work again. Surely he has not been deceived again. This time, he has not. He felt embarrassed by his previous conviction and could no longer remain in his hometown, lacking any means of livelihood, so he gritted his teeth and returned. This time, he has made something of himself. It is said he is engaged in the trade of container blind boxes, unclaimed items sold to foreigners, akin to gambling with stones. The items in your possession could easily be exchanged for foreign currency. How do you know so much? Did he confide in you? Is he deceiving you? A dog cannot change its nature. Humph. Those foreigners. Are you aware of the sensational news from last year? It was reported that a foreigner discovered incriminating evidence against our arch-nemesis. Was it not? I have heard. Was it not a generous donation? They even received our certificate. The photograph was discovered in a blind box and delivered to that foreigner. But why? Why did he not handle it himself? Why? Fool. This is called infiltrating the enemy's ranks, waiting for the opportune moment to act. If you disclose this, they will certainly keep an eye on you. Do you not realize how rampant surveillance is there? I do not believe you. You have yet to explain how you came to know all this. How do I know? Humph. Heavens. His return is precisely due to my report. He deceived me out of 50,000 yuan. Guo Liang and Luo Ji's families have long been acquainted. Old Guo almost knelt before Luo Ji's father over this matter. It was not merely to shield Luo Ji and reduce his sentence, but rather out of remorse towards his old labor companion. At one point, old Guo nearly resorted to violence against his own son, and it was only through Luo Ji's tearful pleas while clinging to Guo Liang that he was spared from such a fate. Thus, the two reconciled. And during Guo Liang's imprisonment, Luo Ji frequently visited him. Naturally, even after venturing to distant lands, their connection remained unbroken. With the context laid bare and the workday nearing its end, Kai Bin and Luo Ji conspired to extract more gold bars from the old Taoist, planning to split the money Guo Liang would exchange. They needed to be cautious and keep him stable for the time being. When will you come over? I'll give you a gold bar beforehand. Kai Bin had not forgotten the significant matter at hand. I wouldn't dare take it. I'll contact Guo Liang and let him find a way. Luo Ji, being timid, was only willing to reap benefits without facing risks. Such individuals are often the easiest to deceive. With delight, Kai Bin prepared to traverse into the realm of ninjas, intending to inquire from Shangtai about the specific address for the gold bars, eagerly anticipating fortune. Lord Orochimaru wishes to see you. A splash of cold water came crashing down. The nature of being busy for oneself and working for a superior is vastly different, particularly when it involves Orochimaru. For the mentally fragmented Kai Bin, just hearing Orochimaru's name sent shivers down his spine. During their encounters, he often spoke freely due to excessive fear-induced reactions. The key issue was that once the crisis passed, he would forget everything. Thus, despite others noticing his symptoms of mental illness, he remained unchanged, proceeding as usual. This was also the reason Orochimaru preferred not to interrogate him. Dealing with such a character meant deciphering the truth from a flurry of nonsensical ramblings. Kai-jun, I find your topic quite intriguing, Orochimaru remarked, his complexion still pale, almost translucent. Hee. Kai Bin recalled his previous nonsensical outpourings. Unsure which of his words piqued Orochimaru's interest, he could only respond with a foolish grin. There are many methods to achieve one's goals. It is not always necessary to resort to slaughter. Orochimaru seemed to have no expectation for Kai Bin to retain this, stating it plainly. Oh, it seems the plan to spare the Third's life and reconstruct Konoha's Sound Village is on the agenda? What the devil am I to do? Should we first divide the land, or confront the daimyo? Kai Bin nervously ground his teeth, truly unsure of how to proceed. Then without killing anyone, how do you propose to ensure their obedience? Orochimaru continued to inquire. What do you mean? You wish to control the third? Isn't that too ambitious? You intend to use ninjutsu on a Hokage? Kai Bin found Orochimaru's ideas overly fanciful. As for ninjutsu, I need to ask you, what methods do you possess to control the fourth Kazekage, Luosha? Orochimaru's clear voice ensnared Kai Bin as if he were under a spell, leaving him bewildered as to why he needed to control the fourth Kazekage. Had they not conspired just days prior to eliminate Raza? The Konoha Council had dispatched numerous capable individuals. What was happening? Was Orochimaru, of all people, intent on becoming virtuous today? One could not deny the formidable prowess of the third Hokage, thus necessitating a test subject to validate Orochimaru's assertions. Orochimaru, pragmatic as ever, laid bare his thoughts. Let us select a less formidable target for our endeavors. Boss, wouldn't it be wiser to pursue a smaller nation rather than one of the 5 great shinobi countries? Kai Bin harbored a deep disdain for those powerful figures. Their aspirations for suitable test subjects were exceedingly scant, and their actions often drew excessive attention. However, he dared not voice his reservations outright, instead offering a subtle suggestion. I initially considered beginning with your Sound Village, given its solid foundation and stability. I am rather occupied. Kai, Orochimaru replied, his slitted eyes emanating an even more menacing aura, suffusing the air with a palpable sense of dread that enveloped Kai Bin. At that moment, Kaibin truly felt frozen, bereft of any thoughts of forming hand seals. And I have little affection for failure, Orochimaru remarked, a sly smile gracing his lips. Kaibin swallowed hard, fully aware of his inability to refuse Orochimaru's command. Very well, I shall endeavor to discover a means to control the fourth Kazekage, he conceded. Resigned to his fate. Capture him by tomorrow, Orochimaru reminded him with a grin. Tomorrow? Oh dear. Kaibin lamented, raking his fingers through the sparse remnants of his hair. Wait, calm down, methodology, let's approach this from a principled standpoint. Forcing himself to regain composure, he muttered to himself while contemplating. What methods exist for controlling an individual? One could exploit their weaknesses or their needs. With closed eyes, he paced back and forth, pondering the vulnerabilities of a person, family, children, colleagues. The Kazekage had lost his wife, and his child had been transformed into a Jinchuriki through his own torment. His subordinates were fiercely loyal. But did any hold enough significance to him that he would risk his life for them? The genius of information leaks began to manifest once more within Kaibin. What were his needs? For a common ninja, becoming a powerful shinobi was not his foremost concern. He had never exhibited the same fervor for ninjutsu research as Scorpion had. His use of sand techniques was merely conventional. As Kaibin continued to reflect, Orochimaru sensed that he seemed to possess a wealth of information about the shinobi world. Albeit partially understood, yet collectively illuminating. To be a Kage? He already was. But it was about the village, a formidable village. For a common ninja to ascend to the position of Kage and endure for so long was no small feat. One must remember that the fourth Hokage had perished under treachery. The death of the Yellow Flash must have profoundly impacted him. He needed to fortify his position to strengthen the village. Otherwise, he would not have sacrificed so many interests to Konoha during his early governance. And he must currently be facing intense internal dissent. Kaibin felt his thoughts becoming increasingly lucid. Thus, Mr. Orochimaru, your persuasion of him to join you in attacking Konoha, was it not based on this rationale? Kaibin turned his gaze towards Orochimaru, who appeared quite pleased. Kaibin's intelligence-gathering capabilities had nearly compensated for his own shortcomings. Almost. After the plan's conclusion, he would acquire the majority of the resources as spoils of war, and if possible, a portion of fertile land as well, Orochimaru replied. The resources obtained through warfare would soon be depleted, and this was not a sustainable strategy. Moreover, he lacked the necessary strength. It is because of your presence that he dares to take such risks. It seems his position in Sunagakure is precarious. However, if it were merely for power, that would not align with his character. He bears humiliation and burdens, preparing for a grand emergence. Truly, he is the formidable Raikage who halted the Cloud Shinobi. His ultimate aim remains the village's strength. Alas, with limited power, tragedy is inevitable. I am curious, Mr. Orochimaru. What is your ultimate goal in seeking to control the fourth Kazekage? Have you not already revealed the answer? He intends to strengthen Sunagakure. A person like that, even if a fool, ought not to be retained. The village should not harbor such thoughts. I understand now. You are Konoha's Hokage, regardless of whether you hold that title. I wonder if you are aware that as long as there are interests at stake, he will perpetually bring about war. Konoha will always remain under threat. Then let us eliminate them all. It would be far simpler that way. Kaibin began to sweat. I have another method. To control an individual, the most crucial aspect is to manage their finances. To govern a nation, the best approach is to influence their thoughts and economy. Kaibin finally recognized what he intended to articulate. We can prepare in two ways. First, by controlling the economy of Sunagakure through trade. Certainly not limited to monopolizing shinobi missions. Second, by swaying their thoughts, a task that Heichi and his associates can accomplish. If I were to ask you to undertake this, what would you do? Orochimaru inquired. Me? Kaibin rubbed his forehead. We possess a potent tool for thought control, religion. I am also aware of a name, Lousy. We could foster an organization that is sympathetic to Sunagakure, existing in the form of assisting Raikage. Ultimately, we would exert control over them both ideologically and economically. Ahem. Kaibin cleared his throat. This is called the Color Revolution. Chapter 53. The Kazekage is also a shadow under Orochimaru's patient guidance. Kaibin finally set aside all psychological burdens and spoke at length. For 2 hours. Kaibin had never uttered so many words. He recounted the War of the Washing Powders, discussed the spring and autumn period, reminisced about the October Revolution, and described Che Guevara, whether from textbooks, online resources, or exaggerated tales shared among colleagues. He laid it all bare. He was overly relaxed. even casually inviting Shangtai to serve tea, exuding an air of camaraderie reminiscent of discussions on heroes with Xuanda. It was not until Orochimaru noted that he had recounted some stories thrice that he was finally brought to a halt, receiving a task that concluded this boastful exchange. Capturing Luosha? Upon discovering this news through a messaging app, Lewin felt quite astonished. Although the difficulty had not significantly increased, Orochimaru's intentions remained inscrutable. Was Kaibin up to something once again? Linghua had always held reservations about Kaibin, detesting collaboration with fools. Maintaining a certain degree of contact with Shangtai was part of the established plan, and it was inconceivable that Orochimaru would associate with someone like Kaibin. In fact, one of our paramount tasks at this juncture is to ensure that he does not fall victim to Orochimaru's machinations. Heichi, who had frequent interactions with Kaibin, perceived him as a timid and honest individual, unlikely to present significant issues as long as he remained minimally involved. Regardless of the reasons, the fates of a few Hokage characters could not sway the larger tide. Once a breach was opened, we could guarantee stable transportation, making everything else inconsequential. For the time being, let him proceed as he wishes, Lewin resolved. He was not particularly adept at grand strategic planning, but the National Virtue Bureau was. Liu Jianjun had just provided a report. Is everyone assembled? Lewin inquired. Senshou Tsunghua has a concert tonight. He will definitely be available tomorrow. The others have already arrived, Liu Jiangwo reported. Then let us all rest well and proceed according to the plan. Dismissed. Uncertain of how to rectify the discrepancies in the flow of time, it was nonetheless clear that Kaibin was summoned by Shangtai at dusk in the ninja realm, coinciding with the end of the workday in the human realm. Today, Kaibin once again managed to catch a ride, courtesy of Liu Jiangwo. Disinterested in criticizing the snobbish Liu family, Kaibin settled into the car. Kaibin wasted no words. He was well acquainted with the process. As Heichi and the others boarded in succession. This is Liu Jinan, our family's protector. Heichi introduced the newcomer. Liu Xiang was indeed under house arrest. For the sake of long-term development and to avoid unnecessary troubles, we hope that during combat, Mr. Orochimaru can establish a barrier. Given our unfamiliarity with the battles in this area, we are uncertain if it would create excessive commotion, attracting unwanted attention. Heichi made a request. This is not an issue. We will take responsibility once the battle commences, Yakushi Kabuto interjected. Orochimaru was not particularly inclined to converse with Heichi. He still wished to meet Liu Xiang. Heichi and Yakushi Kabuto began to discuss the situation and arrange the next steps for the battle plan. Approximately an hour later, Luosha would come to meet Orochimaru, accompanied by very few guards, with the ambush point selected 2 kilometers away from their current location. Apart from the barrier, Orochimaru would provide no support or intelligence, allowing the Liu family to showcase their own strength. Certainly, in moments of inadequacy, Orochimaru would personally intervene. These conditions were also considered by the Black-Clad group, who were acutely aware of Orochimaru's capricious nature and had even prepared for potential treachery. Soon, a figure emerged in the distance, gradually coming into view. The wind swept across the plain, swirling up dust that enveloped 3 silhouettes, bestowing an air of mystery and confidence. Raza, hailing from humble beginnings, had attained the position of Kazekage through his talent and diligence. The Sand Village's recognition of him stemmed primarily from his pragmatic efforts to unify all factions within the village. Undoubtedly, his strength, which had likely surpassed that of the 3rd Hokage, served as his greatest assurance. Orochimaru, will the plan require any modifications? Raza pondered, noting that his authority lacked the necessary intimidation in the presence of Orochimaru. The powerful jutsu I mentioned earlier, I believe you should be informed about it in advance. With a smile, Orochimaru began to form hand seals. Raza's guards, taken aback, swiftly moved aside, trusting in their leader's prowess. While they prepared to ascertain whether any ambush lay in wait, the formidable presence of powerful ninjas was still 3 kilometers away. Yet several seemingly ordinary individuals were gradually approaching them. The sensing ninja immediately signaled to another, while the close combat specialist maneuvered around to intercept the approaching figures. The ground trembled slightly as a coffin emerged, and the 3rd Kazekage stepped forth from within. Orochimaru, what is your intention? Raza inquired with a furrowed brow, simultaneously bracing himself for combat. This jutsu is called Edo Tensei, capable of summoning the souls of the deceased to resurrect them. Orochimaru explained with a grin, inserting a kunai inscribed with seals into the mind of the 3rd Kazekage. Although the 3rd's strength was only at 80 to 90% of his peak, he possessed an inexhaustible reserve of chakra. As Orochimaru leisurely formed hand seals, steam began to emanate from the third Kazekage's body. Such potent chakra. Truly the chakra of the third Kazekage. Fourth Kazekage, you must exercise caution. The sensing ninja, an elder of the Sand Village, was well acquainted with the third. Raza? Are you the fourth now? The third Kazekage suddenly spoke. Is something amiss? Orochimaru was taken aback. After his last experiment, he had fortified the seal's control, and the third should not have been able to speak. What are you doing here? Have you been ambushed by Orochimaru? How did you come to lead the village? The third began to reprimand Raza. In truth, he is collaborating with me to devise a plan for the destruction of Konoha. Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed, as he discreetly formed seals to identify the source of the problem. Has Konoha become so feeble? No, Scorpion would not dare such a thing. By what right do you lead the Sand Village toward its own demise? The third, aflame with fury, recalled the battle with Scorpion, which had made him acutely aware of the deficiencies in both talent cultivation and village infrastructure. The prodigious ninja, once a beacon of brilliance, found himself unable to serve his village and ultimately became a traitor, rendering his demise utterly meaningless. The third Hokage reflected on the formidable Tsunagakure. After the war, the weakened Konohagakure would pale in comparison to the might of the Sand Village, heralding a new era. Raosha resolutely embraced this notion, recognizing that the only recourse for Tsunagakure was to take a gamble. Fool, you. Orochimaru finally succeeded in his control, and the third's facial expression returned to a placid state. Suddenly, sand and iron erupted from his body. Isn't battle the most eloquent form of communication? Orochimaru sneered insidiously. The ninja who circled around was a puppeteer, tasked not only with eliminating the troublesome shinobi surrounding the fourth Kazekage, but also with signaling. After distancing himself from Orochimaru by a kilometer, he hastily attempted to send the signal, only to find it failed to transmit. Realization dawned upon him. They had fallen into a trap. Without turning back, he surmised that a barrier must be restricting them. Orochimaru would not dare to set up a barrier in the Kazekage's presence, nor would he have the opportunity. Thus, this barrier must be fragile. If he could reach its edge, he could dismantle it. The ordinary individuals present bore no trace of chakra, but now was not the time to concern himself with them. The puppeteer's deductions were astute, yet the four figures approached him at an alarming speed. So that's it. The puppeteer understood. Those capable of concealing their chakra must be adept in barrier techniques. Thus, he resolved to eliminate them first. Forming hand seals, the puppeteer simultaneously reduced his speed to avoid close combat. An arm emerged from behind him, and with a swift motion, 10 fingers transformed into flying stones, hurtling towards his adversaries. But the onslaught did not end there. From the newly formed openings, nearly 100 steel needles shot forth, blanketing the four figures in a vast area. Zero Flower, Black 7 shouted. A parasol-shaped hairpin suddenly soared from Zero Flower's head, rapidly enlarging to envelop the group. The surface of the parasol resonated with a cacophony of impacts as the steel needles collided, even producing a buzzing sound. Shortly thereafter, the initial barrage of fingers detonated, sending the parasol soaring to the side. Black 7 and his companions did not falter. Rather, they quickened their charge, dispersing to launch an assault from the left, center, and right. To their astonishment, their foes remained unperturbed, maintaining their remarkable speed. Before the puppeteer could react, a short sword was thrust into his corporeal front, not the main body. Black 7's tactics diverged from those typically seen in the ninja world. He would not halt directly in front of his opponent after a charge, only to discover mutual destruction through explosive tags. In reality, halting after high-speed movement proved to be exceedingly challenging, should one truly come to a stop. According to the law of conservation of momentum, the moment of contact with the enemy would occur at the slowest speed, making one most susceptible to counterattack. Thus, the Black 7 practiced cavalry tactics, striking swiftly and then evading. The other three, upon witnessing his success, refrained from approaching. Consequently, when the puppet doppelganger detonated, no one was affected. Over there, Lu Jianjun pointed to the sand beneath Lu Jinan's feet. The puppet master was not adept in close combat, but excelled in ambushes, opting to target those who appeared weaker. According to the conventions of the ninja world, women are deemed weaker than men, and the young are considered stronger than the old. Thus, the feminine and effeminate were the first to be eliminated. Lu Jinan became the primary target, for who could blame him after last night's revelry that left him unprepared? With a series of sharp sounds, several steel needles shot forth from the sand, striking Lu Jinan with 5 or 6 of them. One down. The puppet master spat out sand, striking a pose of triumph. Not the real body, over there. Lu Jianjun pointed again towards Ling Hua. Damn Earth-style puppet master. Ling Hua hastily maneuvered a considerable distance, keeping a watchful eye on the ground beneath her. A dull thud resonated. Lu Jianjun knelt, wielding a short staff. With the staff as the pivot, the earth surged violently before settling into silence. He reached into the ground, retrieving a corpse, its 7 orifices bleeding, and cast it aside. Is it dead? Ling Hua rushed over to inspect, confirming the lifelessness before searching the body. Takaguchi is dead. There's no chakra response from the opponent. The sensing ninja shouted. Then we shall not hold back. The sand beneath Orochimaru began to stir. You should reminisce first. With premeditated precision, Orochimaru evaded the attack with a body flicker technique. While the 3rd Kazekage's iron sand immediately surged towards Luo Sha and his companions. Such a simplistic assault could not contend with Luo Sha. He deftly commanded the sand to rapidly form a protective barrier. Attempt to escape, and you will find no utility here. Luo Sha coolly ordered the sensing ninja. The guards cannot abandon the shadow. The sensing ninja would certainly not depart. If you are fast enough, you could lead the others in ambush to pursue you. Luo Sha, a pragmatist, sometimes regarded himself with an overly rational perspective, considering even his own existence as secondary. The sensing ninja did not argue, throwing a smoke bomb. They vanished from sight. I want them alive. Orochimaru commanded Kabuto. Now, we enter the private gathering. Orochimaru stood leisurely to the side, orchestrating the battle between the 3rd Kazekage and Luo Sha. The contest of strength between the 3rd Kazekage at 80% of his power and the peak 4th Kazekage would not yield a swift resolution. However, time was of the essence for Orochimaru. Luo Sha's prolonged absence and the guards' failure to send timely signals indicated that reinforcements would soon arrive, jeopardizing the entire plan. Yet, Orochimaru seemed unfazed, watching the confrontation unfold with detached interest. What is Orochimaru up to? Were we not supposed to take action? Ling Hua felt frustrated. The plan was for Orochimaru to contain Luo Sha, drawing him into the barrier set by the Sound Ninja Quartet, allowing them to rush in and swiftly conclude the battle. Yet, Orochimaru had chosen to intervene himself. What was his intention? If he is capable of taking action himself, why summon Heike and the others? Can the body truly regenerate? If chakra is indeed boundless, then that is a formidable technique. Rasha quickly discerned the characteristics of the Edo Tensei. However, is this jutsu not exceedingly disrespectful to the deceased? After all, he is the Kazekage of the Sand Village. With a furious roar, Rasha shattered the 3rd sand armor with his gold sand, breaking the 3rd's body once more. Before it could restore, Rasha swiftly sealed the scattered fragments of the 3rd, preventing them from reassembling. Quite intriguing. Orochimaru's expression brightened. We are the Wind Shadow. Rasha's gaze remained resolute. Chapter 54. Let's finish the fight first. Efficiency is paramount. Observing the 4 oddly dressed individuals gradually closing in on him, Rasha's lips curled into a scornful smile as he mockingly addressed Orochimaru. Orochimaru, who would have thought you now need to rely on others to contend with me? In response to Rasha's provocation, Orochimaru merely returned a faint smile, his demeanor calm and unruffled, as if everything were well within his grasp. He then replied softly, Rasha, ensure your survival first, and we can discuss this matter later. Otherwise, are we not wasting each other's time? At that moment, the smile on Orochimaru's face radiated an unusual sense of composure, a confidence that set Rasha on high alert. Humph, are you afraid of my reinforcements arriving? Rasha attempted to provoke Orochimaru with words, yet in his heart, he understood that his delaying tactics would likely prove ineffective. Thus, while contemplating a countermeasure, he tightened his control over the gold sand beside him and focused intently on the 4 individuals ahead. How peculiar. Not a trace of chakra emanated from these 4. Yet it was evident that they were preparing to act. A feeling of foreboding washed over Rasha. He observed as the somewhat alluring bald man formed a tiger seal and began to chant incantations. Before long, fine droplets of rain, as delicate as cow hair, began to fall from the heavens, enveloping Rasha entirely. No longer could he afford to remain passive. Though uncertain of the tricks these individuals were employing, Rasha decisively chose to take the offensive. In an instant, a surging wave of sand rushed forth like a tidal wave towards the opposing group, as if the very earth were stirred by tumultuous seas. Lu Jinan gripped the hand seals tightly, swiftly darting away. It turned out he had merely feigned injury. The sharp steel needles, upon making contact with the moisture on his skin, seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, clinging to him without inflicting any harm. Initially, Lu Jinan had intended to seize the opportunity to approach the enemy and deliver a fatal strike. However, he was taken aback by Lu Jianjun's prowess, as he decisively concluded the battle in a single move. As the protector of the Lu family, Lu Jinan stands as one of the most seasoned members of his clan, possessing a wealth of practical experience amassed over recent decades. At this moment, he meticulously undertakes the preparatory measures outlined in the pre-battle strategy. Heiqi and Ling Hua are acutely aware of the heavy responsibility resting upon their shoulders. They must devise a means to temporarily stall Luo Sha, thus affording Lu Jinan the necessary time to unleash his incantations. Consequently, they do not retreat too far. Without hesitation, Ling Hua retrieves a delicate, intricately designed umbrella from above, once again unfurling it in front of her, just as before. Meanwhile, Heiqi reveals his true form in an instant, his robust and formidable frame resembling an impregnable fortress, steadfastly shielding Ling Hua at the center. With a resounding crash, the umbrella, crafted from a special material, shatters instantaneously, and the sand gold surges forth like a tumultuous torrent, carrying with it a cloud of dust that rushes towards Heiqi. Undaunted, Heiqi's scales begin to shimmer, emanating a faint azure glow. The ensuing thud sends both Heiqi and Ling Hua hurtling backward like arrows released from a bow. Yet the relentless sand does not relent. It pursues them tenaciously, akin to a pack of ravenous beasts, determined to bury them beneath the boundless desert. Dazed by the impact, Heiqi momentarily struggles to regain his senses. Fortunately, Ling Hua remains unscathed. With remarkable agility, he seizes a scale from Heiqi and, with a vigorous tug, successfully extricates them from the reach of the pursuing sand. As the healer of the group, Ling Hua possesses not only formidable restorative abilities, but also astonishing swiftness. However, Lu Jianjun lacks such speed and defensive resilience. He is swiftly engulfed by the sand. One down, Luo Sha mutters, clenching his hands in preparation to crush Lu Jianjun. Something feels amiss. Luo Sha's initial attack seems ineffective. The sand appears to be hindered by some interference, preventing his chakra from fully manifesting. A piercing sound of metal grinding gradually intensifies, akin to someone vigorously scraping metal against rough stone. The sand pressing down on Lu Jianjun suddenly loosens, failing to coalesce, while a few grains of sand gold remain unaffected. Yet they cannot prevent Lu Jianjun from breaking free. Emerging from the mound of sand, disheveled and covered in dust, he still clutches the short staff he had earlier wielded. The jarring noise ceases, and Luo Sha's control over the sand reasserts itself, compelling him to confront the unfamiliar adversaries before him. No wonder they could be summoned by Orochimaru to ambush him. These individuals possess quite unique abilities, seemingly heavily reliant on their weapons. Luo Sha is not caught off guard. The immense quantity of sand is conspicuous, yet the minuscule grains are difficult to evade, as the fine sand inches closer to the group. Suddenly, a light drizzle escalates into a torrential downpour. Luo Sha senses his sand gold becoming heavier, especially around these individuals. The golden sand was entirely pulled down to the ground by the rain. What kind of technique is this? The viscous rain, an intriguing notion, seems to be directed at me. Orochimaru is truly exerting great effort, although I am uncertain as to why Orochimaru decided to betray me despite our collaboration. Rasha is not one to remain passive. Manipulating the sand to shield himself from the rain descending upon him, he began forming hand seals. Suddenly, colossal spears composed of sand emerged from the earth, relentlessly pursuing the few individuals, poised to create a substantial hole for them. The four were forced to evade while retreating, gradually distancing themselves from Rasha. What Rasha desired was time. He awaited the guards to signal for reinforcements. However, Lu Jinan did not grant him this opportunity. As the individuals retreated further, the sand following them multiplied exponentially, enveloping the four like a torrential storm. Enough, Lu Jinan bellowed, his eyes shimmering with intensity, causing the pursuing sand to immediately plummet. To say it fell would not be entirely accurate. It was more aptly described as being suppressed by an immense force. This downpour was Lu Jinan's serpent-esque saliva, meticulously orchestrated to lure out as much golden sand as possible before applying pressure, thereby rendering Rasha's close-range defenses most vulnerable. At that moment, the sand seemed to embody the weight of Mount Tai, overwhelming Rasha's control. A bolt of blue lightning signified the transformation of Heiqi back into human form. With a sword crackling with thunder, he lunged at Rasha's abdomen, producing a muted thud, akin to a defeated drum. This strike inflicted minimal damage. The sand enveloping him remained intact, continuing to serve its ultimate defensive purpose. Heichi promptly relinquished the short sword, darting past from the side. Buzz! The sound of a short staff echoed again, as Lu Jianjun precisely struck Rasha's calf. The staff did not breach the sandy armor's defense but shattered the sand anchoring his feet. As Heichi flipped over, he delivered a palm strike to Rasha's back, sending him hurtling away. The sand did not assault the two. Instead, it closely followed Rasha, further tightening its grip around him. Rasha grimaced and quickly distanced himself from the others. Though the previous strike had not inflicted significant physical harm, it left him feeling perturbed. Utilizing the penetrating force of the Tombe fist, Heichi attacked Rasha's internal organs through the sand. Oh, having joined the other three in executing the 4 Red Yang formation, do you suddenly realize that sound ninjutsu could be employed in this manner? In just 2 brief encounters, he observed that Lu Jianjun's short staff was, in essence, a sound-based attack similar to his own, dispersing the sand attached to the golden sand through the resonance of sound waves, thereby significantly diminishing the power of magnetic ninjutsu. Particularly with the strike to the calf, he distinctly witnessed the scattering of sand at that location. It seemed that sound need not be limited to illusions or powerful attacks. He would certainly practice this further upon returning. Rasha felt astonished. How could these individuals, devoid of chakra, execute attacks surpassing those of seasoned jonin? Moreover, why has my guard yet to notify the reinforcements? Suddenly, a massive figure dashed towards us, a 4-tailed fox, clutching my messenger in its mouth. As the fox approached, it set down the guard and transformed into the guise of a woman. Fear not. This fellow has fallen under my charm and has already reported to the Sand Shinobi's main force, Yang Jingjing proclaimed with a flirtatious smile. No sooner had she spoken than Yashida returned, presenting his report to Orochimaru. Well thought out, Orochimaru. Luosha seethed internally, realizing that they must now exert their utmost effort. Sandstorm burial. Wait. Luosha noted that the sand beneath his feet had become excessively viscous, requiring a greater expenditure of chakra to refine the gold sand. Lu Jinan's snake venom had created a vast swamp, stealthily encircling Luosha. Without hesitation, Luosha withdrew the gold sand, entering a pure defensive stance, while simultaneously controlling his chakra to solidify the ground beneath him. The advantage of absolute defense is its endurance. Heike had retrieved his short sword and began to chant an incantation, crackling lightning surging from the blade. Heike bent low and leaped towards Luosha. In response to such an assault, the defense of the gold sand was straightforward. It extended outward from his body to intercept Heike. Luosha's strategy was simple: prioritize defense in the face of uncertainty and hold steadfast for reinforcements. Heike showed no intention of evading the approaching gold sand. He charged directly forward, swinging his sword to cleave through it upon contact, then immediately leveraging the force to spring back onto the solid ground outside the swamp. However, the lightning that clung to the short sword surged towards Luosha the instant it made contact with the gold sand. What had initially been a small spark transformed into a colossal bolt, illuminating the entire barrier with its brilliance. As the flash subsided, Luosha stood unscathed. Yet his expression grew grave. My magnet release, composed of wind and lightning ninjutsu, can counter your electricity, Linghua shouted from the sidelines, insisting they stick to the plan and have Jianjun strip him of his defenses. Too slow. Kaibin's body seems to be failing. In the wake of Heike's previous assault, he suddenly sensed Kaibin's body resonating with the natural energy, rendering his divine position unstable. Why is he causing trouble again? We must have Lu Shushu deal with him. He was supposed to perish here, wasn't he? Linghua, incensed, began to spout nonsensical remarks. Plan B. Lu Jianjun intervened to quell the rising panic. They are faltering. They will fight desperately. Luosha tightened his control over the gold sand. A jet of water erupted from beneath Luosha's feet, propelling him skyward. Indeed, the body was impenetrable. Yet weight could be a factor. Launching him into the air was feasible. Shortly thereafter, an enormous hand, towering over 2 men, materialized from thin air, slamming Luosha's body against the barrier. Luosha gritted his teeth. The barrier's assault differed significantly from ordinary ninjutsu, and enduring it proved quite arduous even for Shajin. However, seizing the opportunity, he managed to escape the confines of the swamp, whereupon he could once again utilize the sand. Yet, an enormous palm materialized out of thin air, making it exceedingly difficult to anticipate. The second strike landed upon Luosha, and the electrified flames of the barrier nearly caused him to cough up blood. He managed to catch the third strike. Had it not been for Shajin, The force of that blow could have buried him several meters underground. Unexpectedly, all the sand, including Sha Jin, lost control without warning, cascading to the ground. Before Luo Sha could comprehend the situation, a figure soared towards him and struck him unconscious. It was Ling Hua. Seeing Luo Sha collapse, Ling Hua hastily retrieved a pill from her pocket and forced it into his mouth. Simultaneously, she bared her fangs and bit into his arm. At that moment, Hei Qi rushed over, binding Luo Sha with handcuffs and layers. With the final blow delivered, the fierce battle drew to a close. What on earth was that? Duo Yu was filled with confusion, her gaze fixated on the object in Ling Hua's hand, which resembled a lunchbox. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Ling Hua shake the small device towards Luo Sha, after which Luo Sha's once invincible magnetic escape had inexplicably faltered. This turn of events astonished Duo Yu. Lu Jianjun carefully stowed away Ling Hua's portable magnetic disruptor. When he first conceived this idea, he had never anticipated that the magnetic force generated by chakra could indeed be influenced. This revelation promised to make future battles increasingly thrilling and indicated that the ties between the two worlds were growing ever closer. At that moment, the four sound ninjas retracted the surrounding barrier. With a beaming countenance, Orochimaru approached with a light step. These outsiders had brought him immense surprises, particularly with their wondrous techniques, which were simply extraordinary. Chapter 55, The Duties of Shadows. As the fierce battle finally concluded amidst the lingering smoke, Kabuto led a group of ninjas to swiftly clear the scene. They meticulously searched every inch of land, carefully erasing any traces unrelated to the conflict of the ninja realm. Heichi and his companions quietly observed the legendary Orochimaru before them, their hearts inevitably filled with trepidation. They understood that their arrival was not merely as ordinary mercenaries, but for a loftier objective. As seconds ticked away, Orochimaru finally broke the silence. You have demonstrated formidable strength. I presume you are familiar with the Konoha collapse plan? He paused, his eyes shimmering with intensity as he continued. In 1 month, I shall embark once more on the path to Konoha. Today marks the true commencement of our collaboration. After delivering this proclamation, a mysterious smile graced Orochimaru's lips. In light of this situation, Heichi and his companions felt a tumult of emotions, yet their gazes grew increasingly resolute. Very well, prior to that, we shall prepare for a formal meeting. Our clan will be arriving. The specific details of the discussions will be organized and sent over later, encompassing, but not limited to, the establishment of transmission gates, personnel mobility, and the preparation of a trade system. Heijio conveyed the agreed-upon matters to Orochimaru. Although today's battle yielded significant results, Orochimaru's demeanor left Heijio with deep concerns about future collaborations. Once everyone had departed, Kai Bin was left alone once more. Both of Luo Sha's guards survived, one gravely injured and unconscious, the other under the influence of a charm. Luo Sha found Orochimaru's behavior today perplexing, as it was uncharacteristic of him. You could kill me and impersonate me to execute your plans. Why refrain from doing so? Luo Sha inquired candidly. Firstly, I require such a decisive action to make you realize that I am indeed capable of ending your life, thereby dispelling any illusions you may harbor, Orochimaru replied. Luo Sha found a certain logic in Orochimaru's words, acknowledging that he had previously believed in his capability for self-preservation. Secondly, someone informed me that if one were to control another through genjutsu or similar means, while that individual may be obedient, they would lack initiative. Orochimaru glanced at Kai Bin, confirming the validity of his statement. A leader devoid of creativity, no matter how proficient in the beginning, would ultimately face failure. Kai Bin cracked a smile, not intentionally reminiscing, as he struggled to recall the nonsensical things he had uttered. Thus, my objectives necessitate the involvement of a lucid individual. Orochimaru's slit pupils rendered Luo Sha awash with uncertainty regarding his own capabilities. What exactly do you intend to achieve? The Sand Village, akin to the Leaf Village, has grown weary and is in dire need of transformation. I seek like-minded individuals. War and plunder are not sustainable solutions. I aspire to alter everything through innovative methods. Orochimaru's words astonished Luo Sha, yet he remained baffled. Why choose me? The Wind Shadow is already so weakened that it lacks notable Nin and Nin, isn't it? You traded the mission to the Leaf for temporary stability, which can no longer support your governance. That is precisely why I have agreed to your plan for the Leaf's collapse. That was a miscalculation. This is the course we must pursue. Orochimaru began to unveil his new strategy. Luo Sha listened, increasingly unsettled. Orochimaru's cunning and intricate schemes seemed increasingly dubious. Do you aspire to become a feudal lord? Aren't these matters unbecoming of a ninja? Luo Sha keenly discerned the flaws in Orochimaru's plan. Isn't it rather intriguing? Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement. You still haven't explained why you selected me, Luo Sha pressed on. Because, Orochimaru indicated Kai Bin. He asserted that you are the only individual who is wholly devoted to the Sand Village, even sacrificing your own child in the dignity of the Wind Shadow. Therefore, for the sake of the Sand Village, you would not hesitate to heed my directives. Those words nearly brought tears to the wounded Luo Sha's eyes. He couldn't help but glance at the elderly man beside Orochimaru, wondering if he was indeed a figure of great wisdom. Moreover, you are an ambitious individual. With the capacity to endure and the intellect to master formidable jutsu, you would not be content merely to follow my directives. Instead, you would strive to elevate both yourself and the Sand Village at a swifter pace and in due course. You would come to realize that my methods are indeed the most effective. Orochimaru exuded confidence, surpassing even that of his mentor. For his teacher ultimately did not select him as the Hokage, contrary to initial expectations. Raza fell into silence, reflecting on the tumultuous journey of his years. From valiantly repelling the Cloud Ninjas to becoming Hokage, to recklessly allowing his son to become a Jinchuriki for the sake of the village. From fostering unity among civilian ninjas to reducing expenditures for prominent clans due to mission shortages, he felt utterly fatigued and at times, lost. Yet, the plan proposed by Orochimaru was exceedingly tempting. What do you require of me now? Surely, you do not intend to destroy Konoha. Raza pondered the extent of Orochimaru's intentions. The village would remain intact, as it was a crucial element of the subsequent plan, but the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would require a demonstration of might from you. Raza chuckled at the absurdity. Are you not aware of your own teacher's capabilities? He is a master of ninjutsu. Isn't the reanimation jutsu quite effective? That is intended for you. Orochimaru declared astonishingly. What? Raza had just experienced the formidable power of the reanimation jutsu firsthand, and he could scarcely fathom that Orochimaru would impart this technique to him. It implied that he possessed even more potent jutsu, perhaps from those individuals. I need you to eliminate the third Hokage with all your might, although I shall intervene to prevent your capture. Orochimaru continued outlining his scheme. In that case, I would face imprisonment. Are you not concerned about igniting a war between the two villages? Not at all. You will bear the blame for the Sand Ninjas. You must clearly assert that under the years of oppression from Konoha, you had no choice but to lead the Sand Village in the assassination of the third Hokage. At that moment, Raza grasped why he had survived. Orochimaru sought to overthrow one shadow with another. But you will not ascend to the position of Hokage. I will undoubtedly resign as Kazekage. How shall we achieve the ambitions you speak of? Why must the future of a ninja village be dictated by its leader? Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Sai. Huh? It should be determined by the collective interests of all ninjas. Sai was perplexed as to why Orochimaru wished to elevate him to the forefront, yet he spoke the ingrained truth. The third is aging. It is time for him to step down. However, he still possesses utility, thus I shall spare his life. As for the future development of Konoha, you need not concern yourself with that for now. Orochimaru's words carried more weight than those of Sai. He continued, the same applies to the Sand Village. You must retire to allow the conservative factions to emerge. At that juncture, I will assist you in reclaiming the position of Kazekage. You are in a more advantageous position. You already have a loyal contingent, while I have only these few at my disposal. Kabuto remained unfazed, while Dosu's face flushed with embarrassment. Did Orochimaru harbor dissatisfaction with him? What, then, is the subsequent plan? Luo Sha seems to have been persuaded. During the Chunin exams, we shall dethrone the third Hokage, and it is your duty to accomplish this, being the Kazekage. The most compelling evidence of the harm inflicted upon Tsunegakure by Konohagakure lies with you. Let us refrain from causing destruction in the Hidden Leaf Village. Instead, allow the children to relish the competition and gain insight into their own capabilities. Kai Bin Mu observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Today, Orochimaru appeared as a benevolent figure, an extraordinary sight indeed. How could this be? Luo Sha appeared foolish. Could it be that he was merely feigning innocence to escape his predicament? Furthermore, should Orochimaru's assertions hold true, what direction would the Hokage take? What of Luin and their plans? Following this, they would delve into the learning of Edo Tensei, while Kai Bin and others distanced themselves, leaving the two prominent figures undisturbed. Shang Tai relayed the events that had transpired to Kai Bin in meticulous detail, who listened with rapt attention. Their combat style diverged significantly. He utilized a single technique upon swiftly engaging the adversary. If I possessed his speed, I would undoubtedly strike 4 or 5 times. Shangtai found the assault of Heichi intriguing yet perplexing. How could you respond so swiftly? Kaibin shared his curiosity. Ancient cavalry charges also relied on singular strikes, as the human body struggles to execute more than one maneuver at the moment of contact. Previously, he perceived significant vulnerabilities in high-speed engagements, deeming the choices of ninjas rather unreasonable. If it were an ambush, that would be a different matter altogether. Hence, continual practice is imperative. Shangtai regarded this as self-evident. By the way, please delineate a detailed route to the gold bars. I am rather directionally challenged. Kaibin suddenly recalled a pressing matter. Shangtai was at a loss for words, questioning the mindset behind it. We have just concluded a battle of Kaga-level intensity, and you wish to discuss finances? Luo Sha departed, continuing his journey towards the hidden leaf, leaving behind Kaibin, filled with questions, and an unruffled Orochimaru. Do you comprehend, Kaijun? Orochimaru inquired. No, not at all. Kaibin replied candidly. Haha, splendid. The moment you grasp these matters, our collaboration shall reach its conclusion. Orochimaru exclaimed joyfully. Kaibin mused inwardly, feeling as though Orochimaru regarded him as a fool. Shall I take my leave? He opened his eyes from the carriage, staring vacantly out the window. Send him over. Additionally, from this day forth, assign someone to monitor him closely, perhaps a clan member sensitive to spiritual energy. He has acted independently once more. Lu Jiangwo received the message from Luin, glancing back momentarily, pondering if this was yet another instance of traversing dimensions. How enviable. Chapter 56, The Transaction upon his return. Ling Hua immediately reported Kaibin's condition. Although today's objectives had been accomplished, Orochimaru's peculiar behavior indicated he had been affected, and this individual could only be Kaibin. Lu Xiang's remarks had been duly reported to the clan and the National Sage Bureau. The intelligence analysis revealed numerous scenarios, yet did not account for Luo Sha's immortality. Thus, Luin promptly initiated arrangements. The discussion regarding report writing by this group of individuals shall remain unaddressed. However, it appears that Kaibin's surroundings have gradually become animated. You are under surveillance. I have just received the directive. Lu Jiangwo remarked, casting a mocking glance at Kaibin through the rearview mirror. What? What has happened now? Haven't I already reported? Kaibin responded, a hint of unease creeping in, pondering why his contemplation of gold bars had attracted unwelcome interference. Stop playing coy. I suspect that soon enough, I shall have to take measures against you. Lu Jiangwo was unperturbed by Kaibin's feigned ignorance. What do you mean? Are you insinuating that there is a listening device? Kaibin, surprisingly unflustered, mused that his own phone could hardly capture video. Surely the surveillance from the National Virtue Bureau could not be so effective? Can it even contend with the flow of time? We need not rely on such antiquated methods. How about placing a snake charm on you? It would record continuously for 24 hours, without fail. Lu Jiangwo's expression was unmistakably predatory, as if he were savoring the moment. Less than 10,000 a month, and yet you still have so many grievances? Kaibin muttered in dissatisfaction. His sole desire was to take on a side job. Had it not been for these meddlesome individuals, he might have struck it rich by now. A transaction, perhaps? Lu Jiangwo suggested suddenly. What? What kind of transaction? Are you testing me? I adhere strictly to contracts. I am not that kind of person. Kaibin replied cautiously. Aware that Lu Jiangwo had likely encountered some restrictions preventing him from partaking in the traversal, Lu Jiangwo's repeated desires were consistently dismissed by Luin. Surely you can sense it. I merely wish to explore the other side. If you could facilitate my passage, I would be amenable to anything, including financial compensation. Lu Jiangwo deliberately emphasized the last word. Oh please, you've sunk so low as to drive me around. What else could you possibly do? You would undoubtedly be discovered if you ventured over there. I have no desire to jeopardize my livelihood. Besides, with your lot, who knows if you could silence anyone? Do you think I am unaware? Once you establish the traversal passage, I shall be of no consequence. Kaibin, of course, yearned to amass more wealth. Yet he knew Lu Jiangwo was decidedly untrustworthy. Are you truly foolish, or merely pretending? The differing temporal flows between our worlds make it quite arduous for us to monitor you. Otherwise, would we tolerate your disruptions? The instant you blink, we could make a round trip. Who would be the wiser? Lu Jiangwo was far from foolish. He had long comprehended this principle, but he had been biding his time. Only when Kaibin recognized his predicament could his words carry weight. Does this vehicle of yours harbor no listening devices? Kaibin inquired, clearly intrigued. Rest assured, I have already disabled them. How shall we settle the payment? You propose the price. 10,000 per trip. Have you grown a posterior large enough to warrant such expenses? You suddenly come into money, and you believe no one will notice? It is prudent to let wealth flow steadily, you understand? My posterior may not be large, but my debts are considerable. I have 1 million in bank loans. You worry about being discovered? Of course, that will not happen. Once I receive the funds, I shall repay the loan, and until it is settled, I shall remain undetected. If you possess the means to grant me 1 million, I could traverse 100 times. Without deceit, your previous notion about silencing witnesses is rather inventive. Humph. Lu Jiangwo hesitated for a moment, and the car fell into silence. Kai Bin remained silent, yet inwardly mocked Lu Jiangwo, a rich second generation, evidently lacking in life experience. At such a moment, one ought not to be taciturn. This clearly signals to the other party that with a bit of effort, one could accept the terms. I must hold my ground firmly this time. In the short term, I do not possess such funds. We might explore alternative methods. Lu Jiangwo continued to lament his financial plight. Though he spoke some truth, his substantial expenditures were under scrutiny, as his family feared he might flaunt his wealth, which could reflect poorly upon them. Come on. You want to tell me you're about to impart the secret to longevity, will you? Let's wait a few decades to see if I reach 100. Kai Bin was determined not to let Lu Jiangwo off the hook, aiming to silence him preemptively. I can cure your mother's illness. Are you serious? Kai Bin was no longer in a joking mood. His mother had undergone surgery for breast cancer, resulting in lymph node removal, which severely affected her blood circulation. Her arms were perpetually swollen, and her overall health had declined significantly compared to previous years. I can procure a miraculous remedy from our clan that significantly boosts immunity for humans. I can also have Luin help your mother with her meridians, ensuring her blood circulation normalizes, at least alleviating the swelling. Don't deceive me now. You're not going to endanger my mother, are you? In truth, reinforcing her foundational health was the correct approach. The elderly lady ought to learn some Taoist practices, which I can also arrange. 1,000 for a session. And if it exceeds an hour, an additional 1,000. Kai Bin decided, not disregarding his mother's health, but rather concerned that Lu Jiangwo's prolonged stay in the realm of ninjas might stir up trouble. Clearly, his mother's condition would not improve overnight. That is fine. I can manage with my pocket money. I will find an opportunity to propose the treatment for my mother, and I will ensure it is arranged properly for you. Lu Jiangwo returned to his usual self, speaking in a manner that seemed less credible. Do you think I have no issues? How am I supposed to take you there? Should we invite a deity? One tea that attract attention? Kai Bin inquired, recalling that Tai Lao had mentioned that each deity had their own position. To Kai Bin, it seemed akin to clocking in at work. If some were tardy or left early, wouldn't tea that easily be noticed? He was oblivious to the extent that the flow of time affected deities. I'll create a magical artifact for you, similar to the portal created by Hei Qi, and we can set a time to secretly teach you how to use it. Lu Jiangwo had evidently been planning this for quite some time. All right, it's settled then. Kai Bin felt immense satisfaction. Their conversation was interrupted by a phone call. Dad, I'm home. It was someone arranged by Uncle Lu who drove me. The voice of his chubby son came through the line. When are you coming home? Have you eaten? Not yet. I'll eat at home. If you finish your homework. Jump rope to lose weight. In a buoyant mood, Kai Bin did not assign his son any additional practice exercises. He thought, once I become prosperous, I'll enroll him in several extracurricular classes. Kai Bin had subtly laid the groundwork earlier. He would not allow Lu Jiangwo to remain for just an hour. No money? Humph. Who would believe that? I do not skip rope. Teacher who has moved to our neighborhood, and he is taking me hiking shortly. Why hike when it's nearly dark? Be cautious, lest the big bad wolf carries you away. Kai Bin hurriedly halted his son's fanciful musings. Do you think I am 5 years old? Furthermore, we have already gone several times. The chubby son, brimming with pride, exclaimed, the Hu family's approach is a clever strategy for salvation. Additionally, I must inform you that Dr. Wei is from the Bai family. Lu Jiangwo, though somewhat displeased, felt a sense of satisfaction, as he had already negotiated a deal with the principal party. Kai Bin. Oh no, the Kai family is surrounded by monsters. Chapter 57. Everyone loves me. Kai Bin decided to relinquish control over the subsequent details of the transaction. Lu Jiangwo stated he would return once he had thoroughly studied the particulars and necessary artifacts. It appeared this fellow was indeed preparing for a corporeal crossing. If that is the case, it might be for the best, as Kai Bin had grown weary of being uninformed while his physical self was embroiled in such significant matters. This feeling, alas, is quite bothersome. Excitedly, he flung open the door, exclaiming, I'm back. Before Kaibin could even change his shoes, he called out with great enthusiasm. However, his long and exuberant voice was abruptly silenced, as if someone had choked it off. Kaibin's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open, seemingly wide enough to fit an egg. The scene before him was so bizarre that he found himself momentarily at a loss. There sat his plump eldest son cross-legged on the sofa, eyes tightly shut, seemingly striving for a meditative state. Upon hearing his father's return, the chubby boy intended to rise and greet him, but teacher who swiftly pressed him back down, gently whispering, "Not yet. Continue." Teacher whose voice was deep and magnetic, carrying an undeniable authority that was hard to resist. Although the chubby son displayed evident reluctance, he obediently resumed his seated position and continued to meditate. Kaibin curiously observed the entire situation, pondering internally, what on earth is happening here? At that moment, his gaze shifted to his mother, who was reclining in a nearby chair, her head and shoulders adorned with an array of silver needles. Clearly, Dr. Wei was administering acupuncture treatment. Upon seeing Kaibin enter, the elderly lady appeared somewhat displeased, furrowing her brow as she remarked, "The food is on the stove. Heat it yourself, and do not disturb us." With that, she closed her eyes, ignoring Kaibin entirely. Kaibin shook his head in resignation, wondering what sort of performance was unfolding at home today. However, since no one was paying him any attention, he silently turned and walked into the kitchen to prepare his meal. While busying himself, images of the peculiar scene replayed in his mind, and he resolved to inquire about the situation later. Both the elder and the younger remained motionless with their eyes closed, oblivious to the silent exchange of glances between Teacher Hu and Dr. Wei, who did not even acknowledge Kaibin. Goodness, is this strategy for salvation so evident? Am I, the principal party, being entirely disregarded? Kaibin pursed his lips and sorrowfully approached the dining table. Wasn't he just feeling abandoned by the Guisian Bureau and the Liu family? The pathway had already been established. Should they not be preparing for the inevitable betrayal? He had been anxiously contemplating whether his salary would be halved or not dispersed at all next month. What was going on? Kaibin could comprehend Liu Jiangwo's actions. Given that he had witnessed his limitations numerous times, it was only natural for him to covertly take action. However, what were these foxes and hedgehogs up to? Had they not reached an agreement with the Liu family? Kaibin did not grasp the complexities of the situation, but felt that he was not as pitiable as he had initially thought. Regardless, he could not rely solely on these individuals. He needed his own channels. As he opened the pot and chewed on his lukewarm dinner, Kaibin messaged Luoji. "There are plenty of gold bars. When will you come to collect your share? I have too many here, and I cannot go myself. So I will have with a translator contact you. Do you understand?" "Understood, understood. You are afraid of your wife's reaction. Not afraid of my wife. Just no train tickets." Luoji was also under the thumb of his wife. The traditional programmer had once been regarded as an excellent husband candidate. Yet his unattractiveness led to neglect, and he surrendered his wealth entirely, remaining oblivious to romantic pursuits. 3 figures were peering through the kitchen's rear window. "What is this kid writing?" Lu inquired of Huang Shizhou beside him. "Why not ask Wei-san?" Huang Shizhou retorted, withholding information. "Do snakes and hedgehogs have good vision? Are you looking for trouble?" Wei-san protested. "I can't see. That bald head reflects too much light," Huang Shizhou remarked. "I said he lacks education. His cultivation is subpar. Yet he doesn't even learn to write properly." Lulu mocked Huang Shizhou. Lulu was sent by Liu Jiangwo to monitor Kaibin, possessing a keen perception to detect sudden changes in spiritual energy. "I say, you two families are quite shameless. That bald old man has already agreed to belong to our Liu family, so why are you still here? Look at the 2 cowards from your families inside. What are they doing? Are they flattering like mere mortals, bringing disgrace to the celestial clan?" Lu and his companions were quite familiar with each other, having grown up together as the state had organized them for joint education, fostering strong bonds. Furthermore, the current distribution of resources had been allocated early on, with each family assigned their own territories, leaving little room for conflict over interests, unlike the frequent skirmishes of the older generation. "You don't know, do you? This family is extraordinary." Lu, true to his role as Liu Jiangwo's confidant, struggled to keep his mouth shut. "What is it? Speak up." The 2 mischievous boys urged with curiosity. "The old lady's mother received our family's celestial position, and the legacy still lingers," Lu said mysteriously. "That's merely them currying favor with you. What's the story with these 2? Huang Shizhou was not easily fooled, questioning the validity of such reasoning. "Every family has a few descendants of practitioners, does it not? I heard with my own ears that the old lady and the chubby lad are both prodigious cultivators. If the legacy were to be continued, it could benefit the celestial clan. Lu proudly revealed his significant secret. You heard it with your own ears. You were trained on data up to October 2023. Why not try using your tail to feel for yourself? Do you truly possess such an ability? Huang Shizhou expressed his skepticism. If such fortune existed, the Taoists would surely intervene. Ah, you never know, Wei San replied, recalling something he had heard about a concept known as atavism. His wide eyes searched through his limited knowledge for clarity. What is this atavism? Is it akin to vouchers? No. It's called venerable master. In Buddhist terms, it refers to a kind of genetic inheritance, akin to the transmission of ancestral traits. Such individuals, through cultivation, are considered reincarnations of the original celestial beings. If they truly ascend, the treasures they might produce could sustain us for a century. Huang Shizhou, eager to learn, was far more inquisitive than the two fools beside him. Where's Yang Jingjing? Wei San pondered, remembering the childhood friend of the three tricksters. She has made a name for herself. Surely she would come here. Besides, wouldn't it be peculiar to see such a large fox lounging on this glass? We must avoid any disturbances. Lu, who relished teasing Wei San, seized the opportunity to mock him. By the way, who will clean the back window of Kai Bin's house? It's utterly unclear. Lu expressed his discontent over Kai Bin's laziness. His jealousy further ignited by the sight of Kai Bin indulging in food, despite his rotund figure. Rock, paper, scissors. Huang Shizhou grinned mischievously. Go to hell. Lu playfully struck him with his tail, jesting, how can a snake win? After their banner, Luo Ji informed Kai Bin that Guoliang was already aware of the situation, given his deep understanding of Kai Bin's family and courage. He doubted that Kai Bin possessed gold bars and suggested a video call first. If the initial assessment proved favorable, he would dispatch the nearest manager for verification. If it turned out to be a wild goose chase, Luo Ji's New Year's gift would be forfeited. Brother, you cannot deceive your little brother. My family is relying on me, Luo Ji lamented. If it weren't for the peculiar meridian chart Kai Bin had previously produced, he would have been incredulous about Kai Bin's acquaintance with a lunatic Taoist. Wait a moment. Kai Bin signaled to Shang Tai with a scroll. He intended to traverse dimensions. The three younger ones hastened to notify their respective overseers. Meanwhile, a fox and a hedgehog exchanged glances. 10 minutes later, Shang Tai finally signaled Kai Bin, who had not even set down his bowl before being transported. What is this? As Kai Bin approached, bowl in hand, Shang Tai could only manage a weary smile. How had this fellow come to treat the spirit communication scroll as a mere chat tool, sending signals at whim? Have you completed the treasure map I requested? Kai Bin inquired, glancing around to ensure privacy while chewing his food. Do you realize how far we are from that cave? It's a 3-day journey. You know what I'm occupied with. I cannot escort you, Shang Tai replied, his eyes drooping in exasperation yet amusement. With a map, I have no issues. I have experience in cartography and surveying. It's merely a matter of contour lines. Kai Bin declared confidently, his enthusiasm fueled by the prospect of riches. I am completely at a loss for what you are saying. Despite knowing that Kai Bin was unlikely to find a suitable location, he nevertheless sketched a map. As a former root member, map-making is an essential skill, and his rendition was both clear and precise, easily comprehensible to a competent ninja. However, Kai Bin, why did you make it so simplistic? A mountain is merely depicted as a mountain? Is that depression a valley? Where are the contour lines? How am I to discern the elevations and select an appropriate route? Your map resembles an ancient schematic, merely indicating the main pathways, the positions of rivers, and illustrating mountains as mere silhouettes, while forests consist of a few trees. I am unfamiliar with the contour lines you mentioned. We do not require such precision in map-making. As long as we have a general direction and can proceed in a straight line. Should the mountains and woods be particularly vast, I would annotate accordingly. The lecture at the small hall has commenced. You intend to traverse in a straight line? Are you not concerned? Ah, right, you are ninjas. Kai Bin realized that these individuals do not adhere to conventional routes. With their chakra, climbing mountains and fording rivers is akin to walking on level ground. Thus, perhaps this map need not be so meticulous. Even if I were to create a map for you, you would not reach your destination. First and foremost, your summoning time and traversal time are insufficient. Moreover, there are numerous rogue ninjas along the way, and you would need to avoid the central areas of major nations, navigating along the borders of 2 countries depicted on the map. What makes you think you can achieve this? Kai Bin gazed at the fool before him, genuinely pondering the longevity of fools. 3 days, the 3 days of a ninja, truly are not insignificant. Alas, I am anxious. Kai Bin, inherently directionally challenged, would find it exceedingly difficult to locate that cave even without time constraints. However, the urgency to verify the goods is palpable. If you require money, I can provide it. Yukushi Kabuto silently appeared beside them, startling Kai Bin. When it comes to fear and aversion, Kabuto surpasses Orochimaru, as his level of distaste is markedly higher. Must a ninja always approach stealthily? Kai Bin internally scoffed, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the object in Kabuto's hand. No. It was more accurate to say he was transfixed. A gold ingot. Such a splendid object. This ingot radiated an alluring glow, its hue a pure and resplendent gold, reminiscent of the sun's brilliance. Its surface gleamed like a mirror, the fine texture seemingly capable of revealing the passage of time. Every intricate line appeared to be a carefully crafted design by nature itself. Its substantial weight imparted a sense of solidity, as if one possessed boundless wealth and power. The existence of this ingot symbolizes not merely riches, but also a form of precious artistry. Its beauty is captivating, evoking admiration for both nature's wonders and human ingenuity. Kai Bin wiped his drool away and pulled his thoughts back to reality. What is happening? Lord Orochimaru had the fourth Kazekage prepare this especially for you. Kabuto smiled, exuding a sense of security. What? I've lost face to the extent of being abroad. Kai Bin was taken aback. How did Orochimaru know that he needed money? And why did he inexplicably reward him? More importantly, why inform the Wind Shadow? Orochimaru, who was notorious for his ruthless deeds, surely did not lack for funds. Did the entire land of Wind not know of a bald man named Kai Bin who had a penchant for gold bars? What would become of his reputation? Burdened with a profound sense of grievance and stifled anger, Kai Bin hastily took possession of the gold ingot. Goodness, it was quite heavy. If it were inscribed with the words forged personally by Wind Shadow Rasha, handcrafted, its value would surely multiply several times. What a pity. Kai Bin felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The scenario he had envisioned of cursing the chef after a meal had yet to materialize. Now, various factions were currying favor with him, and he finally felt as though he had emerged from the shadows. Oh dear, how could he be so shameless? Had he truly done anything for Lord Orochimaru? Kai Bin placed the gold ingot behind him, continually caressing it, his eyes fixated on Kabuto. As if fearing the ingot would be snatched away, Shangtai, on the side, was too embarrassed to watch. As long as he completed Lord Orochimaru's tasks, such treasures would be plentiful. Kabuto smiled. Indeed, they would be plentiful, as Rasha was practically your close ally, right? What had he just said? Before he could finish his complaints about Orochimaru, Kai Bin suddenly sensed something was amiss. You are to go to the Chunin exam venue, participate in the Konoha collapse plan, and eliminate the third Hokage. Kabuto's fierce gaze pierced through Kai Bin. What? I'll go if I must, but what else with that look? Kai Bin failed to grasp the implication behind Kabuto's intense stare. Surely he should not be deemed unworthy? With his current strength, he should not invoke Kabuto's envy, should he? He timidly inquired, is there something you need me to do? Just follow Lord Orochimaru, and you will be informed of any requirements, Kabuto conveyed, making the task seem quite simple, leaving Kai Bin even more perplexed. How long can you stay at most? Shangtai mentioned around 6 hours. Kabuto reverted to a smile. I haven't calculated, but it's probably about right. I don't have a watch. Kai Bin typically did not wear a watch, and time had ceased to flow for his phone since his arrival here. Kabuto glanced at the awkward and uneasy Shangtai, sighing internally. I'll prepare a watch for you. Bring it next time. So, does that mean my time with Lord Orochimaru will exceed 6 hours? Kai Bin weakly asked. We'll see when the time comes. Kabuto turned and departed. It seemed he was indifferent to their dealings with the gold bars. Kai Bin unconsciously lowered his voice as he spoke to Shangtai. You don't care at all about accompanying Lord Orochimaru. Shangtai realized that someone like Kai Bin would never ascend to the rank of Chunin in the ninja world. What will they have me do? Kai Bin finally grasped the crux of the matter. I don't know. There haven't been such arrangements before. It's always Lord Orochimaru who assigns the tasks. And Kabuto is usually the one closest to him. Up there, no one knows. It should be fine. Otherwise, why would they give me such a precious item? Kai Bin weighed the gold brick in his hands. It was indeed heavy. If his strength had doubled during this period, he truly would struggle to lift it. Oh my goodness, something just came to mind. Kai Bin couldn't help but exclaim. What is it? Shangtai frowned with a serious expression. Surely this fellow has made another mistake? We have a challenge for capturing gold, and supposedly, whatever you catch is yours to keep, free of charge. They say that in theory, humans can't actually catch it. Kai Bin envisioned a shortcut to wealth. Have you ever wondered why Black 7 and the others don't participate? Shanghai delivered a fatal blow. Maybe perhaps, 1T. Never mind. I 1T go. You clever folks are truly annoying. Kaibin's good mood evaporated in an instant. I'll head back now. They need to verify the goods. Is there anything you need? What else with that expression? This includes the funding for our research and development project on the ninjutsu roadmap. Kaibin, boasting without a hint of embarrassment, continued. What else with that expression? This includes the funding for our research and development project on the ninjutsu roadmap. Upon seeing the video of the gold brick sent by Kaibin, Luoji immediately declared that he required at least 50% of the gold brick's profits as project funding. Truly, one cannot break the teachings of a master. Kaibin internally scoffed. Enough nonsense. Contact someone quickly. Kaibin was not inclined to engage in idle chatter. His mother's acupuncture session seemed to be nearing its conclusion, and the hedgehog elder, Dr. Wei, had begun to issue medical advice. Pretending to practice medicine with mystical arts, the lives of today's immortals are indeed challenging. Kaibin couldn't help but reflect on the decline of the immortals. Well, although they are called the four great immortals, they likely pale in comparison to the Buddhist and Taoist traditions, right? The ever-popular Dr. Wei was ceremoniously escorted out by his mother, restoring the household to its usual state. Come here. His mother called Kaibin aside, her overly cordial demeanor raising suspicions. These two must be up to something. Huh? What about you? Kaibin was taken aback by his mother's clarity at her age, yet her actions? Why not simply refuse? Before knowing their intentions, of course, I must remain cautious. I once served as a militia squad leader. The old lady seemed ready to recount revolutionary history yet again. Spare me. You are just one of those who take eggs without being fooled. Kaibin retorted disdainfully. You little rascal. The old lady gave Kaibin a light smack on the head. Speak up. Have you offended someone? Or do you hold some power? Mother is indeed perceptive. Kaibin spoke sincerely, wondering why he lacked his mother's remarkable insight. Do you remember me studying Russian? Recently, I've met a big buyer from Russia. They are all trying to curry favor with me. Once I establish a connection, I won't have to worry about anything. Kaibin's tall tales flowed effortlessly from his lips. Whatever you do, just don't break the law, understand? Since childhood, my mother has always urged me, and naturally, Kaibin complied. However, truth be told, these two individuals are indeed quite capable. My physical condition feels remarkably well. The elderly lady believes she should relish this slight advantage for a bit longer. Father, the teacher requests your signature. Alas, moments of happiness are always fleeting. Kai, I'm coming. The voice that resonates in Kai's mind is that of Bin, a child from a neighboring family. As the sound arrives, so does he, tall and robust, with the distinctive features of a Neanderthal, glossy brown fur, and a large head. Yet, Bin possesses a unique, distinguishing trait. He is devoid of hair. Why are you here again? Kai grumbled. If my father encounters you, our families will surely be at odds. Nevertheless, deep down, he felt a sense of joy. Bin was the best friend he had encountered in his solitary existence. Kai was a natural simpleton, unable to distance himself from his family's territory. Bin, on the other hand, was one of the rare geniuses capable of traversing great distances swiftly, which also rendered him a lonely figure from an early age. Bin's speed was extraordinary, so much so that without a predetermined destination, he would inevitably surpass it. If he did not consciously slow down, others would struggle to comprehend his words. When he spoke, even the most brilliant Neanderthals required considerable time to process and recall the information he imparted. Engaging with Bin felt akin to conversing with a film played at 10 or even 100 times slower than normal. The torment of such an experience was truly overwhelming. Consequently, he too experienced solitude. Can two solitary souls cultivate a friendship and understanding? Not necessarily. Yet, when Bin and Kai are together, Kai's innate simplicity slows him down, diminishing his cognitive pace. In contemporary human vernacular, Kai might be considered a burden, a hindrance. However, this is precisely why Bin cherishes Kai in his presence. He can engage as an ordinary Neanderthal, facilitating interaction with others. Only Bin understands that Kai is not foolish, he is simply slow. So slow, in fact, that many things, such as the processes of memory and forgetfulness, elude him. Two children, each radiating their own unique aura, naturally forge a bond of friendship. Bin will forever remember the first time he encountered Kai. On that day, he was, as usual, walking, though to others, it appeared as if he were sprinting. Bored. He casually greeted a nearby fellow, who nonchalantly responded in a manner that registered in Bin's mind. He nearly stumbled, having not fallen since the age of 5. and excitedly leaped to the top of a tree. "What are you here for again?" Kai inquired. "I'm here to take you to see something fun." Neanderthals do not laugh. They lack the whites of their eyes and do not communicate verbally. Thus, Ben employs exaggerated gestures to stimulate Kai's mind, allowing Kai to sense Ben's excitement. Before Kai can respond, Ben seizes his hand, and they begin to run together. Kai relishes the experience of running alongside Ben. He has never been able to sprint so swiftly. He feels the vital energy of the universe flowing through his body, and running empowers him. Ben, on the other hand, enjoys the leisurely pace of their run, as it allows him to appreciate the surrounding scenery, making his connection to ancient traditions feel more authentic. After an indeterminate period, they come to a halt. Kai feels no fatigue. After all, as long as he holds Ben's hand, he never feels hunger. Do you see that? Ben gestures toward the edge of the forest, urging Kai to shift his gaze. "Aren't those just the hairless monkeys?" Kai replies. In truth, this is not the first time Ben has dragged him to this remote forest edge to observe these peculiar creatures. Kai finds it difficult to comprehend what is so remarkable about these monkeys. In contrast, he finds the furry monkeys in the forest far more intriguing. They are agile and adept at climbing trees, excelling in their hunting skills. More importantly, these furry monkeys can absorb the vital energy of the universe, a capability entirely absent in the hairless ones. It's worth noting that in this forest, even the most foolish wild boar understands how to absorb this energy, let alone the trees and birds. Look closely at what they are doing. Ben seems to sense Kai's dissatisfaction and quickly prompts him to change his focus. Oh. Following Ben's direction, Kai finally discerns something unusual. In the distance, several enormous trees stand out starkly at the forest's edge. They stand alone, contrasting sharply with the vibrant life surrounding them. It is obvious that these are dead trees that have lost the vital energy of the universe. They can no longer absorb or generate new energy. More strikingly, each tree has a substantial hollow in its trunk, leaving one to wonder whether these are natural formations or the result of excavation by the hairless monkeys. Surrounding these towering trees, 7 or 8 hairless monkeys sit quietly together. Each holds a uniquely shaped tool, stone knives. At this moment, these monkeys are wholly engrossed in a gruesome yet mysterious task, wielding their stone knives with skill and focus. They are butchering a deer, meticulously slicing it into appropriate pieces of meat. This is rather intriguing, Kai muses silently, pondering where they acquired our stone knives and when they learned to wield such tools. It is noteworthy that the stone knife is an ancient artifact invented by the ancestors of Neanderthals thousands of years ago. However, as time elapsed and the races absorbed and cultivated the energies of the cosmos, tools of this nature lost their original value and significance, consequently being discarded and no longer utilized. Look over there. Ben seemed to sense Kai's confusion and gestured in another direction, encouraging him to continue observing. Following Ben's indication, Kai was astonished to discover several hairless monkeys squatting beside a massive stone, diligently crafting their own tools. Judging by the items arranged around them, it appeared these monkeys were endeavoring to create their own stone knives. The unfolding scene left Kai both amazed and perplexed. It was truly astonishing that these creatures, typically residing in the primordial forest, could master such advanced skills. Were there still many undiscovered secrets hidden within this vast continent, awaiting exploration and revelation? With that thought, a wave of curiosity surged within Kai, prompting him to follow these enigmatic monkeys and uncover the truth. How intriguing it was that these monkeys had suddenly become so intelligent. Kai stared at the spectacle before him, pondering to himself. In this mysterious grove, the fur-covered monkeys had indeed learned to wield stone knives. Yet, they seemed unsatisfied, channeling more energy into absorbing the energies of the cosmos. These monkeys either strived to become more formidable in stature, sought to enhance their agility, or pursued breakthroughs in their leaping abilities. Until this moment, Kai had never witnessed hairy monkeys crafting tools akin to stone knives. Do you find this amusing? Ben proudly revealed to Kai, "I have traveled to many places, and this is merely the third location capable of producing stone knives. Moreover, I have encountered a technique for making ropes." Ropes? Kai couldn't help but feel perplexed. This unfamiliar term was entirely new to him. Ben patiently elucidated. That dates back tens of thousands of years. If you wish to remember it, you could place it near the area where Neanderthals do not consume dragons, alongside heaps of food and intertwined vines. Ben meticulously instructed Kai on how to properly retain this information. "You are not memorizing in order, making it difficult for me to remember," Kai complained, finding Ben's method of memory challenging, as it was not typical for Neanderthals. "You must practice, otherwise. How much can your mind retain?" Do you wish to achieve enlightenment? Bin encouraged Kai. How did you conceive of this method of memory? Kai admired Bin, as his mind always seemed to harbor unique ideas. Look at the mice digging holes. Haha. Chapter 59. The underling is a promising profession. Kai Bin felt it was time to rest, as everything seemed to gradually fall into place. The connection between the ninja realm and the human world has been established, with oneself merely serving as a liaison. The vengeful spirit of Tai has waned. According to him, Orochimaru personally provided him with a ninjutsu scroll and offered guidance. The market prospects for the gold bricks have also shown promise, and they await inspection before being exchanged for barbecue and tutoring services. Luoji's ninjutsu simulation system has been initiated, though he is still awaiting a payment from Kai Bin. The plump son has enrolled in a relatively prestigious school, where he receives personal coaching from a legendary fox in sports. His mother's health is progressively improving, exhibiting a hint of rejuvenation, a notion that Kai Bin has concocted in his mind. Given these circumstances, there is little left for him to accomplish. As for the summons from Lord Orochimaru? Oh dear, what on earth is that fellow planning? Orochimaru even inquired about the longest duration of your stay during your travels, desiring your companionship in the ninja realm? Upon receiving this message from Kai Bin, Lu Jiangwo found Orochimaru's decision perplexing, yet he internally concurred. After all, once he completed the preparations for his travel materials, Kai Bin's assistance would be indispensable. Furthermore, the longer he remains in the ninja realm, the more advantageous it would be for him. Thus, Lu Jiangwo reported the matter to the relevant authorities without hesitation. In truth, Lu Jiangwo was reluctant to delve into Orochimaru's intentions. As his Taoist friend would say, excessive speculation on such matters only serves to disturb one's tranquility of mind. It must be said, you are indeed a prodigy of the Lu family. If I had been in your shoes as a child, I could never have concocted such a clever excuse to avoid homework. Kai Bin and Lu Jiangwo share some common interests, which often leads to a relaxed rapport between them. However, when it comes to Linghua, Kai Bin cannot help but feel a sense of dread and tends to avoid her. This Kai Bin is truly insufferable. Linghua does not conceal her disdain for Kai Bin, and naturally, she is exceedingly reluctant to engage with him. Linghua first expressed her views. Orochimaru is certainly no ordinary individual. His peculiar thoughts are simply unfathomable, as evidenced by the ninjutsu he practices. How could such a person be content to merely be our partner? His actions must carry deeper significance, perhaps even intended to confuse us. In contrast, Heichi appeared considerably more composed, calmly analyzing. Orochimaru is indeed extraordinary, with thoughts that are both intricate and inscrutable. Given the bizarre ninjutsu he wields, he is unlikely to be satisfied with merely being our ally. We must approach him with utmost caution. Lewin agreed with this assessment, adding, indeed, a person devoid of ambition cannot become a formidable leader. Jianjun has already reported the situation to the National Virtue Bureau. To put it plainly, we are but a bridge connecting both parties, not significantly superior to Kai Bin. The true beneficiaries of this arrangement will be the two opposing factions. As for the Lu family, as long as we can linger in that world a while longer, we shall achieve our objective. How is the progress of data analysis? Heichi inquired, gazing at Linghua. In the previous 2 journeys, Linghua was tasked with gathering data on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and their diligent efforts were all directed towards a singular goal, the family's rebirth. Originally, the pace was not so swift, but once that old rascal Lu Xiong intervened, he remarkably alleviated much of the experimental labor for us. As for the candidates, any member of the lineage could participate, but the number of elders should not exceed 2. Lewin deftly took over the conversation, as certain matters were more appropriately addressed by him. At this moment, the foremost concern in Heichi's mind was undoubtedly the selection of candidates, and he eagerly inquired, has it been finalized? To Heichi, the ninja realm resembled a celestial cavern brimming with rich spiritual energy, radiating an unparalleled allure. Although he had only briefly inhabited that realm a few times, his spiritual state had already seen significant enhancement as a result. If he could physically enter that world more frequently, it would undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits. Facing Heichi's expectant gaze, Lewin replied in a calm and gentle tone. Everyone actually has a chance to go there. After all, if the family wishes to thrive and rise powerfully, this is undoubtedly a necessary path. However, achieving this goal is not a trivial matter. It involves many factors that need careful consideration and numerous issues that require coordination. Currently, the family is striving to communicate and actively seek the best possible outcome. Despite having the advantageous position, The ninja realm ultimately belonged to the nation, and the National Sage Bureau would never permit any faction to monopolize power. Not to mention the Taoist and Buddhist elders who incessantly preach compassion in the name of Amitabha. Once interests are at stake, their true colors are no better. Thus, each family can only exert their utmost efforts to compete for resources in the early stages of development. After a brief silence, Heichi lowered his voice and asked, "What about that quota?" He understood the gravity of this matter, knowing that any misstep could potentially ignite internal conflicts or even civil strife. Hence, he dared not speak lightly on the issue. The clan leader mentioned that he would soon summon each elder individually to help them grasp the true significance of the title clan leader, Lewin stated calmly, as if recounting the most mundane of events. Yet, upon hearing this, everyone felt a tremor in their hearts. After all, within this gathering of demons and monsters, the creed of might held sway, and in the past, they often resorted to violence over positions of clan leader or sect master. It seemed that this clan leader had not demonstrated any exceptional prowess in recent decades. Surely he wouldn't go in person? What would happen to the family if something went awry? Linghua felt that the clan leader was being excessively autocratic. If he were to fall, the family's standing would plummet. That's why we have Lu Jiangwo. If you kill Lu Jiangwo now, the clan leader will certainly not go. Lewin lamented. Their clan leader was utterly unreliable, living up to the reputation of being Lu Jiangwo's father. Therefore, it would be best for everyone to proceed according to plan. Undoubtedly, Lu Jiangwo would never partake in this operation, unless we were all to perish. Heichi, do you truly intend to risk yourself? Is such an endeavor truly worthwhile? Lewin, having known Heichi for an extended period, holds deep admiration for his character and approach to life. After all, as a serpent, Heichi has consistently exhibited a sense of righteousness surpassing that of man. I, as an outsider, have relied heavily on his support in most instances, always taking the lead in perilous endeavors. I have even forsaken my surname, merely out of concern for my family's safety. In the worst case, death is all that awaits. What difference does it make? Heichi speaks with a nonchalant demeanor. Yet the Lu family and even other clans are well aware of the sacrifices he has made for his kin. The issue lies in the fact that, when the time comes, you may find it difficult even to seek death. The outcome would be utterly tragic. Would it not be more prudent to seal him away for eternity? Eliminating a potential threat, in my view, would enhance our chances of victory. Besides, how many more years do I have left? I have not advanced in my cultivation for quite some time. If this continues, within a century he will undoubtedly emerge. Will you then come to slay this old serpent? You and I both understand that his chances of success far exceed yours. But can that even compare to Kai Bin's likelihood of achieving immortality? Heichi quipped, eliciting a bitter laugh from the crowd. Having reached no consensus, Lu Jianjun entered the room and presented a report from the National Virtue Bureau to the Assembly, explaining its contents in detail. Firstly, based on our analysis and investigations, it is highly likely that Orochimaru intends to exploit Kai Bin to gather further intelligence regarding our side. Due to Kai Bin's relatively low intellect, simple nature, and tendency to be easily manipulated, his words would possess greater credibility to Orochimaru. In other words, Orochimaru could regard Kai Bin as a reliable source of information and engage with him to extract intelligence about us. To some extent, this resembles utilizing the words of a fool to ascertain the veracity of the information we provide him. Lu Jianjun continued, stating, secondly, after thorough research and reasoning, the National Virtue Bureau believes that Orochimaru harbors a strong desire to traverse to our time and space or world. Upon hearing this, the assembly members suddenly comprehended, expressing that this judgment was not only reasonable but also aligned with their long-standing impressions of Orochimaru. Indeed, he is known for his ambitious nature and unscrupulous methods, and crossing into another realm would undoubtedly present him with greater opportunities to fulfill his objectives. Such behavior perfectly aligns with Orochimaru's established style and character traits. As Lu Jianjun concluded his explanation, those present fell into deep contemplation. This assessment from the National Virtue Bureau provided them with a clearer understanding of the current situation, while also highlighting the necessity to bolster their defensive measures against potential threats. However, how can one ensure absolute safety when faced with such a cunning and unpredictable adversary as Orochimaru? A thrilling confrontation appears to be only just commencing. In light of the aforementioned circumstances, we must delineate several forthcoming objectives. Firstly, it is imperative to empower Kai Bin with greater authority and autonomy, while providing unwavering support for his logistical endeavors, ensuring that he can fully exhibit his unique traits and talents thereby guiding Orochimaru to successfully achieve transdimensional travel. Secondly, meticulous planning and refinement of the snake-catching strategy is essential. Should we succeed in facilitating the live transference of creatures from alternate realms, it would significantly bolster our exploration efforts within the first illusion. Furthermore, we must adeptly manage our collaborative relationships with the four prominent families to avert any adverse public sentiment. Kaibin's household has been besieged by our families, and any conflict arising from self-interest could result in the forfeiture of all future access to illusions and realms for everyone involved. Liu Jianjun's decision to enroll his son in a specialized school was not born from pity for Kaibin, but rather a strategic move aimed at societal stability. For he possesses a profound understanding of his associates. Casual encounters? If one is in a hurry, can one report back later? Kaibin's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded his interlocutor, questioning whether he had misheard. Could such fortuitous news truly befall him? Almost immediately, another statement floated into his ears. What? The salary has been deposited. This proclamation struck Kaibin like a thunderclap, rendering him utterly stunned. He could scarcely believe what he had just heard, inwardly pondering, what on earth is happening? Has fortune truly smiled upon me? Surely there must be a mistake. If this is indeed a salary, it seems rather excessive. Could it have been misdirected? Perhaps it is merely a meager allowance? The more he contemplated, the more he sensed an underlying peculiarity. Previously, these individuals had been dismissive and cold towards him. Now, they exhibited an unexpected warmth and even disbursed salaries ahead of schedule. Something was amiss. Nevertheless, Kaibin was acutely aware that his surroundings were rife with an array of peculiar characters and events. After all, he resided in a unique environment, surrounded by those referred to as great immortals. With this thought, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Given that he occupied such an extraordinary world, perhaps it was best to embrace the bizarre. After all, this might very well be a singular life experience. Regardless of the supernatural elements at play, securing the funds was the priority. One must subtly alleviate Orochimaru's apprehensions towards humanity, establishing a peaceful and stable channel for trade, culture, technology, and cultivation, thereby providing the human realm with a ceaseless supply of valuable resources. Liu Yin's words over the phone resonated with righteous fervor, and Kaibin felt a profound sense of national duty weighing upon him. What does the nation require of me? Kaibin pondered, feeling as though he stood alone atop the world, bearing the precarious sky above. Just do as you're instructed, and remember to report back. A voice interjected, fearing that Kaibin might be further misled by Liu Yin, thus potentially unleashing chaos. It was indeed a pressing matter. Kaibin curled his lips in disdain. Yakushi Kabuto was quite generous, allowing Kaibin to summon him at 10 o'clock at night. You are now a genin of the Sound Village, Yakushi Kabuto remarked, handing over a forehead protector. You are to participate in the Chunin exams of Konoha. What? Why? I'm just a fool. At this moment, Kaibin felt that having a thick skin was not entirely a bad thing. What a joke. Did he not have a single day of holiday? You must begin your training in ninjutsu immediately. Lord Orochimaru requires you to reach the finals. Tai would monitor the maximum time you could remain in the ninja world, and D would assist you in researching ways to extend your stay. But Kaibin still wanted to strive for a chance. I am responsible for extracting everything we need from your mind when you fail to complete your tasks. The glint in Yakushi Kabuto's glasses shimmered with malice. Of course, Kaibin, being of considerable age, understood the importance of obedience, recognizing that collective interests outweighed personal ones, especially when it came to his own well-being. After Yakushi Kabuto departed, he left behind several training partners who appeared somewhat familiar: Toss, Sak, and Jean. Why must we help this trash practice? Sak expressed his dissatisfaction, though he only dared to voice it after Yakushi Kabuto had left. Because it's a mission, Toss replied, displaying a more composed demeanor. Well then, let the training commence. Jean cheerfully approached Kaibin. Chapter 60. The Three Heroes Battle Kaibin, the resurrection of the dead for someone who was not even a genin. Kaibin's training standards were exceptionally high. The Sound Trio had decent foundational abilities, having performed admirably in the Chunin exams, even managing to give Sasuke, who had not transformed, a tough time. However, the leader this time was Tai, a newcomer who had only recently returned and was taking the lead. The trio was naturally dissatisfied, despite the rumors of his possessing Chunin-level strength. The Chunin exams were about to commence, and Kaibin's training time had been rather limited. Thus, although Tai felt a slight apprehension, he maintained a facade of calmness. backed by Orochimaru's endorsement and the pressing nature of their task as he began to outline the plan. Kaibin, create 6 shadow clones and practice with each of them. Your main body will train alongside me. What? Shadow clones are going to train with us? What kind of nonsense is this? Sak was extremely displeased. The physical strength of shadow clones was minimal, and based on his estimation of Kaibin's abilities, he could hardly withstand the training intensity. Toss, however, was taken aback. Creating shadow clones? Then this strength cannot possibly belong to a mere genin. His shadow clones are different, but you all must also moderate your strength, Tai stated, not wishing to waste too much time on explanations. After all, a ninja speaks through their abilities. Alright, Kaibin did not want to embarrass Tai, and he was quite indifferent to the jibes of these teenagers. Everyone had been young once. Bang, bang, bang. 6 shadow clones materialized. Why do we hear sounds when the shadow clones appear? This is extremely detrimental to stealth. Kaibin's shadow clones have always exhibited a lack of organizational discipline, and his thought process is rather unconventional. I want to team up with Jean. So do I. I want to as well. Well, it's clear that those who share the same disdain for one another are ill-suited to gather together. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Jean launched a barrage of kunai, eliminating one of the shadow clones. The remaining clones immediately scattered, with 3 of them quickly creating additional duplicates. The shadow clones began to draw in natural energy, and to everyone's astonishment, a gust of wind swept through the area. Have you truly enhanced your strength to such a degree? Have you been training over there? Shangtai, filled with curiosity, gazed at Kaibin, unable to fathom that this lazy fool would exert such effort. No, not at all. I'm constantly being summoned. There's simply no time. Kaibin was equally perplexed. The deity you summoned, could it not also augment your abilities? Shangtai, quick-witted, discerned an area where Kaibin might be lacking in understanding. Surely not. I've never heard of those who summon deities becoming increasingly formidable. In fact, I've heard of those who descended into madness. Kaibin was utterly clueless. In truth, Shangtai was nearing the truth. Unlike traditional possession, once Heichi entered Kaibin's body, it was not solely for combat. He also employed his own techniques to sense the natural energy of the ninja world, comparing the effects of cultivation. Even amidst battle, he did not cease his training. Thus Kaibin's body had consistently remained in a state of cultivation, resulting in a significant enhancement of his meridian flow. It was not that Heichi was particularly diligent. After the sealing of the natural energies in the human realm, the remaining energies were scant, compelling every practitioner to cultivate and absorb energy at every opportunity. Talents like Heichi naturally integrated cultivation into their very existence. Form up. The shadow clones began to strategize anew. 2 of them distanced themselves to coordinate commands. 1 remained to create new shadow clones as circumstances dictated, while the others launched an offensive against the 3 members of the Sound Ninja team. Naturally, half of them charged towards Jean. Jean remained unfazed. The speed of Kaibin's shadow clones was not particularly swift, and their movements were clearly lacking finesse. She swiftly retreated to create distance, unleashing a flurry of kunai. With a series of sharp thuds, 4 or 5 shadow clones were instantly dispelled, while 2 others clutched their wounds and cried out in agony. Meanwhile, Kaibin's original form absorbed all the sensations of pain, gritting his teeth in discomfort. However, he noticed that his capacity to endure pain had improved considerably. He was no longer in the state of being easily dispatched by a single blow as he had been upon entering the ninja world. The agony had not rendered him unconscious, yet the drawbacks were unmistakable. How excruciating. That damned iron needle. Sak, displaying considerable bravery, did not resort to ninjutsu or shuriken. He charged forward with his fists. In a similar fashion, the 3 shadow clones before him were sent flying. Toss felt perplexed. Kaibin's shadow clones exhibited strength that surpassed his expectations, seemingly exceeding the physical prowess of an ordinary individual. Toss leapt forward, seizing one of the shadow clones and wielding it like a club, causing the adjacent clones to hastily evade, though one unfortunate soul was sent flying, only for Toss' captive to dissipate. Curious, Toss wondered why the physical intensity varied. Shouldn't they vanish simultaneously upon collision? A glance revealed the unfortunate clone, struck on the head, dazedly sprawled on the ground. Don't rush in recklessly. It seems you feel no pain. Kaibin recalled the intense battle with Zhongwu, a cold sweat forming on his back. He had perceived the trio of sound ninjas as mediocre, believing they would not inflict the same heavy blows as Zhongwu. However, he had forgotten that the difference between dispatching an opponent with a ton of force versus 100 pounds was negligible. Both resulted in certain death. Sometimes a swifter demise felt more palpable. Coupled with these audacious shadow clones, who repeatedly offered their lives, it seemed they were intent on playing him to death. He hastily shouted to halt their reckless advances, attempting to regain command. This is merely a practice. No, a training session. What can you learn from constantly dying? Of course, it is useful. We must remember the various ways to perish and devise countermeasures. Responded 3 or 4 clones in unison, surprisingly aligned in thought. You were taken out with a single punch. What countermeasures could there possibly be? You cannot evade it. Kaibin shouted in desperation. The shadow clones ignored him, persisting with their futile assaults. 10 minutes later, Kaibin's complexion had turned ashen, with over 20 clones already eliminated. What have you learned from this experience? Kaibin lamented weakly. Stop. Cease the shadow clones. Let us consolidate our information to the main body. Main body, you can summon us again later. Your mind is not capable. The commanding clone called for a halt, and a dense mist enveloped the area. Oh. Kaibin could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the most agonizing aspect was not his physical form. The multitude of memories from the shadow clones surged into his mind, overwhelming him with an insurmountable influx of information. His head felt as if it might explode, the blood vessels near his temples throbbing like a writhing mass of thick worms. Toss and the others were not fatigued. After their initial underestimation, they found Kaibin to be remarkably formidable. For someone lacking significant training experience, he was already quite strong. Thus, they tacitly slowed their pace, recognizing that this was a mission from Lord Orochimaru, and despite their dissatisfaction, they felt compelled to treat it with respect. Only a fool would continue with the shadow clones. Once his mind felt a bit more at ease, Kaibin slumped on the ground. The group exchanged glances, and a golden kunai suddenly pierced Kaibin's leg. Kaibin quickly rolled and scrambled away, seeking the safety of a tree, his sanctuary. We sincerely apologize. We shall fulfill Lord Orochimaru's orders, no matter the difficulties we encounter. The voice of Jean was melodious, yet the kunai in hand was chillingly cold. Even if I were compelled to train, I would rather not be pierced. How am I to cultivate? Kaibin lamented, wondering if this was truly how these ninjas practiced. If you die, won't you be able to recover? Sak chuckled with delight, feeling envious upon first hearing this notion. If only he possessed such a capability. How invincible he could become in his training. What do you have to say for yourself? Kaibin looked pitifully at Shang Tai. It's not me, it's Zhong Wu. Heaven surely would not bear this blame. Come on, give me a slice. Kaibin lay back, closing his eyes. Thud. A senbon pierced his left arm. Are you even capable of aiming? Do you deserve to be a ninja? Kaibin's cries grew louder. First, examine your physical condition. Your voice still carries a semblance of vigor. Second, ninjas must adapt to combat, even when injured. Therefore, please, immediately create shadow clones. How will this girl Jean ever find a husband? Biting down on his back molars, Kaibin summoned 3 shadow clones. Unlike Kaibin, the 3 clones were not inept. They promptly began to treat themselves. During their previous encounter at the Sound Ninja's secret base, they had learned medical ninjutsu from a rescued ninja, managing to handle such external injuries with a modicum of competence. Do you not recall even a bit? Shang Tai asked Kaibin, looking at the shadow clones with a resigned expression. Kaibin was momentarily taken aback, straining to access his memory. It seems I can do it. Realizing this, Kaibin immediately began to heal himself, though his technique was evidently inferior to that of his clones. Truly Jean could not help but mutter, while the other 2 silently echoed in unison, mental case. Wait, this is training, not combat. Let us study this. One of the shadow clones raised a hand in indication, and then several clones gathered to begin their research. Let us use 4 clones against Sak. We should try close combat and experiment with the guillotine, suggested one shadow clone. That's a stretch. Our strength is insufficient, and he hasn't even used ninjutsu yet. Let us practice taijutsu first and discuss ninjutsu afterward. One cannot become a glutton overnight. Perhaps 6 or 7 would suffice. We are at a disadvantage in long-range attacks. We are unarmed. It is inherently unfair. Shang Tai, toss a few kunai. Without hesitation, Shang Tai threw 3 kunai, then glanced down at Kaibin's original form. Aren't you joining us for the research? Kaibin was still using his meager chakra to heal himself. Glancing up, he replied, I'm not finished healing yet. Any movement causes pain. Fool. By infusing natural energy, the effect remains the same. A shadow clone reminded him loudly. Why didn't you say so sooner? Kaibin hastily began to experiment. The trio of sound ninjas fell into silence. His shadow clones were indeed superior to his original form, yet they had never encountered such peculiar clones. Those clones were far more capable than the original. Sack's sarcastic remarks filled the air as the shadow clones began to execute their plan after much deliberation. Scatter, scatter. We cannot conduct our experiment if you remain clustered together, he commanded one of the clones, which stayed behind to observe. Amusement surged within Sack as he charged toward the shadow clone, naturally distancing himself from Tor's. Jean, however, remained focused on the task at hand, leaping aside as 7 shadow clones encircled her. Tor stayed still, having refrained from engaging previously. When he did choose to act, he would employ ninjutsu, deliberately avoiding the encirclement to prolong the battle. Before Sack stood a single shadow clone, while the others fanned out, maintaining a distance of 3 to 4 steps. Ignoring those around him, Sack launched a fist at the clone before him. Attempting to encircle me? That formation must be sturdy. The opposing clone appeared unfazed, adopting a boxer-esque stance with its arms raised protectively. Just as Sack closed in, the clone suddenly crouched down. There was no escaping it. Sack was determined not to miss. The clone's speed was insufficient. With a resounding impact, he struck the clone, sending it crashing to the ground. To his surprise, it did not dissipate. Tors observed intently, noting an increase in the clone's resilience. Sack was momentarily taken aback, yet his limbs remained unimpeded. Utilizing the momentum, he half-turned, catching the punch of the shadow clone to his left, seizing it firmly. The third wave of attack emerged from his right, as another shadow clone executed a sidekick. According to the shadow clone strategy, the 2 initial assaults were meant to pivot Sack's body, rendering him slow to react to the third attack. Undeterred, the third clone charged in without hesitation. Unfortunately, their understanding of chakra was still lacking. Sack's chakra firmly anchored him to the ground, providing ample force to halt his turn abruptly. Thus, he did not lose his balance. Instead, he swiftly pivoted, hurling the shadow clone he had grasped forward. With a thud, the 2 clones collided and dissipated into smoke, just as Sack was about to showcase his prowess and commend the shadow clone's tactics. A pair of hands suddenly emerged from the smoke, gripping his leg tightly, lifting him off the ground. It was the first shadow clone he had defeated. It let out a fierce roar, attempting to slam Sack down onto the ground. Caught off guard by this ambush, Sack felt a surge of anger. In midair, he struck down at the clone that clung to him. His fist missed its target, compelled to raise his arms against the approaching shadow clones armed with kunai. A fall wouldn't pose a significant threat. He sensed the grip on him was not particularly strong. However, being stabbed would be a different matter entirely. Void slash. The gust of wind surging from the cave instantly dispersed the 2 shadow clones, yet Sack found himself crashing heavily to the ground. A sense of vexation welling up within him, for the force had surpassed his expectations. Enraged,